Shadow Slave, Chapter 1801-1801, A New Home. 1,204 words. Sunny crossed the threshold and entered the great hall of the ancient temple. It was just as he remembered it. The vast hall was desolate and empty. Its roof had partially collapsed, letting in the elements. There were piles of rubble on the floor, covered with snow and ice. Cascades of moonlight were falling through the holes in the roof, suffusing the dark hall with a beautiful and otherworldly splendor. Deep shadows surrounded the silver light, not daring to touch it. Everything was silent. Sunny took a deep breath. He had almost expected to find the bones of the Mountain King on the floor, where it had been torn apart by shadow, but there were none. The desolate hall was empty. Enveloping the temple with shadow sense to make sure that there was no danger, Sunny took a step forward. Ice shattered with a brittle sound under the onyx soles of his armored boots, and the ancient shadows stirred, reaching out to him in reverent glee. Surrounded by them, as if wearing a cloak of darkness, he walked toward the altar. It used to be a single slab of black marble, long and wide enough for a human to lay on it comfortably. Or maybe not so comfortably, if it had been a sacrificial altar. Was it? It didn't matter now, anyway, because the altar was broken. The great slab of black stone had shattered, and was laying on the floor in several pieces. That was the only thing in the temple that had changed. Sunny studied the broken altar for a while, his face slowly growing paler. There were too many mysteries surrounding this place. He concentrated, trying to remember everything he knew about the first nightmare, the dead gods, and the secrets of the fallen pantheon. And then, his eyes widened. Of all the knowledge Sunny had learned in his life, of all the pieces of information gathered in his memory, one suddenly stood out. A memory that Sunny had never considered very significant, and had no reason to. It was the evaluation the spell had given him after the first nightmare. Not the important part that had to do with the appraisal, but rather the slightly poetic summary that had been there seemingly on a whim, to add some flavor. Standing above the broken altar, Sunny whispered. A nameless slave ascended the Black Mountain. Both heroes and monsters fell by his hand. Unbroken, he entered the ruined temple of a long-forgotten god and spilled his blood on the sacred altar. The gods were dead, and yet they listened. The temple of a long-forgotten god. He inhaled deeply. Back then, Sunny had been an ignorant kid from the outskirts. He knew very little about the world, let alone about its greatest secrets. He had not known who the forgotten god was, and so, he had not paid attention to these words. The spell had never uttered them after that, and neither used nor translated the runes describing the lost deity. Single quote. Of course, Sunny looked around the ruined temple. Why had his sacrifice been made to all the gods? Perhaps because this temple had been built in the time before the memories of the seventh god were struck from the world. It was consecrated to worship Dream God, as well, and therefore, when Dream God became forgotten, the temple was forgotten, as well. Because worshipping the forgotten god was forbidden. Just like worshipping the demons, his children, was. Still, Sunny was sure that there were some who had disregarded the will of the gods and put their faith in forgotten god despite it. Otherwise, Scholar would not have heard stories of pilgrims climbing the Black Mountain in ancient times. The temple of the forgotten god. Sunny looked around the great hall with a complicated expression. He was himself forgotten by the world, so it wasn't hard to feel a sense of kinship for this forlorn ruin. He sighed and threw one last glance at the altar. There were deep shadows nestling deep below him, so Sunny knew that the temple extended underground. He had never got the chance to explore it during the first nightmare, so it was nice to have an opportunity now. He was curious to see what he would find out. Still, he would leave this place and continue toward Godgrave soon. There was no time to waste. Before that, however, Sunny froze. It was because he had felt something familiar when looking at the broken altar. Wait, no way, can it be? The shattered slab of black marble gave off a subtle, but very familiar feeling. Sunny stared silently. It was a gateway. He had missed that fact at first, but now that he studied the broken altar closer, there was no doubt. It felt exactly like the one in the sanctuary of Noctis, the chain circle in the ivory tower, and the runic one in the crimson spire. And if the altar had been made into a gateway? Sunny looked around once more. Then the nameless temple was now a citadel. Suddenly, he wanted to laugh. How fitting. He was a transcendent, and a homeless one at that. Most saints, however, were usually in control of a citadel, ruling it at the behest of their sovereign. There were exceptions, of course, like Saint Tyrus, who had lost the sanctuary of Noctis and had been exiled to Antarctica with her entire clan. Fortunately, Whitefeather was doing much better now. Sunny himself served no sovereign, and he wasn't even sure if he could take possession of a citadel. Citadels were created by the spell, after all, so, he didn't know if controlling one was something that only a carrier of the spell could do. It was worth trying, though. He hesitated for a while. Then, he hesitated some more. Right, but how'd I actually claim a citadel? If there was an instruction manual for being a saint, Sunny had never received one. After thinking for a while, he retracted the onyx mantle, bared his forearm, and commanded the onyx shell to reduce the resilience of his skin there. Then, he cut his forearm with his fingernail. Nothing happened. Letting out a frustrated sigh, Sunny also commanded Bloodweave to release a few drops of blood. Why was it so difficult to bleed a little? Several crimson drops fell on the broken altar and rolled down the surface of one of the black shards. There was no reaction. Once again, nothing happened. Sunny scratched the back of his head. The small cut on his forearm was already healing, and before too long, it was entirely gone. At that time, he also came up with another idea. It can't be that simple, can it? Feeling uncertain, Sunny took a deep breath, and silently released the tether connecting him to the ivory tower. Then, he concentrated on his soul and started the process of placing a new one. He had a suspicion that it was very simple to claim a citadel. All that a carrier of the nightmare spell had to do was become a transcendent and use the gateway to return to the waking world. Then, they would become anchored to that gateway, and therefore, take possession of the citadel. Unless it was already claimed, of course, in which case a more powerful saint would take control. However, Sunny was not a carrier of the nightmare spell, so he had to go through the process manually. Instead of allowing the spell to bind him to the gateway, he had to create that bond himself. And so, he was placing down a tether. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave, Chapter 1802, Restoration. 1,714 words. The concept called tether by masters and saints was a mysterious but simple thing. It was a sort of imprint one could leave on the world by using their essence. The spot marked by the imprint was where one's soul was anchored to the world. Masters could only imprint themselves on the waking world, but saints could imprint themselves on the dream realm, as well. In addition to that, the tethers placed by saints were much more expansive and deeply rooted in the fabric of the realm than those placed by masters. In fact, Sunny was quite certain that they were entirely different things, it was just that both served the same purpose, so humans just used the same word for both. The reason why transcendent tethers were so much more robust than the ascended ones was because of the nature of saints. The soul of a saint was connected to the world, and so, it interacted with the world much closer. For example, saints could absorb spirit essence from their surroundings. In rare cases, they could also pour their soul essence out into the world. There was no need to mention how vital the former was, but the latter was more or less useless. The soul essence would swiftly dissipate if it wasn't poured into a special vessel, like a memory, for example. However, one time when pushing one's own essence onto the world was necessary was the process of creating a tether. If manipulated in a special way, the essence would leave an imprint on the area where it had been unleashed before dissipating. That imprint was the tether, and since it maintained a faint connection with the saint's soul, it was possible to pull on the connection to step between realms and return to the place where one's soul was imprinted. Only 2 tethers could exist at a time, one in each world. It was necessary to break the connection with the old one before creating a new one. Well, in Sunny's case, each of his incarnations could place 2 of their own. Regardless, that was what Sunny was doing now. He was pushing his essence into the world and controlling its flow to create an imprint. The process took some time, and was quite arduous. However, he was not doing it blindly. Instead of allowing his essence to cover the area freely, he tried to concentrate all of it in an isolated spot. Namely, the gateway of the ancient temple. Soon, his tether started to take form. And then, something unexpected happened. There seemed to be a strange reaction between the gateway and the forming tether. It was as if the two had been created to exist together all along. Not only did the strain on Sunny lessen significantly, as if the process had taken on a life of its own, but he also felt as if the imprint was becoming deeper and also different in some way. At the same time, Sunny felt something changing within his soul. It was as if a mystical bond was being established, connecting him to the ancient temple. He felt very strange. Diving into the soul sea, Sunny saw that the vast expanse of still water was still no more. Instead, it was surging, boiling almost, with great waves rolling on the dark surface. As if someone had thrown a huge boulder into the black water, sending ripples spreading across the silent expanse of his soul. What? As Sunny watched, astounded, the water at the very heart of the soul sea suddenly foamed. And then, a familiar black edifice rose from beneath the waves. A perfect replica of the nameless temple, how it had been before its roof collapsed, and its gates were broken, slowly rose from the lightless depths of his soul, bathing in the dark radiance of his 6 soul cores. Soon enough, the surging waters calmed down, and the soul sea grew still and silent once more. It was as if nothing had happened. Only, there was a great temple of black stone standing on the still water now. Sunny stared at it with wide eyes. I'll be damned, that was pretty cool. He regretted not being connected to the spell once more. Sunny could feel a deep connection to his newly claimed citadel, but did not know what he could do with that connection and what it was meant for. If he was still a carrier of the spell, there would be helpful runes to guide him to the necessary understanding, without a doubt. But then again, the spell did not even explain the enchantments of the memories it created to most awakened. Who knew how helpful it would have been in the case of a citadel? Sunny knew that he would have to explore and investigate this matter personally. Until then, however, what do I even do now? He had not been planning to come in possession of an unknown citadel. Ruling one was not in his plans. Right now, he was in the middle of traveling to Godgrave. After hesitating for a while, Sunny sighed. Well, whatever, I can spend a few days here. Having a secret lair to return to wouldn't hurt, anyway. His original body was anchored in the nameless temple now. So, he had no choice but to consider it in his future plans. There was one silver lining to the unexpected situation, though. At least, Sunny wasn't homeless anymore. Several days later, Sunny was sitting on the steps of the nameless temple. The sun was traveling across the clear blue sky, and the snow covering the mountain peak was shining with its light. There was a stunned expression on his face. The other 5 incarnations were resting on the lower steps, panting heavily. One was tiredly rubbing his shoulders. Another was leaning on a broom made by manifesting shadows. A third one was sprawled on the black stone, lazily staring at the sky. There was one who was pouring dirty water out of a bucket, and another one who was looking at them with disdain. They had been busy cleaning up the temple for the last few days. The cleanup was mostly finished, but the reconstruction had not even begun. Sunny knew that he would need special stone to rebuild the broken roof. He could scavenge some from the ruined cathedral of the Dark City. Durable wood for the beams. Would he have to visit the burned forest again to harvest some? Luckily, he was good at all things having to do with craftsmanship, not only because of experience and practice but also because of bone weave. His fingers were dexterous and responsive, like those of a master artisan. Any tool he needed, meanwhile, could be manifested from the shadows. However, the scope of the work that had to be done to restore the nameless temple to a decent state was not the reason why Sunny was spacing out right now. Instead, the reason was the discovery made by his original body. While the avatars had been busy with cleaning, he had explored his new citadel. Of course, he had discovered the mystical circle in the Under Temple almost immediately. However, it took him a while to figure out what that component did. The instinctual understanding of its purpose was hidden in the connection Sunny shared with the citadel. So, it can move. He raised his gaze and studied the desolate mountain peak. Sunny assumed that the nameless temple had been built here, and wondered what madness forced the builders to carry the great weight of black marble to the top of a towering mountain. But now, he knew that the ancient temple had been built elsewhere, and had stood elsewhere, before appearing on this mountain peak one day. He also knew that it could move again, now that it had an owner once more. Slowly, a bold idea formed in his mind. Sunny lingered for a while, then looked at his avatars and studied each one for a few moments. Eventually, his gaze landed on the gloomy incarnation. He smiled. Let's do it this way, then. Sometime later, a sudden commotion disturbed the deadly peace of Godgrave. A dark figure in an onyx armor reached the edge of the dead god's breastbone, covered in ash and blood. Behind him was a trail of severed flesh and broken bodies. The man's face was hidden behind a ferocious mask carved from black wood. Standing on the precipice of an abyssal drop, he gazed down silently, paying no heed to a wave of abominations rushing at him from behind. Then, a great temple built of black marble was suddenly standing on the bone plain. As the man wearing the demonic mask turned, 3 warriors clad in the same onyx armor walked out of the darkness under the eaves of the Black Temple. A graceful stone knight followed, wielding a black blade and a round shield. Then, a silvery fiend forged in the flames of hell, a tenebrous steed shrouded in the mantle of nightmares, and an enormous serpent with onyx scales. The dark dwellers of the Black Temple faced the tide of abominations calmly, and a few moments later, more blood flowed on the white surface of the ancient bone. A great darkness spread, hiding the battlefield from the cloudy sky. At the same time, far away, a young mundane girl was being taught how to slay nightmare creatures by an eccentric shadow. And further still, a trade caravan was approaching Bastion. Dozens of heavily loaded wagons were rolling down the road, pushed by monstrous echoes. A sizable force of Awakened was flanking the caravan, protecting it from the dangers of the dream realm. Their expressions were clear now that the Lake City was in view. A handsome young man with porcelain skin and onyx eyes was sitting on the bed of one of the wagons, leaning his back against a wooden crate and looking ahead with a beautiful smile on his lips. He didn't seem that strong, and wore an elegant black mantle instead of durable armor. Far away, the awesome silhouette of a great castle was slowly revealing itself from the shimmering waters of a clear lake. The young man looked at it for a while, then glanced down, at his shadow. It seems that we've arrived. The shadow stared back at him, then shrugged indifferently. He smiled, Yes, I think so too. Saying that, the young man looked up, at the silhouette of a white tower floating in the air above the castle. His face turned wistful for a moment, and then he looked away with a quiet sigh. Ah, it's so pretty. Damnation. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1803. After the fighting is over. 1195 words. Back in the courtyard of the nameless temple, Cassie let out a heavy sigh and looked away, hiding her eyes. Sunny remained silent, waiting for her to come to her senses. He hesitated for a few moments, then moved his chair back. The tea had grown cold, the refreshments did not look appetizing anymore. The leaves of the lonesome tree rustled peacefully in the darkness. After a while, Cassie's shoulders trembled. It has already begun. Her voice was distant. Sunny lingered for a few moments. This time, the memory he had shown her was not nearly as long as the previous one. The awesome desolation of the burned forest and the mysterious nature of the nameless temple were memorable and distinct. However, as expected, what had affected Cassie the most was the sight of LO49. Of course, she would not know anything about that lunar observatory in particular. But it was unmistakably a modern building. There was no place for it in the dream realm. Knowing that, she would have instantly understood the meaning. Sunny raised an eyebrow. You didn't know. She shook her head slowly. He studied her delicate face, then let out a soft sigh. Finally, there was something he knew that Cassie didn't. However, that did not bring him any joy. After remaining silent for a while, he said neutrally. It was an old lunar observatory. LO49. It used to stand on the southern edge of the Antarctic Center, well, designated south, at least. Obviously, every direction there is technically north of the pole. Sunny paused for a moment, and then added. The staff and soldiers who were garrisoned there were wiped out during the early stages of the Chain of Nightmares, and nobody has seen LO49 since. I am the last human to have visited Antarctica, I think. But I never went that far south. So, I don't know when the observatory was swallowed by the dream realm. He smiled darkly. It would be a bit funny, if it wasn't so terrifying. While wandering the sword domain, I often felt that it was safer than some parts of our own world. Now, the difference between the two realms is even more vague. Soon enough, there will be none. Cassie did not respond, sitting motionlessly in the darkness. Eventually, she said in a quiet tone, I'm sorry, I need to process the news. Sunny leaned back and allowed her to think in silence. After a while, he said evenly, does it change anything, though? The war was still coming. Finally, Cassie faced him again. Of course, it changes everything. I'll have to rethink a lot of things. The human enclaves in the dream realm are hardly self-sufficient, after all. It is difficult enough to provide food and shelter for 300 million people. To accommodate billions, even if it happens gradually over the span of a decade, a lot of development plans will have to be accelerated. Most communication still happens through the waking world. Data is stored digitally. The scope of it all is too much. She let out a shaky breath. That is not even mentioning the fact that all the rules we know will become obsolete after our world is devoured by the dream realm. There will be no more nightmare gates, for example. No more division between the physical body and the spirit body, and so on. The spell will have to change accordingly. It might very well plunge us into a new horror, one that would make everything prior seem like a gentle prologue. Cassie was thinking as the right hand of a person who was supposed to take the throne of humanity. There was a heavy responsibility that came with the throne, of course. But to Sunny, her train of thought seemed a little funny. Because they had not even come close to vanquishing the sovereigns yet. He smiled. You seem to have a lot of plans for what happens after the fighting is over. Cassie faced him with a hint of surprise on her exquisite face. I do, don't you? Sunny chuckled. Of course, more fighting. Their woes would not be over with the fall of Anvil and Kisong. If anything, the true battle would only start after the war was over. She remained silent for a while, then nodded somberly. You were right. A few moments later, the young woman added quietly. But, regardless of it all, I am glad that you found a reason to come back. Then, Cassie faced him with a brittle smile. It might feel like the world has rejected you, but, Sunny, it needs you, as well. Saying these words, she turned away. As do I. And Neffy's, most of all. Sunny stared at her silently, a complicated mess of emotions rising in his heart. He wanted to say something, but didn't quite know what to say. In the end, he simply shrugged. That is all right, because I need the world, too. And Neffy's. And you as well, Cassie. She smiled. I'll remember. With that, she stood up and sighed. Our time is up. If I linger any longer, some people in Bastion might grow suspicious of the purpose of my visit. Sunny nodded lightly and rose from his chair. He had brought Cassie here from NQSC. So, he had to bring her back, as well. Soon, the two of them appeared in a deserted alley in the depths of the outskirts. Cassie could use her own tether to return to Bastion immediately, but hesitated for a while. Eventually, she said with uncertainty. I won't say anything about what is happening between Neffy's and you in Bastion. Sunny suppressed an embarrassed cough, feeling grateful for her decision to refrain from discussing that matter. The situation was strange and complicated enough already. Cassie took a deep breath. I want you to know something, though. He raised an eyebrow. What? She lowered her head. About how it feels, on the other side. You see, I can't quite imagine how you feel, being forgotten by everyone. But I do know how it feels to have forgotten. It is a strange thing. When we first met, I didn't know who you were. By all accounts, you were a stranger. And yet, there was this strange sense of familiarity. As if we've known each other all our lives. Cassie took a deep breath. There were other feelings, as well. Subtle and faint, but undeniable. I won't describe them, but I am sure that Neffys is being swayed by these unconscious thoughts, as well. Even if she can't retain the memories of you, the emotions those memories stir remain. So, she wasn't just captivated by Master Sunless because he is charming, handsome, and pleasant to be around. Cassie faced Sunny once again. You might think that her feelings are not quite real, because her knowledge of you is not quite true, and maybe you were right. But I still want you to respect them. She remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Quote. That is all I wanted to say. You can decide what to do yourself. Before Sunny could say anything, she was gone. He stared at the empty space where Cassie had stood expressionlessly. After a while, he sighed. Did I just get the, if you hurt her, I'll kill you, talk? The tone wasn't quite the same, but somehow, it did feel like that. Chuckling, Sunny turned around and pulled on his tether. If I hurt Neffys, she'll kill me herself. Well, at least she'll try. I am a bit hard to kill these days. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1804, Unexpected Invitation. 1,397 words. Today was a strangely slow day for the Brilliant Emporium. Actually, it wasn't that strange. Sunny had been complaining about how swamped he was in the kitchen when the business was good, but now that it was dull, he missed the money he could have made dearly. The lack of clients was not strange, but the mood in Bastion was, which, in turn, was the reason why so few people were visiting. It was an odd mixture of agitation and somber anticipation. People were incensed and indignant about the attempt on Neff's life, which was attributed to Clan Song more and more. But, at the same time, some of them were disturbed by the swiftly changing tone of public opinion. After all, people weren't fools. Many could recognize the malignant roots of the spreading rumors. They might not know who was behind the propaganda, but they could at least sense that they were being lied to. Others had enough foresight to see where the volatile situation was headed, even if they did not know why. All in all, there were as many dissenting voices as those wishing to hold the Queen of Worms responsible. It was all happening a little too quickly. Sunny was still reeling from the recent conversation with Cassie. Now that he knew how fast the war was approaching, his own mood had turned strange, as well. Luckily, he did not have a lot of time to worry about such things. He was terribly busy despite the lack of customers. Most of his time was dedicated to designing the weave of the soul sword. But he was also preoccupied with something else. Because his date with Neffys was approaching much faster than the war. Damn it, what to do? The pressure of designing a perfect date was more daunting than his attempts to weave a soulbound weapon. He had acted confidently when asking her out, but now that he actually had to come up with something, Sunny felt like his mind was paralyzed. Why did I prepare a picnic for a fake date? I should have saved that idea for the real one. There were not a lot of romantic places in Bastion. Even worse, Sunny was not that knowledgeable about romance. And worse still, Neffys was not exactly a typical young lady. Who knew what her idea of a romantic encounter was? In short, Sunny was stumped. And Aiko wasn't helping. What's the problem, boss? Just take her to an inn. I mean, you are both adults. There are inns that charge by the hour, you know. He glared at her silently. You are the problem. Do you want to get me killed? Aiko laughed. Alright, I'm joking. Honestly, though, I say you are overthinking it. Anything and anywhere will be fine. After all, the only necessary ingredients are you and her. Since both of you will be present, that's most of the work done. She glanced at him and asked. Just be yourself. Draw from your experience. What's the most romantic memory you have? Sunny scratched the tip of his nose. Well, I spent a month being stuck on the corpse of a giant nightmare creature with a girl once. Aiko stared at him silently for a few moments. Quote. On second thought, don't be yourself. Forget everything about your experience. Just take her on a boat ride, or something. Sunny eyes brightened. A boat ride? That's actually not a bad idea. He would have said more, but at that moment, his expression changed subtly. Sunny looked at the door. He could sense a group of people approaching the Brilliant Emporium, and they did not feel like his usual customers at all. Heavy armor, sharp weapons, disciplined movements, clear intent, soldiers. Why would a cohort of awakened warriors of Clan Valor be approaching his humble shop? For a moment, Sunny thought about how he would kill them. Dealing with these awakened would only take him a few moments. Then, he could dismiss the mimic, grab Aiko, and step through the shadows to outside the city. After that, Valor would not be able to catch him unless Anvil took action personally. If his cover was blown, that was the only way. However, he quickly dismissed that idea. First of all, even if his cover was somehow blown, they would most likely only learn that he was the Lord of Shadows. The Lord of Shadows was an ally of Clan Valor, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Secondly, in the much worse scenario where the elders of Clan Valor had learned that he was plotting to murder the king with Neffys, there would not have been a mere cohort of awakened approaching his shop. So, why the hell are they here, then? Sunny was very confused. What's the matter, boss? Aiko looked at him apprehensively. He hesitated for a moment. I have no idea, really. At that moment, the soldiers reached the Brilliant Emporium. Then, there was a loud knock on the door. Don't eat them, giving Mimic a mental warning. Sunny sighed, put on a pleasant smile, and went to open the door. Welcome to the Brilliant Emporium. How may I help you? He was met with an unfriendly stare. 6 awakened warriors were standing a few steps back, while one was looking at him with disdain. The man was tall and sharp, clad in an enchanted armor, with a vermilion cloak hanging from his broad shoulders. He was also an ascended. Master Sunless. Hearing the deep voice, Sunny smiled a little wider. That's what they call me, yes. The knight nodded. Please, come with me. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Quote. Why? The man glanced at him with badly hidden irritation, and then said coldly. I was ordered to escort you to the castle. Please follow. What the hell? Sunny hesitated for a bit, wondering if it wasn't too late to kill them and escape. But he had to reluctantly abandon that idea. Why, by all means. Exchanging a glance with Aiko, he shrugged helplessly and followed the knight out of the brilliant emporium. He tried to strike up a conversation a few times on the way to the castle, but his escorts seemed to be in a foul mood. They were definitely not fans of Sunny, that was for sure. With his sharp hearing, he could catch a few of them muttering under their breaths. Damned mongrel, no, really, what was going on? Was he going to get splashed in the face with water and be given a tidy sum of soul shards to never see Neffys again? That was what usually happened in dramas. Sunny had thought of 1,000 possible reasons for this unexpected visit, each more ominous than the previous one. However, he failed to learn the truth until the very end. The escorts brought him across the lake, and then to the very heart of the castle. When Sunny was led to the main keep, where the direct line of clan valor resided, he was on the verge of collapsing from fright. Half an hour later, he somehow found himself in a grand hall, facing none other than Morgan, the Princess of War. Morgan was leaning on a stone throne, holding a sharp sword in her hand. Her gaze was piercing. Suddenly, Sunny felt a chill run down his spine. She doesn't know, does she? The last time they met was during the assassination attempt. Of course, back then, Sunny was wearing the persona of the Lord of Shadows. Morgan's cold gaze traveled across his figure, making him shiver. Then, her scarlet lips parted. Oh, Morgan's voice sounded calm. I understand now. Sunny struggled to keep a deep scowl off his face. What does she understand? Smiling faintly, Morgan descended from the dais and approached him. The sharp blade of her sword glistened in the rays of sunlight. Master Sunless, I presume. Sunny nodded and forced himself to speak. Princess Morgan, it's an honor. She stared at him with a strange expression, then cleared her throat. Indeed, please kneel. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Pardon. Her gaze turned a little dark. I told you to kneel. He hesitated for a few moments, glanced at his escorts, and then elegantly lowered himself to one knee. Morgan has grown immensely strong after transcending. Still, if she attacks, I should be able to dodge. She raised her sword slowly, and at the same time, he prepared to call upon the shadows. However, to his shock, the sword did not fall down to cut his neck. Instead, Morgan touched the blade to his left shoulder lightly, then repeated the same process with his right shoulder and the crown of his head. Sunny was dumbstruck. What is going on? Having finished the strange action, Morgan dismissed her sword and smiled in satisfaction. Master Sunless, I hereby proclaim you a knight of valor. Rise, Sir Sunless, may your edge never dull. Sunny's eyes widened. Pardon, share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave, Chapter 1805 Sir Mongrel. 1,304 words. Sunny was so stunned that he did not know what to say. All he could think was, what the hell? No, really, him, a knight of valor. His mind short-circuited for a moment. Of all the things Sunny had expected when a cohort of unfriendly soldiers invited him to the castle, that one never crossed his mind. Still standing on one knee, he raised his head and looked at Morgan with a dumbfounded expression. She studied his face for a few moments, then clicked her tongue and turned away. That will be all. You can go now. Remembering that he had been allowed to rise, Sunny slowly stood up. Princess Morgan, please excuse my impudence, but if I may ask. Before he could ask anything, though, the guards unceremoniously grabbed him and escorted him out of the hall. A moment later, the door was slammed shut, hiding her bewitching figure from sight. Just like that, his very short and very baffling audience with Morgan of Valor ended. Sunny was left standing in the corridor, not sure what to do. He blinked a couple of times. Single quote ... Are they forcefully conscripting independent masters? That was the only thing he could think of. But then, it didn't make any sense. If Clan Valor really wanted to conscript him into the army on the eve of war, they would have gone about it in a different manner. Forcing a master with no loyalty to fight for them could do more harm than good. Slowly, Sunny realized that a person who he had assumed was just passing by was actually standing still and staring at him. Composing himself a little, he looked up. There was a dignified middle-aged man in a well-tailored livery standing in front of him. His gray hair was neatly combed, and his expression was perfectly stoic. Noticing that Sunny was paying attention, the man nodded. Sir Sunless, I am Sebastian, the steward of the great Clan Valor. Allow me to congratulate you on your knighthood. Sunny took a deep breath. I'm not dreaming, am I? He exhaled slowly. There was actually a steward named Sebastian in Bastion. That was just a little bit too much, wasn't it? Worst of all, Sunny couldn't even sense the man's rank. He could have been a mundane person or a saint. Sunny forced out a polite smile and said, nice to meet you. Please forgive my lack of manners. I have to admit, I am extremely vexed right now. Can you explain what is going on? The middle-aged steward nodded. Certainly, sir. You've just been granted the title of a Knight of Valor. Oh, additionally, you have also been appointed as the Knight Commander of the Ardent Wardens. What an honor. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. Quote ... Ardent Wardens. Who are these Ardent Wardens? The steward gave him a dignified smile. Ardent Wardens are a grassroots volunteer organization that holds various activities to enrich the daily lives of the elderly citizens of Bastion. Food drives, cultural events, interest clubs, and the like. Self-governed. Sunny stared at him silently, struggling to maintain a calm expression. So, if these Ardent Wardens are self-governed, then why do they need a Knight Commander? No, wait, why does a volunteer organization dealing with bored elderly people need one? The middle-aged man nodded seriously. Exactly. There was not a hint of sarcasm in his esteemed voice, but somehow, Sunny got the impression that he was being mocked. He was very confused. Quote ... So what are my responsibilities as a Knight Commander, exactly? The steward lingered for a moment, then said in a solemn tone. There are none, Sir Sunless. Well, I should rather say that there is only one. It is to uphold the dignity of the great Clan Valor. Don't do anything that would besmirch the prestige of the royal family, and you should be good. He paused, and then added neutrally. Of course, you will receive a monthly stipend, as well as other benefits befitting a man of your station. Sunny stared at him some more. Crazy. I'm going crazy. So, let me get this straight. I was made a knight, but I don't have to perform the duties of a knight. There is nothing I am responsible for, but I am going to be paid for doing nothing. Sebastian smiled. Your wisdom is unmatched, Sir Sunless. You put it all so eloquently. With that, he walked away at a brisk pace and beckoned for Sunny to follow. Now, please come with me. Sunny suppressed a frustrated groan and hurried after the steward. Coming, but, where are we going? The middle-aged man answered in a refined manner. As a knight commander, you are to receive a list of items. 2 sets of full dress attire, 2 finely dyed tabards, a parade cloak with an embroidered crest, an unadorned winter cloak, an embroidered battle banner, a painted household banner, a leather waist belt with an engraved silver buckle. Sunny silently covered his face with a palm. Some time later, he was standing alone in one of the courtyards of the castle, holding a sizable pack. His expression was absent. The steward had basically chased him away from the keep after assembling the list of items that a knight was eligible to receive. The man had refused to answer Sunny's tentative question until the very end, finding inventive ways to tactfully dodge them every time. It was just that, how could Sunny put it? Steward Sebastian did not seem to have kept the truth from him on purpose. Rather, it looked like the dignified man was too embarrassed to answer directly, as if saying it aloud would be a disgrace. Sunny stared into the distance silently. Single quote. I guess I am a knight of valor now. Weirder things had happened, granted, just a few. In any case, at least the whole thing was such a formality that he had not even been forced to give an oath of allegiance. Neither had he been issued any memories. With the war approaching, clan valor did not seem keen to waste resources on a fake knight. That was a good thing for Sunny, because he did not want to receive a sword forged by anvil. Nor was he capable of receiving one. There was no spell to facilitate the transfer of memories between him and its carriers, after all. He would also be receiving a monthly stipend of soul shards. Sunny sighed. Wow, nepotism is truly the best. By now, he had figured out that his sudden knighthood had something to do with his connection to Neffy's. It was just that the initiative must have come from some other entity in the great clan, which was why the signals had crossed. So, there was nothing left to do except return home. Sunny was ready to take a step forward, but then froze for a moment. He was currently in a courtyard, a different one from where he had jeweled young Master Tristan, but the mood was quite similar. There were more than a few unfriendly gazes aimed his way. Looking around, he saw various knights and squires, all staring at him with cold expressions. Sunny gulped. They had already hated him before for having the audacity to accompany their princess. Now that Morgan had knighted him for no good reason, it did not look good. Even Sunny was starting to hate himself a little. Who wouldn't hate a handsome freeloader? Gods, I won't have to fight another duel, will I? As a matter of fact, he had the feeling that, this time, there would be no duel. Instead, there would be a thorough beating. Or an attempt of one, at least. Sunny looked around once more, noticing that several knights were already approaching him slowly with dark faces. Right, I just need to defuse the situation. Be polite and keep calm. Be polite, one of the knights snarled through gritted teeth. I didn't believe it. Hey, you. Mongrel, have you no? Sunny's eye twitched, and he opened his mouth to retort. Before he could, however, there was a rustle of wings, and suddenly, a breathtaking figure was standing between him and the incensed knights. Shielding him with her radiant wings, Neffys frowned and looked at them scornfully. Quote. What is going on here? Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1806. Shadow in Distress. 1073 words. Seeing that a literal saint had fallen from the sky, the approaching knights froze and looked away in embarrassment, or rather, they tried. However, they were too mesmerized by Neff's appearance. With her beautiful white wings, tousled silver hair, and flawless figure, she looked nothing short of stunning. It was as if a celestial deity had suddenly descended into the mortal world, illuminating it with her pure light. Additionally, she wasn't wearing her usual elegant attire or polished armor. Instead, she was dressed in simple clothes made out of soft white fabric, which seemed almost like loungewear, and contoured the graceful lines of her body well. Too well, maybe. Suddenly, Sunny felt an overwhelming impulse to walk in front of Neffys and shield her from their gazes, instead. What are you staring at, bastards? To be fair, there was nothing lascivious in their gazes. Instead, the knights were strangely stuck between embarrassment, admiration, and a bit of remnant contempt directed at Sunny. It was a funny sight. Quote. What is going on here? Neff's voice was cold, and her expression was stern. White sparks danced in her piercing gray eyes. The knights shivered, instantly losing their rancor. Nothing, Lady Neffys. We apologize for our rudeness. Please don't mind us. She scowled. If there is nothing going on, then I suggest you be on your way. Her voice was even, but the seasoned knights suddenly turned pale. A moment later, they were gone. It was quite amazing, actually. The skills of these warriors were truly formidable. If Sunny did not know any better, he would have thought that they were blown away by the wind. What a splendid movement technique. Knights of valor were known for their indomitability in battle, but it seemed that they knew a thing or two about how to retreat, as well. While he was considering admiring their swift withdrawal, Neffys huffed quietly and turned to him. Her scornful expression instantly disappeared, replaced by a subtle look of concern. She lingered for a moment. I am sorry. Are you all right? Sunny couldn't help but gaze at her deeply, taking in every little detail of her. Eventually, he remembered himself and answered in a slightly stifled tone. Ah, yes, I am fine. Then, he tilted his head a little, glanced at the distant silhouette of the Ivory Island, and looked back at Neffys. I'm sorry, Lady Neffys, but did you just jump down after noticing that I'm in trouble? He had not put two and two together immediately, but now that he took a better look at her, there were a few strange details. Her comfortable clothes, unkempt hair, and slight signs of agitation were far from the composed image Neffys usually presented to the public. So, it wasn't hard to surmise that this appearance had not been planned. Neffys froze for a moment, glanced down at herself, then awkwardly swiped a lock of her hair back, putting it behind her ear. Sunny could have sworn that she blushed a little. Ah, well, I happened to be free when Cassie informed me that something was afoot. So, here I am. She studied his face to make sure that everything was indeed all right, then looked at the pack in his hands in confusion. That said, what exactly happened? She only told me that you were taken to the main keep. Her expression hardened. Did someone harass you? Was it my sister? What did she say? Sunny remained silent for a few moments, not knowing how to answer. Eventually, he gave her a reassuring smile. Oh, no, nothing like that. Nobody harassed me. I was indeed summoned by Princess Morgan, but for a different reason. Well, I'm not sure how to say it. Neff's frown only deepened. Different reason, you say. What reason might that be? Sunny coughed. Well, it's like this. She made me a knight of valor. He did not know what Neffis had expected to hear, but it definitely wasn't this. For a moment, she seemed startled. What? He smiled helplessly. It's how I said. I was given the title of a knight and the post of the Knight Commander of the Ardent Wardens. Oh, the Ardent Wardens are a group of volunteers who do community service, mainly taking care of the elderly. Yeah, I was told that my only responsibility is to maintain the prestige of the royal family, whatever that means. Neffis stared at him for a while, then sighed and covered her face with a hand. After a few moments of silence, she said in a flat tone. I am sorry. It's my fault. They were probably unhappy with me dating a man of no background. I expected opposition, but who would have thought that Morgan would be so accommodating? Sunny blinked a couple of times. Oh, so it's because of my lowly background. I see. She lowered her hand and looked at him with a startled expression. No, I didn't mean it like that. Sunny smiled. I know, you're not a conceited person. If anything, to be honest, between the two of us, I am probably more of a bigot. I actually have quite a prejudice against the legacy clans. Although, it might be a bit bold of me to admit something like that while attempting to court a princess of a great clan. Oh well, what can I do? That just goes to show how the lack of pedigree results in a lack of common sense and decorum. Hearing his light-hearted tone, Neffis relaxed a little. She lingered a little, then met his smile with a tentative one of her own. Then, I am grateful that you are willing to put your prejudice aside and give this princess a chance. You are an admirably broad-minded person, Master Sunless. He laughed. No one has ever accused me of being broad-minded before. It's just that I would have to be mad to let my pettiness stand in the way of seeing you, Lady Neffis. Then, he suddenly froze. Right, weren't they supposed to go on a date in a few days? Meeting her today, therefore, was a bit awkward. What was he supposed to do? Pretend that they had not made plans? Or try to woo her right now? Noticing his puzzlement, Neffis asked. What's wrong? Sunny hesitated for a few moments. No, it's nothing. It's just that, to be honest, I've been thinking about our date a lot. Constantly, even, I've been looking forward to it so much that meeting you all of a sudden is a bit of a shock. Well, I know that you are terribly busy, Lady Neffis. So, I'll see you in a few days. She looked at him silently for a while. Then, she smiled subtly. Actually, I'm not that busy. How about we just make it today? Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1807 Dream Come True. 1158 words. They parted soon after. For a little bit, Sunny might not have known a lot about women, but he knew enough not to try taking Neffis on a date immediately. Women had their mysterious rites and rituals. After all, if he invited her anywhere without giving her a chance to clean up and change out of her loungewear into something more flattering, he would have earned the scorn of the entire womankind. Granted, those light clothes of hers were flattering enough, already. Although not exactly sparse, they did a splendid job of accentuating every pure thoughts. In any case, the brief parting worked in his favor, as well. While Neffis returned to the Ivory Island to get ready, Sunny scrambled to arrange a few things. About an hour later, he was waiting by the riverside dock, holding the familiar picnic basket in one hand. It was a blessing that there were two bodies at his disposal here in Bastion. Otherwise, he would have never managed to prepare in time. Not only did he have to make arrangements, but he also had to quickly assemble a delightful meal for a romantic getaway. One body had been running around and outside the city, while the other had been busy in the kitchen. Luckily, he managed to finish everything in the nick of time. Suppressing a hint of nervousness, Sunny couldn't help but look up at the graceful silhouette of the ivory tower hovering among the clouds. He almost expected to see a beautiful figure descending from the sky in a mantle of sunlight, but due to the location of where they had arranged to meet, Neffis decided to be less conspicuous. If Changing Star had indeed landed on a lively street in all her radiant glory, the commotion caused by her arrival would not have been small. Therefore, she simply walked up to him like a normal person, appearing from an alley. Of course, there was still a big reaction. A saint was not someone who could be ignored, and Neffis was not just any saint. Wearing a simple white summer dress and no jewelry, she was still stunning. The passerby couldn't help but react to her beauty, and a lot of heads had been involuntarily turned. Sunny felt his heart skip, knowing that today, that beauty was just for him. As she approached with a light smile, he heard a quiet and melodious ringing. He had not told her a lot about the destination of their date, but he did tell her that it would have something to do with water, so, Neffis summoned the familiar pair of silver anklets, which were a memory she had used on the great river to help her move in the water. Sunny couldn't help but smile when looking at her. Neffis walked over, stopped near him, and asked in a light tone. So, Master Sunless, where are you taking me? He hesitated for a moment. Out there in the waking world, it was winter, and bitter cold haunted the snowy streets. But here in Bastion, it was still summer. The entire city was bathed in smoldering heat. People were seeking shelter from the incandescent sun in the shade and longing for cool drinks. Of course, as saints, both Sunny and Neffis could ignore the sultry weather, but that did not mean that they would not enjoy the refreshing feeling of cooling down their bodies. He smiled. To a beach. Neffis tilted her head a little. Quote. A beach. Sunny nodded. It might sound a little silly, but actually, I've always dreamed of going to the beach. It's just that there were none where I grew up. Actually, I'm not entirely sure if there are any left in the waking world. He paused for a moment, and then added with a smile. But I've learned that there is actually one not far from Bastion. So, would you mind making a dream of mine come true, Lady Neffis? She looked at him with a hint of mirth. How would I dare refuse? I remember you telling me that you'd given up on having dreams. Fortunately, you seem to have found one, so I'd be delighted to help you fulfill it. The corner of Neff's mouth twisted upward, and she added with a hint of teasing in her tone. However, are you sure that you don't just want to see me in a bathing suit, Master Sunless? He looked at her seriously. I promise that I don't just want to see you in a bathing suit. His tone was earnest, but there was a subtle accent on the word, just. She laughed. If you say so, then, how do we get to this beach? Sunny offered her his arm. Follow me. Once she wrapped her arm around his, he guided her to the dock. There were several rivers feeding the Mirror Lake, and one it gave birth to. That river was much more modest than the great river of tears that flowed through the entire Song domain, but it was still deep and full. Its destination was also the same, it flowed south, toward the Stormzia. Bastion was much further south and closer to the Stormzia than Ravenheart, so the river wasn't very long. It could be quite dangerous for the same reason. Powerful sea monsters sometimes entered the estuary and swam far upstream, attracted by the smell of human souls. They never reached the Mirror Lake, though, because the citadel of Clan Dagonet stood between Bastion and the sea. The powerful abominations from the depths always died trying to breach the river fortress. Nevertheless, the length of the river between Bastion and the stronghold was not entirely safe. But Sunny judged that nothing in this tamed region of the Dream Realm could seriously threaten him and Neffis. Very few things out there could. What he cared about was that there was a wild beach not too far down the river. It was beautiful, peaceful, and remote, a perfect place for a date on a hot summer day. That was where he wanted to take Neff. There were several wooden longships tied to the pier, their bows carved to resemble dragons and serpents. These drakers belonged to Clan Dagonet, and were used to patrol the river and guard the trade ships coming from the Stormzia. There were also several barges meant to deliver supplies to the river fortress and the town that had grown around it. Most importantly, there were plenty of small river boats. Thanks, Aiko. Sunny guided Neffis to one of the boats, which he had rented from the owner in advance. It was just large enough to fit 2 people and a bit of cargo, with a single pair of oars at the stern. She looked at it curiously. Are we sailing down the river? Sunny hesitated for a moment, then smiled helplessly. Well, more like rowing down the river. Oh, I'll be the one handling the oars, of course. Why, you don't like it? Should I kill Aiko? A little. Neffis looked at the boat, then at the river, and finally back at him. Eventually, she smiled. No, I love it. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. Aiko can live. Should I give her a raise? Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1808-1808, Down the River. 1194 words. Sunny held Neff's hand to help her step into the boat, then untied it, pushed it away from the berth, and jumped inside nimbly. His movements were so light that the boat did not rock at all. Neffy sat down on the bench at the front, while he took his place on the bench at the stern. They were facing each other, with only the picnic basket between them. He took the oars and moved them gently, guiding the boat to the middle of the river. It floated smoothly, cutting the water with a pleasant sound. The lively streets of Bastion crawled past them, with plenty of interesting scenes to be seen. The further from the shore they moved, the quieter it became, until the bustle of the city had turned into a quiet hum. Sunny was not looking around, though. He was looking at Neffis, and in turn, she was looking at him. Both were smiling. Neffis leaned to the side and lowered a hand into the water. Watching her fingers cut its surface, she sighed deeply, and then closed her eyes for a moment. Her features relaxed. How peaceful. Hearing her say that made him happy. Sunny extended his shadow sense in all directions, so he knew that there were no nightmare creatures hiding under the water. He did not spoil the mood by telling her to be careful. Instead, he used the few moments she had her eyes closed to stare at her with an unabashed craving. Then, he averted his eyes and concentrated on rowing. After a while, Neffis looked at him with a subtle smile. The city was behind them by then, there were no other boats on the river, and no ships in sight. The only sounds breaking the silence were the rustle of water and the soft splashes produced by the oars. She leaned back a little and asked in a leisurely tone, "Won't you grow tired from rowing?" Sunny chuckled. It was obviously a question asked for the sake of being polite. He was supposed to be a master. After all, guiding a small boat downriver would not tire him. He could have used a measure of strength suitable for an ascendant and sent the boat flying at great speed to strain himself, but then the oars would probably explode into splinters. That wouldn't be nice at all. Oh, I might not look it, but actually, I'm quite strong. He let go of one of the oars for a moment and showed her his hand. These hands of mine can crush mountains. Neffis laughed. I'm sure. Still, I feel guilty watching you do all the work. Sunny remained silent for a moment. Then, his smile turned a little daring. Why don't you come here and help me, then? She looked at him, then rose with a smile and moved to the rear bench. Sunny shifted to the side to give her some room. A few moments later, they were sitting side by side, each holding one oar. The bench wasn't quite wide enough to fit 2 people, so their bodies were pressed tightly against each other. The cool breeze was caressing them gently, and the sun reflected beautifully from the surface of the water. The river was peaceful and quiet. Sunny could feel the heat of her body through his clothes, and she could undoubtedly feel his. He inhaled deeply. Rowing a boat in this manner was a little tricky. The oars had to move both simultaneously and with equal amounts of force, otherwise, the small vessel would either turn to the shore or start spinning in place. But Sunny and Neffis easily fell into a comfortable rhythm. They were perfectly in sync, the oars rose and fell in tandem with each other, and the boat remained perfectly straight. It was rocking a little, though, and due to the fact that they were so close, each holding an oar with one hand, maintaining balance was a little tedious. Sunny moved his free arm and wrapped it around Neff's waist, firmly holding her in place. She glanced at him with a smile, then did the same. Just like that, they remained silent for a while, rowing in harmony while enjoying the breeze, the peaceful quiet of the river, and each other's warmth. The silence between them wasn't awkward or tense. Instead, it was comfortable and soothing, easing their tired minds. After a while, Neffis looked at him and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Sunny lingered for a moment, then shrugged slightly. "Just, life, I guess. How it is sometimes full of sorrow, and sometimes full of joy." She studied his face carefully, then turned to enjoy the view of the river. "Interesting. My life is quite different, I think. I am content at times, and at other times I am resentful. But I don't really feel joy or sorrow that much. Mostly, I am just focused. Actually, I feel a little guilty if I am too happy or too sad. It makes me feel that I have allowed myself to become distracted." He looked at her curiously. That was how Neffis was. She lived in service of her goal, which didn't mean that she was miserable. It just meant that her mind was preoccupied with practical matters, and she mostly drew both satisfaction and discontent from the actions undertaken to realize her aspiration. That was a valid way to live a life. Still, Sunny felt that she was being too harsh on herself. He hesitated for a moment. "Really? Then, when was the last time you felt joy? And when was the last time you felt sorrow?" Neffis looked at the river with a faint smile. She remained silent for a bit, then answered in an easy tone. "I don't quite remember." Sunny kept looking at her, not saying anything. Was it because it was not important to her, so she had forgotten? Or was it because her joys and sorrows had all been connected to him? He hugged her tighter. Sensing it, she turned to face him and smiled. What about you? Sunny blinked a couple of times and answered honestly. Why, I am full of joy right now. Hearing Neff laugh, he smiled brightly. As for sorrow, I had to throw out a batch of strawberries because there were too few customers in the cafe as of late. That was really sad. Her laugh grew a little louder. That made him happy, as well. After a while, Neffys looked at him, lingered for a few moments and then said neutrally. This was a really great idea. I have a bit of history with boats, you know. Sunny knew, of course. From the boat she had built from the bones of a demon to cross the dark sea to a Nenki sketch, the two of them had shared many poignant moments while rocking on the water. Neffy sighed. I once sailed down a great river with a dear person. That person is gone, but the fondness remains. He couldn't do anything but hold her close. Sunny knew that she was talking about Anank. But even though she could not remember him, these words described the two of them, too. Looking ahead, he smiled and said, then, it's good to forge new memories. To remember them fondly as well, one day in the future. Eventually, the beach he had wanted to take her to appeared in sight. By then, basked in her warmth, Sunny felt a bit regretful that it did. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1809 Beach Date. 1019 words. Bastion used to be surrounded by a vast, lush forest. Sadly, the entire forest had been one giant, dreadful abomination, a fallen titan that possessed immense power and almost inexhaustible vitality. The Knights of Valor had risen to become one of the deadliest forces among the early carriers of the Nightmare spell precisely because the warriors of the future Great Clan had spent decades fighting against the titanic forest and its horrid spawns. There were no masters and no saints back then, and yet, they managed to push it back from the shores of the Mirror Lake. Nevertheless, Bastion had still been besieged by the hungry woods from all sides, and it was only after the second generation of Awakened came of age that the situation changed. One of the sons of the famed founder of Clan Valor took command of the Knights and waged a ruthless war against the vast titan. Today, everyone knew the name of that son, for he had become the King of Swords. As for the abominable forest, it was long gone, burned to the ground, the ashes scattered by the winds. A bustling city and fertile fields now stretched where impenetrable woods once stood, blocking the light of the sun and drowning the land in darkness. Sunny and Neffys had traveled far enough downstream to leave the settled parts behind, though. Now, tall trees crowded the shore, these ones quite docile and not dangerous at all, unless one went digging for their roots or tried to cut them down, at least. There was a river bend not too far away, and the trees retreated a little along its curve, forming a sequestered beach. Emerald leaves were rustling like a vast sea, and sunlight poured from the pure azure sky. The air was shimmering from the sweltering heat. Further away from shore, the ground was covered by moss and swaying grass, but there was a wide strip of golden sand near the water. It was beautiful and peaceful, like a picture out of a book. Sunny smiled when he saw the picturesque view. We're here. The two of them carefully guided the boat to the shore. Neffys jumped down onto the sand, looked around, and inhaled deeply. She seemed at ease and relaxed, which was a rare sight. Sunny, at least, did not remember when was the last time he had seen her in such a serene mood. Perhaps it was never. Picking up the picnic basket, he jumped to the beach, then grabbed the bow of the boat with his free hand and pulled it ashore as if it did not weigh anything. Then, he studied their surroundings with a curious expression. Single quote ... How nice. Suffice it to say, Sunny wasn't a big fan of getting wet, simply because the spell had never missed a chance to drop him into some damnable body of water. Nevertheless, now that he was on an actual beach, the idea of spending a pleasant day playing in the water and basking in the sun did not seem terrible at all. Especially in the present company. Neffys glanced at him curiously. Well, what do you think? Is it everything you dreamed of? Sunny chuckled. Ah, it's not bad, I guess. We'll see how things go. This outing of theirs was entirely spontaneous, and they had spent quite a while getting here. Needless to say, Sunny had not had a chance to eat before due to being summoned to the castle and running around to prepare the date, so, he had worked up an appetite. Neffys was most likely the same. He found a good spot near the water and placed the basket down. Opening it, Sunny produced a beautifully embroidered blanket, laid it on the sand, and then moved the basket to its middle. Looking at Neff, he asked, would you like to eat something, Lady Neffys? She studied him for a few moments, then shook her head with a smile. Actually, I think I want to cool down a little first. He nodded. Oh, then, his expression changed a little. Oh, before Sunny could react, Neffys took a step back and pulled her dress off. She was wearing a white swimming suit beneath. It was not too modest and not too revealing, hiding everything that needed to be hidden just well enough to set his imagination ablaze. He barely managed not to gulp. Her alabaster skin, her glistening silver hair, her striking eyes, the smooth lines of her supple body, it was a lot to take in. Her figure was slender and athletic, with a flat stomach and perfectly defined muscles, as expected from a person who spent most of her time either in battle or practicing the sword. However, it wasn't harsh and cumbersome. Instead, it was beautiful and soft in all the right. I should probably look away. Sunny struggled to maintain his mental composure, knowing that she could sense the intensity of his longing. His struggles had limited success. Neffys chuckled, then turned around and stepped into the water. Then, she looked at him over the shoulder. Are you coming? Sunny hesitated for a few moments. He wanted to, and he was going to, eventually, but doing so meant that there was no way back. Because he would have to dismiss the nebulous mantle to take a dive into the cool water. The mantle protected him from prying eyes and suppressed his presence. Once his presence was released, Neffys would get a better measure of his power. She might not realize that he was a saint immediately, some masters had one too, after all. Sunny himself had emanated a subtle presence as an ascended, for example. Plus, 5 of his shadows were far away, which diminished the ferocity of his presence a lot. But, still, Neffys would be able to realize the truth eventually. He wasn't quite ready to let that happen, yet. Sunny smiled easily. Go ahead first. I'll prepare things here and join you soon. She studied his face for a moment, then smiled and turned away. Suit yourself. Not wasting any time, Neffys dove into the cool water, escaping the summer heat with a splash. She moved away from shore with powerful strokes, then turned onto her back and continued swimming while looking at the vivid blue sky. Her tranquil gaze was full of joy. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1810-1810, Beautiful Gift. 1091 words. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then looked down and concentrated on setting the table. However, he couldn't help but throw glances at Neffis, who was enjoying herself in the water. His gaze was a little heated, but he tried to control his emotions as best he could, knowing that she might sense the nature and intensity of his desire. He was sure that she already had. Maybe Neffis did not mind, though. Sunny let out a quiet sigh. His shadow sense had expanded to envelop a vast area, reaching far and wide. From the sky to the bottom of the river, nothing could escape him. He knew that Neff could handle any danger hiding underwater, but he still felt protective. Today was her day off, which was an exceedingly rare event. So, nothing was allowed to spoil it. Many kilometers away, a hideous monster was stealthily moving through the woods. Before it could take another step, though, shadows suddenly came alive all around it. The beast did not have any time to react or to let out a roar, it was swiftly pulled into the darkness and disappeared from sight. A few moments later, a stream of blood flowed out of the shadows. Sunny shook his head with reproach and continued pulling out snacks out of the picnic basket. There were all kinds of dishes for Neffis to choose from, those she liked the most at the Brilliant Emporium. There was also a small brazier and a kettle to brew tea. He had prepared well. Eventually, Neffis had enough fun and swam back to the shore. Sunny was standing there peacefully, enjoying the breeze. Rising from the water, she swept her hair back and looked at him with an easy smile. Aren't you hot, Master Sunless? All alone there on the shore. He hesitated for a moment. Not really, I've prepared the food, would you like? Instead of answering, she looked at him for a moment, then moved her hand unhurriedly. In the next moment, Sunny was splashed with water. He froze. What just happened? His brain refused to process the information. Noticing his startled expression, Neffis couldn't help but laugh. Her melodious laughter, so rare and beautiful, was carried away by the wind, and then she looked at him with a hint of a mischievous smile. Her tone was subtly teasing. Quote. I feel a little cheated. Sunny stared at her silently for a few moments, then sighed deeply and lowered his head. Then, the nebulous mantle dissolved into shadows. Immediately, the summer day seemed a little colder. The shadows hiding under the trees had grown deeper and darker. Their darkness, in turn, made sunlight more stark. Not wasting any time, Sunny pulled off his clothes. He was wearing a pair of simple black swimming trunks underneath his trousers. Finding them had given him a lot of trouble, actually, while he was preparing for the date. Everything else was fine, but something like that would usually be imported from the waking world. Obviously, Sunny had to run around the city a little to procure a suitable pair. The breeze caressed his naked skin, and at the same time, Neffis looked at him with a strange intensity in her calm gray eyes. Sunny's body was not at all like what one would expect from a gallant and scholarly enchanter. It was lithe, with not a gram of fat covering the lean muscles. His figure looked like something chiseled from marble by an enamored sculptor. His flawless porcelain skin made his raven black hair and dark eyes seem even darker. Most striking of all, though, was an intricate tattoo of a great serpent that coiled around his arms and torso. Contrasted against the fair skin, the black ink was like pure darkness. Every onyx scale of the coiling serpent was so vividly tattooed that it almost seemed alive. Sunny had summoned the serpent from Godgrave for a special purpose. He had not planned on revealing it in such a manner, though. Well, all his plans had gone astray ever since this morning. Neffis seemed a little startled by the sight. You have a tattoo. Sunny looked at his arms, then smiled pleasantly. That I do. While she was gazing at him deeply, he sent a little essence into his muscles and jumped high into the air, then plummeted into the water like a cannonball, making sure that Neffis was in the splash zone. In the next moment, she was doused with water from head to toe. Neff's eyes widened a little. Laughing, Sunny surfaced and then swam away from the shore. Get back here. The water was cool and clear, washing away the summer heat from his body. Coming to a beach was indeed a really great idea. The two of them played in the water for a while. With her silver anklets, Neffis was like a mermaid. Sunny spent most of the time enjoying the sight of her moving gracefully underwater, so much so that he was starting to worry that he would be too distracted and accidentally drown. The water was pleasantly cool and incredibly clear. The sun, which had been high above them on the way to the beach, was slowly rolling down the horizon. At some point, Sunny left Neffis alone and swam far away from the shore, then held his breath and dove down. Reaching the depths of the river, he noticed what he was looking for, a stealthy nightmare creature that looked like a massive boulder. Once he swam close to it, though, the boulder split apart, revealing a jagged line. The abomination was like a monstrous abalone, and what had seemed like stone was its shell. Before the creature could swallow him, Sunny crushed the impregnable shell with his fist, and then spent some time thoroughly tearing the river beast apart. Eventually, he fished the soul shard out of its remains and pushed himself toward the surface. Soon, thoroughly hungry, Sunny and Neffis returned to shore. Pleasantly tired, they walked over to the picnic blanket and sat down. She looked at the food with glistening eyes. Before Neffis could eat anything, however, Sunny reached outward and opened his palm. The soul shard was laying on it. It was a bit different from how the usual rough crystals. This one was perfectly round and polished, glimmering with a beautiful nacre color. Neffis looked at it with curiosity. What is this? Sunny smiled. Just something beautiful for you. She hesitated for a moment, then took it and studied the glimmering pearl for a few moments. Then, her face bloomed with a bright smile. Bringing the pearl closer to her face, Neffis looked at Sunny with appreciation. Then, she sighed. I don't have a gift for you, though. Pushing a plate of sandwiches closer to her, Sunny laughed. You are here. That's the best gift. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1811-1811, Perfect Day. 1016 words. You are here. That's the best gift. Neff's smile grew a little wider. Single quote. Such a smooth talker. Still, coming from Master Sunless, even the most trite compliment was too pleasant to hear. She looked down at the luminous pearl he had given her. It was merely an awakened soul shard, but the lustrous pearl was so pretty, glowing softly with an opalescent shine in her hand. Its beauty and uniqueness made it seem quite valuable. However, it was the intent behind the gift and the words that accompanied it that made Neffis like it a lot. She looked at him with a light smile. I'll cherish it. Master Sunless usually wore his hair tied back neatly, but now it was loose and wet, falling to his shoulders like a waterfall of black silk. His skin was like white porcelain, with the onyx scales of the coiling serpent contrasted starkly against its smooth surface. His dark eyes were glistening in the sunlight. He looked lovely. Neffy stole a furtive glance at his chiseled body, then hid her agitation by biting into a flavorful sandwich. Her eyes closed slightly. Ah, the sandwich was absolutely delicious. It was simply unfair. Her sight was already being assaulted by his figure, and now, her taste was besieged by his incredible cooking. Which of her 5 senses would Master Sunless tackle next? Thinking that, Neffy tried not to blush. She had been a little flustered when he took off his clothes to jump into the water. He was much sharper than she had imagined. Neffy was used to being in the company of warriors, so she had seen her fair share of athletic bodies. But the contrast between his gentle demeanor and his lean, sculpted physique was too striking. Not to mention the detailed tattoo of the coiling serpent. It was so out of place on the body of the refined enchanter that Neffy had been given a pause. That tantalizing tattoo seemed like it had a history. Had Master Sunless been a delinquent once? For some reason, the thought was strangely exciting. Of course, she had a different suspicion about the origin of the serpent tattoo. Then, there was the unexpected potency of his presence. She had known for a while that Master Sunless was in a habit of wearing a memory that dampened the impression people had of him. But she had not expected that he would be that impressive. His presence was subtle, but undeniable, very fitting for a man whose affinity lay with shadows. However, although she had paid attention to his appealing body and the unanticipated power of his dark presence, Neffy had been distracted by something else. When Master Sunless dismissed his mantle, there was another thing that was revealed. She had always felt that his longing was strangely muffled. It was there, but somewhat obscured from her senses. But when the black mantle came off, the burning heat of his desire was finally revealed to her in all its startling depth. It seemed that behind the humble, slightly melancholic exterior, Master Sunless was a man of great passion. That was why Neffy had been flustered. She had known that he felt a strong attraction to her, both on an emotional and physical level. However, it was quite a surprise to feel how deep that attraction went. It was not an unpleasant surprise, though, because Neffy felt a strong attraction, too, otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to see him in earnest. So, instead of being uncomfortable, she secretly felt pleased and flattered by his attention. Neffy had been grateful for the cold water at that time. It was all strange, and not entirely like herself. She had never felt that way, at least not that she could remember. But being with Master Sunless spoke to something deep within her. He made her feel at ease, as if the two of them belonged together like two pieces of the same puzzle. He was just so pleasant to be around. She couldn't help herself, but that was fine. Neffy let go of these thoughts as she enjoyed the picnic prepared by Master Sunless. Everything was delicious. The tea was fragrant. The company was the best part. The glistening water, the rustling leaves, the embroidered blanket, the man sitting near her, it was all perfect, like the picture out of a book. She had not felt that relaxed in a long, long time. A disastrous war that would decide not only her own fate, but the fates of countless humans as well, was almost upon them. And yet, here she was, enjoying an idle day at a beach with a beautiful man. Neffy would have felt guilty about neglecting her responsibilities, but she knew that coming here today was also important. She was proficient with a sword and had spent countless hours practicing how to wield it. Therefore, she knew that pushing her body without reprieve only seemed appealing, but would never produce a good result. The body needed sufficient rest in order to grow stronger and absorb what it had learned, otherwise, it would simply collapse, destroying all the progress. It was the same with the mind. Neffy had 1,000 issues to think about and 1,000 strategies to plan. But it would not be good to drive herself into delirium by never allowing herself to relax. The mind needed rest, too. Persistent mental fatigue and sleep deprivation would only make it dull. She knew all these things well, but she had realized only recently that the heart was just like the body and the mind. Her spirit needed reprieve from time to time, as well. She couldn't just strain it endlessly and expect that nothing would break. Instead, she needed to maintain it carefully, just like she maintained her body and mind. So, this idle time with Master Sunless was not irresponsible at all. There was no need to feel guilty about satisfying her desires. That was just her doing some much-needed maintenance on her weary heart. Today was perfect. Finishing the sandwich, Neffy leaned forward to pour herself some light wine. However, at that moment, Master Sunless reached forward, as well, aiming for the tea kettle. Suddenly, their faces were terribly close. Neffy looked at his lips, thinking, I wonder, how soft would they feel to the touch? Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1812. Don't let me be misunderstood. 1123 words. Sunny was enjoying the sight of Neffy consuming the food he had prepared delightedly. He did not speak much and just looked at her, feeling that the day was perfect. Everything went much better than he had anticipated. It was so blissful, in fact, that he unconsciously expected a cursed titan to fall on their heads out of nowhere. Then, he had to remind himself that he wasn't fated anymore. So, it will probably be fine. Still, his mouth was suddenly dry at the thought. Not thinking much about anything, Sunny reached for the tea kettle. But, at the same time, Neffy reached for the bottle of wine. Suddenly, their faces were terribly close. It was to the point that he could feel her breath on his cheek. The two of them remained motionless for a few moments, looking into each other's eyes. Neff's gaze was calm, but also made him feel hot. His own gaze, Sunny had no idea. He felt that it was rather intense. Her tantalizing lips were so close. She did not exactly move, but he sensed a subtle tension in her muscles, as if she was about to lean closer. The leaves rustled softly all around them, and the setting sun painted by the sky in a million shades of golden radiance. Sunny took a deep breath, and said, I need to tell you something. Just like that, the moment was gone. He sighed. I said that there were secrets that I might never reveal. But, before anything else happens, there's one of them in particular I must share. So, Neffy remained motionless for a bit, then picked up the bottle of wine and leaned back. Pouring the greenish liquid into a glass, she exhaled slowly and took a sip. Then, she smiled faintly. You don't really have to tell me. I already know. Sunny froze. His heart skipped a beat. No, a few beats. Suddenly, he was a little panicked. Hiding his frazzled state, he forced himself to breathe and asked slowly. Lady Nephes, what, exactly, do you think you know? He had been gathering courage to admit that he was the Lord of Shadows for so long. But, she already knew. How, since when? There were too many thoughts buzzing in his head. Nephes drank more wine and smiled wistfully. Well, it wasn't that hard to figure out, was it? She paused for a few moments, then sighed. Plus, I feel like you've been giving me hints since we met today. I would be a fool not to realize. Her tone wasn't particularly agitated, which was good. However, at the same time, why wasn't it? How could she be so nonchalant? Sunny had been agonizing about this issue for a long time, so he felt a little hurt by the fact that she could remain so calm about it. He also didn't know how she could remain calm. Nephes looked at him and continued. There are too few people with an affinity to shadows out there. But now, I am suddenly surrounded by them. Additionally, you could not have expected me to know, given how rare and arcane this knowledge is. But my experience in the third nightmare allowed me to draw a direct parallel between you and the Saint of Godgrave. Sunny trembled. What knowledge? Her smile grew a little gentle. That mantle you wear looks just like the ritual attire of a priest of the nightmare spell. The mask the Lord of Shadows wears is part of that attire, as well. Now, it might be a coincidence for me to stumble on two people with high affinity to shadows, and it might be a coincidence for two awakened to possess memories inherited from the followers of Weaver. But both of these connections can't be a coincidence. He slowly poured the tea into his cup. Single quote. Huh, indeed, why had he not thought about that? Probably because the nebulous mantle was quite inconspicuous, unlike the eye-catching Weaver's mask. He had not expected anyone to attribute it to the cult of Weaver. But this was Ananke's mantle, after all. Nephes knew it too well. Additionally, she had never been supposed to meet the humble shopkeeper. To begin with, their unexpected relationship was the result of a messy series of unanticipated events. So, Sunny had not been as meticulous in maintaining his disguise as he would normally be. She knew all along. The idea was startling. Nephes, meanwhile, finished her wine and poured herself a little more. Quote. But mainly, it was the fact that the Lord of Shadows was too well informed about everything that is happening in both worlds for someone who was supposed to be a recluse. Knowledge like that can't be achieved without an information network. So, I figured that he has many agents scattered across the waking world and the dream realm. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Huh, with a sigh, Nephes put her glass down and added in a soft tone. The lineage of Shadow God has never been discovered, at least everyone thinks so. But all these facts hint that it has. I don't know how the Shadow Clan managed to remain hidden for so long, and why you are starting to move now, but it doesn't matter. What matters? He tilted his head a little. Wait a moment, she looked him in the eyes and smiled. Is that I know that you are an agent of the Lord of Shadows, Master Sunless. But, that doesn't really change the way I think of you. So, you don't have to worry. Sunny stared at her silently. Single quote. No, but why does she sound a little smug? And also, she did not care if he was a spy working for the Lord of Shadows, that made him feel warm inside. It was so adorable. He inhaled slowly, then said in a cautious tone. No, that's not it. A hint of surprise appeared on Neff's face. She lingered for a moment, then asked. It's not. Sunny scratched the back of his head awkwardly. What I mean to say is that I am not an agent of the Lord of Shadows. His voice was a bit smooth. Quote. I am the Lord of Shadows. Neffes looked at him incredulously. Her expression was deadpan. What? He nodded. Yes, the Lord of Shadows, that's me. We met in Godgrave before we met in Bastion. Her face froze. Neffes remained silent for a while, then asked in a flat tone. How would that even work? Godgrave is so far from Bastion, and your tether. Sunny sighed, then manifested the gloomy shadow into an avatar. A moment later, two of him were sitting on the blanket, one wearing nothing but the swimming trunks, the other wearing clothes made from manifested shadows. It's an ability of mine. I have 7 bodies. 2 are here in Bastion, 4 are in Godgrave, and 1 is in the Song domain. Neff's eyes slowly widened. She stared at the two of him without saying anything, her expression perfectly emotionless. After a while, Sunny asked. Lady Nephes, are you fine? She nodded slowly. Yes, of course. He hesitated. Are you sure? Nephes raised an eyebrow elegantly. Yes. Why are you asking? Sunny coughed. Because, the river is on fire. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1813, Behind the Mask. 1,235 words. The river was, indeed, on fire. It was quite a strange sight. A vast expanse of clear water was boiling, and more than that, a sea of white flames was spreading across its surface like burning oil. A wave of heat assaulted Sunny like a tide, bathing him in warmth. Neff slowly turned her head and looked at the river, a calm and composed expression on her face. The flames fell and were extinguished under her impassive gaze. Then, she cleared her throat. Yes, there was a nightmare creature preparing to surface. I burned it. Her tone was poised and confident. Sunny kept the smile off his face. Oh, I see, of course. Thank you for reacting promptly. His shadow sense was still enveloping the entire area, so he knew perfectly well that there had been no abomination. However, he wasn't going to mention it. Instead, he raised the steaming cup of tea with a trembling hand, gulped it down, and sighed. His avatar silently turned back into a shadow. Well, yes, as I was saying, there is no shadow clan and no information network. Instead, there is just me. My transformation ability allows me to manifest my shadows as incarnations of myself. Neffy stared at him with wide eyes, still struggling to accept the revelation. Her voice turned a little subdued. Transformation ability. So, you are a saint. No, of course you are, because you are the Lord of Shadows. She closed her eyes for a moment. Then what about the other forms? The Shadow Colossus, the Little Crow. I was under the impression that the Lord of Shadows, that you, could assume these shapes due to your transcendent ability. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Those forms are made possible by a technique based on my dormant, awakened, and ascended abilities as well as my aspect legacy. Neffys took a deep breath, then looked at him sharply. After a few moments of silence, she asked with a hint of agitation in her voice. You are really him, the Lord of Shadows. Sunny remained motionless for a bit then extended an arm forward. Soul Serpent slithered under his skin, flowing into his palm. Then, the intricate tattoo slowly disappeared, and the black odachi appeared in his hand. He hesitated for a few moments, then gently placed the great sword on the sand. Yes, although, it would be more appropriate to say that the Lord of Shadows is me. Sunny looked at Nephis with a pale smile. I attained transcendence 4 years ago, near the end of the Southern Campaign. After that, well, I was a little done with the world. So, I spent a few years wandering the dream realm aimlessly, having no desire to return. But eventually, I did. I sent most of my incarnations to Godgrave, where they battled the nightmare creatures and established a foothold in that damned place. And at the same time, I came to Bastion and opened my shop. That is pretty much it. She looked at him for a while without saying anything. What was she thinking about? Sunny was afraid to imagine. Was she blaming him for fooling her? Feeling betrayed? Was she too stunned to understand the meaning of his words? Or was she, perhaps, all right with it? He did not know. Nephis, meanwhile, reached for the wine silently. The bottle, not the glass. Nephis was reeling. She couldn't help but look at Master Sunless. No, Saint Sunless, no, was that even his real name? She couldn't help but look at the charming enchanter and mentally compare him to the sinister, cold, overbearing Lord of Shadows. Sunless was slender, beautiful, and nice. His features were very handsome, but not in a rugged kind of way. Instead, he was gallant and charming in a soft and charming manner. His onyx eyes were usually calm, with a hint of wry humor hidden in their dark depths. Sometimes, they were clouded by a veil of strange melancholy, and sometimes, they were glistening with sincere mirth. He made Nephis feel at ease. The Lord of Shadows, meanwhile, was fearsome and imposing. His face was always hidden behind a mask. Sometimes, it was a featureless mask that made him look eerily unfathomable, and sometimes, it was the ferocious mask of a dark demon. His movements were sharp and powerful, full of ruthless intent. His sinister voice was cold and emotionless. He made Nephis feel on edge. If there was something in common between the two of them, it was that both of them seemed to be able to stir her emotions. But, still, how could the two of them be the same person? How could the gentle Master Sunless have cut down great nightmare creatures without batting an eye? How could the aloof Lord of the Shadows have worn a homely apron and caringly prepared delicious waffles for her, placing a scoop of ice cream and fresh strawberries on top? She was failing to understand. Ah, my head hurts. Nephis asked a few questions to buy herself some time to process the impossible revelations. He answered them, but she barely heard the answers. No way, it can't be. I mean, yes, I made the connection between the two of them. And yes, Master Sunless, Saint Sunless, he warned me that he has a lot of secrets, but. Mostly, Nephis felt stunned. There was a subtle hint of humiliation at being fooled, as well. Or rather, of being a fool. But there was also something else. Beneath the shock and rejection, she couldn't help but think, would it be so bad if the charming enchanter had turned out to be the Lord of Shadows? Nephis remembered her first meeting with the mysterious saint. She would have lied if she said that he had not fascinated her. His power, his beautiful swordsmanship, his cold arrogance, back then, she had felt wistful, thinking that it would have been so nice to have a steady partner like that. Someone who could keep up with her. An equal, of course, she had often wondered what was hiding behind the mask of the Lord of Shadows. It was a bit exciting to imagine. She was quite sure that he was young, but what did he look like? Was his face as cold and emotionless as his voice? Were his eyes as ruthless? Was he handsome? He had to be, as a saint. Was he even a human? Nephis had only been distracted from that fascination after stumbling into an unexpected relationship with Master Sunless, the charming and gentle enchanter, first a fake one, then less and less so. She mentally replaced the ferocious mask with the beautiful face of Master Sunless, Saint Sunless. Or whatever his name truly was. He would look so out of place in the heavy onyx armor, wielding the great blade of the dark odachi. But also, it fit so well. His raven black hair, his porcelain skin, his dark eyes. She could imagine it easily, a beautiful man like him sitting on an obsidian throne in the nameless temple, clad in intricate onyx armor and surrounded by eternal darkness. Single quote. How did I not realize it before? Nephis wanted to fall through the ground. She feverishly went over every encounter with the Lord of Shadows, and then put them side by side with the time she had spent with Master Sunless. The way he watched her practice swordsmanship. The way he watched the lonesome tree in the courtyard of the dark temple. The way he seemed to enjoy seeing people eat his food. The way he seemed to prefer the solitude of the nameless temple despite surrounding himself with human-like shadows. She swallowed some wine, not feeling its taste. Wait, Sunless. Is that even your real name? Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1814 Confession. 1379 words. Quote. Sunless. Is that even your real name? Sunny blinked a couple of times. Why is she? But then, it made sense. He knew that his feelings for Nephis were real, and him being the Lord of Shadows did not change them. But, for her, she must have been questioning everything she knew about him. Every word he had uttered was under suspicion of being a lie, and every action he had taken was under suspicion of being premeditated and purposeful. That was because, while Master Sunless was merely a person, the Lord of Shadows was something else. He was one of the players in the grand game between the powers of this world. Sunny lingered for a moment, then offered her a fragile smile. Sure, that is my real name. Well, actually, although it is my real name, most people call me Sunny. So, I was going to suggest that you call me that too, soon, today. He faltered, then sighed. Listen, I want to explain something. My intention was never to deceive you. I did not approach you with an ulterior motive, insinuating myself into your good graces for a nefarious purpose. In fact, I never expected to meet you at all. I mean, meet you here, in Bastion. He wasn't being very eloquent, but there was no helping it. Sunny's mind was in turmoil, and therefore, so were his words. He sought a momentary refuge in the act of gulping down tea. It was, sort of like this. The Lord of Shadows was supposed to be a part of me that deals with the big picture. While Master Sunless, he wasn't supposed to have any purpose at all. He was just meant to live the life that I have always wanted to live, but was never able to. A quiet and peaceful life away from bloodshed and strife, one that had nothing to do with the sovereigns, the war, the nightmare spell, the gods and the demons. The future. Sunny sighed. I just wanted to manage a small shop and live quietly. Or rather, I wanted to let a part of me experience that bliss, at least. So that was what I did, and I never expected that a few days after the Lord of Shadows met you, you would walk into my shop. Actually, I was so startled that I fell, like a fool. Neff blinked. Quote. That was why you were on the floor. Sunny coughed and scratched his head in embarrassment. Yeah, she stared at him intently. Wait, what about the duel with Tristan of Aegis Rose? He looked down. Oh, that, I tried really hard not to hurt him. Too much. Neffy's opened her mouth to say something, then closed it again. Then, she opened it once more and covered it with a hand, as if mortified. Wait, so, when she... Sunny smiled sheepishly. Ah, right, that happened, too. It was a bit funny, actually. Effie was in a habit of belittling the Lord of Shadows in an earnest attempt to help out Master Sunless when Neffy's over. Her clumsy attempts to help missed the mark completely, of course, but were strangely endearing. Although, Neffy's had indeed ended up seeing the humble shopkeeper in a favorable light. So maybe Effie actually knew what she was doing. Sunny wasn't sure, at that point. Noticing that Neffy seemed to have lost the ability to speak, he hesitated for a moment and then said softly. When you walked into my shop, it was like two worlds colliding. Well, and after that, one thing led to the other, and before I knew it, we were in a contractual relationship, I was being knighted, and you were spending more time with me than with the Lord of Shadows. Who was supposed to be the only incarnation of mine to face you? He hesitated for a moment. I knew that the best course of action would be to sever that connection and make sure that Master Sunless, the humble shopkeeper, never comes in contact with Changing Star of the Immortal Flame again. But, I was selfish, and I was greedy, and I went along with the flow, allowing it to pull me closer to you. Neffy's looked at him strangely, something flashing in her eyes. Then, a slight frown creased her elegant brow. She mumbled, wait, but initially, I only trusted you, this version of you, because Cassie had vouched that you could be trusted. And she would not have done something like that without a thorough investigation. How did she miss all these clues? Sunny almost choked on his tea. Wiping his lips, he put the cup down and glanced at Neffy's carefully. Ah, he said tentatively. Actually, Cassie was the first to find out. She made sure that I had no malice toward you, and tacitly agreed to keep my secret. For a bit, so that I could tell you myself, eventually. The wine bottle was slowly melting in Neff's hand. Her voice trembled a little. Cassie knew. Sunny smiled awkwardly. Sorry, Cassie. Ah, yes, we sort of struck a deal. For reasons. But, you should know that she only has your best interests in mind. So, if you want to blame someone, blame me. She has really done the best she could. It is me who's at fault. Neffy stared at him silently for a while. Then, she stared at him some more. Sunny had a feeling that she was yelling at a certain blind seer currently, in her head. He tried to imagine what Neffy's was feeling. His imagination failed. Surely, she was shocked. Embarrassed, a little, reeling, but, maybe, was there no possibility that she was a little happy, as well? The Lord of Shadows wasn't her enemy, after all. In fact, they had built some trust and rapport in the recent months. They had fought side by side, and he was someone anyone would wish to have by their side on the battlefield. Someone who could support her on her treacherous path, not just treat her to a picnic between the calamitous battles. Wouldn't it feel nice, to know that someone like that was also kind and caring, to her, at least, and that he was willing, longed for, really, to be more than just an ally? Both the Lord of Shadows and Master Sunless were parts of Sunny. And together, they made someone who could stand side by side with Neffy's wherever she went, and support her in whatever way she needed. In short, I'm not that bad, am I? Neffy's inhaled slowly, then said in a subdued tone, which one of you is, the real you? Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then said the truth. All of me is the real me. He looked away. Quote. It would be easy to say that one of my incarnations is a mask, and the other one is the true me. But that would be a lie. They are all me, and the only difference between them is the role they have to play. The Lord of Shadows is meant for war, and so, he is aloof and unyielding. Master Sunless is meant for peace, and so, he is soft and accommodating. Sunny lingered for a moment, and then added quietly, I guess you can say that one of them is what I want to be, while the other is what I have to be. But that is not really important. What's important is that, he looked at her with a pale smile. Both of them are me, and I am sincere in my feelings for you. You know it, you should have felt my longing. Neffy studied his face for a long time. Then, she nodded slowly, and, blushed. I see, I need to digest it. Sorry, wah. Before Sunny could react, beautiful white wings appeared behind Neffy's, and she soared into the air, sending sand flying in all directions. Wait, he called after her, but she swiftly rose into the sky, and then disappeared in the direction of Bastion. Sunny was left alone on the beach, frozen. You, he looked down, remained silent for a while, and grimaced. Quote. You forgot to take your dress. Indeed, Neffy's was in such a hurry to leave that she had forgotten to pick up her white summer dress. Of course, she could summon a memory armor to cover her body at any moment, but still. Sunny sighed deeply. He didn't regret confessing his identity to her. He would have felt uncomfortable going further without doing that. But he did regret it, a little. Their perfect date was ruined. And yet, he looked at the sky silently. There, at the end. Her reaction wasn't that bad, was it? It wasn't. In fact, it was a little promising. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1815-1815, Stranded. 1,200 words. The sky above the Moonriver plain was gray and unfriendly. Drops of cold water were dribbling from above, and the winds were blowing above the barren wasteland, howling as they dove into the canyons. Rain sat in front of the crackling fire for a few minutes, staring somberly into the distance. Her body was bruised, but there were no serious wounds. Her mind was clear, it was just that the situation was a bit bleak. Rain sighed heavily, then inspected her surroundings. Well, there wasn't much to inspect. The stony wasteland was nearly featureless. There were a few twisted, dead trees a dozen or so meters away. Beyond that, far away, stood a weathered ruin. The canyon was on the other side, a stone throw away. Next, she inspected herself and grimaced. Rain was wearing her usual leather pants, Henley, wool vest, and jacket. She was not going to suffer from the cold because her body was protected by her worn-out military bodysuit, but her warm coat was still in her pack, which was back with the survey team, full of survival equipment. The last time she had seen her sword, it was impaling the abominable hand to the ground. Her bow and quiver were now somewhere at the bottom of the canyon. The only weapons she had left were the hunting knife in the sheath attached to the small of her back, and a dagger hidden in her boot. It wasn't much, however, what concerned Rain the most was not the lack of weapons, but the lack of simple tools. There was no food or water, either. Luckily, there was a young lady from a noble clan. Tamar had to have a few useful memories in her soul arsenal. Rain rubbed her face, then rose and walked over to the unconscious girl. After inspecting her carefully, she scowled and cursed quietly through gritted teeth. Damnation, Tamar wasn't in a good shape. She was not at death's door, but her body was terribly battered. Her face was bruised, and judging by a slight grimace that contorted it with each breath, so were her ribs. One of her arms was badly injured. If not for the vambrace of her enchanted armor, it would have been mangled even worse. Worst of all, both of her legs seemed to be broken. She must have been slammed against the wall of the canyon or had been caught between rocks, being tossed around by the current. Well, it was already a miracle that they had managed to survive. In fact, Rain should have been worse off than Tamar, whose awakened physique was much more robust. Her teacher must have made rescuing her a priority. Rain sighed deeply. She wasn't particularly fond of the haughty legacy, but there was also no animosity between them. So, seeing her in such a sorry state made Rain feel despondent. Tamar had chosen to catch the falling laborer instead of saving herself, after all. If she had been more selfish, she might have avoided getting hurt altogether. Stupid woman. Rain stared at the unconscious girl for a while, then rose and walked away. She returned a couple of minutes later, carrying a few sturdy branches. Awakened were much stronger than mundane people, and could recover from many terrible wounds. They healed much faster. Tamar seemed to have already saturated her core, as well, at that despite only awakening a couple of months ago. One of the perks of being a legacy, I guess. She must have received a treasure trove of soul shards immediately after becoming an awakened. Legacy clans were known to provide their young with a lot of support. Granted, not quite to that degree. Clan Sorrow must have liked pampering young Tamar. Or rather, they probably were in a hurry to make her as strong as possible before the start of the war. The thought made Rain feel cold. In any case, Rain wasn't too concerned about the younger girl. She would make a full recovery before too long. However, this was the dream realm. They were lost and far away from other humans. Their situation was rather precarious. Taking off her jacket, Rain hesitated for a few moments and unsheathed her knife. She cut her Henley and then tore off its sleeves with a regretful expression. Finally, she sat down on the ground and started to cut the sleeves into thin strips of fabric, meaning to make them into cords. It was better to set Tamar's bones before she regained consciousness. Once the cords were ready, Rain returned the knife into its sheath and approached the legacy girl. Her greaves and cuisses were in the way, so Rain had to unstrap them. Memory armor was rarely donned and stripped, since Awakened could simply summon and dismiss it. However, that did not mean that it couldn't be taken off normally. Granted, Rain wasn't very familiar with how all these plates of metal were fastened to a human body and each other. So, she fumbled a little. She was in the process of trying to remove a greave when something about her surroundings subtly changed. Looking up, she was a little startled to see that Tamar had opened her eyes and was staring at her dazedly. Quote. What are you doing? The legacy girl's voice sounded hoarse. Rain looked down. From the side, it surely seemed like she was trying to loot the half-dead young lady for a pair of boots. Like a complete scoundrel, Rain smiled sheepishly and then said in a friendly tone, "Don't scream." Tamar looked at her in confusion. Then, her eyes widened, and she let out a stifled groan. The pain had finally caught up with her. Arg, damn it. The young legacy slumped on the ground and gritted her teeth, reeling from pain. Rain, meanwhile, let go of the greave and shook her head in dejection. All that work, completely in vain. She waved to attract Tamar's attention. "Hey, Lady Tamar, dismiss your armor." Tamar looked at her silently for a few moments. Quote. Why? Rain inhaled quietly, then tried her best to imitate the tone her mom had used to make her younger self take medicine. "Your legs are broken. I need to set the bones, well, unless you want them to heal wrong." The young legacy gritted her teeth, then raised her torso and looked down. A few moments later, she fell back on the ground, her face turning pale. There was a long stretch of silence, and then, her plate armor collapsed into a whirlwind of sparks, leaving only the cloth underlayer behind. Tamar was left wearing only a simple white shirt and breeches, shivering slightly in the cold. Rain hesitated a little before picking up her jacket and covering the younger girl with it. Then, she looked at her pale face from above. "It's going to hurt a lot. Do you want to bite down on something?" Tamar slowly shook her head. "Just do it. Well, suit yourself." Rain returned to her feet, picked up on them gently, placed her hand on her calves, and said gingerly, "Listen, I'm going to count to 3. 1. Without saying anything else, she pulled. In the next moment, Tamar clenched her fists and let out a string of curses. Or at least she must have thought that they were curses. In fact, this proper young lady had no idea how to properly curse. It was a bit adorable. You said you would count to 3. Rain shrugged nonchalantly. "I lied. Share to your friends." Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1816-1816, Simple Porter. 1,243 words. Tamar handled the pain surprisingly well. Rain herself was no stranger to pain, but she had never been hurt that badly. She wasn't sure if she could have maintained composure in a similar situation, at least without a dire need to stay composed. Humans were wired to abhor pain, so there was nothing wrong with showing a bit of weakness. But after that first string of curses, the young legacy stayed silent and simply glared at Rain intensely. It was as if she was inviting her to try her worst. Weirdo. Luckily, Rain was quite good at treating injuries. All children learned the basic treatment procedures in school, and she had been additionally schooled on how to deal with most injuries in the wilderness by her teacher. So, Tamar did not have to suffer unnecessarily. After the bones were set, Rain told her to summon back her boots, and then went about making splints from the branches and cords she had prepared. While she busied herself with it, Tamar finally spoke. "You, Ronnie." Rain glanced at her briefly, then looked back down. Ha, she remembers my name. What? The legacy girl inhaled slowly. Where are we? Good question. Rain hesitated for a few moments, coming up with a believable lie. Sadly, the fact that they were alive was quite unbelievable. But then again, the existence of her teacher was even harder to believe. So, any explanation she could come up with would sound more plausible than the truth. Eventually, she said, I'm not sure, either. Somewhere downstream from where we fought the tyrant. It looks like the river carried us pretty far. When I came about, I was laying on the edge of the canyon, with no trace of the others in sight. You were about 100 meters downriver. That's all I know. Tamar remained silent for a while. How did we survive? A petty shadow rescued us from the current, then left us to fend for ourselves in the wilderness. Because I hurt his feelings. She smiled faintly. No idea. I assumed it was because of some powerful life-saving memory you have. The young legacy raised an eyebrow. There's no such thing. Rain sighed. That's too bad. Finally finished, she looked at Tamar and shrugged. Well, we're both alive. Now, we just need to make our way back to the main camp, and then we will even be able to keep staying alive. Isn't that wonderful? The young legacy looked at her somberly, not saying anything. Rain smiled faintly. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Tamar glanced at splints on her legs, then faced her with a grim expression. We don't even know where we are. The wilderness is teeming with nightmare creatures. And I can't fight. How are we going to get to camp with me like that? Rain wasn't very concerned. What's the problem? Summon that echo of yours, and let's ride it all the way back. The young lady did not answer. Her silence was a little unnerving. Rain frowned. Is there a problem? Tamar simply stared at her grimly for a bit, then said evenly. I can't summon my echo. Her words sent a chill running down Rain's spine. The giant wolf had been perfectly fine when they fell into the canyon, had it not. The two of them could easily survive the perilous journey with its help. However, without the echo, the situation would indeed be chillingly grim. Being lost in the wilderness of the dream realm with no tools and no weapons, with the sole awakened warrior among the two of them suffering from heavy injuries, making it to the main camp in one piece seemed like a very distant possibility, to say the least. Rain looked at Tamar, her frown deepening. Why, was it destroyed? The young legacy slowly shook her head. No, it's not destroyed. Rain lingered for a moment, then rubbed her face tiredly. Then what's the problem? Tamar remained silent for a few seconds. The survey team is lacking a melee fighter now. Ray can do a lot of damage from stealth, but he is not well suited for direct combat. Without that echo, the team will suffer heavy casualties, if they can even make it back to the main camp. They won't have a way to cross the canyons, either. The mission will fail. Rain stared at her incredulously. After a while, she said, so, it's not that you can't summon the echo. You won't summon the echo. Because you would rather die than put the team, and your mission, at risk. Tamar nodded. That's right. A strange smile appeared on Rain's lips. That is very noble of you, Lady Tamar. It's commendable that you have decided to die for your duty. But what about me? Isn't it a bit strange that you have also decided that I will die to uphold your duty? Doesn't seem very fair. The young legacy frowned. Have you no loyalty? Those people are your comrades, and our mission is important for the future of the Song domain. We must be ready to sacrifice for the greater good. Rain laughed. Loyalty. I am sorry, Lady Tamar, I am a hired laborer. I get paid a pitiful amount of coins to carry rocks and do tedious chores. Am I supposed to die for the right to carry rocks or for the privilege to do chores? I've been only doing that to put food on my plate. The only thing I'm loyal to is my stomach. Tamar glared at her with indignation, then took a deep breath and grew quiet. Sprawling on the ground in exhaustion and clearly suffering from pain, she remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. Quote. You're right, you are not a legacy, or even a soldier. So, I can't expect you to understand. Still, I won't compromise the entire survey team for the sake of one member. I won't leave them without the protection of the echo. Rain sighed inwardly. Stubborn fool. Tamar, meanwhile, looked at her with a grave expression. But I also can't expect you to share my burden. So, leave me. Your legs are perfectly fine. You stand a chance of making it back alive without me. I've seen your skill. You are not defenseless. So, I'll give you a few of my memories. You won't be able to use the enchantments, but they will still be helpful. If you are careful enough and lucky enough, you'll survive. Rain studied her pale, determined face silently. After a while, she asked in a neutral tone. So, that's your plan? To send me off and stay here, immobilized, to die on your own? Tamar raised her chin arrogantly. Who says I'll die? I'll crawl and find a good place to hide. In a week or two, the survey team will reach the main camp. Then, someone will come to find me. I just need to last for a while. Her tone was confident, but her words did not sound very convincing. Rain did not say anything for a while, then massaged her temples with a grimace. Eventually, she said, fine, don't summon your damned echo. Instead, summon a rope. Or a cloak, something like that. Tamar frowned in confusion. A rope? What for? Rain stood up and raised her hands above her head, stretching her body. She could feel strength returning to her limbs. Because I am going to drag you to the main camp instead of that echo. If I have to, you did save my life back in the canyon, after all. I might be a simple porter, but I'm not an ingrate, my mom taught me better. She had decided to stay with Tamar. After all, there should not be a lot of difference between carrying rocks and carrying a slim legacy girl. They were going to make it back together, or not at all. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1817, Shelter and Food. 1606 words. Among Tamar's memories, there was an enchanted cloak. Its enchantment wasn't very useful in their current situation, but the cloak itself was just what Rain needed. Harvesting 2 long branches from the dead trees, she used it to create a makeshift stretcher. Rain held the front end of the stretcher, while the rear end dragged on the ground. For the young legacy, it wasn't the most comfortable way to travel, but if she was suffering, she did not let it show. As for Rain herself, she quickly warmed up from the strain. Hauling Tamar over a long distance in this manner was not very plausible, but luckily, they weren't going far just yet. For now, their plan was to find shelter and wait for about 10 days before summoning the echo. That much time should be enough for the survey team to return to the main construction camp, or at least get close to it. So, all Rain and Tamar had to do was survive that long. It was especially important that Tamar remained alive, because with her death, the echo would disappear as well. Then, the survey team would be in peril. Remembering the porters she had become friends with, Rain grimaced. She had put on a cynical facade in front of the young legacy, and although there was some truth to her words, in all honesty, she wasn't willing to save herself by sacrificing those people, either. Plus, Rain was not helpless. Although the Moonriver plane was much more dangerous than the wild reaches around Ravenheart, she still stood a fair chance of surviving here. I'll take it one step at a time. For now, they had to find shelter. Then, procure food and water. After that, she was going to think about it later. Soon, the ruins drew near. They were too large to be a solitary building, but too small to be the remains of a town. Stone walls rose from the ground, once tall and magnificent, now crumbling and covered in cracks. Rainwater was spilling out of the cracks, and it seemed as if the ruins were weeping. There was no telling what that place had been once, and currently, Rain wasn't that interested in solving the mystery. Instead, her gaze fell on the ground and grew tense. Damn it, she stopped without approaching the ruins and gently placed the stretcher on the ground. Tamar's face paled from the jolt, but she stubbornly refused to let her pain show. What is it? Rain studied the ground with a somber expression. A few moments later, she sighed. There are prints on the ground. Tamar turned her head to look. There were indeed traces of something having stalked this area in the mud. The prints weren't too large, and were clearly animalistic in nature. Judging by their size and depths, the creature, or creatures, weren't too large. Still, it was a cause for concern. The ruins Rain had hoped to take shelter in were occupied. The two young women looked at each other silently. Eventually, Tamar asked, What do you want to do? We can go further away from the canyon. Rain remained silent for a while, then slowly shook her head. There's no point. Whatever it is that lives in the ruins will be faster than us, by far. Once it crawls out and catches our scent, it will find us no matter how much distance we can cover before nightfall. Which wasn't much distance at all. The state of the paw prints hinted that they had been left many hours, but less than a day ago. So, Rain suspected that the inhabitant of the ruins was a nocturnal predator. Even if she hauled Tamar away with all her strength, they were not going to outrun a nightmare creature. She sighed. It has to die. Rain looked at Tamar, then asked her to summon her memory weapons. Soon, a small arsenal appeared from sparks of light on the ground in front of her. The brutish Zweihander was a beautiful and fearsome weapon, not to mention utterly deadly. Unfortunately, Rain could barely lift it. She could muster just enough strength to swing it from side to side in a crude and graceless arc, but there was no hope of doing that with any semblance of speed and accuracy. Which meant death in an actual battle. To her delight, Tamar possessed an enchanted bow and a quiver of arrows, as well. But, Rain could not even draw the bow. It was too heavy, and one would have to have a bear's strength to bend its limbs. There was a beautifully austere battle spear, as well. Sadly, it was even worse than the Zweihander. While its weight wasn't as great, the balance was different, so Rain almost toppled while trying to lift it. Dejected, she stared at Tamar for a few moments, gaining a new appreciation for the younger girl's slender physique. How is she so strong with a body like that? The young legacy had been brandishing the brutish greatsword with elegant ease, and even jumping over canyons while wielding it. Awakened possessed immense physical prowess, but Tamar seemed especially strong, or at least knew how to utilize her strength especially well. Shaking her head, Rain gave up on the young legacy's main weapons. Instead, she only picked up a kinjal, a simple double-edged dagger with a straight blade and a sharp tapered tip. It had no guard or decorations to speak of, but there was a lethal beauty to its simplicity. The length of its broad blade was a bit too long to be a dagger, but a bit too short to be a short sword. Rain weighed it in her hand and nodded. I'm off. Tamar grimaced and tried to crawl off her stretcher. Wait, she picked up the enchanted bow and pulled the quiver closer to herself, then sat up, facing the ruins. If you can't handle it, draw it into the open. I'll try to bring it down from the ground. Rain studied her for a few moments with a neutral expression. She was trying not to smile. Tamar's intent was gravely serious, but with her legs outstretched and fixed straight by splints, she looked a bit comical, sitting there on the ground like a doll. Eventually, Rain gave her a nod, gripped the enchanted dagger, and headed for the ruins. The shape of the weapon was only marginally more advantageous than her hunting knife. However, it was a genuine memory, and of the ascended rank, no less. Even if Rain could not use any of the dagger's enchantments, its sharpness alone would be of great help. Feeling tense and uneasy, she silently entered the ruins. A few moments later, her figure was swallowed by darkness. Tamar was left sitting in the mud, gripping her bow tightly. The jacket Rani had lent her fell to the ground, but she could not even feel the cold. Looking down at the jacket, she noticed that it was lined with a fine alloy mesh. The stitching was very neat, but it had clearly been reinforced to become a makeshift piece of protective gear by hand. She stared at the jacket for a few moments, surprised. Tamar was no stranger to all kinds of armor. However, as a legacy, she had always been meant to become an awakened. So, the armor she was knowledgeable about was in the form of powerful memories and defensive aspect abilities. Such a minuscule, mundane method of protection as lining one's jacket with reinforced alloy would have never crossed her mind. It was so strange. Rani herself was strange. She seemed too calm and too capable. Most of all, her mental fortitude was entirely out of place. By all accounts, she should have been terrified and on the verge of panicking. It was Tamar who was supposed to be the one to maintain her composure in any situation, as an awakened warrior should. And yet, why did it seem as if Rani was more prepared to face the horrors of the dream realm than she was? As if, for her, all of it was just a normal Tuesday. Single quote. Can she be a valor spy? That would be reasonable. However, somehow, Tamar did not believe it. She gritted her teeth and faced the ruins. For a few minutes, there was only silence. And then, the silence was torn apart by a chilling roar. Deep within the ruins, a heavy object collided against the stones. She heard a faint sound of something sharp grinding against the ancient walls. One of them seemed to crumble with a loud crack. Tamar raised her bow and prepared to draw the string. A while later, a slender figure walked out of the darkness. Rani's clothes were soaked with blood, but the blood was too dark to have come from a human. Her expression was nonchalant. She was wiping the blade of the enchanted dagger on the sleeve of a black military bodysuit as she walked. Approaching Tamar, the strange porter flashed her a smile. An awakened beast. We were lucky. Tamar looked up, staring at the mundane girl silently. Single quote. Is that what she calls lucky? An awakened beast was supposed to be a herald of death for a mundane human. Even the government soldiers used heavy suits of mechanized armor and powerful rifles to face one. Soon, Ronnie dragged her into the ruins. Finally sheltered from rain, Tamar felt a little better. They entered a spacious hall in the central structure of the ruin. It was dark inside, but that did not prevent her from seeing the body of a large beast laying on the stone floor. The lower part of its body was buried under rubble, and its throat was savagely slit, seeping with blood. Sitting down on the floor, Ronnie leaned back tiredly. After a few moments of silence, she suddenly smiled. Here's shelter, and look, she pointed at the dead abomination. There's food. Her smile dimmed a little. Now, I just need to find water. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1818-1818, Moment of Respite. 1,224 words. Even though Rain did not show it, she was still reeling from the short, but lethal battle with the awakened beast. A creature like that was not something she had not faced before, but those encounters had always been preceded by careful planning and preparation. Challenging an abomination as powerful as that blind was a chilling experience. Luckily, the beast had been slumbering deeply when Rain entered the ruins. She stalked them silently, found the enemy, and managed to devise a feasible plan without alerting the abomination. Then, she cut her arm and stirred the nightmare creature awake with the scent of blood. Luring it out of its lair, Rain toppled a badly damaged stone wall on the beast, burying it under rubble. The enemy was immobilized, even if only for a few moments. So, she rushed in, dodged its deadly claws deftly, and sliced its throat open with the sharp blade of the ascended dagger. It all ended in a heartbeat. Rain wasn't even injured, much. Of course, she could have very well lost her life. One mistake was all it took to die. If she had hesitated even a little or had been a split second too late to dodge the monster's claws, the beast would have been gnawing on her bones by now. But it was dead instead. So, it all worked out, in the end. I don't like it. Rain had grown accustomed to hunting nightmare creatures, but the lack of control in this improvised battle made her feel uneasy. She didn't like gambling with her life. Letting out a sigh, she glanced at Tamar and then went about making a fire. The young legacy had a tinderbox memory, so Rain did not have to go through the tedious motions of forcing the damp wood to catch flame by hand. Soon, the ruin was illuminated by warm orange light, and the two of them were warming themselves in front of the fire. The rain had turned into a dribble by then, so she couldn't collect rainwater anymore, at least not conveniently. It would be easier to wait for the canyon to fill with water once again. She would walk there later. Rain had to scout their surroundings, anyway. For now, though, she weighed the enchanted dagger in her hand once again, then sighed and rose to her feet. Wait here. Dragging the carcass of the dead beast outside with some effort, Rain dressed it down and salvaged a fair deal of meat. She had no salt to cure it, and there was not enough wood to smoke it. So, most of the meat was destined to spoil shortly. If they were lucky, though, it could last them just long enough. Returning inside, Rain skewered the meat on sticks and began to roast it. It would have been better to do it over coals, but open fire worked, as well. Tamar observed her actions silently. All in all, she was holding up well despite the terrible injuries. After a while, the young legacy asked, Ronnie, who are you? Rain raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I'm a porter. Before that, I was a laborer in the main construction camp. They pay members of survey teams much more, so I volunteered. Tamar scrutinized her for a few moments, then shook her head. You are too skilled to be a simple porter. Archery, swordsmanship, wilderness survival. Most of all, your mentality is not that of a mundane person. Rain looked at her dubiously. I'm sorry, Lady Tamar, but have you spent a lot of time with mundane people? The younger girl frowned. What do you mean? Rain smiled and concentrated on the roasting meat. I mean that you legacies are a bit isolated from the rest of us mundane folks. You grow up being trained by your clans instead of going to school, and only attend the academy for a month or two to make connections with fellow sleepers. Then, you assume an important position and spend all your time surrounded by awakened warriors. So, how would you even know what a mundane person should be like? She glanced at Tamar and shrugged. Well, alright, I might be a bit of an outlier. But, still, why can't I have great combat skills? Every child in the world is trained to be able to defend themselves. I trained especially diligently, both in school and with private tutors. That was because once upon a time, a nightmare gate opened near me. So, I was motivated. Rain paused for a moment, and then added with a shrug. I worked long and hard to prepare myself for the first nightmare. It was just that my nightmare never came. I wasn't chosen by the spell, and remained mundane. There is no inherent difference in skill or determination between mundane people and awakened, wouldn't you say? It's just a matter of luck. Tamar studied her for a bit, then asked. That might have been so in the past, but the situation is different now. With your talent and skill, you stand a great chance of surviving the first nightmare. So why didn't you apply to Challenge 1? All you had to do was return to the waking world, and let the spell take you. Your training would not have been wasted. Rain remained silent, then sighed. People don't just risk their lives for no good reason. I value my life a lot, you know. Because there is someone out there who treasures it. Her expression turned somber. She hesitated for a few moments, and then added. My older brother died challenging a nightmare. My parents have suffered enough, so I don't want to risk putting them through that pain again. Rain did not expect the proud legacy to understand. Legacies were a ruthless bunch, after all. But, to her surprise, Tamar seemed to feel her words deeply. The younger girl lowered her head and looked at the ground. After a while, she said stiffly. Quote. Mine too. Rain looked at her in confusion. What? Tamar sighed. My older brother died challenging a nightmare, too. He was much older than me, and very talented. The pride of our clan. He became a master at an early age, and challenged the third nightmare after a while. And died there. Her expression was stoic, but her voice was tinged with heavy emotions. Eventually, the young legacy shrugged. Well, the age gap between us was too big, so I did not know him well. I just thought I'd share, since you did first. Rain looked at her quietly for a while, then turned away. Thank you for sharing. With that, she pushed a skewer of roasted meat into Tamar's hand and rose to her feet. Now eat. I'll go scout the surroundings a bit. Rain left the ruin and explored the area a little, eating the meat as she walked. Eventually, she made her way to the edge of the canyon. All in all, the situation seemed much less dire than she had expected. There did not seem to be any more nightmare creatures around, which meant that they would probably be able to hide in the ruins for many days. Now, she just needed to collect water. Sitting at the edge of the canyon, Rain sighed and looked down into its dark depths, waiting for the chasm to start weeping. What will I use to collect water? Unless Tamar has a suitable memory, her helmet will have to do. At that moment, her body suddenly tensed, and her eyes widened. Her expression froze, because she saw, out there in the depths of the canyon, a massive shadow was moving. Grabbing onto the rocks with its countless hands. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1819-1819, Pursued. 1031 words. Rain froze, afraid to move. There, below her, far away, something was moving in the darkness. Sunlight did not reach that deep into the canyon, but she was still able to discern a vague and frightening shape. The creature was immense and hunched, with countless arms protruding like a sinewy forest from its massive hump. She thought she saw a clawed hand reaching up to grab the weathered rocks, and in the next moment, an echoing sound of rolling stones rose from the canyon. Rain's whole body grew tense. The awakened tyrant they had fought before falling into the river seemed to be alive. Worse than that, it was here now, either by coincidence or because it had followed their scent. For a moment, her heart was drowned with fear. She had battled and slain many nightmare creatures. Most of them were dormant, while some were awakened. The strongest of them had been the huntsman, and she barely survived that fight. There was no chance that she would be able to survive a battle against an awakened tyrant. That creature was not something a mundane person could ever kill. Not even an awakened would face it alone. Even a full cohort was not always enough to deal with a tyrant. To Rain, the hideous abomination was like a herald of death. Still, she forced herself to calm down. Fear was not going to help her. What would, though? Nothing came to mind. Run. We must run. That was the only logical conclusion. Forgetting to breathe, Rain slowly backed away from the edge, trembled as she turned her back to it, and silently rose to her feet. Then, she took several cautious steps forward, and broke into a sprint. Damn it, damn it, damn it. So much for hiding from danger in the ruins. So much for waiting for 10 days. Not only had danger found them, but it was also of a kind that they had no hope against. Rain glanced at her shadow and hesitated, not knowing if she should say something. Her teacher had been strangely silent since the morning, as if he wasn't there at all. In the end, she didn't say anything. Entering the ruins, she saw that Tamar was laying on the floor, staring at the ceiling with a bleak expression on her face. The younger girl was in terrible shape, so Rain had hoped that she would have an opportunity to rest and recover a little. Sadly, that was not in the cards anymore. Noticing Rain's hurried motions and grim expression, Tamar rose on an elbow and scowled. What's the matter? Rain was already rolling the strips of monster meat into her jacket, knowing that hunger and physical strain did not go well together. In the wilderness, food was life, and hunger was death. Get on the stretcher. She paused for a moment, and then added darkly. The damned tyrant has followed us. It is climbing up the canyon. Tamar's eyes widened. She froze for a moment, then gritted her teeth and silently crawled onto the makeshift stretcher. Rain threw the rolled jacket to her, then grabbed the handles and grunted. Ah, the young legacy girl wasn't exactly heavy, but she still weighed much more than Rain could carry comfortably. Worse still, that weight wasn't distributed evenly between her shoulders and waist, like that of a backpack would. Dragging her to the ruins was a bit of an exercise, but would Rain be able to drag the stretcher across many kilometers of rough terrain? Not without killing herself, most likely. Curse it all, there was no time to think. For now, she had to create as much distance between them and the tyrant as possible. There was still a possibility that the creature had been carried to this corner of the Moonriver Plain by the same current as them, so, it could have been here by coincidence. In that case, they still had a chance to escape. If not, let's go. Rain dragged the stretcher out of the ruin and hesitated for a few moments, a lost look on her face. Where were they supposed to head? Every direction was the same, except for where the canyon and the tyrant were. So, Rain felt inclined to rush in the opposite direction from the abomination, going west. But she decided to ask Tamar's opinion first. As if guessing her thoughts, the legacy girl spoke quietly from the stretcher. The canyons of the Moonriver Plain typically stretch from north to south. We have been carried far south by the river, so, the main camp should be somewhere northwest of our position. She hesitated a little, and then added. However, we don't know how far we were carried, exactly. It may be more prudent to head further south, instead. That way, we might reach the edge of the plain and find the Lake of Tears. The Lake of Tears and the Great Waterfall, Weeping Goddess, were where Clan Sorrow's citadel stood. Rain remained motionless for a few moments, considering her options. The main construction camp of the road crew was northwest of their position. The Lake of Tears was somewhere south. The problem was that they did not know which one was closer. Eventually, she decisively turned south. Her choice was very simple, and had nothing to do with distance. She chose the Lake of Tears simply because they would have to follow along the canyon to reach it, which meant that they would most likely not have to cross other canyons on the way. With Tamar incapacitated, crossing even one could become an insurmountable obstacle, not even taking into account that they might end up being pursued by an awakened tyrant. Wasting time was a luxury they did not have. So, really, the Lake of Tears was not the best choice. It was simply the only choice. Gritting her teeth, Rain strained her tired body and pulled the heavy stretcher south. At that moment, she was thankful for the cloudy sky and the cold dribble. Even though her face and hair were already damp, the dust covering the stony plain had turned to mud. Because of that, it was easier to drag the stretcher across it. She was still struggling, though. I'll need to come up with a better way. Somewhere behind them, there were more sounds of rocks falling deep in the canyon. The tyrant was already close to crawling out of the darkness. Rain hurried her steps. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1820-1820, Waiting for Rain. 1,269 words. In the end, her worst expectations had not come true. But it was very close. The tyrant had not happened to be there by coincidence. It was, in fact, following their scent. Rain saw from afar as its ugly shape rose from the canyon, pulling itself onto the stone with a dozen monstrous hands. The creature looked like a hideous giant that was on the verge of toppling under the weight of its bulging hump. However, it wasn't really a hunchback. Instead, the mound on its back was simply there to allow for countless arms to protrude forward, all ending with terrifying claws. The most eerie part was that the abomination looked vaguely human-like, as if it had been a person once. If it had, then it must have been eons ago. After climbing out of the canyon, the tyrant spent some time wandering near the edge, its oversized head low to the ground. Dragging Tamar away with all her might, Rain couldn't help but glance back, into the distance, from time to time. She couldn't understand what the tyrant was doing, but when it wandered to the ruins, spent some time there, then stumbled south, she realized something. The abomination was sniffing for their scent. That would mean that they were done for, only it didn't. Because there was one detail playing to their advantage. The tyrant was blind. Rain herself had blinded it, putting 2 arrows through its eyes. So, even though the creature seemed hell-bent on following them, it couldn't simply rush in their direction. It had to follow their scent laboriously, stumbling across rough terrain as it forged a path forward. Its hatred seemed to be truly boundless, though, because even after a few hours, the ghastly figure could still be seen far in the distance, wandering the plain in search of them. They couldn't lose it. Curses. Rain was slowly increasing the distance between them and the tyrant. Her arms were on fire, as if her muscles would melt at any moment. Her breathing had turned hoarse, and she felt like she was drowning. It took all of her resolve and determination to keep pushing forward, dragging the makeshift stretcher behind her. Just a few hours had passed, and she was already in such a sorry state. So, despite the fact that the distance was increasing, Rain did not feel at ease. That was because she knew that she wouldn't be able to keep this pace up indefinitely. More than that, once the night fell, they would have to stop. She would need to rest. Tamar was not doing too well, either. With her injuries, what she needed was to remain still and recuperate, not be jolted painfully every few moments as her stretcher dragged across bumps and creases. Her broken legs had to be a cause of constant torment. Even if Rain could push through her exhaustion and Tamar could endure the rough handling, it was simply too dangerous to travel across the Moonriver Plain at night. Despite the abundance of moonlight, it would still be dark, and the fact that there was a nightmare creature pursuing them did not mean that there would be none ahead of them. Bad, bad, it's bad. Unlike them, the tyrant did not need to rest. It was not afraid of the darkness, either. So, Rain had to get as far away from him as possible before nightfall, so that they would not be caught until dawn. What would happen if the abomination did find them? Sucking in a hoarse breath, Rain glanced at her shadow again. Her teacher was mercurial and unfathomable, but she was pretty sure that he would not let her die. What about Tamar, though? Would his benevolence extend to a stranger from a legacy clan? She wasn't sure. The lives of the survey team members were also tied to Tamar's life. So, Rain could not stop. I'm going to die. It felt like she would die from the strain long before the abomination caught her. And yet, she persisted. By the time the sun disappeared behind the horizon and the 3 moons rose into the sky, she could barely feel her hands. But she could not see the tyrant anymore, either. Rain found a stone mound to shield them from the wind and placed the stretcher down. Then, she simply fell to the ground, breathing heavily. She was so tired that she couldn't move. Tamar wasn't much better, laying motionlessly on the stretcher. Her face was even paler than before. The barren land was bathed in moonlight. In the darkness, its harsh desolation looked beautiful and shrouded in mystery. A myriad of bright stars shimmered in the sky, veiled here and there by heavy clouds. Ronnie, are you alive? Tamar's voice sounded weak. Despite everything, Rain couldn't help but chuckle. It seems so. After a while, she asked in a subdued tone. Do you think that the Queen's authority extends this far? If we die, will we turn into pilgrims? Tamar remained silent for a while, then said evenly. Of course, otherwise, you would have already fallen into the first nightmare. Rain sighed. She couldn't argue with the truth. Sometime later, she finally mustered enough strength to sit up. Leaning on the cold surface of the stone mound, Rain stared at the sky dejectedly. She was suffering from thirst even more than she did from physical exhaustion. So, she hoped that rain would come. With a name like mine, can't the heavens be a little merciful? A strong enough downpour could wash away their scent, as well. Deciding to be optimistic, Rain asked Tamar to summon her helmet. They consumed some of the remaining meat in silence. Afterwards, the young legacy looked at her somberly and said in a subdued tone. Quote, You can just leave me behind and save yourself, you know. If Rain wasn't slowed down by the need to drag her wounded companion along, she would have had a much higher chance of escaping from the tyrant. That much was obvious. She scratched the back of her head and answered half-heartedly. Aren't we heading for the Lake of Tears? That is where your clan's citadel is located. What am I supposed to say if I show up there alone? Sorry, I left your daughter to die because she was too heavy. I doubt they'll welcome me warmly after that. Tamar looked at her silently for a few moments. Unexpectedly, a faint smile eventually appeared on her face. Quote, I'm not that heavy, Rain sighed, and I'm not that strong. Now, go to sleep. You need rest. We'll move on at dawn, so there's no time to waste. I'll take the first watch and wake you up at midnight. Tamar wanted to say something, but just nodded silently in the end. It had been a terribly long day, and she must have been mentally exhausted from dealing with the pain and mental burden. Soon, her eyes closed, and she swiftly fell asleep. Rain studied the sleeping girl's face for a few minutes, then took a deep breath and stared into the darkness. Despite the terrible fatigue, despite being tormented by thirst, she still knew what she had to do. If you want to get out of here alive, all you need to do is awaken. That was what her teacher had said. So, Rain sat motionlessly, felt the flow of soul essence within her, and concentrated deeply, making it revolve faster and faster. After a while, she felt cold drops falling on her face. A minute later, the rain had turned heavy, shrouding the world with a rustling veil. Never losing control of her essence, Rain smiled, picked up Tamar's helmet, and crawled out from beneath the overhanging stone ridge. Placing the helmet on the ground, she allowed the downpour to pelt her freely and continued to force her essence into a raging whirlpool. Deep within her soul, another grain of sand was being formed. Teacher is always right. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1821-1821, 1,000 steps. 1,177 words. Despite how tired Rain was, how badly she needed reprieve, she still sat on the ground and circulated her essence. Her body was absolutely motionless, but her soul was like a raging whirlpool. At the heart of the whirlpool, soul essence was being refined into solid form by the crushing pressure. There were plenty of radiant grains there, already, sparkling like gemstones as they spun and collided. Rain could almost hear the melodious ringing, and feel her soul tremble slightly with each clash. However, the brilliant gemstones were unable to fuse, yet. There weren't enough of them for that to happen. She had to create more. But it was such a slow and arduous process. Rain was already doing much better than anyone was supposed to. After years of slaying nightmare creatures, her essence was especially potent. Her control of it was both forceful and intricate, remarkably precise, at least for someone below the ascended rank. All she needed was time. Sadly, Rain wasn't sure that she had any time left. I'm not fast enough. Deeply concerned, she gritted her teeth and concentrated wholly on controlling her essence. When the moons reached the apogee of the cloudy sky, she allowed the raging whirlpool of her soul to dissipate and slumped, feeling like she was about to pass out from fatigue. Dragging Tamar's conical helmet over with a weak hand, she drank half of the water that had accumulated inside and finally felt alive again. A little. Then, Rain woke the young legacy up and curled on the ground, instantly falling asleep. In the morning, her entire body felt broken. Rain had told Tamar that they would move on as soon as dawn broke, but in the end, they spent more time under the rock outcropping. Rain knew that she wouldn't endure another day of dragging the stretcher with her hands, so something had to be done. After thinking for a while, she unsheathed her hunting knife and carefully separated the alloy mesh from the lining of her military jacket. The alloy wire was very fine, but incredibly durable. She spent a lot of time patiently dismantling the mesh with the help of Tamar's enchanted dagger, then weaving the wires together. In the end, Rain was left with several meters of crude alloy rope. The young legacy was observing with an incredulous expression. Her pallor had become a little better, but she still looked terrible. In fact, both of them did. Tamar had always maintained a valiant and dashing image, quite in line with her exalted status as the daughter of an old legacy clan. Rain might not have had the same background, but she still endeavored to look if not refined, then at least decent. Now, both of them were dirty and wretched. They were covered in mud from head to toe, with sunken eyes and chapped lips. Their hair was damp and tangled. Their clothes might have had color once, but now they were indistinguishable from the surrounding dirt. It was a complete disgrace. Looking at Rain, then at herself, Tamar smiled faintly. Aren't we a sight to behold? It was good to see that she still had enough spirit to be humorous in this situation. Continuing to weave wire rope, Rain smiled, as well. Indeed, aren't we lucky that the tyrant is blind? At least it won't be offended by our appearance when it eats us. Listening to Tamar chuckle in a weak voice, she fashioned one end of the wire rope into a simple harness, then secured the other end to the stretcher. Putting the harness on herself, Rain gave it a cautious tug. Much better. By then, she could already see the hideous giant far away in the distance. The abomination had not lost track of them despite the heavy rain. It was still following their scent, albeit a little slower. Of course it is. We have to go. Tamar had seen the tyrant, as well. Rain noticed that she never looked at it directly, keeping the creature in the periphery of her vision, just like Rain herself had been trained to do by her teacher. Many nightmare creatures could sense when a gaze was directed at them. So, she had been taught to never look at abominations directly when stalking them. I guess legacy training has something in common with mine. She wondered who had it tougher, and decided that it was probably her. Helping Tamar onto the stretcher, Rain took a step forward. The wire rope dug into her skin, but it was much easier to pull the stretcher that way, which was not to say that it was easy. Rain still struggled against the heavy weight. She sighed quietly and gritted her teeth. Hooking her fingers under the wire rope to spare her chest and abdomen from being cut by it, she leaned her body forward and pulled. Rain was like a beast of burden, and the stretcher was like a strange mud sled. She was curious to see how long she would endure. Step, another step, 1,000 steps, more. The world narrowed down to a patch of drying mud in front of her, the feeling of the wire rope cutting into her shoulder, and the depleting struggle to pull the stretcher forward. The air flowed into her lungs as she breathed hoarsely. For a while, her mind was empty of thought, full of only the harsh sensation of physical strain. Rain was doing fine for an hour or two, but then, a sense of deep, suffocating exhaustion slowly seeped into her muscles, filling her body with lead. The horizon seemed as distant as it had been before, and the barren wasteland was unchanged. She felt like she had made no progress at all, and therefore, her silent torment felt endless. The lumbering silhouette of the blind tyrant was still following them, far behind, prowling low to the ground. Rain pushed forward stubbornly, but at the same time, a cold realization sent chills running down her spine. It's hopeless. She wasn't one to give up without a fight, but she also knew better than to fight a hopeless battle. And this desperate struggle of hers was already lost. Rain might be able to stay ahead of the tyrant for a while, maybe for a day, or even a few. But sooner or later, the abuse she was putting her body through would take its toll. At some point, she wouldn't be able to keep the pace anymore. Then, she wouldn't be able to take another step, or even rise from the ground. That was if nothing else killed her before that happened. So, all she could do, was keep walking forward and pray that some miracle would save them. Maybe, if she bought enough time, they would stumble on a passing saint who happened to be traversing the Moonriver plain by chance. Maybe another abomination would get into a fight with the tyrant, dealing it a grievous wound. Maybe, they would get lucky, but Rain was not willing to entrust her life to dumb luck. She had to think of something. She continued to pull the stretcher across the mud, slowly forcing her mind to wake up from the numb slumber. There had to be a way out. There always was. After a dozen more steps, or maybe 1,000, Rain's dark eyes suddenly glistened with ferocious determination. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1822, Miraculous Feat. 1,232 words. Actually, Rain already knew what miracle could save her. It wasn't a miracle that could happen to her, but rather a miracle she could make happen. It was her awakening. Just like her teacher had said, it was the only solution to this lethal predicament. The problem was that the formation of her soul core was far away, while the tyrant was too close. The abomination was not drawing closer yet, but it would soon. If Rain could rest with no distraction and concentrate on meditating steadily, there would have been hope of awakening before the hideous giant caught its prey. But she had to escape from it, dragging Tamar across the wasteland, from dusk till dawn. She had to rest at night to recover at least some of her strength, so there were only a few short hours for her to circulate her essence while keeping watch. Those hours were woefully insufficient for the task at hand. But actually, wasn't she looking at it all wrong? Rain remembered the previous night. The cool sensation of water droplets falling on her face, the joy she felt. Back then, she was circulating her essence. She took Tamar's helmet and moved it from below the overhanging stone ridge to catch the rain, hoping to quench her unbearable thirst. Which proved something vital. It was that she could move and control her essence at the same time. As long as her concentration wasn't broken, Rain could do whatever she wanted while forming her core. Of course, it wasn't easy to keep her essence under control when doing something else. It was already hard enough to maintain the raging whirlpool while in a state of perfect peace, not to mention extremely tiring. And yet, if she could circulate her essence while traversing the wasteland, then she wouldn't just have a few pitiful hours at night to form her core. Instead, she could keep forming it constantly, for as long as her mental fortitude allowed it. Rain felt a strange compulsion to laugh and cry at the same time. Of course, why not? She was already doing something unprecedented by trying to awaken without the help of the nightmare spell. As far as Rain knew, no other human of the waking world had ever done that. And yet, she didn't just have to perform that miraculous feat, but also did while being pursued by an awakened tyrant and dying from physical exertion. Lost in the wild reaches of the dream realm with no help, hope, or support. It wasn't fair at all, but it also made sense, in a strange kind of way. After all, making history was not supposed to be easy. I can do it, I must do it. I have no choice but to do it. Rain gritted her teeth, and then, ignoring her terrible fatigue and suffocating strain, she reached into her soul and tried to move her essence. The heavy mental and spiritual burden was instantly added to the crushing hardship of pushing her tired body forward. As soon as she took the next step and felt the wire rope cut into her skin painfully, her concentration was destroyed, and she lost control of her essence. Rain took a laborious breath, gripped the rope tighter, and tried again. This time, she managed to keep hold of her essence, but lost control of her abdominal muscles, allowing them to relax. She instantly lost balance, stumbled, and sprawled in the mud. Ah, Tamar's subdued voice resounded from behind, tinged with concern. Ronnie, are you all right? Rain exhaled slowly, then pushed herself off the ground and wiped the mud off her face. Well, with how dirty her gloves were, she might have just added more mud did. I'm fine. Pulling up the alloy harness, she gripped it again and pulled the stretcher forward. She did not make the same mistake the second time. It was terribly difficult, and ruthlessly hard. But after a while, she managed to take several steps without losing control of her essence. Then, a dozen steps. Then, 100. And finally, Rain forced herself to keep walking and circulating her essence at the same time. Her vision had turned blurry, and her mind felt as if it would collapse from strain. But it did not. Her body did not crumble, either. So, she kept walking. After a while, her hearing seemed to have turned incredibly sharp. She heard the makeshift stretcher scraping against rocks. She also heard the melodious ringing of crystals of essence colliding with each other. She could almost hear the roar of the radiant whirlpool as it revolved within her soul. Eventually, she did not know how much time had passed. She thought that she could feel her essence with incredible clarity, like she had never felt it before. The sensation of it flowing through her, within her, was almost physical. And so, it was almost as if her body and soul became one, indistinguishable from each other. When that happened, she pushed her essence harder, making it revolve even faster. The pressure at the heart of the whirlpool increased, and the speed with which the next grain was being formed increased as well. Much more importantly, Rain wasn't limited to meditating a few hours a day anymore. She could keep the process of core formation at all times, while she walked, while she talked, while she rested her weary body on the ground. As long as her will held, she did not have to stop. The question was, what would take longer, for her will to shatter, or for her soul core to be formed? Rain was going to find the answer, whether she wanted or not. As night fell, so did she. Rain collapsed on the ground, unmoving. This time, she remained motionless for far longer than yesterday. It felt like her body had shut down. She had never been so utterly beaten before, or exhausted so terribly. And yet, she still continued to control her essence, never letting its current stop or slow down. After a while, Tamar awkwardly crawled over to check on her. The legacy girl helped Rain turn over, supported her to sit up, and shoved a strip of meat into her hands. Eat. Rain smiled weakly and forced herself to take a bite. The tyrant had fallen behind in the latter half of the day. Her speed had been greater with the harness, and she had covered much more distance. It was still nowhere near enough to escape the pursuit, but at least they would survive another night. Probably, they even had some water left. After quenching her thirst and consuming enough meat to refuel her depleted body, Rain sprawled on the ground and sighed. Ah, I'm going to be terribly skinny by the end of it. Tamar stared at her with an incredulous expression. That's what you're concerned about? Rain considered laughing, but found the thought too tiring. In the end, she said, why, of course, I want the tyrant to be left hungry after it gobbles me up. Skin and bones, that sort of thing. The young legacy remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. You have a very morbid sense of humor, don't you, Ronnie? Laying on the ground, Rain grinned. What can I say? If you live with wolves, you'll howl like a wolf. Someone has been a bad influence on me. After a while, she added, quote. I'm sure I'm pretty delicious, though. Tamar had her usual stoic expression on, but at that moment, it cracked a little. Looking away, she suppressed a chuckle, and said in a serious tone. I'm sure you are. As she did, Rain felt another radiant crystal being formed deep within her soul. The melodious ringing was growing louder, and more frequent. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1823, Mud. 1,213 words. A desolate plain stretched as far as the eye could see under the cloudy sky. The horizon was shrouded by a rustling veil of cold rain, and the ground had turned into an endless expanse of mud. A canyon cut the plain like a deep scar, resounding with eerie weeping sounds. It would turn into a raging river soon, but for now, the vertical slopes were drowning in nothing but darkness. A young woman was moving across the plain, pulling a makeshift sled behind her, although it would have been hard to recognize her as a human from first sight. Covered in mud from head to toe, she looked like a gaunt golem made from clay. The mud stuck to her skin and clothes, making the woman look like a part of the barren wasteland that had somehow come alive. Her face and hair were covered in layers of dirt, as well. Only her dark, sunken eyes could be seen, burning with fierce determination. In the end, Rain had lasted more than a day. In fact, she had lasted for 6, enduring the inhuman strain and crushing exertion of their desperate flight against all odds. She had reached her breaking point a long time ago. But, somehow, she managed to keep going even after becoming broken. Later, she faced some other, much deeper limit. Rain wasn't sure what it was, and couldn't clearly remember. All she knew was that she was still standing. That was all that mattered. The original stretcher had long fallen apart. The enchanted cloak was fine, of course, but the wooden frame had cracked and shattered. Rain had kept repairing it as best she could, but at some point, she could only discard the broken branches and replace them. She built the new frame from the bones of the nightmare creatures that had attacked them in the dead of night. The melodious ringing of essence crystals colliding with each other in the depths of her soul was almost deafening now, filling her ears. Her vision had grown vague and narrow. Most of her consciousness was consumed by the sensation of soul essence spinning in a raging whirlpool, permeating every cell of her body. The rest was filled with exhaustion and pain. Step, step, another step. The further south they went, the more bleak the weather became. Chilling rain poured from the gray sky more and more frequently, and grew more and more forceful. She didn't mind. Not only did it mean that they would not suffer from thirst, but pulling the stretcher through the mud was easier than it would have been if the soil was dry. Of course, it was a perilous exchange. Rain would have probably been dead if not for her military bodysuit. Being wet meant losing heat, and heat was energy. With how much she was exerting herself, energy was a precious resource that she dared not waste. Her body had already started consuming itself, so it was a dire commodity. Tamar, meanwhile, was not faring much better. She did not have to exhaust herself physically, and her wounds were healing. But new ones were added to the old ones after that nighttime attack. The young legacy had lost a lot of blood, and although they slaughtered the abominations in the end, it was not without a cost. Rain was concerned about the younger girl. They did not have a lot of chances to get to know each other better in the past 6 days. Most of their time was taken by the endless, exhausting march, and when they rested at night, both were too tired to talk. And yet, Rain felt like an invisible bond had formed between them. How could it not, after they had gone through so much hardship together? The muddy plain, the weeping sky, the burning desire to survive. No one else would know or remember these trials, but they would. There was a sound that suddenly distracted her. She could barely hear it behind the rustle of rain, the roar of the water rushing through the canyon, the melody of her soul essence, and the silence of her numb thoughts. Rani, Ra. She flinched and came to her senses. In the next moment, she saw several swift silhouettes rushing at them through the rain. Nightmare creatures. Curse them. Without wasting any time, Rain fell on the ground. Behind her, Tamar was already sitting up on the stretcher. She was holding a bow in one hand, knocking an arrow on its string with the other. While Rain was feverishly entangling herself from the alloy harness, the young legacy let the arrow loose. It streaked through the pouring rain and hit one of the abominations in the shoulder. Despite her weakened state, Tamar still managed to maintain admirable accuracy. However, it wasn't quite enough. The creature stumbled and rolled on the ground, but then rose again and continued sprinting. Although it had received a deep wound, none of its vital organs were destroyed. Damn it, there were 3 abominations, each the size of a wolf. From the looks of it, they were merely awakened. In fact, the 2 of them had been lucky to not encounter a fallen nightmare creature yet. Still, an awakened abomination was absolutely deadly, especially in a situation like this one, when the initiative was on their side. Single quote. So tired, Rain remained laying on the ground for a few moments, then rose to her knees and unsheathed her hunting knife. She gripped the hilt of the enchanted dagger with her other hand and rose, holding both blades in a defensive stance. By that time, Tamar had already sent another arrow flying, finally bringing the wounded abomination down. Her face was pale, and the ugly wound that stretched across her shoulder and chest had opened, seeping with blood. The strain of drawing a powerful enchanted bow was too much for her to endure. And yet, she was already pulling the string for the 3rd time. The nightmare creatures were almost upon them. Both lunged forward in a flash of claws, fangs, and frenzied eyes. Just then, Tamar's arrow hit one in the head, killing it instantly. The other jumped on Rain. She dove under its claws and thrust both of her blades forward. The hunting knife barely penetrated the tough hide of the abomination and slid from her grasp, but the long dagger sunk into its flesh to the hilt. The creature fell on Rain and sent her crashing to the ground. She just barely managed to push the abominable beast, sending it flying over her head. They fell simultaneously. It hurts. Rain fell on her back, but spun and rose to her knees almost immediately. Dashing toward the struggling abomination, she pinned it to the ground with the weight of her body and stabbed it repeatedly. Her strikes were aimed at all the spots where vital organs should have been. A while later, the beast stopped moving. Rain crawled off its corpse weakly and sprawled in the mud. After that violent burst of strength, she felt like she would never be able to stand up. And yet, throughout all of it, the melodious ringing never grew silent. Even while being lunged at by a snarling abomination, wrestling it to the ground, and sinking her blade into its flesh, Rain had never stopped circulating her essence. Somewhere deep within her, another radiant grain of sand was formed. She smiled tiredly. Soon, drops of rain were falling heavily on her burning face. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1824. After me comes the flood. 1291 words. The tyrant was still behind them, its towering figure moving slowly in the distance. Rain reminded herself that they could not waste any time. And yet, she had no strength left to rise. However, that was all right. She had felt the same way the previous time she fell, and the time before that, and the time before that. Letting out a quiet groan, Rain sat up, then slowly staggered to her feet. Walking over to where she had dropped the hunting knife, she picked it up and sheathed her blades. The crude sheath she had made for the enchanted dagger was coming undone, sliced by its sharp blade, but it would hold for a day or 2, which was more than she could ask for. Finally, she looked at Tamar. How are you doing? The young legacy was laying down on the stretcher, breathing heavily. Her breathing did not sound good. Quote. I'm all right, I heal fast. The bleeding is already stopping. Rain nodded. Even if the bleeding did not stop, there was little she could do. All she could do was trust in Tamar's incredible resilience. Walking over to where the alloy harness lay in the mud, Rain glanced at the corpses of the 3 nightmare creatures. Usually, she would have harvested meat and soul shards from them, but the tyrant was too close. There was no time. I just need to hold on until nightfall. Then, I can rest. She put the harness on and pulled the stretcher. She just had to keep walking. And keep her essence flowing. Life had been complicated, but now, it was very simple. The scope of her existence was narrowed down to these 2 things. She dragged Tamar away from the dead abominations. They continued their gruesome journey. As Rain walked, she could feel her soul changing subtly. There were countless radiant crystals at the heart of the whirlpool now, all being pressed together by the crushing pressure. She could feel the pressure growing. As it did, the rain was becoming more violent, as well. It slowly grew from a constant downpour to a pelting deluge, as if the sky was slowly splitting open. The weather was strange. Tamar had mentioned once that it did not rain that often, or that much, in the southern reaches of the Moonriver Plain. Her ancestral citadel was somewhere nearby, so she would know. It seemed that the world was either helping them or trying to kill them. Rain wasn't sure which, and didn't care to find out. All she cared about was making it to nightfall alive. And in the end, she did. However, to her despair, the long-awaited reprieve did not come. Usually, she was able to create some distance between them and the tyrant by the time darkness fell. The abominable giant would lumber in the distance in the first half of the day, then slowly disappear beyond the horizon in the latter part. However, this time, she could still see its silhouette, following them from far away. Perhaps she had grown so weak that she couldn't maintain sufficient speed anymore, or perhaps the tyrant was slowly adapting to being blind. It was even possible that its eyes were gradually regenerating. Awakened abominations possessed stunning vitality, after all, just like awakened humans did. What seemed impossible for a mundane person was nothing special to them. In any case, the giant was too close. Soon, darkness enveloped the world. The 3 moons and the sea of stars were hidden behind the clouds, so it was even more oppressive than before. The rain fell in a constant stream, reducing the visibility even further. Rain lowered herself to the ground, kneeling in the mud. Are we stopping? Tamar couldn't hide the grim feeling of dread from her voice. Rain slowly shook her head. We can't stop, not tonight. The tyrant was too close, so they had to keep going. She took a deep breath, feeling cold air cut her tortured lungs. Summon a luminous memory. They had avoided using one before, afraid that light would attract uninvited guests, but there wasn't much choice now. Soon, a wave of stark light flowed from behind her, illuminating a narrow circle around them. The streams of water falling from the sky seemed to ignite with that light, glistening like precious gems. It was pretty. Rain sighed. Then, she rose from the ground and continued walking. South. How far south had they gone, already? When would they reach their goal? It did not matter. Rain continued to walk, arduously pulling the heavy stretcher behind her. She continued to spin her essence and listen to the tremors running through her soul. She had reached a state of being beyond exhausted. And yet, the worst part was that she couldn't see the tyrant anymore. It could have been far away, or only a few hundred meters behind them. It could have even been reaching for them with its countless hands, already. I need to keep going. And so she did. Slowly, all thoughts disappeared from her head. All that was left was the ringing of her soul, which was slowly growing louder and louder. Rain did not notice that the pelting rain was becoming heavier and heavier, as well. A powerful wind rose, sending water flying almost parallel to the ground. Soon, a blinding flash illuminated the world, and a deafening thunderclap shook the heavens. The rain was turning into a furious storm. She smiled, feeling the streams of cold water wash the mud off her sunken face. Her smile was a little scary. Eventually, the lightning grew so frequent that there were almost no breaks between its flashes. The thunderclaps had fused into a continuous litany of deafening roars. If it had seemed as if the sky was splitting open before, then it was collapsing entirely now. A vast and prodigious storm had descended upon the Moonriver Plain. And yet, Rain wasn't aware. She could only think about walking forward, one step at a time. But then, she couldn't walk forward anymore. Not because her strength had abandoned her, but because there was nowhere for her to go. Rain stopped, barely noticing that there was no ground in front of her. There was no mud, no stone outcroppings. Instead, she was standing in front of an abyssal drop. She frowned. Have I lost direction and swayed toward the canyon? But that was not it. Slowly, she grew cognizant of her surroundings. The thundering storm, the blinding flashes of lightning, the impenetrable darkness, and a deep, reverberating hum that seemed to penetrate her very bones, resounding from somewhere below. Rain looked into the abyss and staggered. She might have fallen over the edge if not for the harness that attached her to Tamar's stretcher. The young legacy called from behind, struggling to make her voice heard over the storm. Rani, is it? In front of them, the Moonriver Plain came to an end. The great plateau ceased abruptly, creating a vast and head-spinning wall of stone that stretched from east to west, as far as the eye could see. Countless canyons merged or opened into the vertical abyss, most of them expelling enormous jets of foaming water. The streams of water merged and plummeted down, creating an unimaginable, endless waterfall. It was as if the world was crying. The weeping goddess. They had reached the great waterfall that served as the boundary of the Moonriver Plain. The Lake of Tears was somewhere far below. The city governed by Clan Sorrow was situated on its shore, and their citadel was somewhere close, cut into the cliffs. Rain's eyes widened, not from joy, but from horror. We're dead. Turning around, she waited for lightning to illuminate the world and saw the dreadful shape of the tyrant. The abomination was not too far away. There was no time to come up with a way to descend to the bottom of the towering cliffs. There was no time to explore the edge of the plateau, searching for the citadel of Clan Sorrow. The goal of their ghastly journey, which had been supposed to be their salvation, was nothing but a death sentence now. Because the tyrant was too close, pursuing them, and they had nowhere else to run. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1825, Edge of the Abyss. 978 words. The storm shrouded everything in impenetrable darkness. The roaring thunderclaps reverberated across the plain, and a deluge of water was falling from the sky, as if the heavenly floodgates had shattered under the immense pressure, dooming the world to be drowned. Frequent bolts of lightning tore apart the darkness, replacing it with blinding light. And somewhere below, the tidal hum of the colossal waterfall was fusing with the raging song of the furious storm. Rain stood at the edge of the abyss, looking at the black sky with a resentful expression. Behind her, Tamar was looking back, at the hideous shape of the pursuing tyrant. There was nowhere for them to run. Ronnie, the tyrant. Rain looked at the sky, and then took a deep breath. Then, surrounded by the raging storm, she sat on the ground at the edge of the abyss. Crossing her legs, she placed her hands on her knees, and closed her eyes. In a flash of lightning, her tranquil figure looked incredibly out of place. She exhaled slowly. Focus. Rain concentrated on her soul. A radiant river was flowing within her, forming a furious whirlpool. At its heart, beautiful crystals of essence were being tempered by the crushing pressure. The melodious song of her soul was louder than the storm, and much more compelling. She couldn't hear Tamar anymore. Form, clash, awaken, nothing else mattered. Behind her, Tamar looked at her mundane companion in despair. Noticing that Ronnie was sitting on the edge of the abyss, unmoving, she was stunned for a moment. Then, a look of guilt and shame twisted her beautiful face. She assumed that the older girl had completely exhausted her strength, both physical and mental. It was already an incredibly valiant feat, to have persisted for so long without collapsing. Ronnie possessed enough willpower and conviction, or maybe stubbornness, to put most awakened to shame. But everyone had a limit. Ronnie, Tamar gritted her teeth. Despite the terrible flood pouring from the shattered sky, the tyrant never seemed to lose their scent. It moved slowly, keeping its head low to the ground. Countless hands were supporting its weight, sinking deep into the mud. Rain was fully focused on her soul. Now that she did not have to walk or pull the heavy stretcher, the measure of control she could exert over her essence had increased. The radiant whirlpool spun even faster, and the pressure at the heart of it had increased even further. There were countless crystals of solid essence there, by now, each no larger than a grain of sand. They collided against each other chaotically, making her entire soul tremble. That trembling used to happen rarely, but now, there was no stop to it. It was as if Rain's soul was in the middle of an earthquake. But it was not enough. Still, it wasn't. Fuse. Rain did not know whether her mental cry was a command, a request, or a desperate prayer. It was simply her will, expressed in a single word. And just at that moment, either by coincidence or responding to her cry, two of the radiant gemstones collided. However, this time, they were not repelled by each other. Instead, both cracked, and then merged. A sense of indescribable jubilation drowned her heart. Finally, after the first pair, it was as if an invisible catalyst had been added to her soul, starting a chain reaction. More and more of the tiny essence crystals became covered by a net of fine cracks, and then seamlessly fused with each other. Then, the larger gemstones consumed the smaller ones, or merged with those of the same size. The process was incredibly violent, resembling the catastrophic ignition of a thermonuclear bomb. The merging of the essence crystals reminded Rain of nuclear fusion, the wondrous process that kept the distant stars burning in the cold, empty sky. And it was indeed as if a star was being born at the center of her soul. There was blinding light produced by the fusing gemstones. There was heat, as well. The very heart of her soul had turned into an incandescent, luminous sea, and she couldn't sense individual crystals anymore. The whirlpool of essence was being slowly absorbed into that radiant sea. Single quote. The soul core is forming. Indeed, hidden in the sea of light, a soul core was being built within her soul. And that nascent core was like a bridge between her soul and her flesh. Rain felt as though a miniature star was burning in the center of her chest. Waves of heat were radiating from it, slowly reaching her empty stomach and lacerated shoulders, then her tortured arms and legs, then her aching hands and feet. Under that heat, her bones, muscles, organs and blood vessels were being rebuilt and revitalized. She was being reborn. She was becoming stronger, faster, healthier. It was euphoric. With each second, her transformation was becoming more profound. After some time had passed, the star burning in her chest finally cooled down. The luminous sea dimmed, and from it, a radiant sphere was revealed, shining beautifully upon Rain's soul. The heat was replaced with a soothing coldness. That coldness washed over her body, taking away all the aches and discomforts that had been accumulated there over the past 6 days. Then it moved up, reaching her mind and soothing it. She slowly opened her eyes. Is this what it means to be awakened? Rain felt powerful. Her body was suffused with ferocious strength, startling endurance, and boundless vitality. Her senses were sharper. Even her mind seemed to have become more profound, somehow. Soul essence flowed freely through her body, seeping into her bones and muscles. It felt richer and more responsive, almost palpable. The soul core was at the heart of it all, serving as the bridge between tangible and intangible. A tired smile appeared on Rain's face. I did it, lost in the depths of a furious storm, sitting on the edge of a bottomless abyss, surrounded by darkness, and pursued by a harrowing abomination. The first human of the waking world had just awakened without taking upon the curse of the nightmare spell. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1826 Coming Storm. 1,318 words. While Rain was in the middle of her awakening, Tamar was struggling not to drown. Streams of water were pouring from the sky, mixing with mud. Laying powerlessly on the stretcher, she felt weak and spent. The situation seemed to be hopeless. Not only would she die, but Ronnie, who had refused to abandon her and strived so stubbornly to save them, would be killed, too. Looking at the furious black sky, Tamar wanted to give up. But she couldn't. A long sigh escaped from her lips. Then, a whirlwind of sparks surrounded her, forming into a beautiful spear. Tamar gritted her teeth, then rose to her feet, using the spear as a crutch. Immediately, severe pain pierced her fragile legs. It had been 6 or 7 days since they were broken. The bones had healed, somewhat, but even for an awakened, that was not nearly enough time to recover. She was probably undoing all that healing, but, still, Tamar refused to die lying down. Better yet, she didn't want to die at all. She was also indignant at the thought of Ronnie dying because of her. So, she had a hard decision to make. I have to summon the Echo. The monstrous wolf was protecting the survey team, and she was unwilling to compromise their safety. However, at this point, there was no sense in keeping the Echo with them. That was because it would disappear if Tamar died, leaving the survey team similarly defenseless. The problem was that there was no way to guarantee that summoning the Echo would save them. It was an ascended monster, a protector gifted to her by her clan. An ascended monster was a powerful creature, but it was not a given that it would be able to defeat an awakened tyrant. Especially this tyrant in particular, who seemed both ancient and exceedingly powerful. The wolf wouldn't be able to carry them away, either, because the tyrant was too close and the echo would instantly attract its attention. So, in order to increase their chances, Tamar would have to assist the echo in fighting the tyrant herself. She could still draw her bow, even if doing so would make her wounds open. I'll summon it, then. And yet, she hesitated. Watching the tyrant slowly draw closer, Tamar waited for something. Maybe something would happen, some miracle that would lead the hideous giant away. Maybe a bolt of lightning would descend from the sky and burn it. Maybe she wouldn't need to fail her friends and mission, after all. But nothing happened. The tyrant was already too close. It was still following their scent. A miracle did not descend, and their fates were still sealed. Tamar took a deep breath and prepared to dismiss the echo. But just before she did, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. Tamar flinched and looked back. Ronnie was standing there, looking at her calmly. Constant flashes of lightning were reflecting in her striking black eyes, making it seem as though they were illuminated by inner light. The mundane girl looked different, somehow. Tamar couldn't tell what about her had changed, exactly, in the lightning-infused darkness. Ronnie smiled. It's all right, I'll take care of it now. She paused for a moment, and then added calmly. Summon that sword of yours. Tamar looked at her in confusion, failing to understand what was happening. Her reason told her that Ronnie must have lost her mind, and that there was no point in listening to her ramblings. But, somehow, Tamar did not believe it. She felt a strange compulsion to be unreasonable and believe in her companion. And, after a long pause, she did. Instead of dismissing the echo and summoning it here, she summoned her brutish Zweihander and offered it to Ronnie. Ronnie took it with a thankful nod. She could barely lift it before. But now, she was holding it easily, as if her strength was suddenly in no way inferior to Tamar's own. Patting Tamar on the shoulder reassuringly, Ronnie turned and walked away from the edge. She was heading toward the approaching tyrant. Rain walked through the storm, carrying the heavy greatsword easily. Sadly, she had not had a lot of time to bask in the ecstasy of having awakened. They were still in mortal danger. The tyrant was still drawing closer. And she had to kill it. Which was a tall task. Even now that Rain was unawakened, the tyrant posed a lethal threat to her. After all, most awakened did not fight such powerful creatures alone. Her case was especially precarious because she was a singular existence. Not only had she awakened mere minutes ago, but she also did not possess an aspect yet. Unlike the carriers of the nightmare spell, those who awakened naturally, like her, had to spend time slowly discovering their aspect and flaw. Before that happened, she would not have powerful aspect abilities to assist her in battle. All she had was her enhanced physical prowess, cunning, and Tamar's sword. Now, she would see if that was enough. Reaching a certain point, directly in the path of the approaching tyrant, Rain lowered the Zweihander to the ground, assumed a stance, and froze. She had thought a lot about how to kill that damn tyrant. Actually, it wasn't that hard to achieve. The creature did not possess an impenetrable carapace or thick fur to stop her blade. Its defense was mostly in the form of overwhelming offense. The forest of arms were its minions, so damaging or destroying them would not harm the abomination. One had to reach its body to deliver a fatal wound, but to do that, they had to fight their way through the avalanche of monstrous hands. Which was close to impossible for someone like her. However, the tyrant was blind now. So, that was what Rain decided to gamble her life on. Standing motionlessly in the path of the abomination, she did not make a single sound. In fact, she even held her breath and forced her heartbeat to slow down. In the middle of the roaring storm, the creature would not hear it. At least that was Rain's hope. As she watched the hideous nightmare creature approach, all her instincts were screaming for her to turn away and run. However, she did not move at all. Soon, the tyrant drew so close that she could discern every ghastly detail of its gaunt body, flooded by the light of the flashing bolts of lightning. The creature was coming right at her, but it was not aware that its prey was so close, yet. Soon, a monstrous hand landed in the mud directly to Rain's right. Then, another landed in the mud to her left. The abomination dragged itself closer. Its appalling, oversized head was now almost above her, the enormous maw close enough to swallow her whole in an instant. Rain smiled darkly. Got you. Instead of fighting her way through the forest of hands, she had allowed the blind tyrant to bring itself to her. She finally moved. As soon as she did, the tyrant's head jerked, turning toward her. But it was already too late. The Zweihander exploded forward, slicing through the mud and rising in an upward arc. Rain pulled with one hand and pushed with the other, using its long handle as a lever. Her awakened strength was great enough to make the blade of the greatsword turn into a blur. A split second later, the Zweihander struck the tyrant's chin. Its sharp blade carried enough force and momentum to slice its jaw in half, sever its tongue, break through the fragile bones of the nasal cavity, cut cleanly through its brain, and finally escape from its forehead. In an instant, the abomination's head was split in two halves. A moment later, Rain was already jumping back. She easily leapt a dozen meters back, then slid in the mud the same distance. By then, countless hands were already pummeling the spot where she had stood. If she had been even a little bit slower, she would have been crushed. But it did not matter, because those hands were nothing but minions. The tyrant itself was dead. Its body swayed heavily, and then collapsed into the mud, a river of blood spilling from its mangled head. Just like that, the pursuit was over. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1827, Cleansing. 1096 words. Hidden in the shadows, Sunny let out a secretive sigh of relief. The past week had been a terrible ordeal for Rain, but it had not been easy for him, either. A long time ago, Sunny had told Rain that he could teach her how to wield a sword, how to traverse the dream realm, and how to kill her enemies, but he could not teach her how to be strong. The world was a cold and ruthless place, and his little sister was much too soft to endure its cruelty. Even now, all these years later, she retained that softness. She had learned how to wield weapons, survive in the wild, and hunt down abominations, but her nature was still the same. Rain had never suffered heartbreaking loss, had never felt the lightless depths of true despair, and had never faced the darkest sides of humanity. Despite her cool appearance and tough reputation, at her core, she was still the same kind and sweet girl. Which was a solace to Sunny. He never wanted her to lose that part of herself. And yet, he couldn't coddle her too much, either. It would only do Rain harm if she learned to rely on him too much. So, he had laboriously created the persona of Shadow, her mercurial teacher, who was both friendly and caring but also a little sinister and not completely reliable. That way, she could still feel a false sense of danger while being protected by him from the shadows and grow stronger for it. It would have been fine to let Rain awaken at her own pace, but the war was too close. So, Sunny had used the chance encounter with the awakened tyrant to design a trial for her. His own version of the first nightmare. The irony of how similar it was to his personal first nightmare had not escaped him. A punishing escape through the wild reaches of the dream realm, in the company of an awakened swordsman pursued by a blind tyrant. Of course, there were differences, as well. And although Rain had never been in real danger due to him observing her from the shadows, she definitely had not felt that way. Her struggle had been real, her suffering had been real, and her eventual triumph was real. Sunny, meanwhile, had not struggled himself. All he had done was eliminate any fallen abominations that could have stumbled onto the two escaping girls and keep an eye on the survey team to make sure that they made it back to the main camp all right. And yet, he felt completely exhausted. Watching Rain suffer was not easy for him. He wouldn't go as far as to say that it had been harder than it had been for Rain, but still. Sunny felt like his heart was bleeding, and that was saying much, considering how difficult it was for him to bleed. Similarly, while Rain felt incredible joy and pride at being able to awaken, his heart was full of emotion as well. However, for Sunny, he felt even more. That was because he could see more, and understood more. Rain had a deep connection to her soul, for a mundane person, and could control her essence well. But Sunny perceived it on a much deeper level. That was why he could see a tiny bead of hideous darkness that nestled in his sister's soul. A seed of corruption, the nightmare seed. Every mundane person who had entered the dream realm carried one within them, just like those infected by the nightmare spell in the waking world did. Although, Sunny was not entirely sure which came first, the seed of nightmare or the infection. Perhaps it was precisely because some people carried hideous darkness within their souls that the spell chose them. In any case, the seed in Rain's soul had not grown in the past 4 years, and would not bloom into a category 1 nightmare gate unless certain conditions were met. That was because it was small and minuscule enough to be suppressed by the authority of Queen Song. As long as Rain remained in the Song domain, her first nightmare would never come. But it would also make her an eternal hostage of a domain unless she accepted the spell and challenged the nightmare. While the storm was raging and Rain was going through the final stage of her awakening, Sunny observed her soul in somber silence. The numerous sparks of light, the crystals of solidified essence, fused under the pressure. A luminous sea ignited at the depths of Rain's soul. Forged in the heat of that sea, her soul core slowly came to shape. And at the same time, unnoticed, the bead of darkness dissolved in the light, destroyed by it. Sunny had seen a seed of corruption bloom in the soul of a sleeper once. Watching the opposite process take place was both poignant and miraculous. Is that the purpose of the first nightmare? To push the infected into awakening, and thus destroy the seed, preventing corruption from blooming. Awakening was the first step toward divinity, after all, and divinity was in direct opposition to corruption. So, it only made sense that coming closer to divinity would render one immune to the weaker manifestation of its enemy. That was the second way Sunny knew of for a soul to be cleansed of corruption. The first way was known to everyone, but very few ever considered it as such. It was death. Awakened were used to collecting soul shards from the nightmare creatures, but they rarely questioned why was it that the remnant fragments of corrupted souls were pure and untainted. What happened at the moment of death that purified them? Or was it death itself that eliminated the hideous darkness? Now that Sunny knew more about the world, the void, and the origin of death, he understood that death was a weapon to destroy corruption. And that was what it did. He observed the tyrant's tainted soul collapse and be cleansed, as well. The moment the abomination lost its life, the vile darkness shrouding its soul withered and died. In the end, only 5 radiant shards were left. So, Sunny let out a relieved sigh. Finally, the ordeal was over. Rain's grisly trial was finished, and the broader threat to her life was not as pressing anymore, either. Now that her soul had been cleansed, Sunny would be able to take her out of the Song domain. He had many more options now. Of course, it wasn't certain that she would want to leave. Remaining in the shadows, Sunny glanced at her. At the moment, Rain was stumbling back to where Tamar was leaning on her spear with a pained expression on her face. He followed stealthily. This next part is going to be tricky. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1828-1828, Lost and Found. 1,200 words. Rain made her way back to where Tamar was leaning on the spear, put the sword down, and sprawled tiredly in the mud. Now that the tyrant was dead, the rush of power she had felt because of the awakening receded. Her body might have been tempered and reforged, but it was still depleted and weary. Her mind, too, she was dead tired. Some distance away, the abomination's corpse was laying on the ground like a small hill of flesh. The creature was dead, but its minions weren't. The monstrous hands were still moving, searching for the killer in blind fury. Luckily, they remained attached to the tyrant's corpse, so their reach was limited. Until the corpse decomposed and fell apart, nothing would reach Rain and Tamar. The movements of the terrible hands were a little panicked. Looking at the sky, Rain let out a long sigh. The storm was slowly dissipating. The wind had already grown weaker, and the rain was not as heavy anymore. The lightning did not strike as often. The roaring thunderclaps were not as loud, as if growing distant. She could even see gaps in the veil of dark storm clouds. Unexpectedly, rays of pale sunlight were pouring from through the gaps. Which meant that it was the 7th day of their journey. Rain stared at the rays of sunshine with displeasure. How annoying. She had hoped that it was still the 6th night, just to avoid the nightmare spell's favorite number. Rain had a mild aversion to the number 7, purely out of obstinance. Tamar finally let go of her spear and fell back on her stretcher. The younger girl looked at her for a long time, her eyes full of questions. But in the end, her exhaustion won, and she simply closed them. Not long after, both Rain and Tamar were asleep, laying next to each other in the mud. This was the first time in a long while they slept peacefully. By the time Rain woke up, the sky had cleared. Strangely enough, she didn't feel groggy or exhausted. Her body did not ache all over, either. Instead, it was brimming with energy and vitality. The low hum of the weeping goddess enveloped the world like a lullaby. She stared at the clear sky for a few moments in confusion. Oh, right, I'm an awakened now. Sitting up, Rain glanced in the direction of the dead tyrant. The forest of arms was still moving, but none of them had escaped the corpse, yet. That was a relief. Looking away, she raised her own hands and studied them. Her skin had become smooth like silk. Her nails were like jade. Turning her hands, she stared at her palms intently. Her calluses were gone. Rain blinked a couple of times. Her hands looked soft and delicate, as if she had never done any hard labor at all. It was a bit stupid, but she couldn't help letting a small smile creep up on her face. Wait a minute. Rain pulled off her dirty, tattered shirt and unclasped the military bodysuit. Peeling it off to reveal her fair torso, she opened her eyes wide. The mark left by the blow that the huntsman had dealt her was gone. A few other scars she had collected in the last few years were nowhere to be seen, either. Her skin was supple and unblemished, nearly flawless. Wow, while Rain was delighting in the sight of her ladylike body, a hoarse voice resounded from behind her. Quote. What are you doing? She flinched and hurriedly pulled the bodysuit close, embarrassed at being caught doing something so unserious. Turning around, she saw Tamar looking at her with a complicated expression. Right, Rain smiled sheepishly. Nothing, I was just, good morning, Tamar. The young legacy remained silent for a while, maintaining her usual stern frown. She glanced at the sky, which was already being painted golden and scarlet by the setting sun, but did not comment on how wrong Rain's greeting was. Eventually, she opened her mouth and asked hesitantly, have you been, and awakened all along, Ronnie? Now that the deed had been done, Rain honestly wasn't sure how to deal with the situation. There had been no choice but to act when the tyrant was about to catch them, but how was she supposed to explain its death to the young legacy? She wasn't even done processing what had happened herself. Rain met Tamar's gaze and shook her head slowly. I think you know that I wasn't. If I was, I wouldn't have put myself through all that torment. There was hesitation in the younger girl's eyes. She knew that Rain could not have been an awakened, and yet, there was no other logical explanation. Reality and reason were clashing in her mind, leaving her in a state of loss and confusion. After a while, she said stiffly, unless you have some kind of powerful flaw that limits when and how you can express your power, that is possible. Rain wavered for a while, then sighed. No, I have no such flaw. I wasn't hiding my rank from anyone. Tamar gritted her teeth. Then how were you able to wield my sword? How were you able to slay the tyrant? It doesn't make any sense. It's impossible for a mundane person to do. Rain scratched the back of her head, remained silent for a few moments, and then shrugged. You were right. A mundane person would not have been able to wield your sword. Well, maybe some huge guy. Tamar took a deep breath. Then how? Rain looked at her and smiled easily. Isn't it obvious? When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. So, I wasn't awakened before, but I am now. She raised an arm and flexed her muscles. It really feels amazing, by the way. The young legacy stared at her with a stunned expression. No, you couldn't have conquered the first nightmare. There was no time. You couldn't have even challenged it within the queen's domain. Rain nodded. You were right. I did not conquer the first nightmare. Tamar took a deep breath. How could you awaken, then? Now was probably the last chance for Rain to keep her mouth shut. But really, did she have to? She had a vague hope that Tamar would not betray her. More than that, she did not think that keeping her achievement secret was the right thing to do. Since Rain had found a way to awaken without becoming a carrier of the nightmare spell, others would be able to follow her example, as well, perhaps not many, but some. Which meant that fewer children would have to die while challenging the nightmare. Like her older brother had. Many would still choose to accept the spell, without a doubt, due to all the boons it offered. But at least they would have a choice. Conversely, if she kept her accomplishment hidden, then in the future, the deaths of every unwilling sleeper would indirectly be her fault. Rain wasn't sure how or when she wanted to share her knowledge, but she knew that it had to be shared. So, she gathered her courage and said, how did the ancient people of the dream realm awaken? You should know that there was no nightmare spell back then. Tamar's eyes widened slowly. She reeled back, mumbling softly. Before the nightmare spell. Impossible, the knowledge has been lost. Rain smiled. Yes, the knowledge has been lost. But now, it has been found. I found it, with a lot of help from my teacher. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1829, A New Way. 1146 words. Before the sun set, the minions of the dead tyrant accepted the death of their ruler. Rain watched with a dark expression as the countless hands stopped moving for a while, and then started to claw at the flesh of the dead abomination. The corpse was going to come undone much sooner than she had expected, allowing the monstrous hands to prowl freely. She wanted to be as far away from the swarm of them as possible when that happened. Soon, she was pulling Tamar's stretcher through the mud once again. It had been tortuously hard and exhausting before, but now, Rain did not feel any strain at all. It was so easy that the bitterness of her past efforts seemed like a joke. She was slowly coming to terms with the fact that she had become an awakened, smiling brightly from time to time. Tamar was slowly coming to terms with it, too. The young legacy spoke from the stretcher. But, how, exactly, did you do it? Rain considered if she should break into a sprint, but then decided against it. Well, it is hard to explain with words. The first thing you should know is that natural awakening works in reversed order from the one induced by the spell. You must learn how to sense and control your essence first, and form the soul core later. She remembered her early days in Ravenheart. Back then, she had barely known her teacher. Your essence has to awaken first. There are a few ways to make that happen, but the only one I know of is to absorb the essence of awakened creatures. Tamar shifted quietly on the stretcher. Soul shards used to be extremely precious in the waking world, so very few mundanes ever had a chance to acquire many of them before. The situation is even more dire now. With how many new awakened and masters are out there, everyone is striving to saturate their cores. She paused for a moment, and then added scornfully, you must be very rich, Ronnie, to have acquired so many. For a simple porter, Rain grinned. Who, me? No, I'm a bit poor. Actually, I never once managed to buy a soul shard. I just went out there and hunted down nightmare creatures, one at a time. Mostly dormant, and a few awakened. The young legacy let out a long, exasperated sigh. You crazy mundane girl, Rain chuckled. Well, anyway, then, you have to learn how to sense and control your essence. That part is the hardest. I don't really know how to describe it, since there are no words in human language to do something like that. Plus, it's a bit of an impossible task, to begin with. How do you describe the sense of balance? How do you describe colors to a blind person? It's like that. Well, you should know, I am sure you, awakened, struggle all the time to explain various things to mundane people. I mean, we, awakened. She paused for a few moments, then continued calmly. The last part is to form the soul core. That is what I have been doing ever since we've met. The process is rather simple, if a bit tedious. You just need to control your essence and make it flow in a circle, like a whirlpool. If you do it long enough and well enough, your essence will start to solidify. And then, at some point, a chain reaction will start, birthing the core. That is how you become awakened, and that is what happened to me yesterday. Tamar remained silent for a while. Eventually, she asked, that doesn't really make sense. You couldn't have learned all of this on your own, someone extraordinary must have guided you. But that is not even the issue. Alright, I'll accept that you are a mundane girl who habitually hunts down nightmare creatures. That much is theoretically possible, at least. But it would also mean that you should have stayed comfortably in a well-defended city during the last and most sensitive part of your awakening. There was no reason for you to work as a laborer in a road construction crew, even without taking into account that such a job would slow down the process of refining a soul core. It is simply beneath someone of your ability. Rain coughed awkwardly. Now that she had decided to share the truth with Tamar, how much, exactly, was she supposed to share? She couldn't reveal the identity of her teacher, because that was not her secret to share. As for the rest, she hesitated for a moment. To tell you the truth, I got myself into some trouble in Ravenheart. So, I was advised to disappear from the city for a while. Tamar scoffed. I'm not surprised. She remained silent for a while, then asked in a serious tone. One thing that I can't understand, Ronnie, is why you have decided to share your secret with me. Rain stopped and turned around, looking at the young legacy with a hint of dark amusement in her eyes. Well, the cat was out of the bag after I killed the tyrant. So, I had two choices, either tell you the truth or toss you over the edge of the waterfall. Although, I might still choose the latter. She stared at Tamar for a moment, then turned around and exploded with laughter. Gods, the expression on your face, relax, it was a joke. Plus, why would I keep it a secret? I want as many people as possible to know. That way, fewer kids will be dying in the first nightmare. Fewer of them will be sent into a literal death zone on the winter solstice like you were, too. Rain couldn't help but be giddy. The intoxicating feeling of strength and potency permeating her body, the pride and relief of having finally accomplished the goal she had been pursuing for so many years, the promise of a gentler future that she could potentially help usher in. It was enough to make her head spin. While she was basking in joy, Tamar's cold voice resounded from behind. Ronnie, you are a bit naive, aren't you? Rain glanced at her in confusion. What's that about? Laying on the stretcher, the young legacy looked at the sky tiredly and let out a long sigh. You absolutely cannot tell anyone about how you awakened. At least not while you were so weak and lack protection. If you knew what's good for you, you really should have tossed me over the edge of the waterfall. Rain blinked a couple of times. What? Why? The younger girl shifted and looked up at her, her gaze somber. Just think about it. The entire power hierarchy of our world is built around the nightmare spell. The entire economy too, more or less. Those who wield power can do so because they control the resources people need to survive. Awakened warriors are one such resource, perhaps the most important one. Now, you possess something that can render all that authority meaningless. What do you think will happen to you when those in power learn about your existence? Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1830, Resistance to Change. 1,284 words. Rain stopped, feeling her sense of joy dim a little. A perplexed smile appeared on her face. She wasn't a fool, so she had considered these things, as well. But didn't the importance of her discovery far outweigh such details? But it can save countless lives. Tamar looked away and shrugged. Can it? Maybe in the short term, but what will happen when these new and untested awakened have to face the horrors of the dream realm? What can cowards who refuse to face even the first nightmare do? Surely, they will buckle and break, leaving humanity defenseless. In that sense, what you offer is poison, not salvation. She sighed. That is not my opinion, by the way. That is just one example of what others can say, will say, to justify harming you and suppressing your discovery. They might not even do it out of malice, but out of sincere belief. Because what you offer does not just attack their authority, but also their identity. That, as well, is built around the nightmare spell for many. Rain dropped the harness into the mud. You can't be serious. Her voice was calm, but her eyes weren't. Because, she could easily imagine a world where Tamar was right. Take the two domains, for example. On the surface, the royal clans were benefactors to those hundreds of millions of mundane people who now lived in the dream realm. But if one looked at it differently, the citizens of the domains were hostage to the royal clans. They could only be safe if their sovereign protected them, and could only really attempt the first nightmare, and thus step on the path to greater power, if the sovereign or one of the sovereign's vassals allowed them to. In the future, when more and more people of the waking world settled in the dream realm, that would become the cornerstone of the authority of the royal clans. Would they be willing to share that authority? And then, there were the legacy clans below the two royal houses, whose culture and identity were irrevocably connected to the dreadful challenges of the nightmare spell. They were already prohibiting their scions from saving themselves from the trial of the winter solstice by entering the dream realm in advance, purely out of belief that warriors had to be forged in fire. Would they accept awakened who had not faced the first nightmare? Or would they find the very concept offensive? The consequences of Rain's achievement went far deeper than she had considered. Tamar sighed. I am deadly serious, Ronnie. You should speak to the extraordinary person who guided you to awakening, at least, before making any decisions. They had to have been more aware of the repercussions than you are. Be mindful, though, make sure that they have your best interest in heart before listening to what they have to say. She paused for a moment, and then added in a subdued tone. Until you do, no one must know that you are not a carrier of the nightmare spell. We'll tell them that we had no choice but to cross the realm boundary and leave the Song domain while escaping from the tyrant, and that you had your first nightmare as a result. That will work as a temporary measure, at least. Rain looked at her soberly. Tamar was young, but she was a member of a legacy clan, as well. She served the queen as a vassal. So, she was the exact type of person she had warned Rain against. Can I trust her? After what they had experienced together, Rain wanted to believe that she could. But in a sense, covering the truth would mean betraying the trust of Tamar's clan and Queen Song. Would she really do that? Rain sighed. One thing I don't understand, Lady Tamar, is why are you willing to hide this secret from me? The young legacy looked at her from the muddy stretcher. Her face was pale and stern, which was a bit of a comical look for such a young woman. After a while, she looked away, remained silent for a moment, and said stiffly. Well, aren't you a member of my survey team? I am responsible for your well-being, as a superior. So, if something happens to you, a stain would be left on my reputation. And I value my reputation very much. Rain stared at her silently, keeping a straight face. Single quote ... Adorable. By that time, the night had already fallen, and the 3 moons were high in the sky. So, she couldn't see Tamar's expression very well. She did see something else, however. With a sigh, Rain unsheathed her hunting knife. Moonlight glistened on the sharp blade as she bent down. Tamar seemed to flinch when she saw the knife. What are you doing? Rain cut the harness, separating it from the stretcher, and looked at the young legacy with a neutral expression. I'm sorry, Lady Tamar. I'm afraid you'll have to go over the edge, after all. Tamar's eyes widened. What? Rain stared at her for a few moments, then laughed and pointed in the direction of the edge. You might not see it from the ground, but actually, out there in the darkness, far below, a scattering of lights was shining faintly through the water vapor. It was the city built by Tamar's clan on the shores of the Lake of Tears. Rain stood up and started dismantling the harness. The plan was to reach your clan's citadel, but I don't really know how to cross all the canyons that stand in our way. It would be much easier to climb down from the plateau and reach the city. So, summon the brightest luminous memory you have. We're going down. Tamar was looking up at her with a frozen expression. After a while, she scowled in outrage. Ronnie, why, you? Was that supposed to be funny? Rain shrugged. I don't know. I thought it was pretty funny. Soon, they left the stretcher behind. Tamar was strapped to Rain's back with the rearranged harness, holding onto her shoulders with trembling hands. Before, Rain would have never dared to climb a slick, sheer slope while carrying such a heavy burden, but now that she was an awakened, nothing seemed impossible for her anymore. With the bright light of the luminous memory illuminating the vertical surface of the weathered stone, she carefully started the descent. Her physical strength seemed inexhaustible, so all she had to do was pay attention and keep in mind how far from the wall her center of gravity was. That said, the Moonriver Plateau was terribly high, so reaching the Lake of Tears was taking an eternity. The weeping goddess flowed down on both sides of them, but the stretch of the slope Rain had chosen was relatively dry. At some point, she sensed Tamar's tension and started talking to calm the younger girl down. Rain talked about all the things she was looking forward to after awakening. Like not having to do laundry or carry a heavy backpack while climbing mountains. Mainly these 2 things, and having soft hands. That is what you were worried about? Tamar's voice sounded incredulous. Rain grinned. Listen, Princess Tamar, you might not know it, but humble laborers like me take skincare very seriously. The young legacy remained silent for a while, then sighed in embarrassment. No, actually, I get it. Girls from legacy clans all secretly look forward to becoming awakened. We train really hard, you know, so by 16, your hands are a nightmare in and of itself. Rain laughed. It was already dawn by the time they reached the water. Rain had been worried that she would have to swim to shore, but there was no need. Tamar's luminous memory was very visible in the dark night, so the inhabitants of the city had long noticed a strange spark slowly crawling down the sheer cliffs. So, there were boats waiting in a semicircle around the base of the cliffs, with armed awakened on them. Now, their dreadful journey was truly over. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1831-1831, Abstract Concept. 969 words. Dressed in a comfortable nightgown, Rain was sitting on a bed. The bed was white and soft. The sheets were immaculately clean and crisp, a far cry from the cold cradle of mud she had been sleeping on for many days. It was also much nicer than her own bed in Ravenheart, so she had nothing to complain about. The room itself was spacious, but austere. The citadel of Clan Sorrow was cut into the cliffside, so the walls surrounding her were that of rough stone. The furniture, however, was quite elegant and beautifully made. There was a single arched window in the room, opening to the pale lilac expanse of the evening sky. The roaring of the weeping goddess seemed quiet here, somehow, but also constant, like a persistent hum. The air was fresh and smelled of water. The peaceful, but uniquely austere mood of the somber citadel helped Rain imagine easily where Tamar's overly serious demeanor had come from. She sighed. Things had happened fast after the 2 of them reached the Lake of Tears. First, Rain and Tamar were brought to the city built on its shore. It was much smaller than Ravenheart but still lively. The architecture style was distinctly different, as well, favoring flat roofs that served as gardens, as opposed to the capital, where most roofs were slanted and covered by tiles to avoid snow and ash accumulating on them. They did not spend much time in the city, though. The Saint of Sorrow was currently away, but Tamar's mother was there. After receiving news of her daughter showing up severely wounded, she immediately sent retainers to retrieve her. Rain and Tamar were taken to the citadel, which was cut directly into the vertical side of the great waterfall and oversaw the city from high above. Tamar was treated by an ascended healer. Rain, meanwhile, was welcomed as a guest of Clan Sorrow. She met the matriarch of the clan, as well as a few elders. Everyone had treated her graciously, from the awakened retainers and mundane citizens to the members of the direct family. Tamar had briefly shared the story of how the 2 of them had ended up in such a sorry state, including the fake version of Rain's awakening. Everything seemed fine, and yet, Rain was in a heavy mood. That was because she had heard a lot, and inferred even more, from the conversations with the locals. The war seemed imminent. Some of the people she had talked to were aware of it, while some were not. Nevertheless, everyone was alarmed and uneasy, as if there was invisible tension permeating the air. Many things had happened after the survey team left the construction camp and lost contact with the rest of humanity. The conflict between the 2 great clans had grown much more dire. Valor continued to demand that Silent Stalker and Master Dar of Maharana clan were handed over, and Song continued to refuse. There were all kinds of unrest on the streets of Bastion and Ravenheart, NQSC, even. There had been protests and violent clashes between the followers of the opposing domains. A large crowd was chanting threateningly in front of Clan Song's compound in the waking world. Someone had tossed makeshift incendiaries at the fortress walls surrounding the location of the King's Dream Gate in the northern quadrant. A few young legacies had already fought openly, devastating a public venue. They were arrested by the agents of the government, but the government itself was behaving strangely, as if frozen by fear, indecision, and internal conflict. And those were only the outward signs. The more dire omen was how deserted the citadel of Clan Sorrow seemed. There were awakened warriors, but too few of them. There were members of the direct family, but only the less powerful ones. Which told Rain one thing. The queen was secretly mobilizing her forces. The road Rain had helped build was almost complete, and soon, legions of the Song domain would march on it, heading to Godgrave. The war, which was an abstract concept before, was almost palpable now. It was much sooner than she had expected. And so, Rain was sitting quietly on the bed, watching as the sky turned dark beyond the window. Finally, when all sunlight was gone and deep shadows devoured the room, a familiar presence emerged from them. Her teacher leaned on a wall and applauded quietly. His smile was as carefree as it had always been. Congratulations, you are an awakened now. Rain looked at his dark silhouette sternly. Quote. Where the hell have you been? He gave her a vague shrug. Oh, you know, here and there, hiding in the shadows, taking a beach vacation, sitting idly on my dark throne. Why, didn't you do well without me? Rain lingered for a few moments, then let out a heavy sigh. I wouldn't call it, well, exactly, but, sure. Actually, I did fine. He grinned. Fine, you are the first human of your world to have awakened without that pesky thing, what do you call it? Oh, the nightmare spell. Great job, Rain, you really made me proud. She silently extended her hand and opened her palm. Give it, then. He raised an eyebrow, or at least she thought he did, since she couldn't see his face clearly. What? Rain frowned. My memory. You promised me a memory after I killed the huntsman. Her teacher laughed quietly. Right, don't worry, I will. I'll even throw in one more for that awakened tyrant. And a third one as a free bonus, for a return customer. He hesitated for a moment, and then added more sincerely. But really, good job. Awakening, killing the tyrant, and not leaving that girl to die, too. I'm not sure that I would have done the same as a sleeper. Rain looked away, feeling a little embarrassed. Quote. Thank you. Anyway, I was never really a sleeper. That would have been embarrassing. I'm way too old to be one. After that, neither of them spoke for a while. Eventually, Rain asked, so, what now? Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1832, The Other Side. 1,297 words. Her teacher sighed. That is up to you. Now that you have awakened, we have more options. You are not a prisoner of the Song domain anymore, so, if you want, I can take you to safety to wait out this entire mess. She faced him, not saying anything. He chuckled. What? I have nice places to take my student to as well, you know. Rain smiled faintly, says the man who has lived in my shadow for 4 years. The joke was just like countless others she had told in the past, but today, it did not land. She didn't feel it. Rain shook her head. You know I wanted to awaken because I wanted to be strong. Have I become strong to do nothing, then? Running away and hiding in a safe place sure sounds nice, on the surface. But do you really think that I would want to? Her teacher sighed. No, not really. He hesitated. So what do you want to do? Rain remained silent for a long while. Tamar told me to consult the person who had guided me to awakening. Before trying to do anything. So, what? Was she right? Will I be silenced if I try to share my knowledge with the world? He walked over to the window and looked outside, his silhouette almost indistinguishable from the shadows. Well, that kid has some sense. What she tried to tell you was a bit too dramatic and extreme, but fundamentally, she is right. Of course, there are ways to go about it. You won't be able to offer this knowledge to the world freely, but the sovereigns will not discard it, either. After all, it is another tool they can use. So, as long as you are willing to let them use it as they see fit, and are ready to accept that it will only ever be used sparingly, I can arrange that. He turned around and smiled. Alternatively, you can entrust it to me. Your friend said that this knowledge should not be shared while you are weak and lack backing. However, she is wrong about one thing. You do not lack backing, Rain, since you have me. I might not be capable enough to stand against the sovereigns, just yet, but I am more than capable enough to disseminate information without being caught by them. Rain frowned. What would be the point, though? You might be able to avoid them, but people who receive the knowledge from you won't be. So, the royal clans will just suppress them instead of me. Even if they fail to uproot the knowledge entirely, there will be countless victims. That is not what I want. Her teacher grinned. Smart girl. Well, actually, that is all beside the point. In truth, you don't really need to hide that knowledge for long. She raised an eyebrow, confused. I don't. He nodded. I'd say, by the end of this war, all your concerns will become moot. Or, well, we'll have bigger problems to solve at the very least. So, keep your secret safe until the war is over. Who knows, the situation might change entirely by then. His voice grew a little lighter. In the meantime, work on becoming a master. Maybe find a way to manifest a flaw in an aspect. Right, now that you have a soul core, we will have to teach you how to enter your soul sea. Rain listened to him with a smile. At some point, she said, Teacher, he paused. What? Rain remained silent for a moment, then said quietly, I am going to participate in the war. For the first time in a long while, he seemed a little rattled. What kind of? Have you lost your mind? She shook her head slowly. No, actually, I've been thinking about it for a long time. Rain sighed. Tamar said that I am naive, and I know you think that way, too. But I am not. Yes, I tend to assume the best of people, even if some of them don't deserve it. But I am not a fool. He blinked a couple of times. Assuming the best of people who don't deserve it is pretty much the definition of being naive. She looked at her soft hands, illuminated gently by the moonlight. In any case, the Sword domain is going to declare war on the Song domain. If the King of Swords wins, then, an occupation will follow. I can't just sit on the sidelines and watch without doing anything. He pursed his lips. What, do you think that the queen is any better? Valor might end up being the ones who initiate the war, but make no mistake. Clan Song wants it just as badly. More than that, what will change if one sovereign replaces the other? Isn't it all the same for the simple people who live in the Song domain? Not to mention that you don't belong to that domain, to begin with. You are from a government family. Rain looked at him somberly. A government family? Sure, I am, but, teacher, for how much longer will the government exist? Once there is only one royal clan instead of two, do you really think that they will allow an independent power to remain without submitting to their rule? Neutrality will become a myth, by then, and anyone who did not join the right side in the war will be branded as a sinner. That includes government families like mine. He lingered for a moment. I'm not sure about how much longevity the government has left, but you were right. The winner will certainly consolidate their power. She shook her head, and yes, it matters which sovereign rules the Song domain. The royal clans might seem the same to you, but do you really think that the King of Swords, who is synonymous with Bastion, will treat Ravenheart the same as his ancestral home? That he won't siphon resources from the conquered lands to feed the central regions? More than that, by the end of the war, many people would have died. Citizens of the losing domain will be occupied by the people who have killed their brothers, sisters, parents, and children on the battlefield. It won't be a peaceful process. Her teacher sighed. Well, you are right. The King of Swords might certainly do something like that, and there will be some tension, and therefore some measures of suppression. Rain smiled bitterly, and lastly, I do believe that both sides want the war. But, teacher, the people I know are in the Song domain. Tamar and her clan, the porters from the survey team, the road manager who went out of his way to help me make more money while staying safe. The merchants who used to buy the materials I harvested, our neighbors in Ravenheart, who brought us food when we arrived from NQSC. Young awakened guards who welcomed me back from the hunts, and so many more. They are all good people. These are the people I know, and they are the ones who will suffer if the Song domain falls to the army of Clan Valor. So, she looked away. I can't claim any sort of moral superiority by choosing to fight for the queen, but I can't step back and do nothing, either. Rain took a deep breath and looked at her teacher resolutely. So I'll do what I can, little as it may be. He stared at her for a long time, not saying anything. Before, she could see a hint of his expression, but now, his face was entirely shrouded in darkness. Rain suddenly felt nervous. She had never seriously angered her teacher before. Did she do it now? Eventually, though, he let out a long sigh and said in a grumpy voice. Quote. You're not making my job easier, you know that. Bah, what a troublesome student. Her teacher shook his head in dejection. But, I sort of expected that to happen. He cursed. What can I say? I guess we are joining the army of Clan Song. Why the hell not? One side, two sides, three sides, at this point, what's the difference? Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1833. Honesty is the best policy. 1138 words. Days before, Sunny had been left alone on a peaceful beach. He just stood there motionlessly for a while, holding Neff's dress awkwardly and not knowing what to do with it. Was he supposed to just leave it here? Or return it? What would that scene even look like? Simply imagining it was a little terrifying. Here, your dress. You left it behind the last time. His face slowly turned a beautiful shade of pink. Eventually, Sunny sighed, folded the dress gently, and put it down. He put his own clothes back on, summoned the nebulous mantle, then briefly rinsed the dirty plates in the river and placed it all back into the picnic basket. He placed the blanket there, as well, and finally put the folded dress on top of it. By then, the velvet sky was illuminated by a scattering of bright stars, and the world was bathed in moonlight. He pushed the boat into the water and jumped inside. Rowing it upstream was not as effortless as it had been to drift downstream, not to mention that he was all alone now. His side felt chilly. Moving the oars and looking at the moon, Sunny let out another sigh. Well, it had to be done. He considered just using Shadow Step to return to Bastion, but then abandoned that idea. After all, that aspect ability belonged to the Lord of Shadows, not to Master Sunless, and although he had told Neffis the truth, these two were entirely different people as far as the rest of the world was concerned. Sunny wasn't quite sure how much longer Master Sunless would be able to exist, and what role the humble shopkeeper would play, but he still wanted to remain cautious. It was not time to abandon that persona yet. Hopefully, such a time would never come. Listening to the soothing sounds of the river, he slowly savored the memories of today. Seeing Neffis descend from the sky like a celestial fairy, witnessing her easy smile at the docks, rowing the boat side by side with her, pressed tightly against each other. Listening to her laugh as she dove into the water, sunlight reflecting from the surface of the river as she splashed him, standing near the shore in her tantalizing bathing suit. And the rest, maybe I could have handled it better. He probably could have, but she had caught him by surprise with her somewhat believable, but entirely mistaken theory of who Master Sunless really was. Remembering Neff's subtly smug expression, Sunny couldn't help but laugh quietly. Ah, what will I do with her? In any case, he had got his point across. He confessed his secret identity, made sure to explain that deceiving her had not been his intention, and expressed the sincerity of his feelings. The rest was up to Neffis. And speaking of Neffis, Sunny hesitated for a few moments, and then asked silently, Cassie, are you listening? There was a stretch of silence, and then, her calm voice resounded in his mind. I am. Sunny froze, then cleared his throat in embarrassment. Come to think of it, I sort of threw Cassie under the bus, didn't? Well, better not mention it. Ever. Sunny pretended not to remember doing anything of the sort and asked. I assume you witnessed everything. She didn't deny it. I did. For what it's worth, I think you did a good job. It was the right decision. Sunny exhaled slowly. I hope it was. But, however, before he could finish the sentence, Cassie suddenly interrupted him, which was a bit strange, since it was not at all like her. Oh, Sunny raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? There was a long stretch of silence, and then Cassie spoke again, her voice sounding a little strange. Oh my, Sunny frowned. Is something wrong? This time, her response came almost immediately. No, of course not. I just, sorry. Can't speak right now. With that, Cassie's voice grew silent, and she did not respond again. Sunny continued to row the boat upstream in bewilderment. After a while, thinking about something, he winced. Ah, I hope she survives. Far away, on a tranquil heavenly island, an ivory pagoda seemed to shimmer with reflected moonlight. On one of its higher levels, a delicate young woman was sitting behind the desk, tracing her fingers across a parchment. Her lovely face was enchantingly beautiful, and her long hair was like a cascade of pale gold. At that moment, the young woman turned her head to the white stone of the chamber's outer wall. Her expression changed slightly. Oh, in the next moment, something crashed into the island with a resounding boom. Cassie slowly rose from behind her desk. Oh my. Then, she walked out from behind the desk and faced the door. Her movements were poised and elegant, but also, seemed a little nervous for some reason. She frowned slightly. I'm sure it'll be fine. Sunny's voice resounded in her mind. Is something wrong? Cassie hesitated for a moment. Of course not. But then, the door flew open with a bang, and a tall figure appeared on the threshold, clad in an intricate suit of enchanted armor. Cassie gulped. Neff, when did you get back? Neffy's was already inside, the door slamming shut behind her. Why didn't you tell me? Her face was flushed, and her usually calm eyes were full of scathing intensity. Cassie lingered for a moment. Tell you what, Neff was approaching her with wide strides. Her office, sadly, wasn't that large. Don't give me that. I know that you saw everything. Everything. Cassie made her best effort to flutter her eyelashes innocently. Unfortunately, her eyes were hidden behind a blindfold, so it had no effect. She tilted her head in a flawless imitation of a confused lack of understanding and said, "How could I have seen anything? I'm blind." Her tone was soft and elegant. To illustrate her argument, she pointed at the blindfold. Instead of answering, Neff lunged at her. Cassie made her best effort to hold in a frightened squeal and evaded the grab with a graceful step. It wasn't that hard to do, since her awakened ability warned her of danger in advance. Luckily, Neffy's was not using her full Titanic speed. Otherwise, Cassie might not have been able to escape even with the forewarning. Now wait a minute, Neff, I can explain. Sure you can. Stop dodging and come here, then. I'll let you explain. I'd rather not. Too late. Something crashed loudly inside the office. No, but when did you get so slippery? I'm not slippery. I'm adroit and graceful. Oh yes you are, for now. Wait, there was another loud crash. Stop breaking my furniture. I'll buy you a new desk. That's not the point. Come here, or I'll buy you a new shelf, too. The firekeepers, who had gathered on the lower level of the ivory tower in frightful silence, looked at each other. Eventually, one of them said, "We didn't hear anything, right?" Another nodded. "Of course. In fact, I am currently asleep in my cabin on the chain breaker. I was never even here. I am actually in the waking world right now. I think my flaw made me deaf." There were a few moments of silence. Let's just go, before she decides to buy a new door, too. With that, they quietly dispersed. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1834. As simple as that. 1,193 words. Sometime later, Cassie's office was a mess. The actual damage wasn't that severe, but there were parchments and sheets of paper scattered everywhere. The two young women were sitting on the floor, breathing heavily. Cassie's blindfold was a little crooked. Neffy's glared at her for a while, then groaned and hid her face between her knees. Eventually, her muffled voice resounded in the stone chamber. I forgot to retrieve my damn dress." Hearing that, Cassie livened up a little, as if feeling a chance to redeem herself. "Oh, don't worry." He picked it up. Instead of answering, Neffy slowly raised her hands and silently grabbed her head. After a few moments of silence, she said, "When is the war starting?" "Let's go to war, Saz." The blind seer smiled. "Of course, I'll go with you." She paused for a moment, then added softly, "But honestly, I don't know why you are reacting so strongly." Neffy's raised her head and looked at the other young woman in astonishment. "Why, I'm embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed that I want to fall through the earth." Cassie smiled slightly. "Really? Well, embarrassed is better than angry, I think." She paused for a moment, then asked cautiously, "Are you disappointed?" Neffy's remained silent for a while, then sighed and leaned tiredly on the wall. "No, yes, maybe." She gritted her teeth. "I am disappointed, but I am also excited. I don't know." She hesitated for a while. "I liked many things about Master Sunless, and some of those things were how soft and safe he was. Unlike me, and everything around me. I'm sad that these qualities of him were a deception." Neffy's frowned. "But then, they weren't, really. The man I've come to know, and like, is not an illusion. It's just that I've only been exposed to a part of him. That part is still real, though, it's so confusing." Her voice grew a little heated. "And then there's his other part. The Lord of Shadows. He is someone I appreciate. Someone whom I might have wondered about. What would it be like, if he stood by my side?" That was a nice thought. She leaned her head on the wall. "So do I think that I lost something? Or did I unexpectedly gain the best of the both worlds? Or is it both? I'm confused." Then, Neffy's hid her face in her knees again and let out another groan. "But that is not even what matters." Cassie, who had been listening to her tirade silently, raised an eyebrow. There were very few people in the world that Neffy's felt comfortable with enough to let herself be so open and frank. In fact, there was probably no one except for Cassie, so, she did not want to interrupt. But now, she had to. "It's not what matters, then." Neffy's raised her head and glared at her silently. After a while, she opened her mouth and said, It's just, is not how it was supposed to be." Cassie touched her hair awkwardly. "How is it supposed to be?" Neffy's let out a heavy sigh. "I just thought that I will spend some time with Master Sunless and try to enjoy myself. Maybe something would come out of it, and maybe not. In any case, it was supposed to be a timed entanglement. Soon enough, before anything too serious might have happened, I would have left Bastion and gone to war. And then, by the time it was over, a year or several years later, I would have been able to decide what to do then." She looked at Cassie intently. "Do you see the problem here, Saz? There is no, then, anymore. Because even if I leave Bastion, he'll still be with me." Cassie pretended to study her expression. She wished dearly to be able to see Neff's face right now, but she couldn't. It was just the two of them in the room, so she could only see herself. Eventually, Cassie chuckled lightly. I see. She took a deep breath and lingered for a while. Actually, I knew that Master Sunless and the Lord of Shadows were the same person for a while now. I trusted that he had no ill intentions toward you, and he asked me to keep his secret until he found an opportunity to tell you himself. That was why I kept quiet. But, honestly, I wanted you to enjoy yourself, as well. I knew that you would go into the changing star of the immortal flame mode as soon as you learned that he was a powerful saint. You tend to forget that you are a human, too, Neff. And humans need repose, sometimes. Cassie paused, the light smile disappearing from her lips. There were some other reasons, as well, but there is no point in talking about it. In any case, he promised me that he would tell you before the war, and now, he did. So, that secret is in the open. Cassie remained silent for a while, and then sighed. So, you need to make a decision now. Neffes looked at her somberly. Eventually, she asked in a quiet tone. But how do I decide what to do? You know that I am not good with these things. Feelings, bonds, and distractions. Cassie couldn't help but laugh. Yes, I know, the fact that you use the word, distractions, is proof enough. But, actually, it is very simple. I'll help you make the right decision. Neffes looked at her with subtle hope. Cassie spoke softly. Follow my lead. Close your eyes. Now, imagine meeting Master Sunless tomorrow. And telling him that whatever there is between you two cannot continue, and you are ending it immediately. That you will be nothing but colleagues in the future, fighting side by side as allies. And nothing more. Neffes followed her advice. Cassie could not see, but she felt her friend's shoulder slump a little. She smiled. How does it feel? Neffes remained silent for a while. Eventually, she said with a hint of reluctance in her voice. Terrible. Cassie sighed in satisfaction. Then, don't do that. Instead, do the opposite. There, it's as simple as that. Neffes opened her eyes and looked at the blind seer silently. Her expression must have been a little startled. Cassie shrugged with a smile. Feelings, bonds, and distractions are not that complicated. Haven't you been studying passions recently? Just follow your passion, and things will work out. Even if they don't, you won't regret making the effort. The only thing you'll regret is never giving it your best. Neffes blinked a couple of times, staring at her strangely. Cassie frowned. What? Her friend shook her head. No, nothing. It's just that. How are you so good at this? You've never had a boyfriend, either. Cassie faced her with an expression of horror. What do you mean, never had a boyfriend? I was very popular in school, you know. Neffes raised an eyebrow. Sure, but did you have a boyfriend? Cassie opened her mouth. That's beside the point. And, by the way, when are you going to buy me a new desk? Neffes rose to her feet, patted down her armor, and headed for the door. No, really, I need a desk. Neff paused at the threshold, looked back for a moment, and said before disappearing in a subtly rushed manner. I mean, you are in charge of finances. Put a request for a new desk, on my behalf, anyway, see you later. I think I know what to do now. A moment later, her receding voice resounded from the corridor. Good night, share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1835. Next morning. 1014 words. Sunny reached Bastion in the dead of night. He tied the boat to the pier, climbed ashore, and walked slowly in the direction of the brilliant emporium. There was a lot on his mind, so he was not in a hurry to get home. Eventually, though, he did. The marvelous mimic opened its door unprompted to welcome him back. It even retracted the terrifying fangs, which were usually out at night, back inside the door frame. Sunny patted the lintel, walked into the dining hall absent-mindedly, placed the picnic basket on a table, and sighed. He was a bit tired, but doubted that he would be able to sleep tonight. And indeed, Sunny wasn't able to douse the flames blazing in his mind for a long time. He tossed and turned in the bed, only falling asleep shortly before dawn. As a result, he overslept, only waking up from the sounds of Aiko entering the shop. Since his petite assistant had showed up for work, the morning crowd wasn't far behind, either. Sunny sat up and rubbed his face, then went about washing up for the long day ahead. Will she come? He figured that Neffes would need a long time to sort her feelings out, but still put extra effort into making himself look presentable on the off chance that she would not. Aiko's voice resounded from downstairs while he was in the middle of his routine. Hey, boss, what should I do with the basket? Sunny swept his wet hair back and responded casually. Ah, there are some dirty dishes inside. Give them a rinse. He washed them in the river yesterday, but everything still needed to be cleaned properly. Sunny continued to get himself ready. There were no mirrors inside the mimic, so he used the gloomy shadow to look at himself instead. Needless to say, the shadow was not amused by having to stare at his mug first thing in the morning. Or ever, really, that guy never changes. It was then that Sunny froze, opened his eyes wide, then dashed down while summoning the nebulous mantle. No, Aiko, wait, but it was too late. The petite girl was standing in the kitchen, the picnic basket floating in the air by her side. It was open, and Aiko was holding a beautiful white dress in her hands. Sunny grew still. She looked at him with wide eyes and asked in a small voice. Boss, why did you bring a girl's dress back from your picnic? Sunny stammered. It's not what you think, I didn't do anything. She just ran off, without her dress, it happened that way. Aiko stared at the dress silently. Then, a small frown appeared on her face. Wait a minute, these measurements. In the next moment, she was standing next to Sunny, poking him in the chest with a finger. That is Changing Star's dress. You debaucherous scoundrel, what did you do to Neffes? Sunny softened the onyx shell, afraid that Aiko would bruise her finger, and pretended to reel back from her jabs. I didn't do anything, we were just escaping the heat in the river, and what do you mean, scoundrel? Weren't you the one who encouraged me to strike while the iron was hot? When did I ever? Ouch, I don't remember, but you definitely did. It was then that the silver bell hanging above the door rang, and they both froze. Someone was standing at the entrance, looking at them calmly. Tasteful white clothes, beautiful figure, lustrous silver hair. Sunny's heart skipped a beat. It was Neffes. She lowered her gaze and looked at the dress, which Aiko was still holding in her hand. Neffes smiled politely. Oh, I've been looking for that. Walking into the kitchen, she took it from the petite girl's hand and looked at Sunny with sparkling eyes. Thank you for picking it up, Master Sunless. He inhaled slowly. Ah, why, yes. Sure, why was she acting so nonchalant? What was she thinking? Did she come here to condemn me, or to embrace me? He gulped and asked cautiously. I hope everything is fine. After what happened yesterday, Neffys nodded curtly. It's fine. Then, she frowned a bit and mumbled quietly. No, actually, now that I think about it, after what happened last night, I'll need to replace some furniture. Sunny flinched. Quote. What? At the same time, Aiko's eyes widened even more. What? Neffys looked at them in confusion. Oh, sorry, I was just talking to myself. She paused for a moment, noticing their expressions, and then added hesitantly. Did I say something wrong again? Eventually, Sunny managed to leave the stunned Aiko behind and led Neffys to somewhere more private. And now that they were there, he was silently cursing himself. No, but, am I an idiot? Why didn't I go downstairs, to the memory shop? Why did I bring her upstairs instead? Currently, they were, in his bedroom. While Sunny was berating himself, Neffys looked around with curiosity. Is that where you sleep? This version of you, I mean. Sunny forced out a smile. Ah, yes, at least one incarnation of me has to, from time to time. The others don't sleep, but since I am supposed to be the most human one, I do. He silently evaluated his bedroom and thanked the dead gods for the habit of always making his bed first thing in the morning. The room was clean and cozy, with a beautiful view of the mirror lake beyond the window. The castle was bathed in the golden light of dawn, and there, above it, the ivory island was shrouded by clouds. Neffy stared at his bed for a few moments, as if trying to remember something, then turned away and looked out of the window. A hint of a smile appeared on her lips. I think I can see my window from here. Sunny would lie if he said that he had not spent plenty of time staring at the distant silhouette of the ivory tower, so he kept silent. Instead, he gestured to a few items decorating his room. These are some curios that I collected in the dream realm over the years. They are, nothing much. But exploring the past is one of my hobbies. Neffy studied them for a while, then turned to face him and said simply. I know. Sunny raised an eyebrow. No. She hesitated for a few moments. The exploration report on the tomb of Ariel, written by nobody. You are nobody, aren't you? Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1836. Resolution. 974 words. He was startled by that question. It had come out of nowhere, completely crushing his expectations of what she wanted to talk about. Both the best and the worst of them. Sunny remained silent until the pain of the flaw made it difficult, and then nodded slowly, choosing not to say anything else. The more he said, the higher were the chances of her asking him something that he was unable to answer. Neffy sighed, then explained calmly. I started to suspect it after meeting the Lord of Shadows for the first time. You were too strong to have come out of nowhere. A saint as powerful as that simply had to have left a mark on the world. And when I asked who had taught you my family's swordsmanship, you answered that nobody had. I did not note it initially, but later, something seemed to click in my mind. She paused for a few moments, took a deep breath, and then spoke. The memories of everyone who had entered the third nightmare with me are affected. We don't really know every detail of what happened there. But there, in Godgrave, I guessed something. Neffy's paused before adding, the tomb of Ariel. You were. However, before she could form the question, Sunny interrupted her by raising his hand. There was a complicated expression on his face. Inside, he was full of intense happiness at the thought of Neffy's knowing that they had challenged the third nightmare together. It was not exactly the same as remembering him, but it was something, at least. Something infinitely more meaningful than the nothingness of his current situation. But he also knew that she would not be able to remember his answer. And, unlike Cassie, who was able to retain the memory of having forgotten something due to her aspect, Neffy's would not be able to do even that. So, instead of confessing the truth, Sunny said quietly, before you say anything else, I must confess something. There are certain things that my flaw prevents me from sharing. So, please, some words are better left unsaid. Neffy studied him intently for a while, then let out a heavy sigh. I see. I think I understand. She turned away and smiled faintly. That explains it, why Cassie put so much trust in you, and why her condition has improved so suddenly. Sunny turned away quietly. He had misled her with his warning, but it seemed that his deception had led her to the right conclusions, at least. Neffys looked at the distant ivory island again. I won't say that I am not disappointed, but if this is how it is, I won't ask, then. Her back was very straight. After a while, Sunny heard her even voice again. I will ask you something else, though. Sunless. He took a deep breath, suddenly feeling nervous. This was the moment of truth. How ironic. What? Neffys turned around and smiled. Her voice was calm and even. I'm leaving Bastion in 7 days. So, will you take me on another date? In Godgrave. Sunny looked at her breathlessly. Suddenly bashful, Neffys glanced down. I know that it is not the most romantic location. But he interrupted her again. Breaking into a smile, Sunny nodded. Yes, I will. I'll be delighted to. He paused for a moment, and he added. In fact, I have no choice but to follow you to Godgrave, Neffys. She hesitantly raised her eyebrow. You don't. Chuckling, Sunny nodded. Of course. He took a step forward and offered her his hand. After all, I am still contractually obligated to forge that sword for you. How can I leave your side before it's finished? She smiled, and took it, and that was it. Their strange, tentative relationship had not ended despite the many secrets they were keeping, the heavy burden of the forgotten past, and the dark shadow of the imminent war. It was going to continue tenaciously despite the uncertain future, which made both of them happy. Sunny, at least, felt incredible joy. It was both strange and wonderful. The circumstances couldn't be any worse, the timing was absolutely atrocious, as well. But when had it not been? In hindsight, there had always been something standing between them. Neither Sunny nor Neffys had any time to think about their feelings on the forgotten shore. Then, they were separated for 2 long years. After Neffys returned, they only spent a month together before he left for Antarctica. And after Antarctica, he was forgotten by everyone, including her. They had only had a few fleeting moments to be together in peace, in the depths of the third nightmare. So, strangely enough, despite having known her for almost 10 years, this was the first time Sunny had enough maturity to not only know what he wanted, but also be able to express his feelings. So what if the timing was terrible, and there was a war approaching? If he decided to wait for a good moment to act on his desires, he would have had to wait forever. After talking some more, he showed Neffy's out and returned to the brilliant emporium while whistling an upbeat melody. However, once he was inside, he was met by Aiko's chilly gaze. What are you so happy about? Sunny grinned and suppressed the desire to pinch her cheeks. Instead, he said happily, I just agreed to follow Lady Neffy's to war. The petite girl glared at him silently. Quote. There's going to be a war. Sunny nodded. Oh, right, you didn't know. Yeah, there is. Aiko kept silent for a while, then let out a long sigh and sat down. And you're going with Neffy's to that war? He gave her a carefree shrug. It seems so. Aiko sighed again, then covered her face with both hands and groaned. Gods, not again. Why does this keep happening to me? No, really, why? Sunny looked at her guiltily, then walked over and patted the petite girl on the head. His voice sounded bright. Aiko, don't worry too much. It's going to be fine. Let me ask you something. When she looked up at him with teary eyes, he grinned and asked cheerfully. Quote. Have you heard about the wonderful world of war profiteering? Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1837, Part of Life. 1077 words. A few days later, Sunny dove into the cold waters of the Mirror Lake while the full moon slowly climbed the lightless sky. It was the last full moon before the great war between the two domains set both worlds aflame, and therefore, the last chance he had to meet Cassie in the ruined stronghold of a dead demon. Infiltrating the true bastion unnoticed was still somewhat difficult. However, Sunny was tense for an entirely different reason. Rain, that girl is really committed to making my life overly exciting, isn't she? It was shortly before his sister expressed her determination to participate in the domain war on the side of Queen Song. Which wasn't really a big surprise to Sunny, who knew Rain well enough to guess that she would not stay idle. She was too compassionate and not nearly jaded enough to let her neighbors be bullied without trying to do something about it, no matter how small her contribution would be, in the grand scheme of things. So, he wasn't that angry. In fact, he was happy to see that she still retained this kind of innocence. He was also a little proud to know that she had this kind of integrity, something that he had always lacked, and only barely found in Antarctica before losing it all over again. But still, what brother wanted to see his little sister put herself in danger? Honestly, Sunny wanted nothing more than to whisk her to the Nameless Temple and keep her under lock until everything was over. No, the Nameless Temple wasn't safe enough, considering what role it was supposed to play. Nowhere was really safe anymore, and nothing would be really over for a long while. However, the main reason Sunny had not tried to dissuade Rain from joining the war was that she had to make her own choices, earn her own triumphs, and suffer from her own mistakes in order to learn and grow. No matter how much he worried about her safety, he would never want to become someone who stifled her growth with overbearing care instead of aiding it. That would only be a disservice, especially for someone as bright and dauntless as Rain was. Plus, so what if she was going to war? It would be a little tricky, without a doubt, but Sunny was quite confident in his ability to keep her alive even in the middle of a battlefield. Who was there among the champions of song and valor whom he couldn't handle? Well, alright, there were the sovereigns. But he could at least run away from them safely. So, this war could very well become a harsh, but indispensable opportunity for her to mature and grow stronger, both in terms of ability and mentality. It was the latter part that Sunny was worried about. Not because he thought that Rain couldn't handle it, but because he knew that she would be left with invisible scars even if she did. Scars were a part of life as well, though. They were a part of growth. I don't know. In any case, there was nothing he could do about it now. So, Sunny tried to forget his worries and concentrate on the task at hand. Cassie was waiting for him near the collapsed tower, her beautiful hair glistening in moonlight like pale gold. She was in one piece, and seemingly alive. There were no visible bruises anywhere, either. So, Sunny felt a little less guilty about exposing her to Neff's wrath. I'll make it up to her later, somehow. Rising from the water, he climbed onto the remains of the fallen tower. Hey, Cassie. Cassie smiled faintly. Hey, Sunny. It was still strange, and heartwarming, to hear someone call him by his name. Sunny enjoyed the feeling and looked at the crumbling walls of the ruined fortress. They seemed even more deserted than before. He raised an eyebrow. I don't see any knights on the walls. She nodded. There was no call for the vassals to assemble their armies, yet, but the royal clan has already started to move its forces. Most of the knights and paladins are heading north. Awakened soldiers, too. It is hard to notice on the streets of the false bastion, but here, their absence can be felt. Cassie hesitated for a few moments. Quote. The king is still here, though, so we need to be careful. He offered her his hand without wasting any time, then pulled them both into the mirror maze. Once they were in the familiar stone chamber, Sunny let go of Cassie's hand, summoned the shadow lantern, and said, I am glad that you are okay, and I'm sorry for putting you in a difficult situation. Well, I am sure that Neffy's was her usual composed and restrained self. But still, the two of you must have had a heated conversation. Cassie faced him, and for a moment, there was a strange expression on her face. Oh, yes, indeed, she was her usual, composed self. With that, she turned to the door and smiled. It's all right, I was actually glad to see her a little flustered. You did a fine job, by the way. Telling her, now that this obstacle is behind the two of you, the future seems a little brighter. Sunny sighed quietly. I hope so, too. But, to tell you the truth, I am as worried and apprehensive about it as I am relieved and elated. There are things I simply can't tell her, after all. Can we really be together when we can't even be honest with each other? I am worried. Cassie smiled. Of course, you can. Honesty is important, but it is also overrated. If people were entirely honest with each other, there would have been no romance in the world. What do you think a relationship is? At the start, everyone hides their true selves and only shows the other person their best side. And by the time two people come together, even if some details remain hidden, the important truths shine through. I think you showed her the important truth splendidly. Sunny stared at her silently for a while. It was strange, but after hearing her words, he suddenly felt a lot better. Sensing his reaction, Cassie raised an eyebrow. What? He shook his head. Nothing, really. It's just that. How are you so good at giving advice? You've never been in a relationship before, yourself. It's weird. Cassie seemed mortified. Who said that I've never? Sunny gave her a dubious look. Please. The young woman remained motionless for a few moments, then slowly turned her back to him. Her voice sounded a little irked. Unbelievable, that's 2 times in a week. Now, share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1838-1838, Palace of Imagination. 1,273 words. Soon, a tide of shadows swallowed the mirror maze, and they continued their meticulous exploration. Sunny did not really hope to reveal the secret of the maze tonight. In fact, by now, he was starting to suspect that he would never be able to reach its heart that way, simply because what he was doing was inherently wrong. It was impossible to reach the tomb of Ariel no matter how long one marched across the nightmare desert, at least during the day. He believed that the only way to approach the Great Pyramid was to brave the Sea of Dunes at night, when it was the most dangerous. Similarly, there must have been some trick to traversing the labyrinth of mirrors. Perhaps by drowning the maze in shadows and neutering its mirror walls, Sunny was preventing himself from making any progress. He sighed. Behind him, Cassie hesitated for a few moments and then said quietly. That girl in the song domain. Sunny glanced back with a neutral expression, knowing what she wanted, but couldn't ask. Quote. She is someone precious. The blind seer remained silent for a while. Eventually, she smiled and said with a hint of wonder in her voice. It is funny, isn't it? The entire world is frozen in fear and anticipation of a great war that will shape history. And yet, no one is aware that something no less important has happened in the desolate wilderness of the dream realm, witnessed by nobody except for a young legacy girl, you, and me. A human of the waking world awakening without being cursed by the nightmare spell. Your achievement is remarkable. A pale smile appeared on Sunny's lips, as well. Funny, it is a bit funny, I guess. He remained silent for a few moments, and then added. However, this achievement can only become important in the future. She can only make a difference in the future. Right now, it is up to people like us, you, me, and Neffys, to make sure that there is a future for people like her to make history. His smile turned a little bittersweet. In fact, if there is a future, I hope that what we did becomes all but forgotten, and only what they did is remembered. Such a wish is quite ironic coming from someone like me, isn't it? Cassie chuckled. It is, especially when expressed to someone like me. Although, I must say, I doubt that there is someone like you or me out there. Or will ever be again. Sunny couldn't help but laugh quietly. Gods, I hope not. It would be quite sad if someone in the future had to suffer like him, and was forced to do the same terrible things that he had done or was yet to do, still. Just then, they made another turn, and froze. His eyes widened. Quote. I'll be damned. Sunny had not expected to discover anything in the mirror maze tonight, but, unexpectedly, he did. Out there in front of them, the narrow corridor opened into a vast hall. The mirror walls that had been pressing down on them expanded, disappearing into the distance. The floor of the underground chamber was sloping downward like a bowl, and the ceiling was out of sight. The spherical hall was so vast that Sunny could not see the other end of it. In fact, he couldn't see anything, as if something was obscuring his vision. His shadow sense was similarly suppressed. All he could feel was that the hall was enormous, ancient, and dangerous. Sunny's instincts were screaming that he needed to retreat. This sense of dire danger reminded him of the worst horrors he had experienced in his life. Then, there was a sound in the darkness. Chilled to the bone, Sunny looked down and felt something that did not make any sense, and yet filled him with a sense of terror. A wave of cold water rolled over the floor and licked his boots, pieces of ice drifting in the foam, then receded, as if he was standing on the shore of a freezing ocean. Then, there was another sound. The rustle of countless leaves and the creaking of enormous branches. Wisps of mist drifted in the darkness, brushing against his skin like cold tendrils. The ghastly smell of the outskirts assaulted his nose. Before anything happened, Sunny grabbed Cassie and pulled her back into the corridor. Then, feeling that it was not enough, he stepped through the shadows and brought them back to the stone chamber. Letting go of the blind seer, he leaned on the wall heavily. His vision returned. Both of them were deathly pale, and trembling. What the hell was that? Cassie's voice was subdued. Sunny forced himself to calm down and let out a stifled laugh. It wasn't easy to scare 2 saints, and yet, here they were. The demon of imagination, damn. Cassie raised her eyebrow. What do you mean? Sunny slowly straightened his back and brushed his hair back. This castle was created by the demon of imagination once, wasn't it? So, there have to be traces of her power left here. The mirrors are one such relic. The hall we found, I think it is another. The blind seer frowned. The icy water, the rustle of countless leaves, the mist, what do they have to do with the demon of imagination? Sunny slowly shook his head. Nothing, but, when we entered the hall, I felt a sense of danger, and couldn't help but remember some of the most harrowing encounters of my life. And so, he hesitated for a few moments, struggling to believe in the theory that had formed in his mind. Eventually, though, Sunny finished his thought in a low tone. And so, the hall made them real. Cassie's face paled. You mean to say that place can make what we fear into reality? Sunny lingered for a while, then shook his head again. No, if I am right, then it is not what we fear. He shivered, and he added in a somber tone. It's what we imagine. Come to think of it, he must have gone blind there because of Cassie. Damn demons, why did every one of them have to be scarier than the next? Cassie seemed a little shocked by his suggestion, too. She hesitated for a while, then asked in a small voice. Then, do you want to go try again? There is still time before dawn. Sunny laughed. Are you crazy? Just think about what is hidden there, in our heads. Let's not even mention that one of us might accidentally think about having their limbs severed or skin peeled off. Can you control your thoughts completely? What if you imagine that cursed tyrant, condemnation? What if you think about the forgotten god? He took a deep breath. I knew that there would be some kind of challenge at the heart of the mirror maze. But this is beyond what I have imagined. Pun intended. Conquering that hall is a lethal task, even for us. No, especially for us, because we have seen too much, and remember too much. It definitely wasn't something that could be accomplished in a day. If he wanted to reach the heart of the Hall of Imagination, he would need to prepare thoroughly. Sadly, there was no time. Sunny looked at the door of the stone chamber with regret, and then sighed. It doesn't matter. I had a small hope of finding what I seek here before the war, but I can find it after we win, too. By then, there will be no King of Swords and no clan valor. I won't need to hide in the darkness and come here only once a month. So, I will return to this eerie place then. With that, Sunny offered Cassie his hand and forced out a smile. Let's leave, for now. There is a lot I have to do in these next few days. It was true, because these would be the last days of peace. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1839. Last Days of Peace. 1813 words. Pale sunshine poured through the open window, and a gentle breeze made the curtains flutter. Sunny opened his eyes slowly, laying comfortably in his opulent bed. The subtle sounds of the city waking up washed over him, bright and lively on this peaceful morning. He yawned, then slowly got up. Today was like any other day in Bastion. There were some changes about the mood on the streets of the young city as of late, but mostly, it was the same. The brilliant emporium was also the same, except for one detail. There was a hand-drawn sign standing in front of the entrance. It had been there for the past few days, attracting plenty of attention. The sign said, closing soon, temporarily, farewell discounts for everyone, best waffles in 2 worlds. As a result, Sunny had earned quite a lot of coins in the last day or two. The brilliant emporium seemed to have gathered a loyal audience, and the regulars were both sad to see it temporarily close doors and in a hurry to visit it one last time. But today was the last day. So, Sunny wanted to make it perfect. Reaching the kitchen, he was surprised to see that Aiko was already there. The petite girl usually liked to sleep a lot. If it wasn't for the job, she would have lazed around in bed until noon. But today, she was there before Sunny. He looked at her in surprise. Quote. I'm not seeing things, am I? She grinned. Of course not, boss. What are you talking about? I have always been dependable, punctual, and diligent. Sunny looked at her with doubt. Dependable, punctual, and diligent, do you even know what these words mean? Aiko nodded energetically. Of course, boss. He stared at her some more, then sighed. Well, whatever. Start preparing the ingredients. The petite girl made a fist and floated up a little. Yes, boss. I love you, boss. He shuddered. Aiko had been like that after realizing how profitable a war could be to an establishment dealing with memories. Her eyes had not stopped sparkling since. Sunny could practically see all kinds of nefarious schemes forming in her twisted little head. At least someone is happy. He manifested an avatar and went about welcoming the first customers. A few familiar faces visited the brilliant emporium that day. Early in the morning, he guided Beth to her usual table and brewed her some coffee. The dark circles under the young woman's eyes were even more pronounced than usual, and she seemed to be partially asleep. Sunny was a little touched that she made time to visit the brilliant emporium on its closing day despite that. Here's your coffee, Miss Beth. Thank you for coming to say goodbye. She stared at him tiredly, then blinked a couple of times. Goodbye. Sunny hesitated for a moment. Yes, we are closing today, temporarily. Beth frowned. Oh, really? I didn't know. I haven't left the lab in a week. No, wait, what day is it today? In 10 days. Sunny looked at her silently, not knowing what to say. His pleasant smile froze a little. She sighed. Well, it's a shame. I really grew to like this place. Good luck to you, Master Sunless, in whatever it is that you are going to do next. His smile widened a little. Good luck to you as well, Miss Beth. I really hope that you succeed. But, please, take care of yourself. Your life is precious, too. She sipped her coffee and smiled with a hint of bittersweet sadness in her eyes. I know. After all, there was someone who paid a great price to save it. So, I have to live well. Shortly after, Sunny served Teacher Julius breakfast and tea. The old man seemed strangely down, looking in the window with a distracted look. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked politely, Is something bothering you, awakened Julius? The old man perked up a little. Ah, Master Sunless, it's nothing much, I'm just feeling old these days. I was born before there was even such a thing as the nightmare spell, you know. A youngster like you might not understand. He looked in the window and sighed. The world keeps changing, and old fossils like me can't keep up. Maybe it's time for me to retire. Sunny sat down across from him and chuckled. What are you talking about, awakened Julius? You, of all people, must not retire. Teacher Julius raised an eyebrow. Oh, why, right, you probably don't know, but my course has never been very popular. I am usually lucky to get 1 or 2 students to attend. They are always the best students at the academy, of course, but still. It's a bit. Sunny shook his head. It is because the world is changing that you must never retire. Think about it. Wilderness survival might not have been very in demand before, but it was only useful to a handful of awakened before, as well. He gestured to the quiet street outside. Now, there are many more awakened out there. There are mundane people living in the dream realm, too. There are roads being built between new cities and trade routes being established. We are not just surviving in the wilderness anymore, we are trying to conquer it. So, experts like you will become more precious than gold very soon. Teacher Julius stared at him with a strange expression for a while. Then, his eyes glistened. You think so? Sunny nodded. Of course. The old man was suddenly full of energy and smiled. No, but you are right. The development of civilization is like a conquest of the wilds. Now that civilization is developing in the dream realm, youngsters like you will need someone with a bit of sense to guide them. I might not have a lot of sense, but I do know a thing or two about the dream realm. Let's see, I just need to change my approach a little. It was the same infectious enthusiasm Sunny was familiar with. Smiling, he quietly left Teacher Julius to contemplate and left to serve other customers. At some point, Kim and Luster entered the dining hall. They seemed a little disheartened to see the brilliant emporium closing its doors. Luster shook Sunny's hand and gripped his shoulder with a strangely emotional look on his face. I think I know why you have no choice but to do it, Master Sunless. Those damned rumors. The young man's eyes were almost glistening with tears. But, for whatever it is worth, I want you to know that, for me, and many others like me, you are a hero. A true hero. Princess Neffes, damn, I admire you so much, Master Sunless. Please, teach me your ways. Kim silently grabbed him by the collar, pulled him back, and gave Sunny an apologetic look. Please ignore my idiot husband, Master Sunless. Luster looked at her, hid a smile, and grumbled. No, I'm just saying. Can't I admire a virtuoso? It's purely academic interest. Sunny coughed, then guided them to a table. As they were sitting down, Luster looked around and asked in confusion. By the way, Kimmy, where's Quentin? She shrugged. He was walking Beth home. So, it will probably be just us two, today. Feeling something stir a little in his heart, Sunny smiled with genuine mirth and walked away to help prepare their food. He put extra effort to make sure that these two enjoyed an unforgettable meal. Later, Sunny heard soft whimpers coming from outside. Opening the door, he saw a peculiar scene. Aiko, who had left some time ago to run an errand, was floating in the air with a panicked expression. Little Ling was hugging her leg tightly, hanging on it like a monkey. Huge tears were falling from the little boy's eyes. No, Auntie Aiko can't leave. Ling Ling won't let her go. Giving up in despair, Aiko stopped trying to float away and awkwardly patted him on the head. It's all right, puppy. I'm not leaving yet, but if you don't let go, I won't be able to walk. Ouch, my leg. Ling's dad finally managed to pull his son off her, hugged him tightly, and gave Sunny a helpless smile. Sorry about that. Nevertheless, little Ling's tears were dried up soon. The boy was fully preoccupied with a bowl of ice cream, but he still insisted on holding Aiko's hand and refusing to let her out of his sight even for a minute. His father sighed. Are you really leaving? Sunny glanced at him, then smiled. Yes, well, for a while. Hopefully, we'll be back one day. Little Ling's dad looked a little sad. The two of them were on friendly terms and spent quite a bit of time together due to the cooperation between the Beast Farm and the Brilliant Emporium. Sunny felt a bit touched to know that he would be missed. In the meantime, please take care of your family. Most people do not know, but you should be aware that we are in for some tough times. His former soldier nodded somberly. I know, I will, you take care too, Master Sunless. Sunny gripped his shoulder for a moment, then went over to the table and patted Ling Ling on the head. The little boy looked up at him and smiled shyly. Uncle, Sunny smiled, as well. I'm sorry, Ling Ling. This is the last bowl of ice cream I'll be able to treat you with for a while. Little Ling's tiny face instantly turned downcast. His doleful expression was both incredibly cute and comical. I see, Sunny sighed, but when I return, I'll give you 3 entire bowls of ice cream. And a huge mug of hot chocolate. And even a cake. The little boy's eyes widened. Really? Sunny nodded. Of course. In the meantime, take care of your mom. She looks tough, but she is actually a huge softie. You need to treat her well. Little Ling grinned. Ling Ling treats mommy the best. Then, he giggled and added with excitement. Mommy is huge. Uncle said so. Sunny's expression faltered. No, wait a second, don't say that. Most importantly, don't say that I said that. Not huge, a huge softie. Repeat after me, Ling Ling. Softie, softie. But the little boy was already distracted by something else and refused to listen. Looking at him, Sunny paled a little, and then sighed. Maybe it's a good thing that I am leaving Bastion. I need to get the hell out of here before Effie hears that. There were more customers after that, as well. A lot of female customers, in particular, were sighing as they threw secretive glances at Sunny. He was even worried that there was something wrong with his cooking today, but Aiko simply rolled her eyes and assured him that everything was fine. Sunny could only carry on in bewilderment. I guess people get really attached to their favorite cafes. But then, eventually, it was time to close the doors. It was already dark by then, and the young moon was slowly rising in the sky. Sunny remained on the porch for a while, looking at the city and breathing deeply. He had grown used to the scent of Bastion in the past year, without even knowing that he had. In hindsight, it had been a wonderful year. But now, it was time to leave. He sighed. I'm going to miss this. With that, Sunny turned around, walked inside, and closed the door behind him. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1840, Bathed in Starlight. 1,337 words. High in the sky above Bastion, a beautiful island was hovering, shrouded in the veil of clouds. Illuminated by pale starlight, a white pagoda stood upon it, piercing the heaven. Nobody noticed when the flying island started to move, not only because it was dark, and most of the citizens were already asleep, but also because a perfect illusory copy of the island remained in its place when it did. Due to the attempted assassination of Changing Star, Clan Valor gained leverage over the government. They used some of that leverage to summon Saint Thane, a government transcendent who held power over dreams and illusions, to Bastion. His task was to hide the fact that the Ivory Island had left the sky above Mirror Lake. In truth, it was heading for Godgrave. Before that, however, the flying island made a stop. Descending from the great heights, it reached the shore of the lake and landed on the water. A tall wave rose, flooding a few streets that were closest to the shore for a few moments. Among them was a quiet street where a cozy brick cottage stood. At that moment, something bizarre happened. The cottage stirred, and then rose, revealing countless metal legs that were attached to its bottom. Turning around, it trotted to the shore and then nonchalantly dove into the water. The cottage swam surprisingly well for a brick building. Covering the distance to the island swiftly, it climbed ashore, shook energetically, and then looked around in confusion. It was as if it was unsure where to plop down. Eventually, the bizarre creature simply lowered itself to the ground where it stood. As soon as it did, the island slowly rose from the water and moved north. Soaring into the sky to hide behind the clouds, it flew above the sleeping city, and left it behind. At that time, the door of the cottage opened, and a young man with alabaster skin and raven black hair walked out of it. Sunny stepped on the soft soil of the Ivory Island, inhaled deeply, and smiled. What a beautiful sight. Neffys was standing a few steps away, looking at him calmly. She responded to his smile with one of her own. Ivory Island is indeed beautiful at night. Welcome. He looked at her silently for a while, then shook his head softly. I wasn't talking about the island. Neff's eyes widened a little. Oh, she hesitated for a few moments, then looked away in embarrassment and gestured to the dark expanse of emerald grass. Would you like to take a walk? Sunny nodded with a smile. Sure. He offered her his arm, and when she took it, asked quietly. Once we reach Godgrave, where do you want to go? I'm afraid there are no beaches there, but I can still prepare a picnic. Neffys chuckled. We won't reach it for a while. There's plenty of time to decide. They walked silently side by side, eventually reaching the edge of the island. Below, a sea of clouds was shining with reflected starlight. Above, a myriad of stars was burning in the distant sky. Neff's eyes were like two radiant stars, as well, but much more beautiful. She studied the night sky for a while, then sighed. I find myself in doubt, now that we are leaving for war. It happens sometimes, albeit rarely, and I can't really reveal that side of myself to anyone, because my strength is their strength. But I am afraid sometimes, too. Can we really win? Can we really defeat the sovereigns? Even if we do, what then? A fragile smile appeared on her lips. Of course, I always banish these doubts, since I can't afford them. You just caught me before I could steal myself, tonight. Sunny looked at her silently for a while. Eventually, he smiled. Of course, we can win. Of course, we will defeat the sovereigns. And everything that comes after them. Neffy's faced him, her ivory face bathed in starlight. Why are you so sure? Sunny chuckled. When he spoke, his voice was calm and confident. Because that is our will. Who dares to stop us? She was standing so close that he could hear her heartbeat, and his own. The stars were shining in the lightless sky, illuminating the world with soft radiance. In that radiance, her lips looked even softer. Only war awaited them ahead. Placing his hands on her shoulders, he gently pulled her in and leaned forward. His heart was beating like a caged beast. When their lips touched gently, it was as though the whole world was engulfed with heat. And Sunny wasn't satisfied with that gentle touch. He was hungry for more. Wrapping his hands around her, he pulled her closer, until their bodies were pressed tightly against each other, with no space for anything except passion between them. Neffy slowly raised her hands and embraced him, as well, responding to his kiss. At the same time, their kiss grew more passionate, as if both had been starving for each other's lips for a long, long time. And, intoxicated by the taste of her, Sunny finally felt complete. Somewhere else, a ruined fortress bathed in the light of a shattered moon. In the remnants of its main keep, a tall dais stood. There was no throne and no altar on the dais. Instead, there was an iron anvil, and a man who stood in front of it, swinging a heavy hammer. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with a lean but mighty physique. Powerful muscles rolled under his glistening skin, and his sweat was evaporating in the unbearable heat of a crucible. His bare torso was painted in shades of vermilion by its angry light. The man had dark hair and a thick, but dignified beard. The expression on his noble face was harsh and austere, and his gray eyes were as cold as tempered steel. There was a sword taking shape under his hammer on the iron anvil. Eventually, the man put the hammer aside and quenched the incandescent blade in water. The reflection on its surface convulsed when it was pierced by the sharp tip, and was then obscured by rising steam. A few moments later, the blacksmith pulled the sword out of the water and looked at it closely. Then, the intensity of his gaze was replaced with contempt and disappointment. Gritting his teeth, the man tossed the beautiful blade aside. It fell from the dais and flew down. What waited below was a mountain of swords, each so masterfully crafted that many warriors would eagerly kill for the right to wield one. The newborn blade landed on the top of the mountain and joined its countless siblings, laying there. Abandoned, and forgotten. Far away, a vast hall cut in blue ice was drowning in darkness. In the center of the hall, a tall throne stood, illuminated by the ghostly light of dancing flames. A corpse of a breathtakingly beautiful woman was sitting on the throne, dressed in a regal red gown. Its hem spilled down the steps of the throne like a river of blood. The woman's chest was pierced by a sword, which pinned her to the back of the throne. Two dead youths stood on both sides of the throne, waiting in silence. Then, the silence was broken. Pieces of ice fell to the floor and shattered as the dead woman's hand slowly rose. Her pale, long fingers wrapped themselves around the blade of the sword. Soon, there was the sound of metal breaking. In the next moment, the ice hall, and the entire mountain encompassing it, shuddered. And someplace else, a gaunt man was sitting in the dust, wearing a tattered spacesuit. The visor of his helmet was cracked, and the oxygen in the tank attached to his back had long run out. Nevertheless, the gaunt man was somehow still alive. He had been motionless for a while, but now, he finally moved. Raising his head, he looked at a beautiful blue disk floating in the great darkness above him. His cracked lips twisted into a smile. How curious, that was what he wanted to say. But, of course, no sound escaped from his lips, since there was no air to transmit it. The man tried to sigh, but failed for the same reason. He shook his head in dejection and moved his lips again. If someone was there to read them, they would have read. Quote. It's starting. The war for the throne of humanity had begun. End of Volume 8. Lord of Shadows. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1841 Evil Minds That Plot Destruction. 1522 words. Sunny was standing on the edge of the ivory island, looking at the sky above. The marvelous mimic was behind him, still pretending to be a quaint brick cottage. The cottage stood between the grove and the lake, on the empty stretch of emerald grass to the side of the great pagoda. The area was quite peaceful, and the view from his window was usually no less spectacular than it had been in Bastion. Of course, that peacefulness was deceiving. The ivory island was high in the air. Far below it, the arm of the dead god lay heavily on the ashen ground. A long bridge was connecting the humerus and the radius, which had broken off eons ago. The bridge had been recently built, and currently, a vast column of warriors was marching across it, ready to enter Godgrave. A sea of vermilion banners fluttered above like blood. The sight of the great army of the sword domain was quite daunting. There were hundreds of thousands of awakened, numerous masters, and dozens of exalted saints. Such a force had never been gathered in the history of humankind, or of the waking world, at least. There were countless mundane humans too, following the warriors in the vast train of the army. Funnily enough, this great force had not been assembled to fight against nightmare creatures or other horrors of the dream realm. It had been assembled to wage war against a similar human army that was currently somewhere far away, on the other side of the titanic skeleton, scaling its right arm. In any case, Sunny was not looking down, on the sword army. Instead, he was looking at the sky. The sky had been blue and clear not too long ago, but now, it was being slowly devoured by grey clouds. They were finally crossing the realm boundary. Soon, an annihilating white radiance would suffuse the incandescent heavens and spell fiery doom for anyone caught directly in its light. He sighed. It did not feel safe at all, to be invading Godgrave atop a flying island. No matter how powerful its enchantments were, the ivory island was enormous and immensely heavy. Due to inertia, it would not be able to stop instantly should the veil of clouds break. Which meant that all of them would become ash. What a way to start a war. Technically, the war had already begun. The official declaration had happened soon after the Ivory Island left Bastion, almost a month ago. Back then, Neffys and Cassie had been summoned to the waking world. Sunny had been invited, as well, albeit as the Lord of Shadows, not the memory purveyor of the Firekeepers. There was a historic meeting in the stronghold of Clan Valor in NQSC. All the saints of the Sword Domain were present, as well as the heads of those vassal clans that did not possess a transcendent member at the moment. What made it historic, though, was not the illustrious company. It was the fact that the King of Swords himself attended. Sunny was quite shocked when the doors opened and a heavy presence suddenly settled in the opulent hall, forcing even the most powerful saints to grow stiff and quiet. Of course, his face was hidden behind Weaver's mask, so no one was the wiser. They were seated around a vast round table, which, it seemed, had been carved from the trunk of a single enormous tree. The table held some significance, without a doubt. Perhaps it was that tree in particular that had been the source of the abominable forest slain by Anvil of Valor in the past. In any case, there was an empty seat next to Morgan. Sunny guessed that, maybe, it had been left empty in honor of Saint Matic, her uncle, but he was proven wrong. As the vast presence enveloped the hall, there was the sound of heavy steps, and a tall man in dark armor entered, a vermilion cloak draped around his shoulders. The man was naturally imposing in a way that made others cower. He was tall, with broad shoulders and a mighty build. His eyes were gray and cold like tempered steel, their gaze oppressive enough to make one shudder. His hair was black, and a full beard obscured the lower part of his austere face. Despite that, it was impossible to miss how noble and distinguished it was. The man was supposed to be close to 50, but did not look a day older than 30. However, the most striking thing about him was not his height, his build, and his cold gray eyes. It was not even the oppressive force of his unfathomable, boundless presence. It was something invisible and intangible, an otherworldly quality that forced one to look at him, pay attention to him, and want to kneel in front of him. This was Anvil, the King of Swords. Sunny had only seen him once before, from afar. He was still unsure what barriers there were that prevented the sovereigns from visiting the waking world often, and what was the cost of breaking them. All he knew was that, today, the king had decided to descend into the mortal world. The rest of the meeting was like a blur. Anvil did not waste a lot of time, speaking in a calm and concise manner, as if the very concept of wasting words was offensive to him. It did not seem like he was trying to explain something to the gathered powerhouses or wished to persuade them, instead, he was simply stating his will. His message was clear: the rulers of the Song Domain had conspired to kill his daughter, and therefore, to harm the Sword Domain. Therefore, he would assemble an army to march on Ravenheart and tear down Kisong's throne. And those present, as his vassals, would become that army. Sunny was so caught up in the solemn atmosphere and the irresistible authority hiding in Anvil's deep voice that he almost missed how ironic the whole thing was. After all, there was the Han Li clan somewhere out there, still. That was the clan from which Castor, who had been sent to the Forgotten Shore to kill Neffys, hailed from. The orders to eliminate her in the Dream Realm had most likely come from the King of Swords. But now, the very same king was proclaiming war on the pretense of punishing someone else for trying to assassinate her. Sunny glanced at Neffys, wondering if she would show any reaction. And, indeed, she did. While everyone remained silent, either in agreement with the king or too wary of his power to raise a futile objection, she was the only one who spoke. Neffys advocated against the war. Her voice was even, and her expression was poised. She calmly listed all the reasons why war would be disastrous for both domains and asked her adopted father to reconsider. Morgan seemed amused by the whole sequence of events, while the rest of those gathered in the hall kept their faces neutral. In the end, Neff's words were meaningless. Anvil dismissed her objection with one glance and a few cold sentences. Everyone here knew that there was no point in trying to defy the sovereign's will. Neffys, of course, knew it best of all. The reason she had spoken out was not a sincere hope that the war could be avoided. Instead, it was important to do so for an entirely different reason. There had to be a record of her objecting to Anvil's decision. There had to be rumors that Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan had been against the bloodshed, the waste of human life, and the ghastly ugliness of the civil war between humans from the very start. Even if it was all to avenge her against those who had conspired to kill her. Those rumors were needed to pave a way for her to slay both her adopted father and Kisong, and then usurp their thrones without being branded as a tyrant. When the time came, she had to be welcomed as a savior instead. Sunny smiled behind his mask. What a treacherous world we live in. Not long after that, the Sword Domain declared war on the Song Domain. The news was broadcasted in the waking world, as well as announced by heralds in the cities of the Dream Realm. Both worlds seemed to explode. Sunny was far away from civilization and too busy to observe the immediate reaction of the people, but it must have been intense. In an instant, the very foundation of the world was shaken. The government tried to handle the situation, somehow, but it was powerless against the influence of the great clans. People in the waking world were terrified and paralyzed by shock. So were many in the Dream Realm. There were plenty of those who welcomed the news, though, having been prepared by meticulous propaganda to feel exactly that way. On both sides, many were burning with militant zeal, and thirsting to punish the enemy. And so, two great armies were gathered and marched to war. It did not happen in a day, but it also did not take a lot of time. The preparations of the two sovereigns had been extensive. Today, finally, the Sword Army was ready to enter Godgrave. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1842, First Blood. 1,597 words. As Sunny watched the sky, there was the sound of light steps behind him. Then, Neffys approached and stopped by his side, clad in a suit of lustrous steel armor. She looked at him and smiled. Despite the sinister clouds above and the vast army marching to a calamitous war below, he couldn't help but feel his heart race at the sight of that smile. Sunny had read somewhere that people often described this feeling as having butterflies in their stomach. The image of a swarm of dark butterflies tearing at the walls of his stomach seemed more dreadful than romantic, so he really doubted the literary sense of those people, but, still. Even though a month had passed since their first kiss, he still felt excitement every time he saw her. It was odd and improper, to feel so blessed on the eve of a disastrous war. But he did. Life was strange that way. A smile appeared on his face, as well. Do you have enough spare time to visit a humble enchanter today, Lady Neffys? She lingered for a moment, then shrugged. I might have a little time. With that, she turned her head and looked at the sky, as well. Are you worried about the sun? Sunny nodded slowly. I am indeed a little nervous. Do you think that the clouds will hold until we land? Neffys inhaled deeply. Someone will make sure that they do. In fact, she should be arriving any moment now, actually. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Then, a subtle spark ignited in his eyes. There was the sound of fluttering wings, and a vast shadow fell on the emerald grass. A moment later, a woman was standing in front of them. She was tall and slender, with long hair that fell down like a cascade of pale gold. Her posture was perfectly straight, and her cold face was dazzlingly beautiful. The woman was wearing a suit of light steel armor, with pauldrons and greaves decorated with stylized feathers. The gaze of her stern amber eyes was piercing and heavy, and a white cloak hung on her back, embroidered with silver thread. Saint Tyrus had not changed at all. Sunny was glad to see her. Of course, he hid his happiness behind a mask of respectful unfamiliarity. Skytide bowed slightly. Lady Changing Star. Neffys nodded. Saint Tyrus. The two weren't very close to each other, but they had a good relationship due to what had happened during the Battle of the Black Skull. In fact, there was probably no saint among the vassals of Clan Valor with a deeper bond to Neffys than Skytide. Her clan was also different from how it used to be. Its status was still far from being favored by the king, but now that Roan had transcended, there were 2 saints among the members of the clan. There were few legacy families who could boast the same, so that alone made it impossible to ignore or oppress Whitefeather. Much more importantly, Skytide's status soared now that the war was imminent. Her power over winds and clouds made her one of the most valuable people in Godgrave, which was a sword that cut both ways. She was indispensable for the rulers of the sword domain, and therefore, they were forced to treat her nicely now. On the other hand, she was one of the primary targets for the forces of the song domain. So, Sunny was more than a little bit worried about her. Neffys, meanwhile, nodded curtly in his direction. This is Master Sunless, an enchanter employed by the Firekeepers. Saint Tyrus looked at him expressionlessly, then frowned a little. Master Sunless, your name sounds familiar. Ah, had my daughter commissioned a memory from you? He bowed politely. Indeed, I had the privilege of fulfilling a request made by Awakened Telly once. Skytide's expression did not change, but he could swear that her eyes turned a little warmer. I see. That memory is serving my husband well. Your competence is worthy of praise, Master Sunless. With that, she seemed to forget about his existence and looked at Neffys. The realm boundary is close. How long will it take the Ivory Island to reach the target area? Neffys answered neutrally. Around an hour, at top speed. Will you be able to hold out for that long, if need be? Skytide glanced at the gray sky, lingered for a moment, then nodded. I will. I won't be able to assist with anything else, though. The immolating sky was not the only threat that waited for them in Godgrave. It was the most dire one, though, so everything else was beside the point. Neffys gestured for Saint Tyrus to follow her and headed for the ivory tower. We will handle the rest. Allow me to guide you. As they were walking away, she threw a poignant look at Sunny. He smiled and nodded subtly, telling her not to worry about him. As Master Sunless, he was not supposed to participate in any battles, so, he could only observe today. It was a strange situation to be in, but he could not complain. There would be plenty of battles for him to fight before too long, anyway, perhaps more than he could handle, even with his 7 bodies. Letting out a heavy sigh, Sunny turned to the edge of the island and looked down. At some point, the door of the marvelous mimic opened, and Aiko walked out, yawning as she looked around with sleepy eyes. Noticing him, the petite girl floated off the porch and flew around the cottage, eventually landing on the grass near the edge. She looked down and made a face. Damn, boss, there are so many of them. So many potential clients. Sunny gave her a dark look. Cover your arms. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Aiko was wearing mundane clothes, and not even formal ones, at that. Her black t-shirt had some kind of nightmare creature printed on it with a band name written above in bold letters, which wasn't really a problem, except for the fact that the intricate tattoo of a snake that coiled around her right arm was almost fully revealed. She grinned sheepishly and summoned a green memory tunic. Sunny hesitated, then said quietly, "Are you sure you don't want me to bring you away, to the waking world?" Aiko looked up at him and blinked a few times. And miss all the fun. I mean, miss such a historic event. No, thanks. Plus, I know these guys well. Don't worry, boss, they'll be fine. They have survived worse. He stared at her for a few moments, wondering if she would change her mind after witnessing Godgrave. In the end, he didn't say anything. Together, they watched as the shoulder of the colossal skeleton grew closer and closer. The ivory island accelerated, leaving the ascending army far behind. Soon, the sky was entirely hidden by a veil of clouds, and the air grew warmer, the daylight changing subtly. They were heading for the collarbone of the dead deity, where the base camp of the sword army was supposed to be established. And they, the Firekeepers, were meant to be the vanguard of the human invasion into Godgrave. Their task was not only to clear out the nightmare creatures populating the area and serve as a bulwark that protected the slow advance of the army from the arm of the titanic skeleton. What they had to do was much more important. It was to bring the authority of the King of Swords, and the power of his domain, to this cursed land. Soon, the vast range of the ancient collarbone was beneath them. The ground was white, but there was barely any of it visible under the thick carpet of scarlet growth. Moss, grass, and grotesque towering plants were all red, as if bloody marrow had exploded from the cracks and fissures in the ancient bone. Of course, the vermilion jungle was teeming with all kinds of abominable creatures, all moving and devouring each other in a mad rush to live and grow in the unknown, but inevitably fleeting amount of time before the veil of cloud broke, and the merciless sun burned them all to ash. At such a late stage of infestation, the surface of the dead god's collarbone was not much safer than the dark expanse of the hollows, where the true horrors dwelled. The strange nightmare creatures populating Godgrave would have had enough time to grow immensely strong, reaching the corrupted or great rank en masse. The strongest would have already retreated underground, to try and claim a place for themselves away from the annihilating heavens, but many still remained. And now, all their undivided attention was turned to the beautiful island drifting below the clouds. Usually, these abominations would have felt nothing but fear when looking at the terrible sky. But today, perhaps for the first time in countless years, they felt something else. A hunger so deep that it drove them into a state of frenzy. Immediately, the scarlet jungle seemed to boil. Numerous abominations rushed in the direction of the descending island like a morbid tide. Most of them simply ran, slithered, or crawled, but there were those capable of soaring into the air, as well. A vast swarm of nightmare creatures rose from the ground to meet the ivory island. It seemed inevitable that the flying citadel would be swallowed by the cloud of them. But then, an imperceptible change spread through the world. Sunny's eyes narrowed when he recognized the familiar feeling. Another component of the ivory tower was unleashed, and suddenly, it was as if a wave of invisible force crashed into the rising abominations, throwing them down or outright obliterating their hideous bodies. Blood spilled from the sky like crimson rain. The tyrannical crushing had come to Godgrave, reaping countless lives in the first culling of the Great Domain War. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1843, Crash Landing on You. 1,245 words. The crushing descended upon Godgrave, flattening a vast swath of the vermilion jungle and pressing the nightmare creatures into the white surface of the ancient bone. Its reach was a magnitude smaller than it had been in the ruins of the Kingdom of Hope, but its force was just as tyrannical. The winged abominations that had been rising toward the flying island were either obliterated or thrown to the ground. A deluge of blood rained down, and only the strongest and most resilient of the flying horrors managed to stay in the air. They persisted stubbornly, their eyes full of demented frenzy. There were terrifying aerial behemoths among them, and nimble creatures that zipped around on swift, translucent wings. A moment later, the first arrow streaked down, hitting one of the larger abominations in the eye and obliterating half of its hideous head. Sunny looked at the macabre spectacle, feeling his blood boil with a familiar thrill. He had never thought that he would grow accustomed to the ghastly crucible of battle one day, but here he was, acting as if he was addicted to it. He longed to join the bloodshed, but could not allow himself to. It was the strangest thing. He could see the firekeepers, who were spread out along the edge of the island, drawing their bows. Some of them were better archers than others, but each and every one was proficient enough with the bow and arrow to be a lethal presence on the battlefield. Their memories were all top-notch, as well, not only because they had gathered a vast arsenal of them during the long years of defending humanity from the horrors of the nightmare spell, but also because Sunny had personally tinkered with their equipment in the last month. On top of that, all these memories were being enhanced by the crown of dawn that Nephi's wore. A barrage of enchanted arrows unleashed by 7 ascended cohorts was a dire sight to behold. The winged nightmare creatures that had endured the crushing were simply erased from existence, chunks of flesh raining on the scarlet jungle below. Only one remained, an enormous beast with wings wide enough to drown the world in their shade. Its frenzied eyes were burning with chilling malice, and its pale brown hide was dotted with dozens of arrows, none of which managed to pierce it deep enough to deal substantial damage. The winds groaned as they were torn apart by its mighty wings. Before the monstrous creature could rise any higher, though, a single fiery arrow streaked down from the top of the ivory tower, piercing its head clean through. Wisps of white flame escaped from inside its cracked skull. The massive abomination lost momentum, rolled in the air, and started to fall down. The ivory island was plummeting from the overcast sky, descending lower and lower. The closer to the ground it got, the more the jungle was affected by the crushing. Many of the nightmare creatures that had been pressed down into the red moss were now flattened into piles of bloody flesh, sharp shards of bone protruding through the broken skin. Most were powerful enough to survive, though. Finally, the speed of the flying island's descent started to reduce. It was still great, nevertheless, almost uncontrollable, as if the people on the island were in a rush to reach the ground. And they were, because the sky above them was suffused with blinding glow, and only a thin veil of cloud stood between them and inescapable annihilation. Brace. When the shout spread among the firekeepers, Sunny gracefully lowered himself to one knee and put one hand on the grass. Aiko simply floated into the air, hovering above the ground. In the next moment, the ivory island crashed heavily into the white surface of the ancient bone. The dead god's collarbone quaked, and a violent shockwave obliterated a vast stretch of the vermilion jungle in the vicinity of the impact zone. The 7 chains hanging from the ivory island rattled as they struck the ground. The lake resting on its surface rippled, spilling over its shores, and the chain breaker swayed on the tall waves. The ivory island came to rest, laying tilted on the white expanse of ancient bone. The crushing dissipated. Down below, countless nightmare creatures moved, rising from the ground. Their bloodshot eyes focused on the figures of the firekeepers looking at them from above. The cloud of debris raised into the air by the impact had not settled yet when they started to move, flowing toward the invading island from all sides. However, the firekeepers were moving, too. The closest to Sunny was Sid, who had been Neph's driver on the day of the assassination attempt. Clad in a light armor and armed with a sword and shield, she stepped up to the edge and looked at the tide of abominations with a grin. Then, before the sparks of light swirling around her head manifested into a helmet, she raised her sword and kissed the flat of its blade. Here we go. Letting out a battle cry, she jumped down, the plume of her helmet fluttering in the wind. All along the edge, those firekeepers who were proficient in melee were doing the same. Those who excelled in ranged combat, as well as those who usually played a supportive role, stayed above, continuing to send arrows and sorceress attacks into the tide of nightmare creatures. Soon, the fastest of the abominations reached the vicinity of the island and clashed with the advancing firekeepers. Sharp steel hissed as it cut into flesh. More blood spilled on the sun-bleached surface of the ancient bone. Sunny observed the battle with burning eyes. The familiar cacophony assaulted his ears, and he felt his hands itching. Nevertheless, he remained where he was, playing the role of a non-combatant. Before the firekeepers could drown in the tide of nightmare creatures, a radiant figure shot from the balcony at the top of the ivory tower, falling down like an incandescent meteor. Nephis landed in the thick of the abominable horde, and in the next moment, a blinding explosion boomed above the bone plain. A wave of incinerating flame spread outward from the point of impact, turning countless nightmare creatures to ash. The firekeepers cheered, welcoming their personal deity to the battlefield. Looking from above, Sunny let out a long sigh. Ah, to hell with it. Then, he took control of the gloomy shadow and used Shadow Step to send that incarnation of his far away, under the canopy of the scarlet jungle. Assuming a corporeal form there, he manifested the onyx mantle and summoned Weaver's mask. Then, before any of the rushing nightmare creatures could lunge at him, he stepped through the shadows once again, appearing in the midst of the battlefield. An enormous, towering abomination was right in front of him, raising its terrifying fists to deliver a crushing blow to the ground below. Reaching into the shadows, Sunny pulled an inky black odachi out of them, and then lunged forward. A dark line was suddenly drawn on the massive body of the nightmare creature. It froze for a moment, its fists still raised above its head. And then slowly fell apart, bisected down the middle with a single terrifying slash. Behind the abomination, a slender young woman with silver hair was revealed, holding a mirror-like sword. There was an expression of surprise on her beautiful face. Grinning behind the mask, Sunny gave her a small bow and said, his cold voice hiding a hint of dark glee. Welcome to Godgrave, Lady Nephis. With that, he looked around. I hope you don't mind the mess. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1844-1844, on the other side. 1,389 words. I think we are all going to die. What do you think, Ronnie? Ray's voice was tinged with melancholy, but Rain had learned to ignore his complaints in the last few weeks. Sitting on the ground, well, on what served as ground in this godforsaken place, and leaning her back against a wagon's wheel, she gave him a relaxed shrug. The young man stared at her with indignation. After a while, he sighed. Have enough decency to look concerned, at least. They were currently in the middle of the army camp, resting after a long and arduous march. It was hard to tell what time of day it was, since there were no nights in Godgrave. A veil of clouds obscured the sky, shining with diffused radiance. It would have been quite pretty if it was not so terrifying. Everyone had been informed over and over again about the lethal nature of the sky in this land. They knew that the only way to survive in case the clouds parted was to remain absolutely still. The army had ascended the dead god's arm far enough, by now, to fully cross the realm boundary, so, those warnings were of vital importance. They had yet to see the clouds break, though. Rain, Tamar, Ray, and Fleur were among the awakened warriors of the 7th Legion, which was led by the 7th and last daughter of the Queen to reach transcendence, Saint Setian. Granted, Rain barely remembered how she ended up in such august company. So many things had happened in the last month that it was all like a blur. The news about the King of Swords declaring war on the Song domain had reached them not long after reuniting with the members of the survey team in the main construction camp. It was a great shock to many, but not to Rain herself. The initial shock was soon replaced by fear and outrage. It was then that Queen Song left her palace in Ravenheart, appearing in public for the first time in many years. Rain did not witness it herself, but she was told that the Queen's speech was incredibly rousing. It ignited the hearts of the people of Song, so when the call to arms was issued, countless awakened warriors chose to answer. The vassals of the Queen responded to the call, as well, gathering their armies to help defend the Song domain against the tyranny of the King of Swords. Rain was one of those awakened warriors. She was made a soldier right there and then, in the construction camp, as a member of Tamar of Sorrow's cohort. Tamar's father was leading his own war party, but he sent his daughter to serve under Song Setian and her blood sisters. Rain wasn't entirely sure why, but she had no reason to complain. There were hundreds of thousands of awakened in the Song army, but only 7 royal legions. And although Saint Setian was the last among the 7 transcendent princesses to conquer the third nightmare, her personal power was in no way inferior to that of her sisters. So, the 7th Legion was among the most elite forces in Godgrave, comparable to the Knights of Valor led by Morgan, the Princess of War. Rain was honestly unsure how she had ended up here. I guess that's the benefit of getting in through acquaintances. The weeks between the declaration of war and today were incredibly hectic. So many things had happened, and yet, one of them stood out as more bizarre than any other. It happened immediately after Rain joined the Song army. She was woken up in the middle of the night by her teacher, who gestured for her to follow him quietly. Together, they left the busy camp and walked far into the wilderness, eventually reaching a secluded gorge. There, Rain had to stop and rub her eyes, bewildered by what she saw. Out there, in the middle of the dream realm, a quaint brick cottage stood, illuminated by the pale light of the 3 moons. The sight was so strange that Rain assumed that she was seeing things. However, she was not. There was really a neat cottage standing in the desolate wasteland of the Moonriver Plain, a walking distance from the main camp of the road construction crew. It was not a mirage, and neither was it an ancient ruin. In fact, the brick building was neat and tidy, as if someone frequently swept its porch and washed its windows. Rain looked at her teacher with wide eyes. What is that? He answered matter-of-factly. That is an ascended devil pretending to be a cottage. Come inside. She did not know what else to do but to follow him into the cottage. The door opened by itself, and then closed behind him. The interior looked like a dining hall of a small cafe. There was no one inside, and no source of light except for the moonlight pouring through the windows. It was more than a little bit creepy. A moment later, the moonlight was extinguished, as well, leaving Rain in absolute darkness. Teacher. There was a scratching sound, and a small light appeared in the darkness. Her teacher was standing near a shelf, holding a burning candle in his hand. Come. With that, he turned around and went back to the door. Rain had no idea why they had come inside only to leave with a candle, but she obediently followed. To her shock, however, the Moonriver Plain was gone. When they came out, there were no moons, no stars, and no wind. The floor was perfectly flat, as if cut from black marble. She couldn't quite see where they were, but it felt as if they were underground. And there was someone else there, as well. Goddammit, it's so creepy. Boss, you're back. Where the hell did you? Huh? Who's that? Rain had the same question. Out there in front of her, sitting on the black marble floor, was a little girl, who had a very dirty mouth and addressed her teacher as boss, for some reason. Rain raised a hand and pointed to the strange child. Who's the brat? The little girl floated up, lowered her feet to the floor, and stared at her with wide eyes. Brat? What do you mean, brat? I'm 28 years old. Rain blinked a couple of times. She had assumed that the petite girl was a child, but now that she looked closer. Ah, how embarrassing. Rain looked down. Oh, sorry, auntie. The petite girl opened her mouth in shock. Hey, auntie. No, wait, what do you mean by auntie? Listening to the two of them, her teacher let out a heavy sigh and shook his head. To answer your questions, this is awakened Rain. This is awakened Aiko. Aiko, Rain is my disciple. Rain, Aiko is my assistant. They turned to him almost simultaneously. You have an assistant. You have a disciple. Then, they looked at each other, both wearing a similar shocked expression. Her teacher smiled. No need to sound so stunned, really. Sure, I do. Why wouldn't I? Now, the reason I brought you two here is to extend an offer to you both. Consider it a great honor. His smile turned a little sinister, making both of them feel a bad premonition and shiver. His smile turned a little wider. Quote. How would you ladies like to join the Shadow Clan? And that was how Rain ended up with an intricate snake tattoo coiling around her arm. Leaning on the wheel of a supply wagon, she closed her eyes and listened to Ray's complaints silently. The snake tattoo, which was apparently called the Mark of Shadows, was more than a simple tattoo, of course. It was akin to an attribute, granting her several useful abilities. Among them was the ability to see in absolute darkness, walk stealthily in the shadows, and sense their movements. It also helped her control her soul essence. Apart from that, the snake could also slither off her arm, manifesting into a weapon. Most importantly of all, at least according to her teacher, it allowed him, as well as the creature that had created the soul snake, access to her soul sea. Which meant that they could defend it should something invade Rain's soul. She had not even known that there were things out there that could invade human souls, but knowing that her teacher would be there to deal with the invader made her feel better. All in all, the soul snake was an excellent gift to receive. Of course, it was not the only thing she had received from her teacher. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1845-1845, 7th Royal Legion. 1085 words. The Mark of Shadows played an important role. It protected Rain and gave her a few useful abilities, but its main purpose was to confuse people. After all, she did not want anyone to learn that she did not have an aspect, and the snake tattoo bestowed upon her strange powers that could be seen as one. Her teacher had mentioned that he was working on something else to make her disguise more convincing, as well. Rain did not know what he meant, yet, but was going to learn one way or another in due time. What excited her the most was not the Mark of Shadows though. It was the memories her teacher had given her. Oh, the joy and delight of having memories. Rain held a strong opinion that all the rest of the awakened in the world had no idea how good they had it. Her threadbare bodysuit and old clothes were gone, replaced by an enchanted armor. It was so soft and light that she did not feel any burden at all, but more resilient than her mundane equipment had ever been. The armor was made of dark gray fabric and lusterless black leather, fitting her perfectly. It was an awakened memory of the 5th tier, that was what she had been told, at least, called the Puppeteer's Shroud. Its enchantments increased her mental endurance and resistance against mind attack, as well as allowed her to recover from mental fatigue faster. The armor looked suspiciously similar to what her teacher used to wear, so she suspected that it had not been, in fact, crafted specifically for her. But even if the Puppeteer's Shroud was a hand-me-down, Rain did not mind. The euphoria of having a wonderful suit of incredibly light, but resilient armor that adjusted to fit her body perfectly, cleaned and repaired itself, and could be summoned at any moment was simply too great. It was the reward for slaying the awakened tyrant. There were 2 other memories that she had received from her teacher, as well. One was a powerful bow made of green metal. In fact, Rain knew that metal all too well. It seemed that her teacher had smelted the blade of the huntsman's axe to forge the limbs of the bow, while the string was made from some strange black material. The bow was called the Beast of Prey and was an awakened memory of the 3rd tier. Its enchantment allowed Rain to enhance the damage dealt by her arrows, as well as infuse one arrow with devastating force at the cost of most of her essence. However, the bow was also able to absorb and store her essence, somehow, so, with sufficient preparation, Rain could use the deadly shot twice. She received the Beast of Prey in exchange for the memory coupon her teacher had given her for slaying the huntsman. The 3rd memory she received, however, was a free bonus. It was a quiver of enchanted arrows that never seemed to run out. The arrows did not really possess any special qualities, apart from the fact that their flight was absolutely noiseless. They were also incredibly sharp and could pierce thick armor. All in all, Rain was quite happy with her little arsenal. Of course, it was only the beginning. She expected to receive many more memories in the future. Sadly, her teacher seemed determined to only award her memories that fit her kills. He could have given her something much more powerful, without a doubt, but then people would start asking questions about her identity. How could a newly awakened girl with no backing be walking around with a soul arsenal that put even the legacies to shame? That sort of thing. Get up. Rest is over. Tamar's voice drew Rain from her pleasant thoughts. Opening her eyes, she sighed and rose to her feet. All around them, the Song army was stirring. After ascending the right arm of the dead deity, they were finally ready to delve into the jungle growing on its white surface and then cross to the colossal skeleton's collarbone. This rest stop was the last one they would be able to enjoy in relative safety. The edge of the jungle was somewhere ahead, a few kilometers from the head of the column. The 7th Legion was marching closer to its tail, so Rain could not see anything. Nevertheless, everyone was tense. That was because everyone knew that they were heading into battle. Not that people like Rain and the members of her cohort could do anything in a battle like that. From what they had heard in the last few days, the jungle had been allowed to grow for long enough that most nightmare creatures populating its depths were of the corrupted rank. Awakened warriors were simply not powerful enough to face them. Today, the battle was only for the masters and the saints. And for the abominations enthralled by Beastmaster. Just as Rain thought about it, a messenger arrived from the head of the column and hurried past them. She turned around and watched him disappear into the command tent of the Legion. Soon, several blood sisters emerged from it. And then, their leader. Rain couldn't help but hold her breath when she saw the queen's daughter. Saint Sishan was a striking woman, without a doubt. With her strange, but beautiful gray skin and tantalizing grace, she was like an embodiment of nobility and regal poise. She seemed both inhuman and riveting, but most of all mysterious. Her beauty was truly breathtaking. It was to the point that the blood sisters, each an exquisitely beautiful woman herself, seemed plain and unassuming next to her. Rain still found it weird that most of the most powerful warriors of the Song domain were women, but she couldn't complain. Especially here in the 7th Legion, she sometimes felt that she was in a flower garden instead of an army. Granted, those flowers were roses with bloodied thorns, and most of the rank and file soldiers were still men. Saint Sishan led the ascended warriors of her legion toward the head of the column. The awakened warriors silently bowed as she passed, wishing her luck. Rain couldn't help but do the same. The Song army was bound to suffer casualties during the push to establish a fortified base on the collarbone of the dead deity. Looking at the powerful members of the legion, she couldn't help but wish that all of them returned alive. At the same time, Rain couldn't help but wonder. Today, they were going to fight against nightmare creatures. What would she feel when the time finally comes for them to fight against people? Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1846-1846, Ground Perspective. 1111 words. The army assembled in a complicated battle formation. With so many soldiers, it was vast and unwieldy, and mostly useless but not entirely so. The Masters and the Saints were going to assault the Vermilion Jungle, but the Awakened were prepared to fight, as well. Obviously, they had very little chance of killing corrupted abominations, not to mention the great horrors who dwelled in Godgrave. However, they did not necessarily need to. The commanders of the Song army were well aware of the limitations facing their troops, so they had come up with various chilling but effective strategies. If it came to that, the task of the awakened soldiers was not to kill the powerful abominations but to immobilize them. Although hard, that could be achieved with numbers alone. Even if an abomination had to be buried in human bodies, that was one way to deal with it. Of course, Rain felt a bit horrified by the prospect, just like all the other awakened warriors did. Still, it was not like the nightmare creatures would spare them otherwise, so, they were prepared to carry out their orders and do their best, no matter the cost. Hopefully, that was not going to happen today. If the Saints and their ascended retinue succeeded in holding back the tide of nightmare creatures, it would not. The 7th Legion was positioned in the second line of the formation, so she could not even see the battle. All she could see were the tops of the strange and hideous plants swaying in the distance in the backs of her fellow soldiers. She could also hear the sounds that the wind carried from somewhere far ahead. Next to her, Fleur trembled nervously and looked at Tamar. Quote. It is starting, isn't it? The legacy girl nodded somberly. It is. A few moments later, the sound of a horn rolled above the army, and the ground under their feet trembled slightly. Rain saw vague silhouettes moving forward from the front of the battle formation. The white surface of the ancient bone was still inclined, since they had not reached the collarbone yet, so she could not discern their shape clearly. But she knew that they were the Saints who had assumed their transcendent forms, as well as the larger of the nightmare creatures enthralled by Beastmaster. At the same time, the jungle came alive. She saw the red trees sway, but mostly, she heard and felt it. A harrowing choir of bestial roars and sounds too alien to be described with human language washing over the massive army like a tide, the violent trembling of the ground as countless abominations rushed forward at the scent of human souls. She glanced at Tamar. For the rest of them, the fate of the Saints fighting on the front line was an abstract concept. The Saints were people whom they admired, looked up to, and maybe even knew, as well as the wall separating them from having to face the dreadful horde of nightmare creatures themselves. But it was different from Tamar, whose father was somewhere out there, as well. The Saint of Sorrow was among the warriors whose task it was to make the tide of abomination stop. There were close to 2,000 masters in the Song army, but only around 40 transcendent champions. It did not seem like a lot, but at the same time, the world suddenly quaked. The world suddenly seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The violence of 40 saints unleashing their transcendent power at the same time was staggering. Even far removed from the battlefield, Rain felt blood drain from her face. Next to her, Fleur swayed and leaned heavily on Ray. All around them, the awakened soldiers staggered. Only Tamar remained standing straight, seemingly undaunted. She did, however, look at the sky. As Rain's eyes widened, she did as well. Was the clash between the champions of the Song army and the creatures of the Vermilion Jungle terrible enough to rip apart the veil of clouds? Luckily, it did not seem so. For now, the sounds of the battle grew much more loud, becoming almost deafening. Rain had to struggle not to raise her hands and cover her ears. To her shame, she found herself trembling. Insane, this is insane. The fear that had risen from some deep, primal part of her was almost too powerful to overcome. The inability to see what exactly was happening out there, ahead, only made it worse. After all, it was the unknown that was the most terrifying. All she could see were the backs of the awakened soldiers that stood in front of the 7th Legion in the formation. They were not faring any better than her. Some were shaking, some had fallen to their knees, some had dropped their weapons. There were those who did not, though. There were those who helped their comrades to stand up and supported them, gripping the hilts of their swords tightly. Rain wanted to be one of those brave souls, as well. Assaulted by the terrible cacophony of battle, she looked down, at her shadow. The sight of it instilled her with strength. Gritting her teeth, she raised a hand and patted Fleur on the shoulder. The delicate girl looked at her with frightened eyes. Ronnie. Rain smiled. Relax. What's the worst thing that can happen? Fleur's beautiful blue eyes widened. What? Why did you say it out loud? Tamar and Ray glared at her with resentment, too. Rain grinned. She was still a bit of a stranger in this small cohort, so apart from Tamar, the other 2 members acted a little awkward around her. It was rare to see all 3 united in such a sincere display of emotion. And that emotion was pure outrage, not fear or anxiety. So, her job here was done. Rain looked ahead and sighed. Although, she might have overdone it. From what she could hear, the vanguard of the army had managed to stem the tide of the nightmare creatures. A furious battle was happening somewhere ahead. However, the Saints had not managed to stop all abominations. Just then, she heard a litany of human cries, and saw bodies flying into the air. It was as if something massive slammed into the front row of the awakened soldiers at the head of the battle formation. Human blood spilled on the white bone. The war horn blared one more time, and the soldiers ahead of her moved forward. Rain shivered and gripped her bow tighter. Far ahead, a strange haze rose above the crimson jungle. It seemed like a haze at first, but soon, she saw that it was a vast swarm of flying abominations rushing from the depths of Godgrave like a cloud. Gee, gods, one of the awakened soldiers near them pointed at the swarm in horror. Rain sighed and looked at the members of her cohort apologetically. Her grin grew a little forced. Well, I guess that's the worst thing that could have happened. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1847, Deadly Equilibrium. 1069 words. On the other side of the titanic skeleton, the ivory island was surrounded by a sea of nightmare creatures. The horde of them flowed forward, tearing the scarlet jungle apart. The jungle itself was moving too. Vermilion vines were crawling, and rust-red flowers were blooming, releasing clouds of flesh-eating pollen. It was as if the whole world had come alive to devour the invading humans. The humans, meanwhile, met the tide of abominations with sharp steel and the destructive power of their aspects. The Firekeepers were skilled and formidable. Their discipline and morale were beyond reproach. Their cohesion and experience were unequaled. Countless nightmare creatures fell to their blades, torrents of blood being absorbed by the ancient bone. And yet, they were being pushed back. A force of 50 battle-hardened masters was truly fearsome, but most of the abominations they faced were of a higher rank than them. These creatures were also the cursed spawn of Godgrave, where nightmares had to fight and devour each other without reprieve for the infinitely small chance to survive. The surface dwellers were not the true horrors who hunted in the dim twilight of the Great Hollows, but they were also exorbitantly fierce and ferocious, even when compared to the usual demented frenzy plaguing all nightmare creatures. The horde was vast, as well. Granted, the Firekeepers had been forged and shaped by the Forgotten Shore, and so, facing abominations that were more powerful than them was more or less their speciality. But, still, there was one reason why they were able to hold out. Two reasons, actually. One was Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan. The other was the Lord of Shadows. It had been a long time since Sunny was truly able to unleash himself. Right now, he was like a dark hurricane that moved across the battlefield, surrounded by a vast mantle of flowing shadows. He neglected to manifest any of his shells, using only his two hands and the black odachi to cut the abominations down. Everywhere he went, severed bodies fell to the ground. Sunny was using shadow manifestation to control the surrounding area and shadow step to move around it, dancing between the nightmare creatures as his blade reaped their lives. While wielding serpent as a weapon, his essence was replenished with every life he took. The faster he killed the abominations, the more essence he received, and could therefore burn. And the more essence he burned, the more enemies he could slay. Reaching a dangerous equilibrium in that manner, Sunny rampaged on the battlefield like the epicenter of a vast whirlpool of blood, darkness, and death. Of course, it was not easy. The corrupted nightmare creatures were falling easily to his blade, but he could be just as easily overwhelmed by them. All it took was a single mistake. But Sunny did not make any mistakes. Despite the startling speed at which he moved around the battlefield, despite the daunting complexity of navigating it with no regard to the familiar constraints of linear space, despite the burdensome task of maintaining both the lethal dance of slaying steel and the flowing storm of manifested shadows, Sunny's mind remained cold and clear, aware of every little detail of his surroundings, and full of merciless killing intent. He did not allow the dire mayhem of the battle and the intoxicating stench of death to pull him into a state of battle frenzy. No matter how brutal and unbridled his slaughter seemed, it was instead a result of precise and callous calculation. There were no emotions in his heart, no distraction in his mind, there was only clarity and will. The will to see his enemies dead. Neffys was fighting on the other side of the Ivory Island. Sunny could not see her, but he could sense her presence through the movement of shadows. In the world of shadows, her presence was as vast as that of the sun. She had unleashed a sea of incandescent flames, turning a swath of the battlefield into a searing inferno. The flames moved as if possessing a mind, and hunger, of their own, spreading through the horde of nightmare creatures like a plague. Where the power of the scorching flames was not enough, her sword fell like a herald of inescapable finality. At the same time, she was supporting the Firekeepers. When one of them received a wound, it was healed by the soft radiance of her soul flame. When one of them was on the verge of being swallowed by the tide of abominations, she was there to lend them the power of her incandescent blade. Cassie was participating in the battle, as well. Her unseen presence was subtle, but played a pivotal role. She was not present on the battlefield, and no nightmare creature fell to her sword. However, she served as the connection between Sunny, Neffys, and the Firekeepers. She was aware of all and guided them all, helping them fight as a single being. She could also share the traits of the abominations with them, making the task of surviving the dreadful onslaught much easier. It was because of her that Neffys knew when one of her people needed support. The Firekeepers knew when to press forward and when to retreat. Sunny knew where the most dangerous enemies were, and in which direction he had to move. Neffys was in command, but Cassie was the person who made sure that the commander had all the necessary information to make good decisions. Sunny had not seen the Firekeepers fighting a battle of that scale before, and now that he did, he was quietly impressed. He knew many who were more powerful than them, and a few who were more skilled than them. But he struggled to think of another group of warriors who were capable of showcasing this level of cohesion, combat awareness, and effectiveness in a battle. That said, it was still not enough. It did not matter how skilled and brave the Firekeepers were, or how unreasonably powerful he and Neffys had become. At the end of the day, they were still fighting against impossible odds. There were simply too many nightmare creatures, and each of these nightmare creatures was too powerful. Sending 50 masters and 3 saints to face an entire death zone was a suicidal task. They could not even retreat, because they were surrounded from all sides. However, this time, Clan Valor had not sent Neffys into battle hoping that she would die. This time, they desperately needed her to survive. For a while, at least. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1848-1848, Reign of Steel. 1017 words. Sunny sensed it before he saw it. An invisible, but undeniable change that spread across the battlefield. He was not affected himself, but the Firekeepers certainly were. They did not grow stronger, and their swords did not become sharper. And yet, suddenly, more nightmare creatures were falling to their blades. More blood was flowing to the ground, but less of it belonged to humans. Observing the inexplicable change through shadow sense, Sunny couldn't help but feel a deep sense of confusion. There was no reason for the sudden shift in the cadence of the battle, but it had shifted, without a doubt. Lacking any other explanation, he was tempted to think that it was a result of luck. But there was something deeper than that going on. He continued the wanton slaughter, defending one side of the Ivory Island. At the same time, he was standing on the grass of the island, near the marvelous mimic, observing the battle idly side by side with Aiko. It was that incarnation of his that tried to understand what was happening. Almost an entire minute passed before his eyes suddenly narrowed. Sunny exhaled slowly. I see. The Firekeepers were not lucky. They had not grown stronger, and their weapons had not become sharper. It was just that they were fighting better. Their already impressive coordination had improved, reaching an almost inhuman level of perfection, and their battle sense seemed to have become even keener. It was as if they were possessed by a spirit of war, and had received its blessing. He had seen something similar once before, albeit in a less pronounced way. It was during the Battle of the Black Skull. Back then, Morgan had armed her soldiers with enchanted swords forged by her father. Wielding those swords, the warriors of valor showed a strange level of cohesion, making it seem as if her entire army was one vast, lethal being. Back then, Sunny had guessed that the swords served as conduits for Anvil's authority, as vessels of his will, and therefore, of his domain. And now, his domain had spread to Godgrave. After all, that was the entire reason why the Ivory Island was so important to Valor's plan of subjugating this cursed land and winning the war. The entire war was, at its heart, a race to conquer local citadels and allow the sovereigns to express their power here. At the end of it all, the Supreme who controlled more citadels in Godgrave, and could therefore manifest their domain in a more profound way, would have a great advantage in the battle against the enemy. The Queen of Worms was still powerless in this dreadful land, since there was nothing to summon her authority here. But Clan Valor had nephews, and her flying citadel as well. That was why they had tolerated Sunny's defiant unwillingness to surrender the nameless temple to them, and that was why they were already winning. Because, unlike Kisong, Anvil could already express his power in Godgrave. And he was expressing it now. It had already spread in the vast area around the Ivory Island, and rooted itself in the ancient bone, under the cloudy sky, empowering his subjects. That was why the Firekeepers were suddenly more effective in the fight against the nightmare creatures. And that was why the Sword Army would have far less trouble entering the Scarlet Jungle. The spot where the Ivory Island landed had been chosen carefully to make sure that the king's authority covered the army's approach. But that was not all. Sunny shivered, suddenly overwhelmed by a cold presence. Turning around, he looked up, at the balcony of the ivory tower. No way, there, a tall figure in dark armor stood, a vermilion cloak fluttering in the wind. A crown made out of dull steel rested on his head. The King of Swords had arrived to Godgrave. Then, the world was consumed by a scarlet storm. Countless sparks enveloped the Ivory Island and the sky above it, swirling like a hurricane of scarlet light. There were so many of them that it seemed as if the whole world was suddenly desaturated of all colors except for red. Then, the sparks formed into a sea of rustling swords. An endless river of them blotted out the sky, moving in strange, hypnotic patterns. Mesmerized by the sight and drowning in their shadow, Sunny almost forgot about the figure of a man standing on the balcony of the ivory tower. The man did not move, but his cold gaze fell on the horde of nightmare creatures below. In the next moment, the storm cloud of swords exploded with a lethal hail. Countless swords rained down, making the bone plane shudder. Down below, Sunny's avatar lowered the black odachi and froze. It was a terrifying feeling, to see the steel sky fall on him, glistening with countless sharp tips. However, he did not have to feel fear. Although it seemed that the rain of swords would obliterate everything on the surface of the ancient bone, none of the falling blades struck him. Instead, they reaped a terrible harvest of lives, piercing every nightmare creature in sight. In just a few moments, the horde of them was eviscerated. Numerous abominations were violently impaled by the flying swords, while those that survived the first onslaught were either bloodied or petrified, slow to escape the inevitable doom. None of the firekeepers had received even a scratch, though, despite the fact that many of them were now surrounded by a forest of swords. The swords did not stop moving. More of them rained from above, and those that were impaling the nightmare creatures tore free of the bleeding flesh, rising into the air and turning to point at new prey. Standing in the sea of blood, Sunny turned and looked at the distant balcony. He should have felt elated because the battle was ostensibly over, but instead, all he felt was a cold feeling of unease. Sunny knew that, one day soon, he would be the target of these flying swords. What's the matter? It's just a sovereign. For once, the words did not bring with them any levity. Lowering his gaze, he peered at the horizon. There, far away, the first of the vermilion banners appeared in the distance. The sword army had crossed over to the collarbone of the dead deity. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1849 Taste of Ash. 1,743 words. The sword army entered Godgrave with relative ease. Of course, it was a tense and solemn day. The awakened warriors were pale with dread as they ventured into the scarlet jungle and crossed over from the humorous bone of the dead deity to the vast collarbone. They were in a death zone, after all. However, the army barely suffered any casualties. Changing Star and her firekeepers had pulled the attention of the local nightmare creatures away and established a beachhead on the collarbone plain. Most importantly, they brought the authority of the king to this dire purgatory. Emboldened and empowered by his presence, the army marched on. The veil of clouds did not break, held together by the power of Sky Tide of the White Feather clan. The transcendent and ascended warriors repelled the sporadic attacks of remnant abominations without too much strain. And later, the King of Swords himself descended upon the battlefield, using the Ivory Island as an anchor. Once the storm of swords manifested above the jungle, the battle was ostensibly over. The army cut a path through the predatory jungle, using the beautiful silhouette of the ivory tower to navigate it. By the time they reached the scene of slaughter, there were no abominations left for them to fight against. They were only numerous corpses and the rustle of countless swords swirling in the sky above. Instead, the task they faced was of a more mundane nature. They had to establish a camp and start fortifying it, building an impregnable fortress on the surface of the ancient bone. That fortress would serve as the staging ground for the rest of the military campaign in Godgrave. The Song army, however, fared much worse than that. Rain was staring at the ground with a tired expression. On the ground in front of her, the wind was playing with flakes of ash. She was staying completely motionless, and those flakes of ash had been a person not too long ago. Above her, an incandescent white void shone blindingly through the broken clouds. Her first day in Godgrave had been a long, bitter nightmare. The first battle the Song army had fought was a sobering experience. Led by the 7 princesses, the saints and the ascended warriors of the Song domain clashed with a horde of nightmare creatures and repelled it. The unimaginable violence unleashed by that clash made the world quake, but, worst of all, some of it reached the battle formation of the awakened warriors. The casualties were not immeasurable, but they weren't negligible, either. Perhaps because it was the first time the soldiers fought against the abominations of Godgrave, the strategies developed by the royal clan to breach the difference in ranks between them could not be deployed promptly, or at all. That could improve as the army gained experience, but today, too many people died. Rain herself did not participate in the slaughter, because the 7th Legion was positioned in the second line of the formation, where the battle had not reached. However, she could hear and feel the terrible mayhem of the desperate struggle happening ahead. Nevertheless, eventually, the battle ended. The vanguard obliterated the horde of the frenzied nightmare creatures. Those of them who had got past were immobilized and eventually cut down by the awakened soldiers. After the soul shards were harvested, the corpses of the abominations were pushed aside, and the bloodied army continued to ascend the arm of the dead god. Soon enough, they entered the jungle. The jungle itself was as much of a shock to the invading humans as the horde of nightmare creatures had been. Everything here was not what it seemed, but all of it was insidious, hungry, and chillingly deadly. The grass, the flowers, the vines, the trees, every single thing here wanted them dead. Those of the soldiers who had more experience exploring the dream realm did not seem too fazed, taking the dread of the scarlet jungle in stride. But those who were younger and less experienced, like members of Tamar's cohort, were left shaken. Their mental fortitude was sorely tested, and that was after having already received a painful blow by the recent clash against the vast horde of abominations. If there was one silver lining to the situation, it was that the abominable flora of Godgrave was not as impervious to being damaged by the awakened as the corrupted nightmare creatures were. It was still incredibly tough and tenacious, but they could at least try to contend against the myriad of deadly dangers hiding in the jungle. So, they did not feel as helpless, at least. There were still many that died. Some died, screaming, after inhaling a bit of drifting pollen. Falling to the ground, then wailed and convulsed as their bodies gruesomely became fertile soil for sprouting blossoms. Some died after being stung by tiny insect-like vermin that crawled into their armor. The effect of the paralytic poison was instantaneous, making the victims fall down without making a sound. However, it was unclear if they remained conscious and felt excruciating pain when the eggs deposited by the vermin into the wounds started to hatch a dozen seconds later. Some were strangled and drained of blood by thorn vines that hid beneath the vermilion moss. Some were pulled below it by what had looked like harmless patches of scarlet grass. It was all like a ghastly nightmare. Rain would have thought that they were invading the very depths of hell, if not for the fact that the dream realm was much more harrowing than any hell imagined by a human could ever be. Luckily, she had no time to drown in terror. The army marched forward in a vast battle formation. The train was absorbed into the formation and protected in its center, while the various legions and divisions took turns defending the outer perimeter. The entire arrangement was spearheaded by the thralls of Beastmaster, who faced the most dire peril and suffered the heaviest casualties. On the flanks, the warriors of higher ranks dealt with the brunt of the danger once again. But awakened soldiers like Rain also had a lot to do, both when marching on the outer rim of the formation and when resting closer to its center. She had killed plenty of scurrying pests with her arrows, saving not only her life but also that of others. Her arrows seemed to not know how to miss, striking down even the smallest pests with daunting precision long before they could sink their stingers, mandibles, and beaks into human flesh. In truth, she was a bit safer in this hellish place than most awakened were. It was because she could sense the movement of shadows, and therefore detect dangerous movement even if her sight betrayed her. And yet, Rain was swiftly growing tired, exhausted, even. It was not because of marching or having to draw her bow over and over again. It was not even because of having to climb the steep slope of the dead god's humorous bone without rest. It was due to the mental strain of enduring the horror of Godgrave without allowing herself to break down. Rain had thought that she was accustomed to the dread of the dream realm after hunting in the wilderness around Ravenheart for 4 years. But now, she realized just how tame those settled regions of this terrible world were after being conquered and cleansed by the previous generations of awakened. Compared to Godgrave, Ravenheart was a paradise. She was barely holding on to her composure, if not to her sanity. But even then, after a while, the march became easier. Humans were supremely adaptable, after all. The jungle did not change, but the soldiers of the Song army had adapted to its gruesome reality, at least a little bit. Eventually, they reached the mountainous shoulder joint that connected the titanic humerus to the collarbone. The engineering corps swiftly established a robust bridge under the protection of the 1st Legion, and then, the Song army slowly started to cross over to the other side of the bottomless chasm. The crossing was perhaps the most perilous step of the invasion of Godgrave. Rain felt incredibly tense while the 7th Legion waited for its turn to enter the bridge. However, in the end, they reached the collarbone plain without any trouble. The jungle on the other side was much the same, but somehow, everyone felt safer. That feeling was a lie. No sooner than the last division had crossed over, a strong wind rose, and a loud wailing of a war horn washed over the entire army. That horn was different from the ones that had called them to battle, and much more anxious. "Don't move." Tamar's shout was quite timely. The members of her cohort remembered the meaning of the wailing horn despite their fatigue and mental exhaustion, but many of the surrounding soldiers were slow to react. Hearing her voice, they recalled their training. The entire army suddenly grew still. A few moments later, the world was suddenly much brighter. The light reflecting from the white surface of the ancient bone was almost painful to look at. A wave of unbearable heat crashed into the human invaders, and the smell of ash filled the air. The jungle burned. Many humans burned, too. Well, perhaps, burning, was not the right word. They just turned to ash, scattering into a cloud of gray flakes in the scorching wind, and disappeared without a trace. Not everyone had ceased all movement in time, and not everyone managed to remain perfectly motionless. Seeing their comrades die, some soldiers recoiled or flinched. They became ash, too. Rain could not move, could not look away, and could not even wipe the flakes of warm ash off her face. All she could do was stand still and stare at the ground. It's bitter. The first day in Godgrave was too bitter to swallow. They had not even clashed with the army of the Sword Domain, and so many people were already dead. Yes, their number was inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. But their deaths were not. Rain couldn't help but feel as if they had been beaten without even entering a battle. She was tired. After a few hours, and more deaths, the veil of clouds finally repaired itself. The Song army took a short rest, most soldiers sitting on the ground quietly, despondent and unable to say anything. Then, they continued the march. By evening, or whatever constituted evening in this eternally sunlit hell, they finally reached the area where the army base camp was supposed to be established. Not everyone had made it that far, but for those who had, the war was only starting. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1850-1850, War Council. 1,243 words. The camp of the Sword Army resembled a fortified city that was like a dark stain on the sun-bleached surface of white bone, adorned by a sea of scarlet banners. The vicious jungle had been pushed back and incinerated some days ago, and was only now spreading tentatively from the fissures of the titanic collarbone. Tendrils of red moss could be seen here and there, looking like patches of rust on the vast expanse of the bone plain. The sky above was gray and cloudy, yet suffused with blinding light. Tall walls surrounded the sprawling avenues of the base camp, and protected by their impregnable barrier, countless barracks and tents crowded the relatively limited space. The camp was a cauldron of activity, with thousands of soldiers going about their business in a tense atmosphere. When one looked at the fortress of the Sword Army, they could hardly imagine that it had not existed just a week ago. However, it was true, the entire city had been built in a matter of days, not decades or centuries. That was what hundreds of thousands of awakened were capable of when brought together by a common goal. There were many among them who possessed potent utility aspects, and many more who could lend their physical strength and unique abilities to hasten the construction. So, the city had risen from the ground with a speed that was in no way inferior to how fast the Scarlet Jungle grew and propagated after being reduced to ash. There were two towering landmarks in the sprawling fortress. One was the Ivory Island, which hovered a few meters above the ground, anchored to it by 7 colossal chains to remain completely still. The beautiful white pagoda standing on its soil was like a beacon of hope for the soldiers of the Sword Army, raising their spirits every time they saw it. The other was the dark rift of the Dream Gate, which tore the fabric of reality apart some distance away. The King of Swords had moved it from bastion to Godgrave, announcing to the world the gravity of his intent to see the rulers of the Song domain pay for their transgressions. Currently, fresh supplies were arriving at the camp from the waking world. Sunny looked at the flurry of activity with a frown. It was tremendously convenient, of course, to have a direct logistical connection to the waking world here in Godgrave. The Song army lacked that advantage, still, which was why they had to scavenge provisions in the jungle or wait for heavily guarded convoys to deliver them across the Moonriver Plain and up the left arm of the dead deity. The road rain had helped build drastically shortened the time needed for each convoy to arrive, true, but it was still a point of vulnerability, one that he personally would be exploiting in the near future, perhaps, by launching raids to break the supply chains established by the Song army. That was one of the duties the Lord of Shadows had agreed to, after all. Nevertheless, he did not like the presence of the Dream Gate here in Godgrave. Not because it was particularly unnerving, but simply because it was a point of vulnerability. As well, it was just that the vulnerability lay in the waking world, not in the dream realm. The servants of the queen could not cross the vast collarbone of the dead god, lay siege to the king's fortress, and destroy the supplies arriving through the Dream Gate. However, they could easily stage a devastating attack on Valor's distribution facilities in the waking world, not caring about the collateral damage and widespread destruction such an assault would entail. There was actually a mutual agreement between the two warring sides to keep the bloodshed contained to the dream realm. No one wanted for their soldiers to be afraid that their physical bodies would be destroyed while they were fighting the war. No one wanted for their families to be put in danger while they were on the battlefield, either. The government was supposed to ensure that neither side broke the agreement. However, Sunny wasn't sure how long that agreement would last. He was even more doubtful that the government would be able to do anything if the mayhem of the domain war spilled into the waking world. If anything, such an eventuality seemed all but inevitable. Shaking his head, he looked away from the Dream Gate and hurried his steps. No matter his opinion, he could not be late today. This is not going to be strange at all. Wearing the vermilion cloak of a Valor Knight, he was following Neffys and Cassie to the center of the camp. A few firekeepers were there, as well, clad in their armor. Everyone they passed greeted them with admiration and reverence. At the same time, Sunny was heading in the same direction from the outskirts of the camp, his body encased in the stone-like metal of the onyx mantle, his face hidden behind the fearsome visage of Weaver's mask. Saint was walking behind him, indifferent crimson flames burning behind the visor of her helmet. The glances thrown at them were full of fear and apprehension. Today, Sunny was meant to attend a war council where the next actions of the Sword Army would be decided. In 2 different incarnations, no less. The prospect sent his mind for a spin. The Lord of Shadows was a natural choice to participate in such a meeting, of course. Both his power and status were more than great enough to earn him a spot at the table. But Master Sunless ended up being invited to the council by pure happenstance. It was simply because his status as a knight commander, no matter how bogus, was still technically a real one. Therefore, he had been incredibly surprised to receive orders to attend the strategy meeting along other notable officers of the Sword Army. It was both funny and concerning. At this rate, he might actually end up leading the warriors of valor into battle. The probability was infinitely small, but not entirely impossible. Let's hope something like that won't happen. I really don't want to end up as a hero of the Sword Domain because of some ridiculous misunderstanding. Just then, they finally reached the stone stronghold that stood at the heart of the camp, towering above every structure except for the ivory tower and the Dream Gate and resembling a castle. That stronghold was where Anvil of Valor, the King of Swords, held court. One would have expected that he would stay in the comfort of the only citadel the Sword Domain possessed in Godgrave, and Neffys had even been prepared to surrender her living quarters at the top of the ivory tower to her adopted father. But Anvil chose to reside in a simple tent while the camp was being constructed, and then moved to this stone keep. Sunny could not complain. It would have been quite weird to have Neff's father, albeit a fake one, live under one roof with them, especially when they were often getting busy with. His thoughts were interrupted when his other avatar arrived in front of the stronghold. Sunny stared at the enigmatic and unmistakably sinister figure clad in an onyx armor, the very air around it suffused with coldness and arrogance. At the same time, Sunny stared at a delicate young man wearing a vermilion cloak on top of an elegant black mantle, his handsome face practically screaming of softness and lack of strength. He remained motionless for a few seconds, and then thought, Edgy idiot, pampered fool, share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave, Chapter 1851-1851, Talking to Myself. 932 words. There was a bit of an eerie pause as Sunny stared at himself from behind the mask. The Lord of Shadows stared. Master Sunless, or rather, Sir Sunless, paled under his menacing gaze. Neffys looked at the two of them with a strange expression. Eventually, it was Cassie who broke the silence. Greetings, Lord Shadow. I don't think we had an opportunity to meet in the last few days. Please allow me to express gratitude on behalf of Lady Neffys and the Firekeepers. Your help in the recent battle, while unexpected, was deeply appreciated. Sunny turned his cold gaze to her. He remained silent for a few moments, then said evenly, There is no reason to thank me. I was just attracted by the smell of slaughter. Who can resist the beautiful fragrance of bloodshed? The Firekeepers seemed more than a little troubled by his strange words. Sunny spared them a glance, then lowered his head slightly. Greetings to you as well, Lady Neffys, Lady Cassia. Then, he looked at himself coldly. Was now a good time to establish a distinction between the Lord of Shadows and Master Sunless? It wouldn't hurt, he asked evenly. And who might this be? Neffys blinked a couple of times. She seemed a little puzzled by the situation. Not only did her suitor possess several incarnations, but two of them were even having a conversation right in front of her. More than that, the conversation did not seem especially friendly. Sunny himself was a bit confused about the nature of his peculiar existence, so Neffys must have been positively perplexed. Her attempts to hide her puzzlement behind the usual impassive expression were quite cute. He smiled behind the mask. Oh, this is Master Sunless, an enchanter employed by the Firekeepers. Sir Sunless, this is Saint Shadow, a transcendent warrior of great renown, one of the champions of the Sword Army. Sunny stared at himself some more, then shrugged dismissively. An enchanter, never heard of him, he must not be very good. Hearing the Lord of Shadow say that, Master Sunless smiled. His smile was a little forced, though. He said politely, really, but I have heard of you. Neffys was alternating between looking at them with a hint of bafflement in her eyes. The Lord of Shadow glared silently. What did you hear, and from whom? Sunny's smile widened a little. I think I heard it from Saint Athena. She mentioned that you must be terribly hideous behind that mask. The Firekeepers held their breaths. Neffys seemed to have suddenly remembered that conversation and closed her eyes with a subtle wince. Cassie did not show a reaction, but it looked like she was trying to suppress a laugh. The Lord of Shadows lingered for a moment, then scoffed. That woman certainly does not sound like a handful. She has never seen my face, and yet she sings me praises. With that, he turned away and walked into the gates of the stronghold without looking back. Sunny, Neffys, Cassie, and the Firekeepers were left behind in tense silence. The coldness left behind by the Lord of Shadows was slow to dissipate. After a few moments, one of the Firekeepers patted Sunny on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. I admire you, Sir Sunless. You truly are a brave man. I would have never dared to talk back to that devil. Another nodded. True, that guy is beyond creepy. And he stared at Our Lady like a wolf every time they meet. Good job, Sir Sunless. A third one sighed. Still, try not to antagonize him. He is immensely powerful, even among saints. It's better not to make an enemy out of someone like him. Sunny coughed. How come I am both pleased with and offended by their nonsense? Ah, yes, I'll try not to, next time. Neffys, meanwhile, was looking at them in confusion. Huh, what do you mean, stares like a wolf? The Firekeepers glanced at each other. Sorry to tell you this, my lady, but I think you're the only one who has not noticed. The way he looks at you, it's, as if he wants to gobble you up. She hesitated for a few moments, seemingly unsure how to respond. Eventually, she asked, you think he's a cannibal? Sunny struggled between the impulse to cover his face with a hand and the desire to give her a hug. He wasn't one to point fingers, in that regard, but really, how could she be so adorably clueless? I mean, she can literally sense people's desire. One of the Firekeepers scoffed. No, that's not. Anyway, why are we gossiping about the Lord of Shadows? We have Master Sunless right here. Unlike some people, he's a perfect gentleman, and always maintains proper decorum when gazing at Our Lady. Another nodded. Yeah, if anything, it's Our Lady that stares at him like a wolf. Realizing that he said something wrong, the Firekeeper fell silent and cleared his throat. Well, aren't we going to be late to the War Council? Let us proceed post-haste. Neffys gave Sunny a curious look and then smiled with a corner of her mouth. All right, let's go. When the Firekeepers headed for the entrance, she fell back, waited until the two of them were a few steps behind the others, and whispered into his ear. So, you want to gobble me up, huh? Sunny made his best effort not to trip. After maintaining silence for a few moments and regaining his composure, he smiled pleasantly and asked. Why, are you on the menu? Neffy studied him silently, then chuckled and hastened her steps, leaving him without an answer. His expression crumpled a little. No, but I really want to know. Walking into the stronghold, Sunny touched his ear and let out a heavy sigh. Sometimes, he really wished that everyone were beholden to the same flaw as he was. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1852, Champions of Valor. 1247 words. Sunny, as the Lord of Shadows, reached the council chamber before his original body did. The room was not quite as impressive as the hall where the King of Swords had gathered all the saints before the war, but it was also quite spacious. The walls were built from grey stone and adorned with vermilion tapestries, and there was a round table in the middle of the chamber, with 42 chairs positioned around it. An elaborate enchanted chandelier shone with a cold glow above. There were already plenty of people gathered inside, and all of them turned to look when Sunny walked in. The Lord of Shadows was still a mystery to most of them, and although the rumors of his fearsome power had already spread far and wide, few knew what to make of him. Mostly, they treated him with a mix of respect and wariness. He graced them with an indifferent gaze, then walked to the table. No one had taken their seat yet, since the king was not present. Ignoring the unspoken convention, Sunny chose a random chair and sat down. Pathetic. His shadow chair was superior to this pitiful thing in all regards. Hidden behind the mask, he secretly studied the people who had been summoned to attend the War Council. There were many masters and a few awakened here, but they were mostly meant to observe the discussion and provide insight if any of the true decision-makers had a question having to do with their expertise. The people of real importance were the saints, and they were the ones Sunny was curious about. Most of them hailed from the vassal clans, while some were retained by valor. Several were members of the royal clan's branch families, as well, albeit not many. The Sword Army possessed slightly more than 40 transcendent warriors. It was less than the Song domain had, but the saints of valor were forged from tougher steel, or at least that was what the public believed. They had more renown, a longer history, and had accomplished more incredible feats. However, Sunny was doubtful that they were truly superior to the transcendent warriors of the Song army. After all, some of the strongest saints he knew of were those that few people had ever heard about or cared to pay attention to. So, he had a feeling that the champions of the Queen of Worms would give their enemies a nasty shock when the two armies finally clashed in battle. Which was not to say that the people gathered in the chamber weren't outstanding in every regard. A saint was a saint, after all. Even now that transcendents were somewhat divided into tiers, everyone understood that those tiers only differentiated between various levels of absolute excellence. He saw a few familiar faces, of course. There was Morgan, the Princess of War. The sharpest sword of her father's kingdom. The enchanting beauty was clad in black armor, leaning on a wall as she studied the room with a hint of amusement in her vivid vermilion eyes. There was Nephis, changing star of the immortal Flame clan. Even among these legendary figures, she was treated with a hint of veneration, both because of her family and because of her own accomplishments. Sunny knew how tyrannical her power was better than anyone. Looking at the two princesses, Sunny had a sudden thought. He found it ironic there were 7 saints among the girls Kisong had adopted, while Anvil only had 2 transcendent children, and out of those 2, one was now fighting on the side of the enemy, while his place was taken by the daughter of a man the sovereigns had most likely killed. That's one messed up family tree. He continued to study the gathered saints. There was Cassie, the blind seer. People paid attention to her because of her startling beauty and quiet demeanor, but few understood how dangerous she was. Most knew her as a competent advisor of the royal clan, while some treated her with subtle reverence that was often afforded to oracles. But since she was not too accomplished as a warrior, no one held her in truly high regard. Then, there was Sunny himself, the Lord of Shadows. People seemed to have various opinions about him, but everyone agreed that he was an extremely formidable combatant. Still, there was a certain feeling of distance between him and the rest of the gathered saints, as if they were not entirely ready to put their trust in a stranger. That was because his position was somewhat unique. Unlike the rest of them, he had not sworn loyalty to the King of Swords, and was therefore more of a mercenary than a true comrade. Some distance away, Sunny noticed Saint Tyrus. He saw her recently, so he was not too surprised by the fact that she had not changed at all in the last 4 years. Skytide had always had a stern, but strong presence. Now, however, everyone seemed to treat her with an extra bit of respect. After all, she was one of the most important strategic assets in this war. Strangely enough, the man standing next to her had not changed that much, either. He was tall and rugged, with broad shoulders and an easy bearing. His hair and beard were the color of straw, while his eyes were piercingly blue. There was a blue scarf wrapped carelessly around his neck. Roan of Whitefeather had grown even more handsome after becoming a saint. Together, they made for a beautiful pair. Awakened Telly was standing behind her parents. Sunny was pleased to see the belated apology on Roan's right forearm. It seemed that her father really liked her gift. I'm glad. On the opposite side of the chamber, a gallant man in lustrous armor was waiting calmly for the meeting to start. He was Sir Gilead, the Summer Knight, a man whose loyalty and noble character were a legend in and of themselves. He was known for his straightforward nature, embodying qualities such as honor, valiance, and devotion. Although, after spending some time with the man in the Nightmare Desert, Sunny suspected that there was more to Sir Gilead than blind loyalty. In any case, Summer Knight was one of the strongest and most renowned transcendent warriors of the old generation. He was, more or less, the personification of what people thought a saint should be. Having someone like that fighting by one's side was quite reassuring in a dire war. These were all the gathered transcendents Sunny knew personally. However, there were a few more that he instantly recognized from hearing about them here and there. There was a dashing man wearing a beautifully decorated suit of golden armor with floral motifs in the accents. He was Saint Ryvalin of Aegis Rose, also known as Shield Wall, a distinguished knight known for his gallant demeanor and stalwart character. There was also an elegant older gentleman leaning on a black cane. He was Jest of the Dagonet clan, a former member of the cohort led by the founder of Clan Valor and one of the most experienced awakened of the Sword Army. Among other things, Saint Jest was known for his peculiar true name, not so funny anymore. Sunny really didn't know what to make of that fact, however, he was quite curious about the older saint. They shared the bitter fate of having an extremely weird name, after all. There were a few others, as well. However, before Sunny could properly study them, the King of Swords arrived. The War Council was about to begin. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1853, The King's Speech. 1058 words. When the king entered, everyone in the chamber straightened, everyone except for Sunny, naturally, who was the only person sitting comfortably on a wooden chair. Anvil spared him a short glance, which was heavy enough to make Sunny pale behind the mask, and took his seat calmly. Once the King of Swords was seated, the rest of the saints took their places behind the round table. Because of its peculiar shape, everyone here seemed to be an equal, however, that equality was merely an illusion. Anvil did not do anything, and yet his suffocating superiority was painfully apparent. Consequently, those who sat closest to him were above the rest. Morgan sat to his right, while Nephis sat to his left. As for Sunny himself, he was almost on the other side of the table. At the same time, he was standing near the wall with the rest of the firekeepers. The masters and a few awakened who had been invited to participate in the war council did not get a spot behind the table. There were a few moments of silence before Anvil's deep, strangely enthralling voice resonated in the stone chamber. He spoke evenly and plainly, in a strangely calm tone, as if what he was talking about was a mundane matter, not a war that would shape the future of humanity or maybe even destroy it. Welcome, warriors of the Sword Domain. We have carved out a piece of this cursed land and established a fortress atop the ancient bones of a dead deity. Our blades are sharp, and our will is triumphant, for now. The forces of Song have had a hard time achieving what we had achieved with relative ease, but there is no wisdom in belittling their valor. Those who underestimate the enemy are destined to fall. The cost of arrogance is death. He gazed at them coldly and continued in an indifferent tone. There is no one in the world who knows Kisong, the Queen of Worms, better than I do. So, I tell you this, there is no end to the insidious schemes woven by that woman. You should prepare yourself to taste bitterness as her machinations unfold. However, I also promise you this, at the end of it all, we will taste the sweetness of victory. Hearing those words, Sunny couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, he suddenly realized how tragic this war must have seemed to the rest of humanity, for reasons entirely different from the ones he himself had considered before. Anvil said that there was no one in the world who knew Kisong better than him, and it was most likely true. Sunny was used to thinking about these two as nebulous and sinister figures, as tyrants of immense power who secretly controlled the fate of humanity. The sovereigns, but they had been mere mortals before attaining supremacy, awakened warriors no different from him. More than that, they had been members of the same cohort. So, this was a bitter war between two people who had once braved the horrors of the nightmare spell together, and fought side by side in the depths of hell. It was no different from Sunny raising an army against Cassie, to kill her and take her kingdom for himself. It's actually, quite sad. These people had been the hope of humanity once. Now, the smile of heaven was gone. Broken Sword was dead, as well. Astarion was who knew where, and the last two were determined to destroy each other. It made Sunny wonder what would happen to his own cohort in the future. He could not know the future, of course, but he did know that, at the very least, they would never end up as the sovereigns. Not the least of all because the sovereigns were there, in front of them, as a cautionary tale. Without their appalling example, Sunny and his companions might very well have unknowingly ended up becoming them. He inhaled deeply and briefly glanced at Nephis. The King of Swords, meanwhile, continued. Now that we have established a foothold in Godgrave, we must persist into its depths. The next stage of our campaign will be both perilous and vital. Fortunately, I am here. I am with you, so who can be against you? Those were big words, but he was also someone who could speak them without sounding boastful. After that, Anvil succinctly explained the goals looming over the Sword Army. Sunny ignored the flowery words and listened only to the underlying message that the Sovereign of Valor wanted to relay. Fundamentally, the domain war was a clash between the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms. It would reach its culmination when the two of them faced each other in battle, and end when one of them killed the other. The key to gaining a decisive advantage in that final confrontation were the citadels scattered across Godgrave. Possessing more of them would allow one of the sovereigns to manifest their domain more thoroughly and make that domain stronger. Therefore, the two great armies were merely tools for taking control of the citadels. Valor was already ahead of Song in that regard, and there seemed to be nothing that could prevent them from widening the gap. With their sovereign present in Godgrave, the task of subjugating lost citadels would become much easier. Which was not to say that it would be easy. Although the King of Swords could already manifest his domain here, his power was still contained in the immediate area around the Ivory Island. That allowed the camp of his army an incredible degree of protection against external threats, and made the task of venturing into the subterranean jungle less daunting. But the warriors of valor still had to brave the incinerating expanse of the surface and the dark depths of the hollows to uncover and conquer the overgrown citadels. As for where those citadels were located, at some point, Anvil paused for a few moments and shifted his gaze to the masked figure sitting on the other side of the round table. His voice was calm when he said, "Regarding this matter, I will ask the person who knows most about Godgrave to give us an explanation. Saint Shadow, if you will." Sunny lingered for a bit, then sighed and leaned forward a little. "Sure, let's see, for a godforsaken hell unfit to be inhabited by humans, Godgrave has a surprising number of citadels. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report." Shadow Slave. Chapter 1854, The Shadow's Response. 1193 words. The King of Swords certainly had a commanding presence, but when the Lord of Shadows spoke, it was hard not to pay attention to him as well. Both possessed a cold indifference to them, but while Anvil's voice was calm and regal, Sunny's was sinister and dark. The impenetrable darkness nestling in the eyes of his ferocious mask only made him seem more eerie and captivating. Leaning forward a little, he spoke in an even tone. Or rather, he pretended to. In truth, he simply activated the enchantment of the extraordinary rock and allowed it to repeat what he had spoken aloud earlier, before summoning Weaver's mask. There are no more citadels to be conquered on the surface, and I can't say anything about the Sea of Ash below. Even for me, that place is too dire. However, there are several strongholds hidden in the hollows, which I have scouted out extensively in the last few years. Sunny pretended to pause for a moment, then moved his hand subtly. Following his command, shadows crawled from the floor and flowed onto the round table like a stream of darkness. There, they solidified and manifested into a flawless model of the dead deity, a trick he had used once before in front of the firekeepers. Soon, it was as if a large black skeleton was laying on the wooden surface of the council table. There was a wave of whispers in the stone chamber. Sunny allowed it to pass, and then continued coldly with the help of the extraordinary rock. "I know the approximate location of 4 citadels. One is situated in the western part of the Collarbone Hollow, and is the closest one to the war camp of the Song army. Taking it would, without a doubt, become a priority to them, since they need to conquer a citadel desperately. The second is located in the central part of the Breastbone Hollow, at an equal distance from both of the war camps. Considering our advantage, we should be able to reach it first." Sunny leaned back and crossed his arms. "The third is situated far below, in the spine of the dead god. Reaching that one would be much more challenging. All of Godgrave is hell, but the Great Spine Hollow is one of the most dreadful parts of that hell, by far. The fourth citadel is the furthest, and is hidden all the way in the far south, in one of the 2 femur hollows." He lingered for a few moments, and then commanded the extraordinary rock to speak the last prepared lines. "I suspect that there is a 5th citadel, as well. If there is, it is situated in the skull of the dead deity. However, that place is far too harrowing. I have never dared approach it, and I suggest that none of you try, either. Whatever is hidden there should never be disturbed by humans." Sunny had indeed never ventured close to the colossal skull of the dead god. Even though it could be seen from anywhere in Godgrave, propped up by the mountains and staring at the ancient corpse with its enormous, empty eyes, it was the last place he ever wanted to explore. Sure, the ancient darkness drowning the great chasms of the skeleton's eyes was nebulous and alluring, promising mysteries beyond his imagination, and, maybe, keys to unimaginable power. Who knew what could be hidden in the head of a dead deity? Maybe it was the secret of its death. But no matter what the secret was, it had to be something of tremendous importance. And yet, Sunny felt it in his own bones that trying to enter the colossal skull would result in a death more thorough than any he had brushed against before. He wouldn't be surprised if there was an unholy titan dwelling there, and he was not ready to face an unholy titan. Simply witnessing a creature like that could very well cause Sunny's mind to shatter and his soul to collapse. His final words were met by a tense silence. The gathered saints studied the black skeleton laying on the table with somber expressions. Eventually, Morgan asked in a subdued tone, "Saint Shadow, how sure are you that these locations you've discovered are indeed citadels, and not simply ancient ruins?" Sunny shrugged. "As sure as I can be." In truth, he was reasonably certain, but there was always room for doubt. He had never explored the interiors of the supposed citadels, since there were immensely powerful abominations guarding each of them. But he had learned enough to believe in his judgment. Hearing his response, Morgan smiled. "How fortunate it is that my sister managed to convince you to share your knowledge, then." The King of Swords gazed at him once more, then spoke evenly. "The course of action is clear. For now, it is too perilous to send our soldiers into the hollows. We need to proceed slowly by conquering the surface and make our way to the center of the breastbone plain. From there, we will launch an assault on the citadel situated below it. That was just as expected. During this first stage of the war, both armies would be preoccupied with the laborious task of subjugating the surface of Godgrave. They would move deeper inland, eradicating the jungle and mapping out the major fissures in the ancient bone. Then, fortified outposts would be built near the fissures to stop the jungle from crawling out of the hollows once again, thus slowly expanding the zone of human control. It seemed like a titanic task, to conquer the colossal skeleton, one crack in the bone at a time. But Sunny was not stupid enough to underestimate the tenacity of the human pioneers. All regions of the Dream Realm had once seemed impregnable, and yet, humans had slowly conquered them, one after the other. Clan Valor in particular was responsible for subjugating the vast territory between the Twilight Sea and the Hollow Mountains. The story of their expansionist crusades was the stuff of legends in and of itself. And while humanity had never conquered a death zone before, its expedition forces had never been as vast, and had never been led by rulers of the supreme rank, either. So, Sunny had no doubt that the surface of Godgrave would fall into human hands eventually. Perhaps it would take many months, and cost countless lives. But the result had already been decided, the sovereigns had willed it, and so, their wills would reshape the world to fit their ambitions. He looked at the King of Swords, and at the same time, the king looked at him. Anvil remained silent for a moment, then said without any emotion in his powerful voice. While most of us will be paving the road south, you will have another task, Saint Shadow. Sunny raised an eyebrow behind the mask. Oh, the King of Swords shifted his gaze to the black skeleton, looking intently at the spot where the war camp of the Song army was supposed to be. When he spoke, his tone contained authority that could not be denied. You will venture to disrupt the enemy's attempts to conquer the western citadel. The location of your own stronghold is quite convenient for launching raids. So, I expect you to deliver good results. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1855-1855, Sudden Assignment. 1,249 words. Considering how fast the road to Godgrave had been built, Rain really should not have been surprised, but the war camp of the Song army was being constructed at astonishing speed. Just a few days had passed since they made it to the collarbone of the dead deity, and yet it already resembled a city. Of course, it was mostly a tent city, considering how hard it was to deliver building materials to this dreadful land. The lack of materials was not the only problem they faced, either. There was something much more dire slowing down the construction, the fact that the camp was endlessly besieged from all sides by the vile abominations of the Scarlet Jungle. The jungle might have been pushed back, but it did not disappear. Even after being reduced to ash, it was already crawling back from the cracks in the ancient bone. The sun-bleached surface of the plain was covered by red moss and vermilion grass once again, and one could see the jungle grow and spread at astonishing speed with the naked eye. The soldiers of the Song domain had spent each day battling the constant onslaught of nightmare creatures, stalling them until the fortifications were completed. Luckily, most of those nightmare creatures were newborns. They were immensely powerful and absolutely lethal, but at least the Awakened could contend with them, albeit just barely. When something more terrible emerged from below the ground or was allowed to grow truly dangerous by devouring other abominations, the Ascended officers and Transcendent generals took to the battlefield. The 7th Legion had participated in defending the camp, as well. Rain had lost count of how many arrows she let loose. It was a good thing that she was wearing the puppeteer's shroud. Its bracer, made from lusterless black leather, was still in one piece. A mundane one would have been already shredded by the string of her powerful bow. Tamar, Ray, and Fleur had also participated in the battles, earning more than a few scratches here and there. Luckily, Saint Seishan was an experienced leader and stellar commander, so the casualties suffered by the 7th Legion were among the lowest among all divisions of the Song army. Still, their first week in Godgrave had been a horrid nightmare. Invading a death zone was just as harrowing of an endeavor as it sounded. There were no nights here, so counting days was a bit hard. Nevertheless, Rain was more or less sure that it was currently early morning. She splashed some water on her face in the washroom attached to the barracks and was in the process of preparing breakfast for the cohort when a subtle voice suddenly resounded from her shadow. Rise and shine. Rain turned her head and stared at the shadow. She was rarely alone these days, and there were many powerful people in the camp. So, there were few opportunities for her to talk to her teacher. They had only exchanged a few words since the army entered Godgrave. Rain could barely remember the last time she spoke to him so little. She missed her teacher's company, although, of course, she would never admit it aloud. What happened? He would not have risked exposing his presence without a reason. Her teacher sighed. I won't be able to accompany you for the next few hours. So, be careful, and don't stand out. Rain frowned. What? Why? There was no answer. Instead, Tamar, who had woken up even earlier, walked over to the fire, covering a tired yawn with a hand. Who are you talking to? Rain looked at her, remained silent for a moment, then smiled. Just talking to myself. Tamar shrugged and sat down, then looked at the fire. There was supposed to be a large kitchen with dedicated staff to feed the Legion, but it had not been built yet. So, for now, each cohort was provided with supplies to cook for themselves. Are Ray and Fleur still asleep? Rain nodded. Recently, she had been surprised to learn that the other two members of the cohort were an item ever since meeting at the Awakened Academy. They did not show it often, which was understandable, in current circumstances, but the two were more or less inseparable. Rain's addition to the cohort had saved Tamar from the awkward fate of being the perpetual third wheel. The legacy girl sighed. All right, then, come with me. Rain raised an eyebrow. Where are we going? Tamar rose, swept her hair back, and dusted off the pauldrons of her armor. There's a big meeting happening at the command pavilion. 2 members of our cohort are supposed to escort Lady Seishan as honor guards. Congratulations. Try to look presentable and don't do anything outrageous. Rain's eyes widened. She took the pot off the fire, placed it on the ground, and hurriedly stood up. Wait, why our cohort? The younger girl shrugged. Probably as a sign of respect to my father. In any case, I received orders to arrive immediately. There's no time to waste, so let's go. Rain blinked a couple of times, glanced at her shadow, and then followed Tamar to the center of the 7th Legion's encampment. They met the Queen's daughter there. That was the first time Rain happened to be so close to Saint Seishan. She tried very hard not to stare, but it was a bit hard. The woman was just too beautiful, mysterious, and mesmerizing. And there was a presence about her. Rain couldn't quite explain it, but she felt funny near the graceful princess of song. It was as though a strange sense of calm and tranquility had overcome her. At the same time, her blood turned cold in her veins, and her tattoo moved slightly, constricting her arm. Tamar and Lady Seishan exchanged a few words. They seemed to be acquainted with each other, albeit on a very shallow level, which was not surprising considering their backgrounds. Finally, Tamar introduced Rain to the princess. Saint Seishan looked at her and smiled elegantly. Awakened Rani, I'll be in your care. Rain felt frozen for a moment, then bowed awkwardly. My lady. With that, they headed to the command pavilion, which was situated in the heart of the camp. As they walked, the wind carried the sounds of battle from the exterior of the encampment. The fighting never really stopped, so Rain had grown somewhat used to it. She still shivered, though, earning a stern look from Tamar. What, it's not like you're not having nightmares almost every night, yourself. She made an attempt to look calm and fell behind Saint Seishan, playing the role of an honor guard, which was a bit ridiculous, really, considering that the task of protecting a transcendent was not something an awakened like her could do. Soon, they reached the command pavilion, which was a larger tent reinforced with some masonry, and walked inside. There, Rain almost lost her composure. Damnation, the big meeting Tamar had mentioned. The legacy girl seemed to be the queen of understatement. The diffused sunshine was pouring through the blue fabric of the tent, flooding its interior with cold light. Bathed in it was everyone, every saint of the Song army, and most of the prominent masters serving the queen. There were a few awakened, as well, most of them escorting their officers like Tamar and Rain were. Rain had already been overwhelmed from being in proximity to one saint. But now, she was looking at dozens of them. There were other princesses other than Lady Seishan, as well. She took a shaky breath and barely managed to regain her composure. However, a moment later, that composure was shattered by a sudden, explosive thought. I'm not going to meet the queen, am I? Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1856-1856, Champions of Song. 1067 words. Saint Seishan did not seem daunted by the astonishing power and status of the people gathered in the command pavilion, which should not have been surprising, really, considering that she was a princess herself. Rain, however, was overwhelmed. There were close to 50 transcendent champions around her, and each of them possessed a presence. Some auras were subtle, while some were forceful. They were all undeniable, though, almost making her feel dizzy. Or drunk, maybe. In any case, it was an intense feeling. She furtively glanced at Tamar. The legacy girl was not really showing it, but Rain could tell that she was affected by the wondrous atmosphere of the tent, as well. They were protected by the calm presence of Saint Seishan, at least. Without it, their state would have been even worse. Lady Seishan walked across the spacious room with her usual elegant poise, greeting her sisters and vassal saints gracefully as she went. Somewhat relieved, Rain was finally able to look around. She regretted it almost immediately. Ah, that is simply unfair. Everyone around her was chillingly beautiful. It was as if she was in a lavish museum where every sculpture and painting had come alive. She had seen plenty of stunning people before, and was not so bad herself, but surrounded by the nobility of the Song domain, Rain couldn't help but feel utterly plain. Judging by Tamar's wistful expression, she felt the same. Why am I surprised? She was looking at saints, after all. Competing with a saint in terms of one's looks was a fool's errand. Consoling herself that way, she tried to assign the names she had heard to the beautiful faces. Rain had heard a lot about the most prominent figures of the domain while living in Ravenheart, of course. She learned more about them from Tamar in the recent weeks, as well. So, they were not complete strangers. She knew Saint Seishan, of course. The commander of the 7th Legion was somewhat obscure, and there was little known about her. She had been the last of the 7 transcendent princesses to become a saint, however, that did not mean that she was weaker or younger than the rest. It was just that Lady Seishan had spent almost 10 years as a sleeper on the Forgotten Shore. After returning from that ordeal, she attained transcendence in a fraction of time that the others had required. In fact, it often felt like the rest of the queen's daughters treated her with a lot of respect. Especially those who were still masters. Queen Song had more than 7 daughters, adopted daughters, of course. It was just that only 7 had become saints so far. The next person who attracted Rain's attention almost made her stumble. It was hard not to notice him, considering that there were relatively few men in the command pavilion. The one she couldn't help but stare at was tall, with broad shoulders and narrow thighs, wearing an austere armor with few adornments. He had a somber look and cold, deep eyes. His face was mature and way too handsome. Most importantly, he had tan skin and strange ashen hair. It was Tamar's dad. Rain blinked a couple of times, then blushed a little and looked away. The man was at least 2 decades older than her, but he was also a saint. She couldn't help but feel a little out of breath, and looked at Tamar with a silent question. The legacy girl frowned, then whispered, "Yes, that is my father." Rain's eyes widened a little. "Damn it, Tamar, you didn't tell me that your dad was a total smoke show." Shaking her head, she tried to distract herself by looking at someone else. That, as well, was a terrible mistake. Because the first person who caught her eyes was none other than Beastmaster, a woman so breathtaking and tantalizing that there were countless songs written about her. Even the thin scar that marred her demonically beautiful face did nothing to detract from her beauty. Instead, it only made it more alluring, hypnotic, almost impossible to look away from. Rain knew that Beastmaster had earned that scar somewhere in Antarctica. Awakened did not usually have scars, since their bodies could recover better than those of mundane people, and there were plenty of people with healing aspects around. The fact that a princess of song could not erase such a long scar suggested that the wound that had left it was not ordinary. Nevertheless, Beastmaster wore it well. Rain barely managed to look away and concentrated on a few other people in the command pavilion. Let's see, Silent Stalker, Princess Moonveil, Lonesome Howl, and that must be Revel, the Dark Dancer. Those were 4 of the remaining 5 transcendent princesses. The last one was missing, or at least Rain failed to recognize her. Silent Stalker was strangely unassuming. In fact, it was hard to notice her at all. The woman was standing near the wall of the pavilion, leaning on a support beam and half hidden in the shadows. There was a silent aura about her, but her calm eyes were focused and attentive. She was wearing a black hunting attire. Moonveil was delicate and beautiful, with a slender build and a soft, enchanting face. Her hair was white, and her eyes seemed to glimmer with the afterglow of pale moonlight. She wore a modest dress instead of an armor, but Rain could recognize a fellow archer when she saw one. Lonesome Hall was tall, lithe, and full of barely contained bestial energy. Her handsome face was illuminated by a slight grin, and her eyes were full of cocky confidence. She wore leather trousers and a sleeveless vest, leaving her toned, tan arms exposed. Lastly, there was Revel, the Dark Dancer, also known as the Lightslayer. She was the first of the Queen's daughters to have transcended, and therefore somewhat of a senior to the rest. Her hair was raven black, and her eyes were like two obsidian gems. With her dark clothes, alabaster skin, and exquisite beauty, she was undeniably striking. As for her character, Rain couldn't tell what the princess was like. All she could see was that there was depth to her gaze, and a subtle coldness to her features. If Rain had to say anything, though, it was that Lightslayer looked a little forlorn. As if she was missing something that she could never have. What a strange thought. Just as Rain thought that, Princess Revel suddenly spoke, her slightly husky voice easily resonating across the pavilion. Let us begin. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1857, Missing Invitation. 1108 words. Lightslayer was sitting at the head of the table. Beastmaster was to her right, while Lady Cetian was to her left. Since Rain and Tamar were escorting the latter, they were standing behind her chair. The former, meanwhile, used enthralled nightmare creatures as her escorts. Two ethereal, ghostly figures were drifting in the air behind her, almost invisible in the pale light of the command pavilion. Even knowing that they were subdued by one of the Queen's daughters, Rain couldn't help but feel uneasy in their presence. She was usually in the company of a sinister wraith of her own. Today, however, her teacher had left her alone, no doubt to avoid being sensed by the plethora of saints gathered here. Dark Dancer Revel had come alone. She gazed at the champions of the Song Army, remained silent for a while, and then spoke in her subtle, husky voice. Brothers and sisters, all of you should know the situation. Godgrave is a cruel place, and we have suffered from its cruelty. In the days and months to come, we will suffer more, and we will suffer greatly. There is no mercy to be found under this ruthless sky, and no salvation from the perils that besiege us. Rain expected that Lightslayer would continue with but to her surprise, the princess made no attempt to lift the spirits of her comrades. Her rather bleak proclamation simply hung in the air, and the faces of the gathered saints slowly turned somber. Rain and Tamar were just close enough to see Revel sparing a short, almost imperceptible glance at Lady Cetian. After receiving a similarly subtle nod, she smiled coldly. What most of you might not know is how the enemy is faring on the other side of the collarbone plain. Let me inform you, the enemy is faring well. They have entered Godgrave and established a fortified encampment without suffering any significant losses. Their fortress is impregnable, and they have no shortage of supplies. They are already moving their forces to carve a path south, aiming to claim a second, or maybe even a third, citadel. She paused for a moment, and then added indifferently. The reason for the enviable progress of the Sword Army is rather simple. It is because they are protected by their sovereign, while we are not. The tyrant, King of Swords, is already here in Godgrave. But my mother is still waiting for us to extend her an invitation. Lightslayer gazed at the saints and finished in an even tone. So, we will dedicate ourselves to conquering a citadel of our own immediately. There was a wave of whispers, followed by a tense silence. In that silence, a deep voice resounded, forcing Rain to look at the far end of the table. Forgive me for speaking out, my lady. The speaker was a man that looked relatively young, but nevertheless made quite an impression. He was tall and had an incredibly powerful build, with muscles so robust that they strained the fabric of his lavish pangolin coat. His skin had a darker hue, and he emanated a feeling of dire physical might. Rain recognized him easily. The young saint was rather famous these days, albeit not for a good reason. He was Dar of the Maharana clan, who had just returned from conquering the third nightmare. As such, he was the youngest of all human saints, or, at least, the most recent. A rejected demand to hand him over to clan valor was what had sparked this entire war. Officially, at least. Of course, the hypocritical justification the King of Swords had provided seemed quite flimsy even back then. Now that everyone knew that Dar of the Maharana clan had been in the depths of a nightmare when the assassination attempt on Changing Star happened, it seemed even more preposterous. The mighty saint continued soberly. Our own situation is not entirely stable, yet. Secure supply chains have yet to be established, and our camp can barely be called a stronghold. The enemy is indeed ahead of us, but what will we achieve by rushing? Won't we just make our disadvantage more dire by plunging headfirst into a battle that we are not quite ready to fight? Rain noticed that the Saint of Sorrow looked at the younger Transcendent with a hint of curiosity, which was the first semblance of emotion that the somber man had shown thus far. She glanced at Tamar and suppressed a smile. It was too easy to see where the younger girl's mannerisms had all come from. In any case, Saint Dar was making a lot of sense. Since he was, Rain almost expected that he would be accused of cowardice, but luckily, none of the people gathered in the command pavilion were fools. They kept quiet, either sharing his opinion or waiting for the daughters of the queen to react. In the ensuing silence, it was Beastmaster who smiled and said in a beguiling tone. You don't have to worry about the enemy's progress. Leave those worries to your queen. Trust in my mother, like you have trusted her thus far, and she shall grant you victory. Although she was not a biological sister to the Dark Dancer, their voices were strangely alike. Saint Dar frowned and wanted to say something, but at that moment, the fold covering the entrance to the pavilion moved, and a new figure entered. A petite young woman walked in, wearing a dark robe. There was a hint of innocence on her lovely face, and a strange calmness in her large, glistening eyes. In stark contrast to that innocence, however, were heavy drops of blood falling from her slick hands. Rain tried not to stare. The missing princess, the last of the 7 transcendent daughters of Ki Song, had finally arrived. She was Hel, the Death Singer, one of the most mysterious and revered saints of the Song domain. Despite how ominous she looked, that with fresh blood smeared all across her hands, the young woman was not that sinister. She was a Haruspex, or rather, a Haraspichina, a diviner who received revelations by inspecting the entrails of sacrificial beasts. The gathering grew quiet when the oracle appeared and slowly made her way to where Lightslayer, Beastmaster, and Lady Cetian were seated. Rain frowned a little. Come to think of it, how come I don't know Saint Cetian's true name? She had to have one. But, to Rain's knowledge, no one had ever spoken it aloud. Death Singer, meanwhile, reached the head of the table, leaned down, and whispered something into her sister's ear. Lightslayer smiled, responding to your question, Saint Dar. There is indeed not much sense in rushing into battle. That is why we will split our forces and rush into 2 battles instead. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1858-1858, Precipice. 993 words. Princess Hel had not spoken after whispering something in Lightslayer's ear. She took her seat and remained silent, the blood continuing to drip from her hands to the floor. The War Council continued for a while, since there were a lot of minor issues that had to be relayed, considered, and ironed out. Rain listened with rapt attention, knowing that what was being discussed in the command pavilion would directly impact, and maybe even decide, her fate. And, in a way, it did. It really seemed like the Sword Army was on a sure path to overwhelming the forces of Song. The aggressor that had initiated this vile conflict was far ahead, and widening the gap with each day. Which hardly seemed fair. However, the Queen's daughters were strangely calm about the entire situation. Instead of maintaining caution and employing a conservative strategy, like one would when dealing with a superior enemy, they chose to act with an unsettling boldness. Eventually, the meeting was over, and everyone who had gathered in the command pavilion hurried outside. There was a lot for them to do. Dar of the Maharana clan left with a dark smile on his lips. The Saint of Sorrow spared his daughter a glance, nodded curtly, and walked outside with the same bleak expression. The daughters of Ki Song soon followed. However, Lady Cetian remained motionless. So did Beastmaster and Lightslayer. Eventually, the 3 sisters were the only ones left in the command pavilion, not counting Rain, Tamar, and the wraiths hovering behind Beastmaster. It seemed like they wanted to discuss something in private. Tamar cleared her throat. Should we give you privacy, Lady Cetian? Their commander looked back and smiled. No need, young Tamar. Just make sure to stay quiet. She didn't specify whether they were meant to stay quiet during the following discussion or about it. In any case, Rain wasn't going to talk. She had already been forced to flee Ravenheart because of knowing too much. Lightslayer looked at Tamar, then reached back and pulled up the hood of her dark mantle. A moment later, her eyes were hidden in deep shadow, and a small sigh escaped from her lips. Will you two be able to handle what needs to be done? The 3 sisters would soon be in command of the split army. Beastmaster would remain in the war camp with a part of Song forces. Her task was to finish the construction of the fortress while defending it from the onslaught of nightmare creatures. Saint Cetian, meanwhile, would lead an expedition force toward the location where one of the citadels of Godgrave was supposedly located. Death Singer, the diviner, would lead them across the surface of the ancient bone until they reached a broad area above their target. From there, the elites of the expedition force would venture into the hollows and conquer the citadel. The task seemed absolutely lethal, and victory was not certain. However, Lady Cetian remained calm and poised, not showing even the smallest hint of hesitation. It was as if there was no question whether she would take the citadel, only how soon and at what cost. If she did prevail, however, Queen Song would be able to manifest her domain in Godgrave, and their position would not seem so hopeless anymore. The last sister, Lightslayer, would neither remain in the camp nor join the expedition force. Instead, she would attempt to do something. Rain wasn't quite sure what, because the details had not been shared with anyone. All that the Dark Dancer had said was that she would venture to slow down the enemy's progress. She was not going to command any troops, but she would take a few saints with her. As Rain was wondering what, exactly, Lightslayer was planning to do, Saint Cetian answered her question. It's alright, Revel, we'll be fine, you don't have to worry. The raven-haired beauty looked at her and smiled darkly. When have I ever worried? Ask anyone. In the 10 years that you were missing, I haven't worried once. Beastmaster laughed. How callous. Lady Cetian shook her head. If you want to be worried about someone, worry about yourself. Out of the 3 of us, your task is the most uncertain. Lightslayer looked at her from beneath her hood. What's uncertain about it? Hell, silence, and moon are coming with. So is the Saint of Sorrow. You know that we are prepared. Lady Cetian lingered for a moment. Everything else is fine, but the Lord of Shadows is an unknown. We don't know much about him. There are no traces. It is as if he conjured himself out of thin air, like a demon. Her sister smiled darkly. Then he can disappear into thin air as well. Rain was staring forward, pretending to be a dutiful guard. There was a lot on her mind, though. Appeared out of thin air. Wasn't that how her teacher had appeared a few years ago? She tried not to frown. She did not know a lot about the Lord of Shadows, but he and her teacher were strangely alike. They both commanded shadows. For one, there were other similarities, too. She was half convinced that they were the same person, even. However, her teacher had been by her side every day for the last 4 years, while the Lord of Shadows had been in Godgrave all that time. Well, at least he had been there for 2 winter solstices in a row, rescuing stray sleepers. Her teacher had never left her side, and they had been together on those solstices as well. So, what, was the Lord of Shadows a similar existence to her teacher? A disembodied shadow that possessed great and strange powers, pursuing mysterious goals? Were they, perhaps, comrades? Or at least had come from the same source? I should ask teacher. He would probably answer with some ridiculous nonsense, though. At that moment, Beastmaster shifted, looked at Lady Cetian, and asked somberly. What about the other? Has the Prince of Nothing sent any news? Lady Cetian lingered for a while, then smiled elegantly. Oh, yes. For some reason, her elegant smile suddenly looked rather sinister. Her pleasant, velvet voice resounded softly in the empty command pavilion. He is about to start. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1859-1859, Untold. 1,100 words. Far away and beyond reach, a vast expanse of rolling water was glistening under the starlit sky. Black clouds were flowing like tattered banners, torn apart by the violent winds. Colossal waves were rising and falling, each taller than a fortress wall. Countless bolts of lightning were flashing, branching as they struck the restless surface of the water. Illuminated by the veil of lightning that connected its numerous masts to the stars, a titanic ship was waging a war against the storm. The ship was at least a kilometer across from port to starboard, but seemed narrow because of its great length. Its ancient hull was made of wood, but had no seams. It was as if the entire vessel had been created by hollowing out a single branch that spanned more than a dozen kilometers from end to end. Although, if there was a tree with branches so immense, severing one would not have been an easy feat. Fashioning a ship out of it would not have been a task for mortals, either. The titanic ship was like a city in and of itself. There were dozens of decks, beautiful palaces and tall pagodas built on its surface, and great mysteries hiding in its boundless holds. There were wild groves, rushing streams, and deep lakes. And people. This was Night Garden, the great citadel of the House of Night. Despite the furious force of the storm, which would have destroyed any other vessel, the Night Garden was moving through turbulent waters with daunting, unstoppable ease. The colossal waves were cut apart by its proud bow and broke powerlessly against its indestructible hull. The branching bolts of lightning struck its masts and were absorbed by them, empowering the ancient ship. The terrible abominations that rose from unfathomable depths from time to attack the great vessel were consumed by it, becoming parts of its living hull. Even in a region of the dream realm as strange and deadly as the Stormsia, the people populating the Night Garden were relatively safe. Tonight, however, human blood was spilled on its deck, flowing like a river. The blood was absorbed by the ancient ship, as well. What are you doing? Close to the bow of the ship, an old man was crawling across the deck, leaving a bloody trail in his wake. His voice was full of pain, confusion, and sorrowful disbelief. There was a younger man following him with unhurried steps, holding a bloodied knife in his hand. There was no emotion on the younger man's face, and no mercy in his eyes. He shrugged. You didn't have to be stubborn, old man. This could all have been avoided. Behind him, a desperate scream tore apart the howling of the storm, and then stopped abruptly. There were more screams further away, some of them full of fear, some of them full of rage. But with each minute, there were less and less of them. The old man gritted his teeth. You've lost your mind, his killer sighed, then rubbed his face tiredly with a bloodied hand. For a moment, he seemed incredibly exhausted, a spark of some unknown emotion finally finding its way into his eyes. Have I? I'll admit, there might be some merit to your argument. With that, he leaned down, grabbed the old man by the ankle, and dragged him back while raising the knife. But then again, who hasn't? The old man looked at him with horror. His lips trembled. You are not my son. The younger man froze for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. The hint of emotion drained from his eyes, leaving only terrible coldness. I've heard that one before. The knife fell down like the guillotine's blade. The storm raged on. Wake up, Sonny. Sonny couldn't help but flinch, overcome by a strong sense of déjà vu. There was a voice in his head, telling him to wake up. Thankfully, it was not the voice of the nightmare spell. It was Cassie's voice, albeit at that moment, the two sounded eerily similar. Why is she? He was confused for a moment, but then remembered that not everyone was truly familiar with the strange nature of his existence. His original body in Godgrave was asleep, so Cassie must have assumed that she needed to wake him. His other two incarnations, however, very rarely slept, so there was no need for her to bother. What is it? There were a few moments of silence, as if Cassie was confused. Then, she responded, a sense of urgency in her voice. You need to return to the camp. Standing in the great hall of the nameless temple, Sunny frowned. The avatar hiding in Rain's shadow was momentarily disturbed, as well. When was the last time Cassie had lost her composure like that? He could barely remember. What are you talking about? I am in the camp. She answered almost immediately. The Lord of Shadow has to return. Something strange is happening. Sunny looked at the gates of the temple. It was a long way from the southern edge of the dead god's breastbone to the eastern reaches of the collarbone. He could make it relatively fast by abusing Shadow Step, but it would still take considerable time and drain his reserves of essence. Still, Cassie would not have called him back without a reason. What exactly is happening? There was a moment of silence, and then she answered in a tense voice. The House of Night is on the move. The king has summoned Nephis and Morgan. I'll tell you more the moment I learn it, so hurry. No, wait. Cassie hesitated a little. There is no time. Return to NQSC. I'll pick you up and bring you back to the camp. That will be faster. Sunny raised an eyebrow behind the mask. So, they finally decided to act. I wondered when they would. He had a suspicion that the House of Night would not remain on the sidelines of the war despite their desperate efforts to claim neutrality, a suspicion strong enough that it could very well be called certainty. He had known that something like this would happen ever since that clash with the skinwalker outside Ravenheart. Cassie and Nephis knew, as well. In fact, they had accounted for this eventuality in their plans. At the end of the day, it did not really matter to them which side gained an advantage in the war, because, eventually, both sides would have to be destroyed. But Cassie still sounded tense. Why? Suddenly, he regretted his caution. Maybe he should have tried to infiltrate the command pavilion of the Song army, after all. Or pressed Rain to share military secrets with her usually disinterested teacher. There is only one way to find out. Actually, there were many ways to find out. But that was neither here nor there. Frowning deeply, Sunny reached into his soul and pulled on the tether. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1860, Turn of Fortune. 1,302 words. There were plumes of smoke rising above NQSC. Leaning against a dirty wall in the depths of the outskirts, Sunny looked at the towering black pillars silently. A police PTV sped by, flooding the deep darkness of the night with bright lights of the blaring siren. He hid himself deeper in the shadows and crossed his arms. Several locations, most of them close to the city center. Fires were not a rarity in NQSC, but not on that scale, and not in the affluent districts at the heart of the city. What had happened? Was the agreement to leave the war out of the waking world broken already? How far are you? There was a moment of silence. Less than a minute. Soon, a luxurious PTV screeched to a halt in front of him. The passenger door opened, and Cassie stepped out of the vehicle, looking a little disheveled. She remained motionless for a few moments, then turned in his direction, winced, and hurriedly smoothed her hair. Sunny emerged from the shadows and walked over. What the hell is happening? For now, he was wearing the mask he had fashioned himself. So, it was the only opportunity to have an honest conversation with Cassie. Once they reached Godgrave, he would have to don Weaver's mask in order to keep his secrets. Was the compound of Clan Valor attacked? The Dream Gate Relay, storage facilities. She hesitated briefly, then shook her head. It's all the House of Night. Their strongholds across the city have gone up in flames. It's total chaos. Sunny was surprised. Quote. They were attacked. A deep frown creased Cassie's delicate brow. For now, it seems like infighting. What? It took him a moment to process the information. The members of the House of Night were fighting among each other. Was there a schism among the leaders of the Great Clan? Unlike Song and Valor, which were monoliths held together by shared blood and familial bonds, the House of Night had been born from an alliance of a dozen legacy clans, a decision dictated by the meteoric rise of the two great families to a large extent. So, he could entertain the idea of internal strife resulting in an open conflict during these trying times. However, something did not smell right. Sunny had a few ideas about who could have been behind the whole mess, but he was not certain. Cassie sent the PTV away and then faced him. Her expression was a little strange. There are defectors. He raised an eyebrow behind the mask. Where are they defecting to? The blind seer seemed troubled. Several prominent figures of the House of Night appeared at the gates of Clan Valor's stronghold here, in NQSC. Bloodied and with their family members in tow. They are asking for an asylum. Now that was simply bizarre. Sunny felt troubled, as well. Where are they now? Cassie offered him her hand. They are passing through the Dream Gate. The king will negotiate with them, or interrogate them, depending on the situation, personally. Everyone worth anything were summoned back to the camp. The situation might turn more dire than we had anticipated. He sighed, then took her hand and dismissed. Definitely not me. Before summoning Weaver's mask, he looked at Cassie somberly and said, let's go see what all the noise is about, then. Soon, he was standing on the emerald grass of the Ivory Island. Sunny could see that the camp was much more lively than it should have been. The Sword Army had already ventured to carve a path south, with countless awakened soldiers, masters, and saints leaving the safety of the fortified stronghold. The progress was slow, but methodical and steady. If the cloud veil did not break and the jungle was not incinerated, Saint Tyrus would part the clouds herself. Blinding sunlight would flood the bone plain and turn the crimson growth, as well as those abominations that were not fast enough to escape into the hollows, to ash. Then, after the cloud veil repaired itself, the army would advance. They would clash with the regrowing jungle and the nightmare creatures being born in its scarlet depths, pushing toward the fissures in the bone that served as the source of the dreadful infestation. The battles were punishing, dire, and often prolonged, but with champions like Nephis and Summer Night spearheading the offensive, the Sword Army was slowly gaining ground. Once they reached a fissure and cut the roots of the jungle in the area, its remnants would be burned, and a fortress would be constructed around the fissure. A containment detachment would be left to garrison the fortress, tasked with preventing the jungle from extending its tendrils to the surface again. By now, there was a disorderly chain of a dozen of these fortresses and numerous smaller forts extending west, almost all the way to the point where the collarbone and the breastbone connected. Considering the current state of the main camp, though, most of the saints leading the expedition force had been recalled ahead of the scheduled rotation. Sunny did not know what exactly happened in NQSC, but he was quite confident that the fortune of the Sword Army was about to turn for the worst. Those Song sisters have been acting too calm, indeed. Shaking his head, he followed Cassie toward the Valor Keep, which was the name given to the central stronghold of the camp by the soldiers. The two of them entered under its heavy roof and were immediately guided to a spacious chamber where many saints had already gathered, all wearing somber expressions on their faces. Lady Cassia, have you received any news? What exactly happened? Cassie smiled briefly at the dashing rival of Aegis Rose and shook her head apologetically. I am on my way to see the king. There will be more clarity soon. A knight of valor arrived, then hurriedly led Cassie and Sunny deeper into the stronghold. Soon, they entered a smaller chamber. There were only a few people inside, all of them among the strongest and most important champions of the Sword Army. The King of Swords himself was sitting on an unadorned chair that had been carved out of stone, wearing a cold expression. Morgan was standing behind him, her usual air of polite amusement gone. Nephis was leaning against a wall, her white armor smeared with ash. Sunny spared her a brief glance, then looked away. There were 3 other saints of the Sword Army in the chamber, Sky Tide, Summer Night, and Sir Jest of Dagonet. There was one more person, as well. A handsome man was kneeling in front of the stone throne, his sunken face marked by pain and fatigue. His presence possessed a mystifying depth to it, as if most of him was hidden from sight. His dark armor, crafted from the skin of some dreadful leviathan, was severely damaged and bloodied. The man had his head lowered, so Sunny could not see his eyes. However, his black hair, strangely enough, had slight accents of dark blue. Sunny's expression changed as he recognized his former friend and comrade, Saint Knave of the House of Night. Cassie, meanwhile, bowed deeply. I brought him, your majesty. Andal spared her a glance and nodded. Just in time. With that, he shifted his gaze to the Nightwalker, remained silent for a few moments, and then asked in a cold, heavy tone. So, Saint Knave, I've brought you and your people here, just as you requested. Now, I think, it's time that you give me an explanation. There are reports that the armada of the House of Night is on the move. Night Garden itself has set sail. So, tell me, what, exactly, are your elders scheming? Knave shivered slightly and lingered for a while, as if gathering courage. Eventually, he took a deep breath, straightened, and looked the King of Swords straight in the eyes. When he spoke, his voice sounded firm. You are mistaken, Supreme Anvil. My elders are not scheming anything. In fact, they are dead. Knave paused for a moment, and then added hoarsely. They have all been turned. The House of Night is no more. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1861, Homecoming. 1,314 words. Thick fog shrouded the shores of a nebulous sea. Below it, waves continued their eternal assault on the indifferent barrier of land, dreaming of washing it away. They wrestled quietly, just like they had wrestled for eons. Not far away, the water was louder. There, a wide river fell into the sea, a deep inlet created by its estuary. Currently, there was a group of riders moving along the shore. Their steeds were echoes of slain abominations, their enchanted armor was damp with morning dew. Their vermilion cloaks bore the insignia of Clan Valor. They were knights and squires who had been left behind to protect the fringes of the sword domain, currently on patrol. As they approached the estuary, the leader of the patrol, a seasoned knight in heavy armor, raised a fist to command the rest to stop. He took a canteen off his belt, drank some water, and then listened to the murmur of waves. Dreadful abominations would come from the depths of the Stormzea sometimes and swim upriver, threatening the lands beyond. The weaker ones would be slain in the shallows by patrolmen like them, but if a truly powerful nightmare creature emerged from the depths, they would have to retreat and prepare to fight it at Rivergate, the fortress of Clan Dagonet. The shores of Stormzea were a strange place. Nights here were much longer than they were deeper inland, and the stars were much brighter. The sun never quite rose above the horizon, drowning the world in ethereal twilight during the day. Time flowed slowly, and life seemed fleeting. In the mornings, white fog veiled the world. The knight frowned and gazed into the fog. Today, the sea sounded strange. Summon your weapons. The patrolman did as he said. Their echoes turned to face the shore, each bearing their fangs. It seemed that a battle was upon them. Some felt tense because most of the sword domain warriors had followed the king to war, hoping to punish the wicked Queen of Song. Others remained calm. No matter how many warriors had left, the garrison of Rivergate was still strong, and the fortress itself was still impregnable. No matter what horror crawled from the sea, they would deal with it. A few moments later, however, their confidence was shattered. The eyes of the warriors widened, and their faces paled. Even the echoes seemed daunted, a few of them shrinking back in response to the fear of their masters. A vast shadow appeared in the fog, towering above the shore like a dark mountain. Then, it drew closer, dwarfing the world. The patrolmen had to crane their necks just to guess the scale of the vague shadow. Their captain was petrified. Before he could finish the sentence, the dark mountain was almost upon them, its shape finally revealed from the fog. It was the bow of a titanic ship. Back, they did not have time to react before the world shuddered. The estuary was deep, but not deep enough. The gargantuan vessel rammed the underwater slope of the shore at full speed, splitting it apart. A vast gorge opened in the ground, reaching far inland, and the triumphant waves finally had their dreams fulfilled. The roaring water rushed into the abyssal chasm, causing the river to change course. For a few moments, the bow of the ship flew even higher, and then slowly plummeted down. When it fell, there was another quake. Countless tons of foaming water were displaced and thrown into the sky, and the titanic vessel slid forward hundreds of meters before finally coming to rest, beached and leaning slightly to the side. The tranquil shore had turned into a scene of utter devastation. The scale of it was so immense that the human mind struggled to come to terms with it. The colossal ship lay on the sand like a dark mountain, rivers of water cascading down from its ancient hull. The barnacles encrusting the lower parts of it were like a map of bygone eras, glistening bleakly in the dim radiance of twilight. The patrolmen had been thrown to the ground by the successive quakes. Still stunned and horrified, they slowly climbed to their feet. Some raised their weapons hesitantly, others tried to mount their monstrous steeds. But all of them were staring at the monumental silhouette of the beached vessel. That was why they all noticed when a human figure appeared on the bow, so high above them that it looked no larger than an ant. The figure stood motionlessly for a few moments, gazing down. Then, it took a step forward and fell, landing on the tilted slope of the ship's hull. The figure slid down the ancient wood, gaining terrible speed, then pushed itself off its surface and plummeted down. He landed into the shallow water with a splash, then straightened gracefully and took a step forward. It was a man clad in dark leather armor. He was tall and slender, with pale skin and raven black hair. His face was sharp and thin, not exactly handsome, but at the same time strangely beautiful. His eyes were like two pools of liquid silver that reflected the world back on itself. His gaze was cold and chilling, as if a deep dark ocean was barely contained beneath the thin film of mirror-like silver. Despite the fact that the man was alone, the crowd of patrolmen reeled back, each overcome by sudden dread. He walked across the shallow water, surrounded by swirling mist, and stepped onto the shore. There, the man knelt, reached down, and carefully, almost tenderly, picked up a handful of sand. Ignoring the warriors of the sword domain, he looked at it for a while, then slowly made a fist and let the sand slip through his fingers. His lips twisted slightly, forming a dark, bitter, terrifying smile. Standing up, the man turned his gaze to the patrolmen and walked toward them with unhurried steps. They gripped their weapons tighter. The knight who had led the patrol glanced at the titanic ship, then asked hoarsely. The Night Garden, who are you? Why are you here? The man answered in a calm tone. Me, I am Prince Mordred of Valor, the rightful heir of these lands. The eyes of the knight widened slightly, while Mordred added with a cold smile. And I am here to take what is mine. The patrolman shuddered. Their leader gritted his teeth. It's you vile creature, the only thing that we will give you is death. Continuing to walk in their direction, Mordred laughed. I see someone has a very high opinion of himself. His laughter stopped abruptly, and he pierced the knight with an eerie, frightening gaze. But are you sure that you are worthy? A moment later, more figures appeared on the bow of the Night Garden. Mordred smiled. Because I have 13 transcendent bodies on that boat. I am also the sole ruler of the Stormzea, the master of the Night Garden, and the owner of all the citadels of the south. Well, I guess, technically, the citadels belong to Queen Song. But why care about the technicalities? The knight paled, his hands trembled as he raised his sword, and a single word escaped from his lips. Traitor. The smile disappeared from Mordred's face, replaced by infinite coldness. In the next moment, something whistled in the air, and the knight fell to his knees. His head rolled off his neck and fell into the sand, which was painted red by the torrent of steaming blood. Mordred shifted his gaze to the remaining warriors. He remained silent for a few moments, and then smiled pleasantly. One should not forget his manners, don't you think? Ah, but today is a special occasion. On such a special day, I am inclined to be forgiving. So, the rest of you may go. Go on, run away. Oh, and tell your masters. As the warriors of valor slowly backed away, then turned to run, he watched them escape silently, and added with a dark gleam in his mirror-like eyes. Tell them that I am coming. Mordred closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. I am coming home. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1862, Puppet Master. 1169 words. The nature of the war had changed overnight. The sword domain had dominated the conflict from its very first day. Their army was stronger, their progress was faster. They suffered fewer casualties and gained more benefits. As time went on, their advantage seemed poised to inevitably snowball into an overwhelming superiority. Even though the two armies had not clashed directly yet, the warriors of valor were already winning. All it took was a single person to completely reverse the situation. That person was Mordred, the firstborn of the King of Swords, who served the Queen of Worms now, ironically enough. When Sunny first heard Knave's proclamation, his eyes widened behind Weaver's mask. The House of Night, after the Chain of Nightmares, the position of the Third Great Clan was severely weakened. Without a sovereign to rule it and a dream gate to bring countless settlers to their territory, the House of Night lost the ability to compete against valor and song. Its standing and resources were still immense, but nowhere near the power of the two burgeoning domains. Nevertheless, the House of Night had not given up without a fight. Instead, it seemed as though the threat of losing relevance had galvanized the leaders of the lesser of the three great clans. In recent years, they had been quite active. More than that, their actions were more decisive, daring, and successful than ever before. In just the last 2 years, the House of Night had laid siege to and conquered 7 new citadels in the nebulous reaches of the Stormsia. Such a feat had been unheard of before, and did a lot to bolster their faltering renown. Of course, now that Knave had spoken, the true reason for these triumphs was revealed to be quite different from what people believed, and chillingly sinister. It was not that the House of Night had become more daring or potent. It was just that Mordred had stolen the body of one of its leaders. And then, like a plague, he slowly spread through the ranks of the Nightwalkers, unseen and unnoticed. Not only had the rest of the world been none the wiser, even the members of the House of Night itself had not suspected anything while their rulers were being replaced, one by one. Not even the families of those taken by the Prince of Nothing were able to discover that their parents, children, and siblings had been switched. There had been moments of friction and conflict, of course. There had been tension and a feeling of unease, a subtle sense of alienation from those who had been closest before, an eerie feeling that something was not quite right. But with how fast the world was changing, and how dire the situation of the Great Clan was, people simply assumed that these rare instances of incongruity were caused by the shifting demands of the turbulent times. Mordred's deceit was too stellar. Only a few had started to suspect that something terrible was happening inside the House of Night. That the people who looked, talked, and acted as their friends and family could have been someone else. That there was something alien hiding behind the familiar faces. Knave had been one of the first to start harboring that harrowing suspicion. He did not describe what he had felt in those days, but Sunny could only imagine how eerie, chilling, and nightmarish such an experience would be. No, actually, he could not. His mind failed to imagine the appalling scenes of what his former friend must have gone through. At first, Knave suspected that the House of Night had been infiltrated by the Skinwalker. He made secret inquiries to make sure that there were no nightmare creatures among the leaders of his clan, and proved that theory wrong. His next steps were much more troublesome. He couldn't continue the investigation alone, and did not know whom to trust. Anyone around him could have been the enemy. He did discover a few trustworthy allies in the end, though. They tried to ascertain the scale and depths of the encroaching corruption, but it was already too late. They had run out of time. All that they had managed to do was prepare a path of escape for themselves and their families. That was how they ended up in front of the Valor compound in NQSC, asking for asylum. Sunny sucked in a stifled breath. Curse him, it seemed that Mordred had fully inherited Soul Stealer's transcendent ability. He was able to split his soul, and that, in turn, allowed him to possess multiple vessels at the same time. The vessels he had collected in the last 4 years, without ever being discovered, were the saints and other key figures of the House of Night. There seemed to be some limit to his ability, at least, otherwise, he would have taken everyone, not just the most valued champions of the Great Clan. Awakened warriors and many masters had been spared, as were the mundane members of their families. A few leaders of the clan had avoided becoming his vessels, as well, for one reason or another. Finally, he had revealed himself and took control of the Stormsia once the Sword Army became entrenched in Godgrave, leading a pincer attack on his father's domain from the south. That was what had caused the recent bloodshed. Mordred was cleaning house, eliminating those whom he had failed to possess. Sunny was both appalled and impressed. He had suspected that Mordred was facilitating secret negotiations with the House of Night on behalf of Kisong. What he had not expected was that Mordred would simply become the House of Night. Only 3 of the Night Saints, including Knave, had escaped. A few more had been eliminated when Mordred openly attacked. Despite that, at least 13 of them had fallen into his hands. Which meant that the forces of Song had the power of more than 60 saints on their side now, while Valor only had slightly more than 40. Worse than that, now that the sword domain was being attacked, Anvil would have to split the forces of his army to prevent his son from conquering his kingdom. That would leave those who remained in Godgrave at a dire disadvantage. But that was not all. Mordred had not only taken the saints of the House of Night, he had also taken all the citadels that used to belong to the Third Great Clan, adding them to the domain of the Queen of Worms, thus breaking the balance, vastly enhancing her power. Among them was the Night Garden, meaning that Kisong controlled 2 great citadels now. More than that, Mordred was free to conquer the citadels of the Sword Domain, denying their power to Anvil. Rivergate would probably fall in a matter of days. From there, the Prince of Nothing could easily reach Bastion, or assault other citadels in the heartland of the Dream Realm. The situation was dire. However, before Knave was even done speaking, Morgan cursed and dashed out of the chamber. Before too long, the walls of the stronghold shook, and a cacophony of screams rose above the war camp. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1863, Repercussions. 1,305 words. Knave had not finished his tale yet when Anvil finally showed a reaction. Before, he sat motionlessly, looking at the kneeling saint with a cold and heavy expression. His steely eyes remained calm. Sunny expected the king to display some kind of emotion at the mention of his son, but there was no change. Now, however, he finally moved. All Anvil did was give Morgan a glance, but she suddenly cursed and dashed out of the room. For a few moments, the stone chamber was enveloped by silence. Knave looked at the king tensely, not sure what was going on. Anvil studied him for a bit before saying evenly, "That is enough. I understand what happened now." Sunny was leaning on a wall with his arms crossed. He did not turn his head to look at Cassie, but spoke in his mind. "There are no mirrors on the Ivory Island, are there?" Her response came a few moments later. "There are. However, the entire island is protected against that man with special enchantments." The royals themselves set them up. Valor has been preparing to deal with Mordred for a long time, so they have developed many measures. Sunny was somewhat relieved. However, he knew that those measures could not be universal, since the members of the royal clan had to be personally involved. Inscribing the warding enchantments had to be an expensive and intricate endeavor. Make sure that those firekeepers that are in the camp remain on the island, then. Those of them who had been with Neffis in the jungle should not try to come back for now, either. His original body was already making sure that Aiko did not leave the marvelous mimic. Sunny knew Mordred too well, so he had a good idea about what would happen next. And indeed, before too long, they heard a cacophony of screams. The king did not give any of them permission to leave, and Sunny did not want to expose how vast the reach of his shadow sense was. So, none of them moved. Only Knave seemed to flinch. Your Majesty, what is? However, Anvil silenced him with a heavy gaze. Finally, there was a hint of emotion in his eyes. That emotion was cold, smoldering wrath. You don't need to be concerned, Saint Knave. It is just a minor inconvenience. Sunny was not sure if the inconvenience was really that minor. He commended Knave for being able to sense Mordred's machinations when no one else had. However, the Nightwalker was too naive to think that his attempts to assemble allies to resist him would have escaped the Prince of Nothing. There was only one explanation for why Knave had been allowed to survive. It was that one of his trusted allies, or a few, were Mordred's vessels. He had used Knave and other asylum seekers to carry him across the Dream Gate and bring him to the encampment of the Sword Army. The extent of damage he would deal depended on how invested Mordred was in wreaking havoc in Godgrave. Sunny shifted slightly. This shouldn't be his main goal. And, indeed, the screams grew silent soon. A minute or two later, the doors opened, and Morgan walked in. Her hands were wet with blood, and she was carrying a severed head in one of them, her expression dark. Knave paled. Why? Morgan spared him a short glance, then looked at her father. It was just one ascended vessel. That man simply felt mischievous, it seems. The damage was minimal. The watchers did not fail, it was just that the screening took too long. Those who remain in the waking world are already being checked, as well. She lingered for a few moments, then added stiffly. He did have a lot to say, though. With that, Morgan dropped the severed head on the floor near Knave. The Nightwalker gritted his teeth, but did not recoil. He studied the dead face silently, a hint of pain evident on his own. Then, he bowed his head. I apologize, Your Majesty. So they have some kind of way to tell which bodies are taken by Mordred. Unsurprising, Sunny felt a little apprehensive, because he did not. Valor must have also possessed a method to if not destroy Mordred, then at least imprison him. The Prince of Nothing was nearly immortal. At the very least, Sunny knew of no way to extinguish his existence except for defeating him in a soul duel, like what Neffis had done to Soul Stealer. But that boon could very easily become a curse. Those who could not die ran the risk of ending up suffering eternal torment. While beings like Mordred, and Neffis to a lesser extent, could fear death less than most people, they also had a good reason to fear being caught by enemies much more. Every strength could be exploited to become a weakness. Sitting on the throne, Anvil sighed and leaned back. He seemed to be contemplating something. Sunny, meanwhile, was considering the implications of Mordred's entering the board. Which were honestly quite shocking. He had expected some kind of diabolical stunt from the banished prince, but the bastard still managed to exceed his expectations. The more Sunny thought, the more somber his expression grew. The impact of the war in Godgrave was already bad enough. The Sword Army would be inevitably weakened, making things harder for him, Neffis, and Cassie. However, it was still a beneficial development overall. They needed Anvil and Kisong to grind each other down in a prolonged conflict, after all. It wouldn't do for the King of Swords to gain an easy victory early on. What concerned him much more were the repercussions that Mordred's actions would have for those who were not participating in the war. The House of Night had been instrumental in guiding naval convoys across the ocean, for example. Without the Nightwalkers, the connections between the quadrants would become much more tenuous. How was the government going to deliver sleepers to the Awakened Academy next year? How would resources be shared between the continents? More than that, what was the government going to do now that the demise of the House of Night had demonstrated the kind of fate that awaited those who wished to remain neutral in the war between the two domains? There were more questions like that. He sighed quietly and looked at Anvil. Was the King of Swords contemplating the same problem Sunny was? Somehow, he doubted it. Eventually, Anvil shifted his gaze and looked at Morgan. Everyone in the chamber held their breaths, feeling that his next words could very well change the flow of history. The King of Swords considered his daughter for a few moments, and then said evenly. Return to Bastion. Stop him at all costs. Morgan smiled faintly, then bowed. How many saints can I take with me? Anvil simply raised an eyebrow. He is one man. You alone should be enough. Morgan's lips trembled slightly. She straightened and looked at her father with the same faint smile. That man has the company of a dozen taken saints. Am I supposed to stop him, all of him, alone? That hardly seems fair. The King of Swords looked away from her and shrugged. If you think that it's unfair, go and find saints of your own. Sunny was listening to their dialogue with a feeling of incongruity. Why was Anvil so nonchalant? Why wasn't he sending more forces back to Bastion with Morgan? Was the progress in Godgrave really that important, or did he simply not care about losing control of more citadels to Mordred? If so, why? Either the King of Swords had lost his mind, or there was something Sunny was failing to understand. Morgan remained silent for a while, then bowed again. As you command. She straightened, and then suddenly pointed at Knave. Oh, look, I found a saint. Can I take him? Anvil waved his head dismissively. Do with the remnant Nightwalkers as you wish. He turned his heavy gaze back to her, studied her face closely, and then added in a cold tone. Quote. Don't lose to that creature again, Morgan. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1864, Sibling Rivalry. 1,467 words. After Morgan was dismissed, taking Knave with her, the king had a few words to say to the rest of them. The theater of war had changed dramatically, so there were a lot of adjustments that had to be made. The King of Swords himself would remain in Godgrave, and so would all the saints of the Sword Army, with the exception of his daughter. It did not seem like having one less transcendent would change a lot of things, but Morgan's loss could not be measured in terms of raw power. She was the principal strategist of the army and the field commander of its expedition force. The vacuum her departure left had to be filled by someone. Anvil took over the strategy matters himself, and gave Neffis free reign of the expedition force. Her task was simple, but imperative, to invade the breastbone reach and conquer the citadel hidden in the hollow below it. Sunny's raiding party was dissolved before even leaving the nameless temple. Instead, he was to join the main body of the army and help Nephis take the citadel. After receiving these orders, they were dismissed. Only Jest of Dagonet stayed behind to counsel his old comrade's son on something none of them were privy to. Anvil would summon the rest of the saints and inform them of the situation after that. Cassie told Ryvalan of Aegis Rose to wait for the king's summons on the way out. Leaving the Valor Keep, all three of them, Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie, felt rattled. The shift caused by Mordred's devastation of the House of Night was too tectonic to be fathomed swiftly. Sunny glanced at his two companions, and then said quietly, "I won't see you soon." With that, he turned around and walked away. There was a residence assigned to him in the camp, so that was where he went. Not long after that, he met Nephis and Cassie on the edge of the Ivory Island as Master Sunless. Nephis smiled at him faintly and gestured to the great pagoda. "Let's talk inside." The Sword Army would be shaken once the news spread, and so would the entire world. Nephis had to leave the camp and take command of the expedition force in a few hours. Sunny would follow her, but Cassie had to stay back. So, they did not have a lot of time to talk face to face. As they ascended the stairs, Sunny couldn't help but think about Nave and the remnants of the House of Night. Mordred's culling had been chillingly thorough when it came to the leadership and champions of the now fallen Great Clan. Only 3 of its saints remained, the rest were either taken as vessels by the Prince of Nothing or had been killed. The situation among the masters, the core of the clan's power, was a little different. Nave did not have the exact numbers, but more than 2/3 of them were either taken or lost their lives. Those who remained were here in Godgrave now, with a few stragglers still lost somewhere in the waking world. The mundane dependents, family members and loyal servants of the clan, were also in the waking world, temporarily sheltered in the complex built around the Dream Gate. Mordred had not targeted them consciously, and although some had become collateral damage in his bloody coup, most were still alive. Just, displaced, traumatized, and scared, the envoys of the royal clan would have to make sure that none of them are a hidden vessel of the banished prince. However, that would have to wait, because Valor had to deal with a more pressing issue first. It was the fate of the awakened warriors of the House of Night, who were in the most precarious situation. By now, every citadel in the Stormsia was under Mordred's control. Saints and masters were relatively safe, because there was no timer for when they would have to return to their anchors. The awakened, however, would be transported back to the dream realm the moment they fell asleep or lost consciousness. When that happened, they would either become Mordred's hostages or his victims. There were 2 ways to avoid that end. The first way was to be brought to a new citadel by a saint and anchor themselves at its gateway. The second way was to pass through a dream gate and enter the dream realm physically. The problem was that each of them had to be tested before being allowed in Valor territory, so that another hidden vessel of the Prince of Nothing did not infiltrate Godgrave. The process was not fast, so it was not clear if all of them would be able to stave off sleep before that happened. Remembering his own attempts to stay awake after returning from the Forgotten Shore, Sunny did not envy them. In any case, their fates were in the hands of Morgan now. Anvil had given her carte blanche to deal with the remnants of the House of Night as she saw fit, and while the awakened warriors would have to come to Godgrave, she would without a doubt try to bring at least the strongest of the remnants to the newly created Southern Front. They had no choice but to obey her. More than that, Sunny was not sure that they had a reason to refuse. Each of the remaining members of the House of Night was, without a doubt, full of desire to avenge their fallen kin. Morgan would offer them a chance to fight against Mordred, and probably sweeten the deal by promising to take care of the mundane members of their families. Why would they say no? They did not have to be coerced. The strongest chains were often those people put on themselves. Sunny would know. Finally, they reached Neff's living quarters at the highest level of the tower. Cassie summoned several memories to prevent anyone from listening in on their conversation. That precaution was actually meant to be broken. This close to a living sovereign and his strongest servants, they had to be extremely cautious about sharing vital information. Therefore, they always assumed that the first layer of protection would be dismantled. Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie played their roles and spoke about the task facing the expedition force. At the same time, they were having another, entirely silent conversation. It was a bit awkward because Cassie had to relay what Sunny and Nephis said, but they had grown used to communicating that way in the recent weeks. Why is he only sending Morgan? Sunny was still confused by Anvil's decision. Nephis shook her head subtly. Actually, that makes sense. Every saint she brings will just become a potential vessel for Mordred. Valor has methods to protect a soul from his aspect, but no method is absolute. That master you told me about, well, is proof. He considered the situation soberly, then took a deep breath. Why did he not take all of House of Night? Why was there only one hidden vessel among those whom Nave brought to Godgrave? Soul Stealer had been able to take millions of bodies for himself. But something is stopping Mordred from doing the same. Granted, Soul Stealer had been in a rather bad shape when they saw him. Sunny contemplated for a while. Eventually, his eyes narrowed. There is also the issue of saints. Mordred is in a unique position, much like myself, in that he can control many citadels at once. In my case, the number is limited by the number of shadows I possess. In his case, it should be limited by the number of transcendent bodies he controls. Therefore, Cassie shifted to face him and finished his thought. Opening square bracket ... Unless he takes more saints, he can only control 14 citadels. He can't go on a rampage across the Sword Domain, demolishing Anvil's base of power, without releasing his hold on the Stormsia. And there are no saints left in the Sword Domain. Nephis nodded slowly. That is why he only sent Morgan. He does not want to give Mordred fuel to burn his kingdom down. No, rather, it is inconsequential to him how much the kingdom suffers. As long as the domain itself is not severely diminished, Anvil will continue prioritizing Godgrave. At most, what he wants is to protect Bastion. And so, Morgan and Mordred were destined to clash again, this time on the shores of the Mirror Lake, not in the frigid reaches of Antarctica. Sunny did not have a lot of hope for Morgan. But then again, laying siege to a demon stronghold was a daunting task, especially if someone like her was defending it. His thoughts turned to all the people he had left behind in Bastion. How were they going to fare in the middle of a clash between the 2 transcendent siblings? For now, at least, that was out of his control. Sunny sighed, then looked at his companions. So, what does all of this mean for us? Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1865. Into the fray. 1,296 words. They did not have a lot of time to talk, so the discussion was brief. Afterwards, Cassie left to have a separate conversation with Jet. Sunny and Neffys were left alone. Neffys had just returned from the battlefield, and she would have to leave the camp in an hour or two, this time, not just to lend her power to the expedition force but also to become its commander. Her armor was smeared by soot, and her hair was blackened by ash. Grime and dried blood stained her alabaster skin. This was a good sign, actually. It meant that she had not been forced to assume her transcendent form as of late, at least, otherwise, her body would have been pure and pristine, all the dirt burned away by the incandescent flames. Still, now that they had a moment to breathe, Neffys looked at herself, then threw a quick glance at Sunny and left to have a bath. Soon, she returned, her silver hair glistening with moisture. She had dismissed the outer layer of her armor, and was now wearing only the thin cloth underlayer, which clung slightly to her damp body. Sunny studied Neffys carefully. He could tell that she had called upon the power of her aspect recently, and extensively, as well. Her condition was not too bad, but there were telltale signs. There was a distant look in her eyes and a hint of coldness written in the graceful lines of her beautiful face. There was an afterglow of immolating flame and a memory of scorching heat in her brilliant presence. Neffys had been suffering the torment of her cruel flaw too much, and too often. Sunny sighed. Noticing that she was rubbing her shoulders with a grimace, he raised his hands and smiled. How about a massage? A subtle smile illuminated her face, as well. She nodded silently. He moved to her wide bed, while Neffys sat in front of him, leaning on his chest. Sunny placed his fingers on her shoulders and got to work, kneading her tense muscles with masterful ease. From his point of view, he could see the top of her head, the tip of her nose, and the beads of water glistening on her delicate clavicle. Her garment was thin, so he could feel the heat of her body. Her skin was silky and smooth. He put more strength into his fingers, causing her to let out a small whimper and then a satisfied sigh. He felt her body relax a little. Neffys remained silent for a while, enjoying the massage, and then asked, "How come you are so good at this?" Sunny froze for a moment before continuing to rub her shoulders. He would have really preferred to keep the source of his massage skills a secret, but sadly, his own flaw compelled him to answer. He hesitated for a moment. "Well, one of my attributes makes me particularly good at all kinds of handiwork." He paused, then added reluctantly, "Oh, and I have practiced on myself a lot while wandering the dream realm." Ah, how embarrassing. Neffys let out another contented sigh and closed her eyes in pleasure. Perks of having many bodies. Unfair. Sunny chuckled. You're the one who is benefiting from that unfairness in the end, though. So should you really be complaining? Neffys smiled faintly. I'm not complaining. Sunny worked on her shoulders for a while, then switched to her back. When he finished, Neffys looked much more relaxed. Her overall condition had improved significantly, as well, and the hint of detached coldness disappeared from her gaze. He embraced her from behind and asked gently, "Hungry?" She nodded. His shadow disappeared for a few moments, and then returned holding a tray of food. It was taken directly from the marvelous mimic's kitchen and smelled delicious. Thanks to the Dream Gate, the army did not really suffer from the lack of supplies, and he received his fair share from the firekeepers. He also had his own stash and received a less fair share through the backdoor connections established by Aiko, but that was neither here nor there. Sunny let Neffys go and watched her eat with a pleased expression. Eventually, though, he sighed. I really hoped that we would get to spend more time together. Both of them were in Godgrave, but he remained on the Ivory Island most of the time. Neffys, meanwhile, was always on the forefront of the moving battlefield, helping the expedition force carve a path through the monstrous jungle. There was a rotation system in place to let the legions and their commanders rest and recuperate, but hers was a special case. Neffys was too important to the offensive effort, so she only returned to camp once a week, at best. Now that Morgan was gone, and she was assuming command of the whole expedition force, those rare days would become even fewer and far between. She gave him a confused look. But we do get to spend more time together. What she meant was that, this time, the Lord of Shadows would be accompanying her to the battlefront. So, the two of them did not have to separate, technically. Sunny grimaced. That's not the same. The Lord of Shadows was still him, but that incarnation of his was stuck wearing a suit of armor and a mask all the time. The temporary encampment of the expedition force was also not a place where one could get privacy, let alone share tender moments such as this one. Sunny had not exactly expected that they would get many opportunities to go on dates in Godgrave, but that did nothing to quench his greed. He had barely got the taste of being with Neffys, and he wanted more. He wanted to experience all the profound things that lovers experienced, and all the stupid things too. Sadly, war, especially one as dire and dreadful as this one, was a terrible background for romantic encounters. Damnation, what does a man have to do to take his girlfriend out on a date? The answer, apparently, was to conquer a death zone and kill a couple of sovereigns. Noted. Neffys finished her food and looked at him silently for a while. Eventually, she said with a hint of a smile in her voice. I am still happy that the Lord of Shadows is coming with me, this time. Sunny couldn't help but raise his chin a little. He coughed. Are you? Oh, that guy, he's not bad, I guess. Neffys gave him a nonchalant look and lingered for a few moments. Then, she sighed. I wouldn't mind if he was a little bit bad, though. Sunny gave her an intense stare. That can be arranged, as well. A couple hours later, Neffys and the Lord of Shadows left the war camp, accompanied by the returning saints. In those hours, the Sword Army had been shaken by the appalling news. The treacherous Queen of Worms had eradicated the House of Night and took control of the Stormzia. Now, her forces were mounting an invasion from the south, threatening to annex the defenseless rear territories of the Sword Domain. Many of the soldiers had families and friends there. They were rattled, dismayed, and frightened. Many were scared of what the disastrous attack would mean for them here in Godgrave. The morale of the army suffered a tremendous blow. In these circumstances, Neffys had to project an image of absolute confidence. Which she did, instilling the frightened soldiers with a sense of renewed determination and hope. Her brilliant figure was like a symbol of bravery and steadfast will. Anyone who saw her couldn't help but feel something stir in their souls, and straighten their backs unconsciously. And so, her flames spread. A dark figure that walked by her side attracted much less attention. And yet, those who saw it felt calmer, as well, albeit for an entirely different reason. Changing star of the immortal flame was valiant and noble, but the Lord of Shadows, that man, he was sinister and ruthless. And now, he was entering the fray. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1866, Cutting the Red Tape. 1066 words. NQSC was in chaos. The damage dealt to the city by the bloodshed in the strongholds of the House of Night was minimal, even though some of the battles had briefly spilled onto the streets. However, the blow dealt to the morale of the citizens was severe. The news of what had truly happened was slow to spread, and this time, even the government propaganda machine was not sure how to handle the unprecedented and ominous event. Because of that, wild rumors were spreading, making already anxious people feel even less secure. Granted, the actual truth was, in many senses, much worse than the rumors. The streets of the city were strangely desolate. Those people who did venture outside walked with hurried steps. The public transport was enveloped by tense silence, the fires had been put out, but pillars of smoke were still rising into the sky. In that subdued atmosphere, a procession of armored PTVs stopped in front of the government headquarters, and a young woman with strange and vivid vermilion eyes stepped out of one of them. Usually, Morgan would have changed into an appropriate attire for an official visit, but wasting time on appearances was a luxury she did not have today. So, she was still wearing her battle armor, her red cloak moving slightly in the wind. Her hands were encased in intricate gauntlets forged of black steel. The craftsmanship was stellar, but they were still burdensome when trying to perform finer tasks. Sadly, there was little she could do about that. Morgan missed her molded leather gloves. A small army of guards poured out of the armored PTVs, most of them were mundane retainers of the clan, so their presence was purely symbolic. It did look like the government compound was about to be besieged, which was the intended purpose. Maintaining a calm and slightly haughty expression, Morgan ascended the stairs and entered the stronghold. She heard gasps and saw the government workers in the lobby react to her entrance. Some paled, others were enthralled by her transcendent beauty. She did not spare any of them any attention and walked forward with confident steps. A man with a bit more poise gave her a deep bow. Lady Morgan, why? She looked at him coldly and saw the man take an involuntary step back. Take me to the council chamber. He hesitated, but her gaze grew a little more intense, and all the blood drained from the man's face. This way, my lady. Her entourage remained in the lobby as she was escorted deep underground. There were countless security checkpoints and fortified chokeholds on the way. No one dared to bar her path or slow her down, though, even if they wished, they couldn't. There would have been a complicated dance of diplomatic procedures on any other day, but today, Morgan was not in the mood. The decision-makers of the government had mostly likely given their permission, as well. Soon, she entered a spacious conference room. The room looked painfully ordinary, considering its purpose, but that was entirely the point. The government was aggressively utilitarian in everything it did, as if to constantly remind its members of their purpose and function. There were a couple dozen people inside the room, gathered around a projection table, both mundane and awakened. The government did not discriminate between the two, and its leaders were a mix of those who carried the nightmare spell and those who did not. In fact, the current chancellor was a mundane man, as was the previous one. Morgan did not pay him any attention, though. Instead, she focused on 5 individuals. Wake of Ruin, Dream Merchant, Soul Reaper, Nightingale, and Raised by Wolves. The 5 government saints. The people in the conference room had been in the middle of a heated discussion just a few moments ago, but when she entered, they all fell silent, looking at her with expressions that varied from wariness to dismay. Morgan gave them a pleasant smile, then took a chair, dragged it away from the table, sat down, and leisurely crossed her legs. She was on their territory and outnumbered, with intense gazes boring into her like drills. And yet, it seemed as if the leaders of the government were the nervous ones. Morgan remained perfectly at ease. Ladies and gentlemen, it is good to see you all. There were a few moments of tense silence, and then the chancellor gave Wake of Ruin a brief glance. The old man, just as unpleasant as ever, looked at her and gritted his teeth. Quote. What do you want, Saint Morgan? She met his heavy gaze with a chilling one of her own. Straight to business, then. It is a pleasure to see you as well, Saint Cor. He scoffed. Have you come to exchange pleasantries? As you can see, we were in the middle of something. His expression darkened, betraying a hint of barely suppressed fury. Thanks to you and your oh-so-great clan. He would have been more polite, usually. But today, even someone as seasoned as Wake of Ruin seemed to be struggling with maintaining a cool head. Morgan raised her eyebrows, as if sincerely confused. My clan, surely, you are not blaming the criminal acts of those Song extremists on my family. She shook her head in dejection. First, they stage an unprovoked attack on my sister, during a gate crisis, no less. Then, they massacre the noble members of the illustrious House of Night and throw the world into chaos. It seems to me that my father and the esteemed members of my great family are the only ones who are earnestly trying to stop the villainy of these Song terrorists. And yet, I am not welcomed warmly here. Instead, I am given a cold shoulder. The old man gave her a dark look. Spare me the sarcasm, girl. I've been fighting against the nightmare spell from long before you were born. I watched the House of Night be established, and now, I've seen it fall. Surely, you understand what that means for the fate of humanity. Why'd I even bother? Maybe you don't. All of you seem to have lost your minds. He shook his head and sighed heavily, suddenly looking even older. Quote. Just tell us what you want. Morgan fluttered her eyelashes a few times, looking around the chamber with an innocent expression. Her gaze lingered on Soul Reaper, Raised by Wolves, and Nightingale for a fraction of a second longer than it did on the rest. Then, she smiled slightly. Well, you see, my father told me to go and find a few saints. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1867, Quid Pro Quo. 1357 words. There were a few moments of silence after Morgan's remark. Wake of Ruin studied her intently, then scoffed. You can't be serious. The slight smile lingered on Morgan's face for a bit, then disappeared without a trace. The hint of levity was also gone from her eyes, leaving behind only cold intensity. Suddenly, the entire chamber felt drowned in a sense of eerie sharpness, as if every edge and surface here suddenly came to possess a keen edge. A few of the mundane members of the government elite paled. Morgan sighed deeply. Why can't I be serious? If anything, it seems to me that you are the one who is failing to comprehend the reality of your situation, Venerable Saint Cor. She slowly looked at the faces of the high administrators of the government and said, her voice devoid of any amusement. The House of Night has been consumed by song. Their citadels are conquered, their rulers are dead, and the corpses of their saints are being worn like suits by a deranged monster. That is what fate has in store for those who foolishly hope to cling to a pretense of neutrality in the war between my house and the Queen of Worms. She smiled darkly and added in a voice as calm as it was sharp. You must have already asked yourself this question, what happens to us now that Kisong has shown her willingness to stop at nothing to win this war? The House of Night had refused to take a side, and in the end, the choice was made for them. Do you really think that the same won't happen to you? What makes you confident that you won't be next to be destroyed by her? Wake of Ruin lingered with the answer, as if unsure what to say. His expression was dark. Morgan shook her head with contempt. Those who can't keep up with the current of time will be drowned by it. You are already a step behind, and you already don't have a choice. Your neutrality is a thing of the past, now, it is hypocrisy at best, and incompetence at worst. The great clans might have started the war, but that doesn't mean that others can escape it. The fate of humanity will be decided by who claims victory in Godgrave, and that means your fates, too. At the end of the day, the only thing you can decide is which side to submit to. The old man glared at her. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he spat angrily. And whose fault is? However, a calm voice interrupted him. Soul Reaper Jet, who had remained silent all that time, finally spoke. There's no point in assigning blame, Saint Cor. Morgan looked at the chillingly beautiful woman. Jet was cold and composed, with icy blue eyes and short raven black hair. Her reputation was more than a little bit sinister, but it was also formidable. Above all else, she was known for her ruthless competence. Morgan did not know Soul Reaper well, but they had fought side by side in the Battle of the Black Skull and later in the Nightmare Desert. She had a good impression of the government saint. Jet was sensible. As if to echo her thoughts, the icy woman shifted her gaze to Morgan and said lazily. Your choice of words is a bit jarring, Lady Morgan. You say that we must submit to someone. I prefer to see it as having to support someone, though. After all, it is the sovereigns who find themselves in need of our strength, not the other way around. Soul Reaper smiled coldly and asked. So, why should we choose to support valor instead of song? After all, the odds seem to be against the sword domain, at the moment. Morgan reciprocated the smile. Sensible, indeed. It was almost as if Jet had expected this to happen. Maybe she had. It wasn't hard to guess what Valor's next step would be. Because Kisong is an abominable existence, a hungry beast that should never have been allowed to be born. You know what her aspect is, and what her kingdom might become. She doesn't care whether she rules the living or the dead, so, do you really trust her to keep humanity alive? Soul Reaper Jet stared at her silently for a while, then leaned back and chuckled. What an ironic thing to say to me, of all people. Thank you, Lady Morgan. I appreciate your sense of humor. Now, can we hear the real reason? Morgan smiled. It feels nice to be appreciated. Sure, first of all, 3 of you were in a nightmare with the person who is marching on Bastion right now. You know what he is capable of, and that he is not burdened by matters of morality, compassion, or human decency. There are millions of people living in Bastion. I can defend the castle, but I can't protect the city beyond alone. Saint Athena, you've spent the last 4 years living there. Are you really comfortable sitting back and doing nothing while that person has been set free in the sword domain? Are the rest of you? Raised by Wolves gave her a dark stare, but said nothing. The leaders of the government were silent, as well, their expressions weary. Only Soul Reaper did not seem concerned. It is a bit funny to hear a member of Clan Valor lecture us about morality and compassion, but fine. That is indeed a viable reason, albeit a rather weak one. What else? Morgan shrugged and looked at Saint Thane, the dream merchant, the flamboyant transcendent of ambiguous inclinations who sat next to the Chancellor, visibly anxious. Well, Venerable Saint Thane here helped us hide the departure of the Ivory Island from Bastion before. Considering that, Clan Song might have already assumed that the government is allying itself with the sword domain, who's to say that they aren't preparing measures to punish you all for that perceived slight as we speak. Since you are already under threat of being punished for the crime you did not commit, you might as well go ahead and commit it. Saint Thane's heavily mascaraed and painted eyes widened. That, you forced me. You had leverage because of the assassination incident. Morgan shrugged nonchalantly. The fact of the matter is that it did happen, and those Song sisters are quite vindictive. Sparing the indignant Saint a smile, she looked back to Soul Reaper Jet and added in a serious tone. The most important reason, though, is that I have something that you desperately need. Soul Reaper raised an eyebrow. Oh, Morgan nodded. She remained silent for a few moments, and then smiled. Quote. I have the remnants of the House of Night. Instantly, there was dead silence in the chamber. Her expression did not change. They are all in my care, including a considerable number of surviving Ascended. You should have been panicking about that just before I arrived, more than anything else. Don't you need them the most to guide naval convoys across the ocean? Without the Nightwalkers, the infrastructure of the waking world will suffer irreparable damage. And I am the one who controls them now. Morgan looked at Soul Reaper, then at the Saint Cor, and finally at the Chancellor. Considering the nature of my enemy, I don't have much use for them. Sending them to fight that man will only make him stronger. But, I do need powerful transcendent warriors to help me defend my father's domain. There was a long stretch of silence. Morgan remained motionless, her body relaxed. Her expression did not betray any emotion. Eventually, the Chancellor let out a heavy sigh. With how many awakened have been taken away by the war, the situation in the waking world is dire as it is. Someone has to defend the population centers against the opening gates and lead our troops. So, three of the government saints will lend you their support, Lady Morgan. No more. She studied him for a moment, then nodded with grace and decorum. Pleasure doing business with you, Chancellor. Time is of the essence, so forgive me if I don't linger to attend the formalities. I'll be taking those 3 saints immediately. The man stared at her darkly for a bit. Quote. The pleasure is all mine, Lady Morgan. Neutrality, indeed, was a myth. If it had not been before, it was now. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1868 Expedition Force. 1,393 words. The encampment of the expedition force was much different from the base camp of the Sword Army. It was busy and immense, too, surrounded by a palisade and with countless awakened guarding its walls. However, its scale was much smaller, and there were no permanent buildings. The encampment moved with the soldiers, who pushed deeper into the lethal expanse of Godgrave every few days. There was no ivory tower or dream gate, either, so nothing obscured the sight of the cloudy sky. The radiant clouds were always there, above the soldiers, reminding them that fiery death was only a gust of wind away. The stretch of the bone plain between the advancing army and its main camp had been cleared of the predatory jungle. The jungle had been defeated, subjugated, and burned to ashes. The fissures leading to the hollows, the source of the scarlet infestation, were now surrounded by garrisons of human soldiers. Those soldiers served as ruthless eradicators, continuously destroying the tendrils with which the jungle desperately reached toward the surface again and again. Denied the light and warmth, the starving hollows were already changing. The death zone would launch a counterattack on the human invaders one day soon, no doubt, but by that time, the authority of the sovereigns would already spread into the depths of the dead god's bones. Therefore, the dreadful hollows would be subjugated, as well. Sunny, Nefis, and the saints of the Sword Army moved swiftly from one extermination outpost to another, reaching the expedition force encampment in a few hours. The same journey would have taken awakened soldiers many days, but they possessed much greater speed. The current location of the camp was close to the edge of the collarbone plain, in the spot where the eastern first rib passed below it. So, Sunny could see a sea of vermilion leaves stretching south far below him, connected to something that looked like an ascending mountain range in the distance. That was the great breastbone reach, the goal of the expedition force. The Sword Army could have followed the collarbone west to where it eventually connected to the reach, but crossing to the first rib and traversing it would save them several days of grueling combat. So, a lengthy lift was currently being constructed on the bone slopes, leading all the way to the jungle below. The jungle itself was aflame, and a wall of smoke was rising from it into the radiant clouds. Godgrave was a sweltering place despite the overcast sky, but here, the air was even more sultry. Sunny could feel beads of sweat rolling down his skin under the stone-like carapace of the onyx mantle. Most of the saints had dismissed the outer layers of their armors, wearing light clothes, but sadly, he could not follow their example. He could enjoy the view of Nefis out of her latest suit of plate armor, though, which was a consolation. Sunny spared a glance to the burning expanse of the first rib, and then followed her into the encampment. The mood here was much more heavy and subdued than in the base camp. The authority of the King of Swords did not spread this far west, so the soldiers were on their own. There were tents and temporary buildings, but many were simply sitting on the ground, covered in soot and with exhausted gazes. Dents and cracks covered their armor, and many were smeared with dried blood. Those with serious wounds would have been tended to by the healers, but minor scrapes were not worth the waste of essence. At best, they would receive mundane treatment. The injuries and the fatigue slowly accumulated, as did the mental trauma of having to battle the dreadful abominations of the jungle every day. The lack of nighttime, meanwhile, was wreaking havoc on people's sleep and perception of time. Everyone here could not wait for their turn to rotate back to the main camp of the army, where they could rest and recover in relative safety, away from the nightmarish, incessant dread of the scarlet infestation. It does not seem like they know. The news of Mordred's invasion of the Sword Domain had not reached the expedition force yet. Once it did, the mood of the soldiers would plummet ever further. For now, though, they were glad and relieved to see the saints return. Nefis walked across the encampment confidently, responding to the salutes of the soldiers with an occasional nod. Soon, they reached the command tent, which was mercifully cooled by a special memory. Skytide and Saint Roan, as well as a few others, were waiting there. Saint Tyrus seemed tired, but her stern demeanor remained the same. The high officers of the expedition force had been informed of the shift in the command structure of the army and the reason for why Morgan did not return, already. So, Nefis launched into a strategy discussion without a delay. Time waited for no one. Her voice was even and commanding, and there was no hint of weakness in her striking gray eyes. In short, we need to accelerate the schedule. The gathered saints looked at her with doubt. Eventually, Summer Night spoke in a subdued tone. We are already pushing the soldiers as hard as they can handle. Lady Morgan's absence will undoubtedly take a toll on the overall effectiveness of the army. Is it wise to intensify the offensive at this precarious moment? Should we not slow down for a few days instead? Nefis spared him an emotionless glance. It would have been a good decision if the circumstances allowed it. However, the situation has changed. We do not have the upper hand in this war anymore, and time is not on our side. Going slow and steady is a luxury that we cannot afford, so, we must act swiftly. I am determined to conquer the first citadel in no more than 3 weeks. The faces of the saints turned somber. Summer Night studied Nefis for a few moments, then grimaced and looked away. How do you suggest we keep to that timetable, my lady? Nefis looked at the map of Godgrave laying on the table in front of her, then traced a line across the first rib in the northern part of the breastbone reach. We might have lost the power of my sister, but the Lord of Shadows is now with us. I can assure you that his strength is quite astounding, therefore, there will be no more lulls in the battle against the jungle. She faced the saints and said evenly, we will split the expedition force into 3 war parties. One will be led by me, one by Sir Gilead, and the last one by Lord Shadow. The first party will lead the offensive charge while the other 2 rest. Every 8 hours, a fresh force will replace the spent one. By advancing in 3 shifts, we will be able to maintain a much faster pace. Additionally, she moved her finger to a particular spot on the map. We will shift the target area of the expedition from the great fissure near the third rib to this minor one close to the second. The subjugation force will have to travel further through the hollows in order to reach the assumed location of the citadel, but it will save us a good week of fighting against the jungle. There was a wave of whispers among the saints. They seemed to have accepted Nef's plan, despite its dire implications. However, another issue was on their minds. Eventually, it was Saint Tyrus who spoke, not mixing words. We trust you in Summer Night, my lady. Both of you have proven your competence and valor on countless occasions. However, Lord Shadow is a stranger to us. More than that, he is a mercenary. Why put him in charge of the third war party? Nefis met Skytide's cold gaze calmly. Her answer was simple, because none of you can defeat him in a fight. Any more questions? The saints looked at each other silently. After a while, they shook their heads. Saint Jest of Dagonet gave Sunny a curious gaze. The old man smiled amicably and asked in a light tone, are you really that great? Sunny stared at him from behind Weaver's mask, then shook his head. Who, me? I don't even know how to hold a sword. The pointy end should be aimed at the enemy, right? Or wait, was it the other way around? Saint just gave him a long look. Goodness gracious, finally, someone with a sense of humor. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1869, War Machine. 1,388 words. A few hours later, the great war machine of the sword domain was set in motion. The encampment surged as a myriad of soldiers were called upon by the foreboding rumble of the war drums. Dozens of legions were gathered into march formations and ventured outside the stronghold walls, making the ground shake. The tents were taken down, the temporary buildings disassembled. Even the tall palisade itself was being dismantled. The sharpened stakes would be transported with the army and raised to form it anew at the next campsite. Awakened warriors were moving in a strangely orderly chaos. Countless echoes were on the move, as well, some pulling heavy wagons, some to accompany their masters into battle. The enormous scale and somber spectacle of it all were nothing short of daunting. Feeling the booming sound of the drums reverberate in his bones, Sunny could not help but let his heart respond to the low, stirring beat. The blood flowed faster in his veins, growing hotter, and yet, a sudden chill brushed against his skin. He had witnessed the start of the subjugation campaign from the Ivory Island, but he had not observed the expedition force in action until now. It was a grand, grim, and unforgettable scene. Damnation, Sunny was no stranger to war, and had participated in his fair share of massive military engagements. But even the most large-scale battle in Antarctica could not compare to the subjugation offensive of the Sword Army in terms of impact, awe, and sheer scale. Meanwhile, he was meant to be in charge of a third of this grandiose combat force. Sunny was one of the most seasoned fighters of humanity and had rich experience commanding troops, as well. Still, he spared a few moments to appreciate how bizarre and unsuitable the fact that he had been entrusted with this duty was. But then again, a war like this one had never happened before. So, there wasn't really anyone fit for this responsibility out there, not in the Sword Army, and not among the enemy champions. He was no worse than the best of the best. If there was one glaring flaw Sunny possessed, though, it was that he was not as well integrated into the expedition force as Neffys and Summer Night were. Luckily, he was in charge of the third war party, which meant that he had 16 hours to observe the other two in action and familiarize himself with the warriors he would be leading into battle. The geography itself presented him with a great view of the expanding battlefield. Far below, the jungle covering the surface of the first rib had already been reduced to ash, and was now spreading anew from the fissures in the ancient bone. One could see with the naked eye an onslaught of vermilion growth devouring the white surface of the lowlands. The scarlet infestation was spreading from several sources, expanding swiftly in every direction. Here and there, the stains of vibrant red grew large enough to merge, forming vast stretches of the recovering jungle. Before the jungle could really entrench itself, however, the first war party descended upon it like a tide. From a distance, the clash between the human invaders and the native horrors of Godgrave seemed immense in scale, but slow and tame. Sunny knew better, however, he had expanded his shadow sense far and wide, so he could feel how fierce and terrifyingly violent the battle was. The war party consisted of tens of thousands of awakened warriors, hundreds of masters, and a dozen saints. They were stretched along the wide battlefront, advancing steadily to the closest of the fissures. It was hard to deploy awakened as a cohesive formation, since every soldier possessed a unique aspect. In a combat force of that size, they were divided into units based on the general characteristics of their abilities. Those with physical enhancement powers formed the vanguard, warriors capable of ranged attacks were grouped together, and so on. The formation was, by necessity, loose and flexible. There were no solid shield walls or tight spear-wielding phalanxes, since a rigid structure would prevent the warriors from fully expressing their aspects. Such a manner of deploying troops was optimal, but put a lot of strain on the middle-rank officers, who had to possess both a keen mind and a deep understanding of tactics in order to manage their span of the overall formation with enough finesse. Impressive. Fortunately for Sunny, the Sword Army was extremely disciplined and highly capable. Its core, after all, was composed of the seasoned veterans of the Valor Crusades, the famed subjugation campaign that had spanned several decades, bringing many regions of the Dream Realm into human hands. The knights and squires of valor, as well as many retainers of the vassal clans, were more than familiar with this kind of warfare, albeit maybe not quite on such a scale. Even though the number of awakened and masters had exploded since the Chain of Nightmares, and the seasoned warriors were a minority now, the legions were assembled specifically in a way that put veterans in charge of inexperienced recruits, thus instilling the whole army with the same competency. The result spoke for itself. The jungle was being slowly, but inevitably, pushed back and incinerated. After observing the battle for a little while, Sunny concluded that he could become an effective commander of such a force, in theory. Of course, he would need a few months to truly learn the ropes. 16 hours were woefully insufficient to achieve any kind of acceptable result, so, there was no point in trying. Luckily, he did not really need to. The middle-rank officers were already more than capable enough to manage the soldiers and keep the formation from falling apart. His role was different. He had to create the conditions for the war party to face the dread of the scarlet infestation from the most advantageous position. Far below, there were flashpoints of fearsome violence ahead of the steadily advancing formation. These flashpoints were centered around the saints and the elite forces supporting them. They were the ones who eliminated the most dangerous foes, faced the most dire threats, and made sure that the war party only fought against perils that it could handle. The bloodiest and most fearsome flashpoint was where Neffys and the Firekeepers fought. White flames were rolling like waves, and entire swaths of the jungle were obliterated, the corpses of the abominations teeming in the scarlet undergrowth turning to ash. Neffys moved strategically from one crisis to another, solving them before the danger could befall the main formation. The pace she set was truly unforgiving. She had to face and destroy lethal horrors and insidious hazards without reprieve, one after another. The dire onslaught of them was both constant and appalling, and even with her great power, she could barely meet the deadly demands of the battlefield. That was why she also directed the rest of the saints accompanying the war party, sending them to handle those threats that she herself could not reach in time like a nimble conductor. As long as Neffys did her part well, there was no need for her to personally involve herself with the main formation. Sunny frowned behind the mask. He could do that, as well. The problem was that the intensity of the battle was truly chilling, and while Neffys was holding fast for now, she still had 7 hours to go before Summer Night and the second war party replaced her tired troops. And this was only the first day of many. The bloodshed would not pause until they crossed the first rib, ascended the breastbone reach, and pushed the jungle far enough south to reach the designated fissure. By Sunny's calculations, each war party would have to lead the charge at least a dozen times. Or, much more likely, north of 20. Would the soldiers endure the hellish marathon? What about the saints? There was another issue, as well. Nephis had the firekeepers to support her and assist the other saints in her party. A core force of seasoned elites who helped her stay in control of the battlefield. Sir Gilead had a similar group of elites supporting him, as well. The most seasoned and skilled veterans among the Knights of Valor would follow him into battle. Sunny did not have a force like that, though. Instead, he had Saint, Fiend, and Serpent. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1870-1870, Career Advancement. 1,198 words. Eventually, it was Sunny's turn to enter battle. By then, the expedition force had already pushed the jungle many kilometers away from the slopes of the Collarbone Plain. A temporary camp was established near the system of massive lifts that the army had used to descend to the lowlands, and the soldiers from the first war party were fast asleep despite the suffocating heat, their tired bodies covered in sweat. Flakes of ash were swirling in the air. By then, Sunny had replaced Weaver's mask with Definitely Not Me, shaping the lesser memory to resemble the Divine One. After some hesitation, he also commanded it to change the color of his hair to white. It was a bit nostalgic. The reason for the sudden masquerade was entirely pragmatic, though. After observing Nephis and Gilead led their parties into battle, he realized that it was important to not only kill the nightmare creatures, but also to be seen killing them by the soldiers. The very sight of their commander fighting could instill the warriors with strength, provided that the commander was a menacing presence on the battlefield. Both Nephis and Summer Night were highly visible wherever they went. Nephis had her white armor, silver hair, and blinding radiance. Sir Gilead was simply made of light when he assumed his transcendent form. Sunny, however, was like a mass of darkness when he fought. Considering his dire mobility, the soldiers would barely be able to tell where he was. Therefore, he used the enchantment that Definitely Not Me had inherited from Autumn Leaf to change the color of his hair. Hopefully, that was going to alleviate the problem somewhat. Sunny had also discussed the upcoming battle with the saints assigned to his war party. There were 8 of them, all hailing from the vassal clans of Valor. He had no prior impression of most of them, except for Saint Ryvalin of Aegis Rose, who was the father of the young Master Tristan, whom Sunny had beaten in a duel once. Saint Ryvalin, also known as Shield Wall, possessed an aspect that excelled in defense and terrain control. Both were useful qualities in a battle such as this, so Sunny had high hopes for him. He had almost expected that the proud legacy saints would be reluctant to obey a stranger with no background like as himself, but they accepted his authority silently. The words spoken by Nephis seemed to have had the desired effect. All transcendents were warriors tempered by countless life or death battles, and those who had met death respected strength above all else. They were also professionals, and knew the importance of discipline for a military force. In battle, there was no time to second-guess your orders and question your superior. To survive, one had to trust their commanders and hope that those above them knew what they were doing. Luckily, Sunny was well versed in all things having to do with slaughter. The war party set forth long before the agreed-upon time, marched across the scorching surface of the bone, and assembled into a battle formation behind the combat line. Sunny was giving his last instructions to his saints. Quote, I'll remind you one last time. Remember, this is a marathon, not a sprint. There will be another battle tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that, until we either reach the second rib or all die miserable deaths. In fact, the fighting will become much fiercer once we ascend the reach, since the great hollow inside it is much larger, and populated by much more harrowing things. He stared at them from behind his dark mask. Don't be a hero, preserve your bodies, conserve your essence. Above all else, safeguard your life. You might think that it is a noble deed, to sacrifice yourself to save 1,000 soldiers, but without your strength, 10,000 will die the next day. A living coward is more useful to me than a courageous corpse. Saint Ryvalin gave him a measured look, then sighed and shook his head. It's of no use, Lord Shadow. We are of the sword domain, which means that most of us have siblings, spouses, children, and friends out there among the soldiers. It is a reasonable thing, to sacrifice a few to save many, but if there is someone you treasure among those few, all reason goes out of the window. It is not a question of courage or cowardice, really, just selfish interest. Sunny stared at him coldly. Keep your selfish interests to yourself, then. As a saint of the sword domain, I expect you to prioritize the needs of the army above your own. If you fail your duty and jeopardize the mission out of misguided sentimentality, I might just kill you, as well as your siblings, spouses, children, and friends, myself. Saint Ryvalin seemed a little indignant. The gallant man ground his teeth silently, then gave him a stiff nod. None of us will jeopardize the mission, Lord Shadow. Sunny looked away. Good. Now, prepare. He had to follow his own advice, as well. Not the part about staying alive and keeping a cool head, but the part about rationing his essence and treating the battle as a marathon. Luckily, Serpent was with him, and would be able to replenish plenty of his essence as they went. However, Sunny still had to be conservative with what he did, and how intensely he fought. In practical terms, this meant that he would not be summoning the Shadow Shell unless he absolutely needed to, and could not rely too much on Shadow Manifestation. Which was fine. Shadow Manifestation was mostly useful to deal with large amounts of weaker enemies, and he had an entire war party to do just that. Sunny took a deep breath and looked at the furious battle raging ahead. Go. The saints rushed forward. Retreat was always the trickiest maneuver to perform without letting it descend into a massacre, but the sword army was trained well enough to perform it flawlessly. Once Sunny and his saints entered the fray, a war horn wailed across the jungle, and the exhausted soldiers of the second war party slowly disengaged, moving back and passing through the ranks of the third party like water through a sieve. But Sunny did not see any of that. Gaining terrible speed, he sent a pulse of essence into his muscles and pushed himself off the ground, soaring into an astonishing leap. He shot over the battle formation of the second war party, the line of echoes moving in front of it, and a wide stretch of the scarlet jungle beyond, landing with a thunderous boom on the crawling carpet of red moss. Immediately, there was movement all around him, the jungle coming alive to consume and digest the invader. Sunny reached into the shadows and pulled a black odachi out of them, raising it into a high stance. Suddenly, it struck him that the humbly named war party was, in fact, larger than the entire first evacuation army, at least as far as the number of awakened warriors went. And much more powerful, and he was in charge of the whole thing. Single quote. If that is not a career advancement, then I don't know what is. Sunny extended his shadow sense far and wide, then took a step forward. Let's do a good job. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1871 Shadow of Death. 1123 words. Sunny allowed his shadow sense to expand like a tide, enveloping the entire battlefield. The battle line established by the previous two war parties stretched across many kilometers, so an avalanche of information instantly poured into his mind, threatening to overwhelm him. There were tens of thousands of soldiers, each using a unique aspect. Awakened, masters, and saints. There were countless abominations, as well, ranging from lumbering monstrosities to vast swarms of tiny vermin. There was the jungle itself, too, moving, growing, hungering. The clash of it all made a myriad of shadows dance in a staggering mayhem of motion, making Sunny draw a heavy breath. Luckily, he had long learned how to deal with his transcendent senses. Staying in the outskirts of NQSC had been a harsh lesson, but an effective one. Sunny knew how to cast the net of his perception wide, but only pay attention to important details. After all, people were not usually overwhelmed by looking at a busy image. They simply saw what they needed to see, and filtered out the rest. A few heartbeats later, he was aware of what was happening across the entire battlefield. It did put a strain on his mind, but in return, the level of awareness Sunny now possessed was unmatched, a priceless quality for a military commander. The second war party was retreating, the third party was advancing. Summer Knight and his saints were disentangling themselves from the enemy and leading their retinues back. In turn, Sunny and his transcendent champions were supposed to cover their retreat. Good. Sunny smiled behind the mask. Life had been so complicated lately, but battle was simple. It was kill or be killed, with nothing between. The jungle was boiling with abominable life all around him. Even though it had only recently crawled back to the surface from the hollows, the scarlet foliage was already thick, and all kinds of creatures were rushing in his direction. His war party had its work cut out for it, but these infantile horrors were not for him to deal with. Some distance away, spread out in the jungle, the saints were already engaging with the enemy. Sunny took another step forward, and his shadows suddenly split, separating into three inky silhouettes. Then, the inky darkness surged. A graceful stone knight rose from one shadow, two ruby flames igniting coldly behind the visor of her helmet. She raised her round shield and calmly struck its rim twice with the blade of her black sword. A towering fiend forged from black silver rose from another, his carapace littered with blade-like spikes. Each of his claws was like a razor-sharp dagger, and infernal flames were burning with hungry malice in his demonic eyes. Finally, a great serpent slithered from the third shadow, its body like an endless onyx wall. The serpent twisted its neck, which was like a black tower, and its enormous head rose above the jungle, observing the sea of scarlet moss and dense foliage from far above. A moment later, the three shadows rose from the ground, fusing with saint, fiend, and serpent. Immediately, there was a change. Saint's armor shone with dark radiance, and wisps of dark smoke seemed to rise from beneath it. The flames burning in Fiend's eyes grew more intense, but were painted a darker and more sinister hue. Serpent, meanwhile, seemed to grow even more solid, the gem-like surface of his onyx scales seemingly absorbing light. Sunny gestured with his black odachi. Go. Saint silently moved toward the left side of the battlefront. Serpent slithered toward the right side like a torrent of darkness. Fiend remained in place, exhaling two jets of red flame from his nostrils. In the coming battle, he would be the centerpiece of the entire offense. Sunny, meanwhile, dissolved into shadows. He had no particular spot in mind for himself. Instead, being aware of the entire battlefield and capable of teleportation, he would be moving from one peril to another and assisting the other saints. 8 hours. 8 hours of relentless combat was a little bit too much, even for him. It would have been fine if that was the end, but the push to the breastbone reach had only just started. The next couple of weeks would be a hellish trial, one more for his collection of vile ordeals. There, he sensed it through the shadows, an especially dire presence barreling through the scarlet undergrowth toward the loose formation of the war party, not too far away from him. The abominations of Godgrave were strange creatures. They were born weak, but became incredibly powerful and ferocious in a matter of days, or sometimes even hours, by battling and devouring each other. The most fierce, ruthless, and lucky of them became strong enough to descend into the hollows, away from the annihilating radiance of the sky, and compete with the dreadful abominations dwelling there for a spot in the nurturing twilight. The hollows were so dangerous because there was no natural limit to the lifespan of the nightmare creatures there, only their own savage instincts and hunting abilities. The jungle on the first rib had been burned away recently with the help of Saint Tyrus, so most of the abominations facing the expedition force were still comparatively weak. However, there were exceptional cases even among them. The most dire danger, though, were the old nightmare creatures that had lost the competition for food and resources in the hollows. Driven by hunger and desperation, they sometimes climbed back to the surface to satiate their hunger by preying on the weaker abominations. Their situation might have been desperate, but their power and experience could not be underestimated. The awakened soldiers had no hope of standing in the way of these old monsters, so they had to be eliminated at all costs. The creature Sunny had sensed was one of these seasoned predators. Emerging from the shadows, he barred the path of the vile creature. One look at it, and Sunny's expression turned somber. A great monster. The great monster was gaunt and weakened, its body covered in festering wounds. Its power seemed to be greatly diminished, and honestly, it looked on the verge of toppling to the ground, dead. The hollows must not have been kind to this dreadful creature in recent years, or maybe even decades. But a dying beast was often the most dangerous. There was a feverish gleam in the bloodshot eyes of the abomination, and a hint of predatory cunning in its demented gaze. Sunny himself, meanwhile, was not in his best state. His three shadows were out there accompanying Saint, Fiend, and Serpent, so he was devoid of any augmentations. All he had was his raw strength as a transcendent terror, and his skill, and, of course, my will. He was the shadow of death, after all. If he willed something to die, his determination had to be worth something. Then, die. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1872, Burning Bright. 1270 words. The great monster resembled an enormous, emaciated tiger with black fur and red stripes. No, the red markings on his gaunt body only looked like stripes. In truth, they were festering wounds that revealed vibrant red flesh and the sprouts of tall, blood-red grass growing from the rotting meat. There were motes of crimson light drifting above the grass, made pale by the radiance of the cloud veil. Those motes were living beings, tiny fireflies that fed on the monster's blood and propagated in his infested flesh. Sunny felt a wave of revulsion wash over him when he recognized the vile nature of the beautiful shimmer. The great tiger must have looked breathtaking once, in the dim twilight of the hollows. But now, it had been reduced to this ghastly and hideous state. At the same time, Sunny felt a pang of regret. He wanted to learn the creature's name. But, sadly, the nightmare spell was silent. Once he killed the enemy, its familiar voice would not whisper into his ear, revealing a hint of the great monster's story. He had never seriously considered it, but it was really a shame to kill enemies without learning anything about them. At least their shadows remained in his soul as silent reminders that their masters had existed once. He almost called upon Cassie to ask her to take a look at the great monster, but then abandoned that thought. She must have been busy with her own important tasks. Now that Mordred was on the verge of ravaging the sword domain, Clan Valor would lean heavily on their seneschal and best diviner. Even though Cassie could not see the future anymore, her aspect was still capable of revealing the secrets of the present and the past to her. So, he did not want to bother Cassie unless the enemy he had to deal with was at least a devil. With those, knowing about their unholy powers in advance could mean the difference between life and death. A great monster, meanwhile, was nothing more than a dreadfully powerful, rabid animal. The world might bend to its will, but that will could not be too sophisticated. This one in particular was severely weakened. On top of that, Fiend, making sure that the great monster's bloodshot eyes caught the sight of him, Sunny raised the Odachi and dashed forward. He was weaker and slower than the abomination, but that did not matter. Because he could sense the movements of the monster's shadow, and dive into its corrupted mind. Using Shadow Dance, he could somewhat guess where the tiger would strike, and when. A moment before the giant paw of the mighty tiger shattered his armor and broke his body, Sunny turned into a shadow and slid under the terrible claws. A moment later, he assumed his corporeal form again and delivered a swift strike to the chest of the enormous creature. His Odachi did not deal a lot of damage, but it did cut deep. He had aimed for one of the open wounds on the body of the abomination, bypassing the adamantine barrier of its tough hide. His goal was not to deliver the black tiger a serious wound. Instead, he just wanted to bring it pain. And bring it he did. The great monster let out a tortured, demented roar. A split second later, Sunny was already dashing back. He had gotten too close to the emaciated creature, and especially to the beautiful motes of red light drifting in the air around it. Sunny was wary of the tiger, but he was much more wary of the crimson fireflies. In fact, he wanted to avoid being near them as if they were a plague. He landed on the moss a few dozen meters away from the abomination and raised his Odachi again, attracting its attention. Before, the great monster was looking at him as if Sunny was food, but now, there was pure hatred in its frenzied gaze. Good, come on, come get me. The giant tiger lunged forward. This time, instead of advancing to meet it, Sunny retreated instead. He fled across the scarlet jungle, evading a barrage of lethal attacks. The tiger was like a hurricane of blood-red darkness, devastating everything in its path. The white surface of the ancient bones resisted its dire might and its sharp claws, but everything else was obliterated, the moss, the vines, the young trees, and even the weaker nightmare creatures. Only Sunny remained unscathed, leading the great monster away from the war party. On the way, they passed Ryvalin of Aegis Rose. The gallant saint was engaged in a battle against a corrupted tyrant and its newborn minions, single-handedly holding the entire swarm back. He was not dealing the tyrant any damage, but he was also preventing it from reaching the soldiers. Noticing the rolling wave of destruction and the terrifying silhouette of the giant tiger at the heart of it, as well as the white hair of the Lord of Shadows dancing in the wind, Saint Ryvalin froze for a short moment. His eyes widened a little. A great nightmare creature, he's fighting it alone. Then, he had no time to be distracted anymore. However, just then, a cold voice reached him from a distance. The Lord of Shadows was eerily calm, considering his dire situation. Hold tight, shield wall. I'll come to assist you in a little while. Then, the terrible monster and his slippery prey moved out of sight. Sunny was sweating under the onyx mantle. Actually, it was quite incredible. That armor granted him an unreasonably high resistance to the elements, and he was a saint on top of that. Despite that, the suffocating heat of Godgrave made him sweat more than he had in the last 4 years. It was as if the incandescent abyss above and the heat emanated by its ruthless radiance did not care about the natural course of things. Ah, how annoying. Sunny dashed back to avoid another furious attack of the black tiger. The abomination shot past him, landed on the moss, and spun around like a deadly whirlwind. Its tail whipped in the air, toppling dozens of twisted trees. At that moment, however, Sunny slipped. He seemed to lose balance as his legs slid awkwardly, and at the same time, blades of scarlet grass crawled up the polished onyx of his greave, rooting him in place. He tried to free himself, but fruitlessly. It seemed that, for the moment, he was trapped. The great monster lunged at the helpless prey. Just where I wanted you. And then, a towering figure of polished black silver exploded from the jungle, colliding with the creature's side. Fiend tore into the flesh of the great monster with all his 4 hands, easily slicing through its adamantine hide with dagger-like, glowing red claws. The black tiger let out an agonized wail as he was ruthlessly butchered. Sunny would have had to work harder to achieve the same result, but in theory, he was capable enough to cut down the great monster himself. However, those crimson fireflies were giving him a very, very bad feeling. He was not only worried about himself, but also about the soldiers that would pass the carcass as the offensive continued. Therefore, he had lured the abomination toward Fiend. Sunny's personal supreme devil, meanwhile, opened his terrifying maw. More infernal glow spilled from it, and then, he breathed out a powerful stream of sinister red flame. The hellish fire enveloped the convulsing tiger, vaporizing its blood, incinerating its flesh, turning the sprouts of crimson grass to ash, and most importantly of all, annihilating the swarm of beautiful fireflies. Sunny stopped pretending to be trapped and easily tore his leg free. Sensing a trickle of shadow fragments pour into his soul, he smiled darkly. That's better. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1873, Shadow Commander. 1,206 words. Of course, the battle did not end with the death of the appalling great monster, it was only just beginning. Sunny remained calm and collected as he extended his senses across the vast battlefield, submerging himself into its violent immensity and determined his next prey. In moments like these, he had to be strategic. Every step had to be deliberate, every action had to be precisely calculated. He had to be effective, but above that, he had to be efficient, both in his own actions and in how he used the people and tools at his disposal. Otherwise, the battle formation would not be able to contend against the overwhelming force of the enemy sooner or later. The authority vested in him was great, but the threat facing the war party was greater. If he wanted his army to prevail, he had to be surgical in how he moved around the battlefield and had to command his champions with both finesse and foresight. Luckily, Sunny already possessed a decisive advantage when compared to other generals, his detailed, comprehensive, and instantaneous awareness of everything that was happening on the battlefield. While not as blatant as his other powers, his shadow sense was a miraculous ability. It was, perhaps, the one power that made him seem like a demigod the most. Single quote. I'm a general now. Sunny left the smoldering remains of the great monster behind and rushed to his next appointment. It was to help Shield Wall deal with the corrupted tyrant that the Saint was struggling against, which would take a few minutes, at most. After that, the battle turned into a blur. He moved across the battlefield like a shadow, emerging from the darkness to clash with the most dangerous foes spawned by the scarlet infestation. Ghastly beasts, vast swarms of abominable vermin that flowed like a tide, grotesque plants that sprawled across hundreds of meters, waiting for prey to walk into their hungry maws or grabbing them with thorny vines. After a while, Sunny felt his curiosity wane. He could not even be bothered to remember the endless parade of deadly horrors he had to destroy, let alone wonder what they were called. All he wanted was to cut them down as swiftly and safely as possible, then move on to the next crisis. As time went on, Sunny was drawn into the cadence of the battle. He should have grown tired, moving slower and with more caution, but instead, he had only become more ruthless, deadly, and domineering. His black odachi was like a harbinger of death and devastation. Wherever the figure in onyx armor appeared, severed corpses fell to the ground, and blood flowed like a river, quenching the boundless thirst of the scarlet moss. He felt as if rust was falling off his joints, tendons, and mind. It had been a long time since he had an opportunity to temper himself in this kind of combat, dire, daunting, and relentless. Most importantly of all, he was fighting alone, devoid of the support of his shadows and any augmentation. Sunny had grown used to relying on his overwhelming strength in the last few years. His strength was usually enhanced manifold by the shadows, Saint and Fiend were always fighting by his side, and more often than not, he faced his enemies while embraced by the soothing darkness of a shadow shell. It was such a change of pace, to face death armed with nothing but his sword, his skill, and his cunning once again. Such a battle was a dire challenge, but not an unwelcome one, rather, it was strangely nostalgic. Sunny was almost enjoying himself, or rather, he would have if not for the fact that there was no space in his mind for any unnecessary emotion or thought. His mind was on the verge of overloading, as it was. In this state of extreme and endless mental strain, everything became sharper, clearer, and more vivid. The past and the future disappeared, leaving only the present to exist. People often called it a state of flow, however, Sunny did not agree with such a definition. The word flow suggested something calm and tranquil, like smooth water. But what he felt was harsh and violent, full of a furious desire for destruction. Like raging flame, let's burn, then, the world around him was burning, anyway. As the war party advanced forward, the soldiers set the scarlet infestation aflame. There was no other way to destroy it. No matter how many nightmare creatures the soldiers killed, no matter how many trees and slithering vines they cut down, the jungle itself was a ghastly predator. Every blade of grass and tuft of moss was either deadly itself or was potentially hiding a lethal threat. Therefore, each legion had at least one centuria composed of awakened with a high affinity to fire. Their job was to cleanse the white bone surface from the scarlet infestation after the worst of the fighting was done. The war party clashed with the nightmare creatures, cut them down, then set the jungle aflame and advanced once the scarlet taint was reduced to embers and ash. The air was suffused with unbearable heat. Sunny and the Saints, however, were fighting ahead of the battle formation. Therefore, they often found themselves surrounded by smoke and fire, fighting the most dreadful abominations amidst the burning jungle. The world was like a dark, fiery hell, if hell was sprawled on the bones of a dead god and wanted to consume them. Despite that, the 8 Saints under Sunny's command remained undaunted. He had to give credit where credit was due, these men and women were made from sterner stuff. Even though even a transcendent was not safe in the dreadful hell of Godgrave, and all of them were struggling to contend with the dire perils of the scarlet jungle, none flinched in the face of danger. Instead, they held fast and tenaciously overcame one nightmarish challenge after another, showcasing stalwart excellence. Each was a force to be reckoned with, better yet, each was unique, possessing powerful aspects, mighty transcendent forms, and fearsome battle arts, especially the minority of them who had become saints before the chain of nightmares, and had therefore spent much more time coming into their power. Sunny was not arrogant enough to tackle every obstacle personally. He knew that he had to pace himself, but more importantly, he knew to use the best available tool to solve a problem. Just like in the case of the great monster he had slain at the start of the battle, the fact that he could defeat an enemy did not mean that he was the best person to do so. His aspect was inherently flexible, but depending on the situation, someone else could very well be a more optimal choice to deal with it, like Fiend had been in the clash with the Black Tiger. Sunny was not a lone warrior today. He was a commander. Therefore, he used the tools at his disposal, the Saints, with calculated finesse and frugal efficiency. Time, effort, and human lives, those were the resources he could not waste, and had to make sure that as little of them as possible was expended. Of course, the most effective tools at his disposal were his shadows. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1874, Lords Lieutenants. 1076 words. Sunny did not shy away from using the power of his subordinate saints, but there was a limit to how effectively he could handle them. After all, they were spread across the long front line. Even though he could move with startling speed, he still had to reach a saint and explain what he wanted them to do, which took time. His shadows, however, answered his mental command and knew exactly what he wanted from them without the need to use words. In addition to that, each of them was also more fearsome than any of the saints under Sunny's command. Therefore, they acted as the three pillars of the entire offensive, moving ahead of the soldiers to defend them from the more powerful foes. Unlike Sunny, who moved constantly from one threat to another, his shadows mostly remained in rigid positions relative to the battle formation of the war party and drew the threats to themselves instead. Saint defended the left wing of the battle formation. The graceful stone knight fought with methodical and ruthless precision, but left utter devastation in her wake. Her black blade was elegant and chillingly lethal, using the least amount of effort and motion to deliver fatal wounds to the nightmare creatures attacking her in a constant flood. Her shield, on the other hand, was barbarous and savage. When it was not blocking an onslaught of devastating blows, it was crushing and mangling the bodies of abominations like a wrecking ball made of pure darkness. Its black surface was slick with blood, and its rim had a few dents in it. However, her shield did not yield, just like Saint did not yield. Her movements seemed unhurried, but somehow, the tide of abominations that would have drowned anyone else never seemed to overwhelm her. She moved through it with indifferent grace, and severed bodies fell to the ground everywhere she went. Blood flowed, severed limbs and mutilated corpses littered the smoldering moss, and frenzied roars shattered pitifully against her cold, indifferent silence. Serpent defended the right wing of the battle formation. Its presence was not the most striking, but it was the most eerie. Sunny's soul companion rarely stayed in one shape for a long time, switching between them to respond to the situation in the most fitting way. Sometimes, a giant onyx snake slithered through the burning jungle, swallowing weaker abominations or coiling its great body around the towering monstrosities to suffocate them in its crushing embrace. Sometimes, a fleeting human silhouette would appear, moving through the darkness to face unknown dangers. Sometimes, the shape of a hideous nightmare creature would reveal itself in the smoke, tearing other abominations apart. There was only one trait that all of these beings shared: their figures were inky black and surrounded by shadows. Serpent was not as perfectly suited for mayhem and carnage of battle as Saint and Fiend were, perhaps, but it easily made up for any deficiencies with endless flexibility. More importantly than that, Serpent served a vital purpose. With each enemy it killed, a little bit of Sunny's essence was restored. Therefore, Serpent's value was not limited to the nightmare creatures it defeated. It contributed to each kill Sunny made, as well. And lastly, there was Fiend. At the moment, Fiend was the most powerful of the shadows. As a supreme devil, his power was vast and dreadful, and for that reason, he played the main role in today's battle. Fiend defended the center of the war party and was the tip of the wedge formed by Saint, Serpent, and the 8 transcendent champions. His position was deeper in the jungle than that of everyone else, and therefore, he drew the most enemies to himself. And when the enemies found him, he ripped them to shreds in the most gruesome and frightening fashion. Towering at 5 meters in height, with a body made of polished black silver and infernal flames, he was like a dreadful demon who had crawled from the depths of hell. The edges of his dagger-like claws were suffused with an incandescent red glow, cutting flesh and bones like butter. The blood of the creatures he killed boiled and evaporated before touching the ground. Fiend was savage and brutal, reveling in bloodshed as he tore his enemies apart with bare hands, which he had 4 of, but that did not mean that there was no sophistication to his seemingly frenzied slaughter. It was, in fact, a chillingly calculated and shrewd affair merely masquerading as mindless barbarity. He not only retained the devious cunning and diabolical intelligence of his original self, but had also been taught by Saint. It was just that Fiend had no need for weapons, so the style she had taught him was predominantly centered around hand-to-hand combat. When his claws and spikes littering his powerful steel body were not enough, Fiend unleashed his infernal flames, breathing out long jets of crimson fire. Countless abominations died in agony, incinerated by it, or were scorched so badly that slicing them open presented no problem to the ravenous shadow. And even then, he was holding back. Due to the nature of his task, Fiend had to plant himself in the middle of the burning jungle and lure the enemies to him, so he was not using Shadow Step at all. With it, he would have been even more deadly. There was another trait that made Fiend especially terrifying, though. This one was utterly invisible, but had an undeniable effect on the flow of the battle. It was his will. As a supreme creature, Fiend's will had an effect on the world, perhaps not as drastic as that of the great nightmare creatures due to his young age and personality, but still quite real. More than that, Sunny strongly suspected that Fiend's lucky attribute somehow fused with the influence of his will, which was why even more things went according to how the bastard wanted them to go. Perhaps that was the reason why so many of the most powerful foes emerging from the jungle ended up targeting the ravenous shadow instead of going directly for the battle formation. Of course, Sunny did not know whether that happened because Fiend really wanted to perform his duty well, or because he simply wanted to eat them. The battle raged on, the jungle burned, and the war party slowly advanced forward, pushing the scarlet infestation further and further back. The harrowing orgy of violence seemed to have no end, boiling and seething under the cloudy expanse of the radiant sky. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1875-1875, End of Shift. 1,308 words. The soldiers of the third party had been anxious before the battle. Of course, they were. Godgrave was like a feverish nightmare, and most of them had already witnessed the chilling horrors of the Scarlet Jungle. Now, with Princess Morgan gone and the sword domain itself in jeopardy, an air of doubt and uncertainty hung over the army. However, the main reason for their anxiety was the identity of their commander. The Lord of Shadows had a fearsome reputation and looked frightful, enough to inspire confidence in his martial prowess. He had survived alone in Godgrave for many years. After all, surely, a man like him was perfectly suited to be placed in charge of a war party. But those were just rumors and secondhand knowledge. In truth, none of the soldiers truly knew him or had seen him fight, except for the firekeeper serving Lady Changing Star. No one had. He was a stranger, and therefore, it was hard to trust in his ability to lead them into battle. When the battle did start, however, the doubts of the soldiers were alleviated in the most striking way. A sense of silent astonishment came to replace them. The third war party had a perfect view of the moment when the Lord of Shadows leapt over the battle formation and dove into the depths of the jungle without showing any kind of fear or hesitation. An infuriated roar resounded from the spot where he had landed, and dozens of trees toppled, hinting that a scene of terrible carnage was happening out there, not too far ahead. After that, they only caught glimpses of him. The figure encased in an intricate suit of onyx armor seemed to be everywhere. It was as if he was in several places at the same time. The soldiers did not know how their commander managed to move across the vast length of the battlefield with such speed, but he always appeared where he was needed the most. His white hair danced in the air, and his black odachi struck true without fail, bringing the most dreadful nightmare creatures down to the ground. It was as if he was a messenger of death, reaping the lives of their enemies with cold and emotionless ruthlessness. The soldiers were busy fighting their own foes to pay what was happening ahead much attention, at first. An endless tide of abominations rushed at them from the scarlet jungle. There were not enough words in the human language to describe the appalling hideousness of them all, and no time to discern the horrid details to their appearance. Instead of gawking at the nightmare creatures, the warriors of the sword army strained their bodies and minds to the absolute limit in order to survive. Clouds of arrows fell into the moving carpet of abominations. Aspect powers rained from above, tearing hideous bodies apart. Thousands of awakened warriors clashed with the enemy in melee, desperately trying to block the avalanche of claws and fangs with their shields while slaying the creatures with their enchanted blades. Masters served as the cornerstones of the battle line, rallying the awakened around them. The officers bellowed orders, adjusting the formation and rotating fresh sentry eye to the front. A terrible cacophony of screams, screeching wails, and roars enveloped the battlefield. The war machine was churning, grinding humans and nightmare creatures alike to dust. Once a wave of enemies was eradicated, the jungle was set aflame. Ash danced in the air, and unbearable heat washed over the sweating soldiers like a suffocating cloud. Pushing away the corpses of the dead abominations, they marched forward in pursuit of the flame. All the while, the gray sky above shone with diffused, but blinding radiance. The soldiers knew that Saint Tyrus of the White Feather clan was present to protect them from the incandescent white abyss, and yet, it was still a terrifying feeling to know that only a brittle veil of clouds stood between them and certain death. The soldiers were only able to maintain composure because what they were witnessing overwhelmed their sense of fear. Fear was a finite emotion. After all, once a certain threshold of terror was reached, it lost all meaning. Nevertheless, after a while, the fighters of the war party noticed that something strange was going on. Their dire and horrific assault on the Scarlet Jungle was going too smoothly. They had already experienced fighting against the jungle while traversing the Collarbone Plain, so they knew what to expect. The battle was terribly strenuous and ghastly, yes. People were dying, either killed by the frenzied nightmare creatures or by the Scarlet Infestation itself. And yet, too few of them were losing their lives. The reason was simple, it was because nothing they couldn't deal with reached the battle formation. There were extremely powerful nightmare creatures hiding in the jungle, even if its current incarnation was only a day or two old. There were indescribable hazards, as well. However, the only abominations that attacked the war party were those that could be dealt with by awakened and ascended. It wasn't long until the soldiers realized why. It was because of the Lord of Shadows. Their unfamiliar, cold, and sinister commander was much more competent than what they had ever expected him to be. Slowly, the war party came to realize why Lady Nephis had put the hermit saint of Godgrave in charge. He was like a force of nature, a walking calamity for those who found themselves on the wrong side of his merciless blade. As the battle raged on, the soldiers witnessed more of what he did, as well. Their eyes widened, and their spirits slowly surged. The Lord of Shadows was swift, decisive, and incredibly lethal. In fact, he was deadlier than any saint was supposed to be. His sword knew no mercy, and did not care about whom it cut down, be it tyrants, terrors, or even the mythical great nightmare creatures, just one of whom could potentially devastate an entire continent in the waking world. He did not seem to be using any special powers, either, except for his uncanny ability to dissolve into the shadows and move across the battlefield in an instant. All he had was his personal strength, his skill with the sword, and his devious will. That alone was enough to bring even the most powerful abominations to their knees. If there was one thing that made the Lord of Shadows appear as a demigod, it was that he seemed nearly omniscient. No enemy could get past him, and no peril could escape his attention. It was that miraculous ability to perceive everything, everywhere, all at once that allowed him to defend the battle formation flawlessly. Not only was the Lord of Shadows fearsome, but he was also inescapable. More than that, he possessed keen intelligence and profound foresight that allowed him to rule the battlefield like a ruthless tyrant, coldly and methodically eradicating the threats facing the war party. And then, there were the three dreadful echoes following his will. The graceful knight, the steel devil, the serpentine shadow, each of them was powerful enough to contend with a saint, and the most valiant of saints, at that. With them serving as the pillars of the offensive and their master conducting the battle with his dark blade, the third war party was in high spirits. The soldiers steeled their hearts and hardened their resolve, slaughtering the nightmare creatures and cleansing the surface of the ancient bone from the Scarlet Infestation. Their exhaustion mounted, but their commander was still out there, in front of them, fighting in the burning jungle without showing any sign of fatigue or hesitation. His fearsome mask remained emotionless. His black blade never lost its edge. His onyx armor was unbroken, and not a drop of his blood fell into the scarlet moss. By the end of the 8 hours the war party had been supposed to battle the jungle, a choir of exhilarated cries rose above the rows of soldiers. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1876-1876, Third Pillar. 1,215 words. The 8 saints that had followed the enigmatic Lord of Shadows into battle were both rattled and elated. The battle was a gruesome ordeal, but they had expected that much. What they did not expect was to learn just how powerful their sinister commander had turned out to be. The Lord of Shadows was a singular existence because, unlike the rest of them, he was not a vassal of the King of Swords. He was a mercenary saint that Lady Nephis had somehow convinced to pledge his blade to the sword domain's cause, therefore, she knew him best. So, nobody had doubted her promise that they would not be able to defeat him in a fight. Nevertheless, it was a startling shock to witness the transcendent sellsword in action. Not only was he immensely powerful and chillingly lethal, he was actually an existence of the same caliber as the other 2 field commanders of the expedition force, Changing Star herself and Summer Night, the most renowned paladin of the great clan Valor. The saints had thought that the expedition force had 2 pillars, but now, they knew that there were 3. By the time the shrill wail of the warhorn signaled them to retreat, the way they looked at the Lord of Shadows had changed completely. Sunny was a little bit amused by their change of attitude. I used to live in this damned place alone, of my own free will. What else did they expect? That I'm a weakling. Hearing the warhorn, he let out a tired sigh and prepared to pull back. He could sense Nephis enter the range of his perception, followed by the firekeepers. Once she and the other saints of the first war party advanced, Sunny commanded his shadows to retreat and followed suit. Soon, he found himself behind the battle line, surrounded by his 8 transcendent subordinates. Now that their shift was over, Sunny suddenly felt the weight of fatigue crash into him like a mountain. He was tired, dehydrated, and covered in sweat. It was to the point that he did not know what he wanted to do more, summon the endless spring to quench his thirst, or summon it to wash himself. In hindsight, Antarctica wasn't that bad. At least it wasn't so damn hot there. Dismissing his shadows to let them mend the scrapes they had received in the nurturing darkness of his soul, Sunny gazed at the exhausted saints and raised an eyebrow behind the mask. What are you waiting for? Retreat to camp. We only have 16 hours to recover before the second round starts. Rive Allen of Aegis Rose sighed. Quote. You really know how to raise morale, don't you, Lord Shadow? His usually gallant voice sounded a little bitter. Sunny stared at him coldly. Why yes, I do. I doubt you'll like my methods, though. Shieldwall almost seemed to shiver, then looked away with a cough. Not paying him any more attention, Sunny headed in the direction of the distant camp. His armored boots scraped against white bone. The stretch of the first rib they were crossing had been enveloped by the scarlet jungle before his war party cleansed it. There was ash in the air, and piles of burned abomination corpses were smoldering here and there. Once the battlefront moved further away, someone would arrive to harvest soul shards from them, but for now, the carcasses simply carpeted the ground, helping one realize just how terrible the battle had been. Sunny sighed. It is only the first day. Soon, they reached the line of tired soldiers. The warriors were covered in soot and dead tired, but their sunken eyes were shining brightly. For some reason, the war party was in the process of assembling into a march formation, but when Sunny and the saints approached, everyone paused for a few moments. He felt thousands of gazes wash over him like a tide, and then, a deafening cheer rose above the sea of soldiers. Surrounded by a crowd of cheering soldiers, Sunny felt a cold chill run down his spine, and a sudden sense of dread grasp his heart with icy claws. He almost stumbled. It was because he recognized their chant. Quote. Glory, glory, glory. Sunny's face was hidden behind a mask, so no one could see his expression. The shadows populating the battlefield moved as he halted and gazed at the soldiers silently. He remained motionless for a few long moments, and then continued walking. Move out. His voice was colder than the frozen depths of hell. The cheer exploded in volume briefly and then died out. The tired warriors followed their general across the corpse-littered battlefield back to camp. Ah, how bothersome. Sunny did not have much to do once the war party returned to the base of the dead god's collarbone. Mercifully, he did not have to handle the minutiae of managing an army out of battle. He simply wanted to dismiss his mask and armor to clean himself and drink some water, but considering the nature of the Lord of Shadows, that was harder to accomplish than it should have been. In the end, he wasted some essence to step away from the camp through the shadows, refresh himself, and then come back. His soldiers had eaten and were now asleep, some in the tents, some simply on the ground. Most had dismissed the outer layers of their armors because of the heat, so there was a lot of skin in sight. It was a stark contrast to what he was used to from Antarctica, where everyone had always tried to put on as many layers of clothing on themselves as possible. Sunny studied the scene of the camp silently, then shook his head. Single quote. I hate jungles. Since the Lord of Shadows did not have to sleep, he walked to the lifts and climbed some way up the slope of the collarbone to observe the distant battle. To his surprise, there was another figure sitting on the edge of the wooden platform, doing the same. It was a strikingly handsome man with a valiant profile and a thoughtful gaze. His lake blue eyes were calm, and his glistening hair was moving slightly in the wind. Sunny almost failed to recognize Summer Night out of his lustrous armor, but that angelic beauty was hard to forget. Sir Gilead, he sat down nearby, looking in the direction where Nephis was currently reducing the scarlet jungle to ash. Summer Night glanced at him, then turned back. Lord Shadow, the valiant saint remained silent for a moment before saying in a neutral tone. I observed your battle. Your reputation is well earned. Sunny smiled crookedly behind the mask. You're not so bad yourself. He paused for a moment, and then added evenly. Not as good as me, though. Sir Gilead chuckled. He raised a beaten alloy canteen, drank some water, and then looked at Sunny with a subtle smile. We'll know who's better once we cross swords. However, I hope we'll never find out. It could have been a sincere wish, a mild joke, or a veiled threat. Summer Night took his oaths very seriously, and since he had sworn allegiance to the King of Swords, his loyalty was beyond reproach. He might have had some reservations about the selfish mercenary saint. These were the kinds of people Sunny would have to fight one day, if things went wrong. Glancing at the camp where his subordinate saints were resting, he wondered how many of them he might have to kill in the future. In the end, Sunny let out a sigh. I hope so, too. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1877-1877, Secrets of the Past. 1,420 words. Sunny glanced at the valiant man, Sir Gilead, from behind his mask. Honestly, Summer Night was not that bad. Back in the Nightmare Desert, he took Morgan away and left the rest of them behind, but before that, he had given away his most precious memories to Nephis, hoping to help her conquer the third nightmare. He had been reluctant to abandon her and her companions, but his duty had demanded for Morgan to be saved at all costs. Sunny didn't know what to think of the man. On one hand, Summer Night was quite likable, even admirable, in many ways. He was a benevolent warrior who valued loyalty above all else. On the other hand, that devotion of his made Sunny feel uneasy. He had a personal issue with the concept, and more than that, loyalty was usually seen as a noble virtue, but considering that the subject of Gilead's loyalty was the King of Swords, was it really? What did it say about Summer Night that he had chosen to serve a lord like that faithfully? Sunny often found himself wanting to think about Sir Gilead in the same manner he thought about Haruz, the zealous servant of the ruler of the Bright Castle. However, he never quite managed to draw a parallel between the two. No matter how many times he tried, they just felt too different from each other. So, he was conflicted. As Sunny was considering the matter, Sir Gilead looked at him once more. Can I ask you a question, Lord Shadow? Sunny shrugged indifferently. You certainly can. Summer Night turned his gaze back to the battlefield. I heard that you had refused the invitation of Clan Song. However, you did not refuse Lady Nephis, and came to fight under the banner of the Sword Domain with her. I must admit that I am curious as to why. Sunny traced his gaze and saw a white flash illuminate the world far in the distance. Nephis was unleashing her flames somewhere out there, on the battlefield. He grinned behind the mask. His voice was emotionless when he spoke. I thought that if it's changing star, she would win. Sir Gilead smiled and drank more water. She does have a habit of making impossible things possible. Just like her father. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Broken sword. You knew him. Summer Knight chuckled. No, I wish I did, though. He died shortly after I became a sleeper, but, before that, he was somewhat of an idol of mine. A sad smile appeared on his face. I only grew to admire him more after hearing stories told by those who had met him. Many of the older retainers of Clan Valor had a good relationship with Broken Sword and Smile of Heaven. After all, they were comrades of the Patriarch's son. Smile of Heaven in particular, since she and Lord Anvil practically grew up together. He sighed. It's a shame what happened to them in the end, but they would be happy, I think, to see how beautifully their daughter has grown up. Sunny looked at him with doubt. Did Gilead not know how Broken Sword died, and that Anvil was one of his killers? Well, to be fair, even Sunny himself did not know that. He was only sure that the sovereigns had engineered Broken Sword's death because they tried to eliminate Neffy's later. Without that first clue, finding the rest was close to impossible. It wasn't strange that Summer Knight would not know anything about it. After all, he would have indeed been a teenager when the betrayal happened, just like Saint Tyrus. There was something else about what he had said, though. Sunny felt a little curious. Practically grew up together. Sir Gilead seemed confused by the question for a moment, then nodded. Yes, there weren't really great clans back then, but a few families were certainly more renowned and powerful than the rest. Lord Valor and Immortal Flame were patriarchs of two such families, so their children were quite close. Since His Majesty and Smile of Heaven were more or less the same age, they were childhood friends. He smiled. Sir Jest has many stories about the mischief the two of them got up to. Of course, listening to his stories is not for the faint of heart. Be warned, Lord Shadow. Sunny remained silent for a while. I see, thanks for the warning. It made sense that Anvil and Smile of Heaven had known each other since childhood. Their families were two of the most prominent families of that time, after all. Their parents had been the most distinguished champions of the first generation, and would have fought side by side many times. The future great clans had been a small and tight-knit circle. Still, Sunny had not considered that fact before. In truth, he rarely thought about the sovereigns as real people, if at all. It was strange to imagine that they had been children once, no matter how reasonable such a conclusion was. In light of the strange revelation, what Neffys had suffered as a child seemed even more vile. Not only had the sovereigns killed their comrade and tried to hunt down his descendant, but in the case of Anvil, he had even conspired to kill his childhood friend's husband and eliminate her daughter. Of course, Smile of Heaven had been gone by then. Still, it seemed like an extreme shift in attitude. Just what the hell had happened to them? It also made sense that Saint Jest would have known the future King of Swords since childhood. He had been a member of the cohort led by the founder of Clan Valor, after all. Therefore, he would have known Broken Sword and Smile of Heaven, as well. Maybe he even knew something about how Broken Sword had died, and how Anvil attained supremacy. Sunny's expression turned a little grim behind the mask. He and Cassie were determined to investigate the sovereigns to learn their flaws. Getting to the bottom of the Immortal Flame clan's fall was not directly tied to that investigation, but then again, it very well could be. There were very few people who knew enough to be a useful source of information for them, and even fewer of those people were within their reach. Saint Jest was one such person. However, Sunny doubted that the amicable older gentleman would be inclined to share what he knew with them. How troublesome. He suppressed a sigh and looked at Summer Knight. Should I try to pull more information out of him? No, it was probably not a good idea, at least not now. Even if he did not really show it, Sir Gilead was already doubting the Lord of Shadows, which was reasonable. A man who put so much value in loyalty had to have reservations about a person who seemingly only cared about self-interest. So, Sunny could not appear too eager to learn the secrets of the King of Swords. Gilead's convictions might have been naive, but the man himself was no fool. He was carefully scrutinizing his every word, no doubt, evaluating how dependable the Lord of Shadows really was. For now, Sunny's motives for joining the Sword Army were indeed seen as unclear, and therefore questionable. Not only that, but he had not even pledged his allegiance to Clan Valor itself. Instead, he made a pact with Changing Star as an individual. Should Sunny make his motives seem a little more transparent, and a bit less suspicious? Why not? He smiled. You said that Lady Neffys has grown up beautifully, yes. Summer Knight raised an eyebrow, seemingly confused by the sudden question. I did. Sunny stared at him for a few moments. Do you think about Changing Star's beauty often? His already cold tone grew even chillier at the end. Gilead blinked a couple of times. Quote. Do you? Sunny responded evenly. Quite a bit. Summer Knight stared at him in bewilderment for a few moments, then looked away and coughed. That, I see. I am sorry to disappoint you, Lord Shadow, but Lady Neffys already has a young gentleman in her heart. Sunny grinned behind the mask. So what? I hear that he's a pampered fool of a master. Pleasant to look at, but nothing much beyond that. A useless person. Sir Gilead coughed again. I'm not, I don't think. Ah, look at the time. My war party will have to enter battle soon. Actually, I was supposed to perform a few inspections, if you'll excuse me, Lord Shadow. With that, the valiant saint rose, gave Sunny a polite bow, and jumped down from the platform. His movements weren't hurried at all. Sunny watched him leave with a satisfied smile. Well, then, that went well. After that, the motives of the Lord of Shadows should seem quite clear. Albeit perhaps just as questionable as before. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1878-1878. Interim results. 1026 words. After Summer Knight left, Sunny remained on the platform, observing the battle that raged in the distance. The battle was entering an especially fearsome stage due to the fact that the expedition force was nearing one of the cracks in the surface of the first rib. It was from there that the scarlet infestation was spreading, and therefore, the perils facing the soldiers were more dire in the vicinity of the dark chasm. Being that close to the hollows also meant that there would be more old abominations that had crawled to the surface from the dim twilight below, which put much more pressure on the saints leading the war party, and its commander in particular. Even from afar, Sunny could tell that Neffys had finally been forced to assume her transcendent form. He sighed, knowing that it would take a toll on her. If I made more progress, she would not have had to. At the same time, if he had made less progress, then the burdensome task of besieging the fissure might have become Summer Knight's responsibility. In any case, there was no point in considering such issues and regretting the past. Sunny hesitated for a while, then briefly summoned his runes. Shadow fragments, 1876 6,000ths. Another sigh escaped from his lips. It was pitiful, he had barely gained 200 fragments in the last 4 or 5 months, a far cry from the rapid progress he had enjoyed before transcendence. At this rate, it will take me a decade to become a titan. The expedition force only advanced after St. Tyrus broke the cloud veil to incinerate the thriving jungle, then closed it once again. That allowed the soldiers to only face the initial stages of the scarlet infestation and battle nightmare creatures that had not reached maturity yet, which made advancing forward easier. It also meant that no matter how dangerous those immature abominations were, slaying them did not grant Sunny many shadow fragments. The situation would change once the war entered the next stage, spreading across the entire surface of Godgrave and delving into the hollows, but for now, he couldn't help but feel a bitter sense of disappointment. He wasn't saturating his course that much, he wasn't receiving any memories or echoes, either. It was also unrewarding, which was not to say that Sunny was not receiving any benefits from participating in the war. His transcendent battle art was progressing steadily. He had already established its main principles a long time ago. Now, he only needed to slowly temper himself in countless battles to perfect it and forge it into his very bones, which he had been doing since the Sword Army ascended to the collarbone of the dead deity. That was the opportunity that the war had granted him. Overall, the process was going well. His essence technique was already all but flawless. His battle style had been rebuilt from the ground up to incorporate his unique advantages into its root principles, the ability to sense shadows and see what was happening behind his back, the tenacious nature of his blood and bones, the power to change the weight of his body and limbs at will, shadow step, various forms of shadow manifestation. All of these powers, when incorporated into a combat technique comprehensively, changed it on a fundamental level. Sunny simply needed practice and experimentation to iron out the last kinks and truly master the art he had designed. The relentless battlefield of Godgrave was a perfect arena to achieve just that. There was only one element of his transcendent battle art that he could not practice freely yet. It was the seamless cooperation between multiple avatars that he had envisioned after becoming a saint. After all, Sunny was hiding that ability of his from everyone except his closest allies. Well, there was another element, as well. The last element, which had to do with spirit and will. He simply did not know how to approach it and elevate his transcendent battle art to a supreme one, so there was no progress on that front. I'm still growing stronger. Sunny was dissatisfied because of the lack of palpable rewards, but that did not mean that his growth entered a period of stagnation. If anything, his power was growing deeper, as he was shoring up his foundation in preparation for the final, vital leap. Still, he did not feel like it was enough. Glancing at the radiant gray sky, Sunny grimaced. I need to accelerate the weaving side of the plan. He was still working toward creating the soulbound sword for Nephis. Once that was done, though, he would be able to create a few memories for himself. Sunny did not need a weapon or a suit of armor. If there was one thing he desperately lacked, though, it was suitable charms. Both Sunny himself and Saint possessed the power to enhance the enchantments of a chosen charm, but sadly, these powers were remaining unused at the moment. And while Sunny himself did not need an enchanted weapon, the same could not be said about Saint. Forging a sword and a shield for his first shadow was also something he planned on achieving before the war reached culmination. He also had to create another, handy bracelet for Rain. The memory alone would be useless for her, since Sunny had no idea about what traits his sister possessed, but if he could get Cassie to read her runes, the missing information could be filled in. There was a lot for Master Sunless to do while the Lord of Shadows was waging war against the Scarlet Jungle. Even Rain's teacher was busy with trying to keep her alive now that the 7th Legion was braving the surface of the collarbone plain, without the help of someone like St. Tyrus, at that. Shaking his head, Sunny rose to his feet and threw a last glance into the distance. Even if he did perfect his battle art and succeeded in creating soulbound memories, the main obstacle facing him and Nephis still seemed as impossible to overcome as it had been before. They had not found any clues about how to attain supremacy yet. Calm down, the war has only just started. Consoling himself with that thought, Sunny took a step back and dissolved into the shadows. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1879, Bone Crack. 1,239 words. The second war party left the camp, but the first one did not return. That was because Nephis had conquered the fissure, and for a while, the expedition force was busier than usual. While Summer Knight and his soldiers clashed with the sprawling jungle, the entire encampment was dismantled and moved forward, chasing the vanguard to the edges of the abyssal chasm. The great fissure used to look like a jagged wound on the surface of the sun-bleached bone, its terrifying depths full of impenetrable darkness. That darkness was gone now, replaced by a boiling mass of black smoke and brilliant flame. A billowing pillar of smoke was rising into the overcast sky, falling into the stormy clouds. The great bridge of vines connecting the hollows to the surface was on fire, but it was stubbornly clinging to life. New sprouts of scarlet growth were shooting out of the smoke, trying to crawl their way onto the surface of the white bone. There was a chain of sweaty soldiers positioned along the edges of the fissure, burning the monstrous saplings down before they took hold. Looking at the vermilion tendrils slithering out of the crack, Sunny couldn't help but think that they looked like fibers of bloody muscle tissue. Perhaps that was what the Scarlet Jungle truly was, the flesh and tendons of the colossal skeleton that were desperately trying to regrow and envelop its bones once again, but were burned away by the merciless sky before the dead god could rise from its deathbed each time. Over and over again, for eons. What a disturbing thought. Sunny arrived near the fissure at the head of the marching column. The camp of the expedition force was relocating here, both to make building an extermination outpost around the chasm easier and to lessen the return time for the troops battling the jungle. The first war party, which had recently finished its shift, did not have to return at all this time. He left the soldiers behind and walked to the very edge of the fissure, where a lonely figure could be seen, looking at the billowing flames. Nephis had dismissed her transcendent form in the outer layers of her armor, enduring the suffocating heat in light clothes. Her fair skin was smeared in ash and soot, with beads of sweat glistening on it like tiny jewels. He glanced into the infernal depths of the burning chasm and then turned to face her. Sunny remained silent for a moment. Did you melt down your armor again? Nephis looked at him with no emotion in her cold, gray eyes. Eventually, however, a subtle smile twisted her lips. Wouldn't you like to know? She chuckled, then shook her head. No, I was careful. I can't keep requesting new suits of armor from the enchanters of Clan Valor. They are already quite cross with me, to be honest. In this camp, wearing this mask, Sunny could not make Neffy's delicious food and comfort her, chasing away the emotionless coldness dwelling in her eyes with the warmth of human touch and connection. However, he could at least show her that there was someone she could lean on here. Master Sunless could do the former, but only the Lord of Shadows could do the latter. So, wearing the mask was not all bad in the end. He sighed, then said with a hint of envy in his voice. Well, you are fighting great nightmare creatures every day. I am sure you will receive a durable memory armor sooner or later. Neffy's looked doubtful. Maybe, but haven't you noticed? Now that we are fighting more powerful abominations, the rate at which the spell bestows us memories seems to have reduced considerably. I am not even talking about echoes. I'm not sure I've even seen a supreme echo before, except for that silver devil of yours. Sunny was surprised. Really, I haven't noticed. He had killed some great abominations before being erased from the tapestry of fate, the vile thieving bird spawn, Darren of the Twilight Sea. He had received a memory both times, but then again, Sunny used to be fated. Chance and probability had always been in a mess around him, before. Neffy's nodded. I slowly realized it over the past 4 years, and these days in Godgrave only confirm that suspicion. Well, it makes sense. It must take more of whatever it is that the spell uses to create memories and echoes to fashion them out of truly powerful abominations. One supreme memory must be worth 10,000 awakened ones, so it is being frugal. There were 1,000,000 awakened in the world, but only 3 sovereigns. So, her conclusion made sense. Sunny still felt bitter about not being able to receive bountiful rewards from the spell, but his bitterness had been alleviated a bit. Come to think of it, it's good news for us. Otherwise, with more than a decade to prepare, the sovereigns would have been drowning in supreme memories and echoes, maybe even sacred ones. They could still possess those, but at least not a vast arsenal of them. It also made Sunny much more valuable, since his knowledge of weaving was deep enough to craft supreme memories, provided he had suitable materials and a few supreme soul shards. Looking into the billowing flames, Neffys asked suddenly, do you remember what you felt when you received your first memory? Sunny raised an eyebrow, surprised by the question. My first memory? Well, if I remember correctly, I was full of indignation. Because it was so useless. He paused for a moment, then added with a smile. But after a while, I came to appreciate it. In fact, I value it more with each year that passes. It might not be powerful or useful, but it is a memento of the things that I left in the past. Being able to remember is a precious thing, sometimes. Sunny glanced at Neffys and asked, what about you? What did you feel when you received your first memory? She blinked a couple of times. Me, honestly, I was in no state to feel anything when I received it, since it happened at the very end of my nightmare. But later, when I had time to examine it, I guess I felt humiliated. Because of how glad I was to receive a boon from the spell. Neffy sighed. That memory served me well, though. I wielded it for many years. Across the Forgotten Shore, the Nightmare Desert, and the Underworld. It never betrayed me. These days, it is too weak for me to use, but I still cherish it a lot. Sunny remembered the memory Neffys was talking about, the Dream Blade, very well. After all, that sword had saved his life many times. It had also tasted his blood, mangled his flesh, and caused him terrible pain in the Crimson Spire. Considering Neff's historic accomplishments, that awakened memory of the 6th tier had had a spectacular career before retirement. He chuckled. I guess we are both quite sentimental. Neffys looked at him with a surprised expression. Her sincere confusion was quite endearing. Me, sentimental. Sunny smiled. I did not specify which sentiments make us sentimental, though, bloodlust is also a sentiment, for example. Neff's expression changed slightly. Wow, the first thing that came to your mind has to do with lust. He froze, trying to think of an answer. Single quote ... That damned flaw. Far away, in the main camp of the Sword Army, Master Sunless stopped what he was doing as well and stared into the distance with a contemplative look. His eyes narrowed, as if he was considering something. After a while, he mumbled quietly. Dream Blade, that is promising, I think. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1880-1880, Hell March. 1,135 words. The expedition force continued to push into the depths of Godgrave. The first rib had a bending shape, so for the first week, they were facing a literal uphill battle. Sometimes, the treacherous slope under their feet was so steep that the fallen soldiers rolled down the bloody ground, crashing into the second row of the battle formation. The unforgiving pace of the offensive was only made more cruel by the difficult terrain and the battering heat. With each passing day, the scarlet infestation was growing. The jungle was turning more nightmarish, and the abominations populating it were becoming more powerful. However, the soldiers were also growing stronger. Those of them who had yet to saturate their cores were absorbing the scavenged soul shards, and many were receiving powerful memories during the long days of slaughter. All were gaining valuable experience and growing more used to the dreadful peril of Godgrave. The main reason why the progress of the expedition force was so swift, though, and why the casualties among the soldiers were not nearly as terrible as they could have been, were the 3 leaders of the expedition, Changing Star, Summer Night, and the Lord of Shadows. Changing Star was like a ruinous herald of annihilation. The battlefield transformed into a radiant, fiery hell when she entered it. Her cleansing flame, her incandescent sword, and her brilliant resolve were both a solace and an inspiration to the warriors of the Sword Army. Those who saw her fight found strength that they had not known they possessed and raised their swords to follow her without hesitation. More than that, the memories of those who fought by her side would be imbued with a newfound power, and all but the most fatal wounds her followers received were quickly healed by her soothing flame. The first war party was the fiercest, and pushed the jungle back the furthest. Summer Night was no less radiant. Woven from light, he was like a beacon that dispelled the darkness of the abominable jungle. Seemingly knowing no fear or hesitation, he barred the path of the most harrowing nightmare creatures and cut them down both nobly and valiantly, showing the soldiers what a true knight was meant to be with his own example. His personal power might not have been as devastating as that of Lady Neffys, but his valor and martial prowess were beyond reproach. He was the most seasoned commander among the 3, and led his fellow saints with the greatest measure of understanding of how to use their powers. Even though there were more transcendents in his war party than in the other 2, their coordination was just as seamless, if not more so. The second war party was the most steady and stable, moving forward at a measured pace. And lastly, there was the Lord of Shadows. The mysterious saint of Godgrave was like a dark revelation for the soldiers of the Sword Army. No one had expected him to be this deadly, this ruthless, and this insidious as he rampaged on the battlefield, shifting from shadow to shadow and slaughtering the nightmare creatures of the Scarlet Jungle. His silent ferocity was both chilling and astounding, making his soldiers feel a sense of wary awe. He did not seem to possess a great affinity for combat, as far as his aspect went, but seemed like a personification of death despite that, simply due to his lethal skill, devious intelligence, and merciless killing intent. With his three powerful echoes and unfathomable awareness of every peril facing the battle formation, the sinister saint was in no way inferior to the most renowned champions of the sword domain. The third war party was not the fastest, but it suffered the fewest casualties during the gruesome march. The expedition force slowly conquered the eastern first rib, moving from one fissure to another and cutting off the sources of the scarlet infestation one by one. By the time the great elevation of the breastbone reach drew near, a small team of the strongest saints split off from the main force to escort Skytide of the White Feather clan to its slopes. The cloud veil parted, revealing the boundless white abyss beyond. Torrents of blinding light poured down, and the soldiers of the expedition force witnessed the unforgettable spectacle of the vast expanse of the reach being devoured by flames in terrified silence. They were far enough away from the breach in the clouds to be safe from the white abyss, but not far enough to be spared the fear of watching half of the world burn. After that, the progress of the expedition force slowed down considerably, and grew much more perilous. That was because Saint Tyrus had finally exhausted her essence after protecting the soldiers for more than a week. Without the aegis of her power, nothing could save them from the merciless heavens anymore. They suffered the first breach 3 days later, while scaling the slopes of the dead god's breastbone. It was a short one, only lasting a few hours, but many soldiers still lost their lives and became ash, their bodies scattered by the wind. If there was one small consolation, it was that the abominable jungle and the vile creatures populating it burned with them. The cloud veil broke one more time before Saint Tyrus regained her powers, to the same result. The expedition force pushed south, slowly carving a path across the vast expanse of the enormous breastbone. The soldiers were tired. The 16 hours of rest they received between having to go to battle were nowhere near enough for them to regain their vitality. The battles themselves were long and harrowing, reaping too many lives each time. The tide of nightmare creatures seemed endless, and the suffocating heat was hard to endure. Worst of all, the geography of the breastbone reach prevented them from permanently cleansing its surface from the scarlet infestation, at least now that they were pursuing a different objective. Even if an extermination outpost was established around a fissure, the jungle would sooner or later spread to it from another direction. Therefore, the expedition force moved south without leaving itself a path of retreat. A few days after they moved on, the infestation reclaimed the cleansed portions of the bone plain, enclosing the human army from all sides. It would only be banished from these lands permanently if the citadel in the hollows was conquered, and the authority of the King of Swords spread to the breastbone reach. Advancing forward was getting harder with each day. And yet, after 3 weeks of the nightmarish marathon, the battered army finally reached its target. In front of them, an enormous crack split the white surface of the ancient bone, and in the darkness below, unknown horrors awaited. From here, the best warriors of the expedition force would attempt to brave the hollows to reach and conquer the citadel that lay in the dark depths. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1881-1881, Leaving the Camp. 976 words. For the last few days of the dreadful march across the bones of the dead deity, Godgrave had been different from before. That was because the stormy clouds that always obscured the sky, suffused with blinding radiance, had finally given birth to an actual storm. Strong winds assaulted the bone plain, and a torrential downpour fell like a flood. The scarlet jungle had turned maroon in the desaturated twilight, pressed down by the heavy rain. The dark chasm of the great fissure was drinking the torrents of water like a hungry maw. Standing at its edge, 14 saints were looking down with somber expressions. The expedition force had just claimed the area around the vast crack that split the plain. The soldiers were busy building a fortified encampment. This time, they would be remaining in one place for some time, besieged from all sides by the hungry jungle, so it had to resemble a fortress. All awakened warriors and masters were remaining on the surface. So were Summer Night and about half of the transcendent champions that had participated in the expedition. Their task was to defend the camp and make sure that the soldiers survived. The 14 saints facing the fissure were those who would be venturing into the hollows to conquer the citadel. Nephis and Sunny were among them. So were Saint Jest of Dagonet, Ryvalin of Aegis Rose, and Roan of White Feather, as well. The rest were all exalted warriors that Sunny had come to know over the past few weeks. Not too long ago, this many transcendent champions would have been seen as a dire force capable of rivaling a great clan. Here in Godgrave, however, they were grim and uneasy, looking into the dark fissure with wary eyes. Saint Jest suddenly let out a soft chuckle. I just know there's a good joke somewhere here. Let's see, there's a deep, dark crack in front of us, and we're supposed to enter it. Entering, crack, damn, what can it be? It's on the tip of my tongue. The rest of the saints stared at him with silent reproach. Eventually, a beautiful woman with auburn hair, the matriarch of one of Valor's vassal clans, said evenly. Please abstain from trying to joke, Sir Jest. The older man glanced at her dully, then looked away with a dejected mumble. Really, now, you were much more fun as a little girl. The beautiful saint did not respond, but her glare intensified. After that, Ryvalin of Aegis Rose broke the silence by addressing Sunny in his usual gallant manner. Lord Shadow, you know the hollows better than any of us. What should we expect? The obnoxiously dashing man had not changed at all since the first day of the expedition. The rest of them looked ragged and worn down, covered in sweat and soot, but he was clean and freshly shaven, with not a scratch on his resplendent golden armor. Even though his hair was messy and wet because of the rain, it somehow managed to look purposefully styled that way. The relationship between him and Sunny had somewhat changed, though. Saint Ryvalin was much more friendly and respectful toward the Lord of Shadows now, while Sunny couldn't really dislike the pompous legacy anymore, for a very silly reason. It was Ryvalin's transcendent form. When Sunny first saw it, he was a bit mesmerized. Shieldwall transformed into a towering beast with 4 stubby legs and hide so tough that it looked as if he was covered with plates of heavy armor. A single massive horn protruded from the beast's nose, longer than a ship's ram. It was the legendary rhino. As it turned out, Sunny had a soft spot for rhinos, for obvious reasons. He had never expected to see one in the flesh, but now that he did, disliking Saint Ryvalin was harder than before. He stared at the dashing man coldly. The sight of his mask was quite unnerving, so Shield Wall's gallant smile grew a little forced. Sunny sighed, quote. Imagine the surface of Godgrave, but 10 times worse. The jungle never burns away, so it is much thicker. The nightmare creatures are older and more powerful. 14 of us are strong enough to handle great abominations, but down there in the hollows, there are cursed beings as well. Those, we cannot provoke. So, you will follow me quietly, and I will make sure that we don't wander into their hunting grounds. Saint Ryvalin nodded grimly. At that moment, Roan took a step closer to the edge of the fissure, then turned and looked at Nefis with a smile. Then, Lady Nefis, shall we? With that, 2 powerful wings appeared behind him. As the 2 saints in the team who were capable of flight, Roan and Nefis were supposed to descend into the hollows first, along with Sunny, who could turn into a crow. Roan's transformation had surprised Sunny, as well. He had always assumed that the easygoing man would turn into a noble griffin, but in hindsight, there was no reason to think that. The griffin echo Roan used to ride on the chained isles, as it turned out, was a gift from his wife. It was not an ordinary echo, either, but rather her aspect legacy. By now, the noble beast had reached transcendence, and served as a protector of their daughter, awakened Telly. Saint Roan himself, meanwhile, could turn into a mighty winged lion. The giant creature was just as handsome as his human form was, with gorgeous white fur and enormous amber eyes. And since Sunny had designed the belated apology with the purpose of being able to accommodate a saint's transformation, the giant lion's body was usually encased in intricate armor. Saint Tyrus and Roan must have been quite a sight, soaring high in the sky together. Nefis summoned her own wings and nodded. Let's go. With that, she jumped over the edge and plunged into the darkness. Sunny and Roan followed, and soon, they saw the great hollows sprawling beneath them. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1882, Entering the Hollows. 1070 words. The hollows had undergone a striking transformation, looking very different from how they usually did. There was still a vast and hollow expanse hidden inside the breastbone of the dead deity, drowning in darkness and overgrown with vermilion jungle. Monstrous trees and ferns towered like tall hills, the thick canopy of scarlet leaves fusing into a tumultuous red sea. Great pillars of light were falling from the immense dome of white bone here and there, plunging some areas of the jungle into a dim twilight. However, there was a rainstorm raging on the surface today. So, the light was not the only thing pouring through the cracks in the bone. Grandiose waterfalls flowed down into the jungle, as well, plunging into the vermilion canopy as they connected the floor of the hollow to its dome akin to foaming pillars. The jungle seemed to have come alive, quenching its boundless thirst. However, there was more water than it could swallow. Vast lakes and deep, raging rivers had formed throughout hollows, turning them into a world of powerful currents. Some of the furious rivers were wider and more abundant than most rivers in the sword domain. In fact, when the hollows were flooded, a network of them connected the interior of the titanic skeleton like a great waterway. If one dared to sail the currents, they could slip through the cracks in the walls of the breastbone, be carried by water down one of the ribs, and dive into the colossal sea that collected in the endless spine of the dead god. Luckily, that was not Sunny's goal today. He preferred to stay away from water on usual days, and he definitely did not want to have anything to do with the dark subterranean ocean resting in the gargantuan skeleton's spine. Roan and Nefis were the first to reach ground. They landed on the shore of the deep lake that had formed below the fissure and dismissed their wings, preparing for battle. Sunny joined them a few moments later. Assuming his human form, he commanded Serpent into the shape of an Odachi and unleashed his shadow sense, scanning the chaotic world around him. There were nightmare creatures nearby, hiding in the jungle. Some were drinking water, some were ravaging each other, some were brutally devouring struggling prey. There were nightmare creatures in the water, as well. A few of them were already moving toward the surface, attracted by the smell of human souls. He pointed to the lake. Get ready. The 3 of them had already dealt with a score of reptilian horrors by the time the rest of the saints arrived from above, using memories to slow down their descent. The strike force regrouped on the shore of the lake and prepared to move forward. Looking around, Saint Jest let out a heavy sigh. Quote. And I thought that the humidity above was terrible. No, wait. His expression suddenly turned tense. The rest of them looked at him with alarm. What is it, Sir Jest? The old man remained silent for a few moments, then said hesitantly. Entering, crack, humidity, bone, there had to be a joke here somewhere, right? Right, the same woman who had rebuked him earlier glowered. Sir Jest. The old man grinned. I bet Lord Shadow knows what I mean. Sunny felt happy that his face was hidden behind a mask. He was starting to understand how the old man had received his peculiar true name. Single quote. I think I miss Effie. Suppressing the desire to shake his head, he turned south and took in the movements of the shadows in the surrounding jungle. Initially, the expedition force had been meant to push all the way to the third rib, and enter the hollows very close to the supposed location of the citadel. However, Nefis had changed the plan to save time. Now, they were much further north, near the second rib, which meant that the saints had to cover a lot of distance to reach their goal. It was not going to be easy. Sunny was quite confident in the power of the Transcendent team. He and Nefis alone were enough to deal with the great abominations that dwelled in the hollows, as long as they proceeded carefully. With a dozen saints accompanying them, reaching the citadel should not pose a problem. The cursed nightmare creatures, however, were entirely different. Luckily, most of them were easy to avoid. With how far his shadow sense reached, Sunny could usually discover where the true horrors of Godgrave dwelled, mostly because cursed abominations were so powerful that their mere existence exerted pressure on the world. However, there was always an exception to the rule. More than that, he was worried that these dreadful beings would abandon their usual hunting grounds, lured by the presence of so many powerful human souls. So, there was a choice to be made. The strike team could move toward their goal with utmost speed by assuming their transcendent forms, or they could take it slow and proceed forward as humans, spending several days to brave the jungle. Both options presented their own risks, and the final decision was entrusted to him, since he was supposed to be the guide. Sunny hesitated. He was tempted to go with the fastest approach because staying in the hollows a minute longer than necessary was a gamble. However, after 3 weeks of the never-ending battle, even the saints were exhausted. Worse than that, they were all running low on essence, and not everyone was like him, who could sustain his transcendent form indefinitely, or at least most of it, since keeping all of his incarnations manifested still consumed his essence. Most saints burned a considerable amount of it to maintain a transformation, though. They weren't so drained that reaching the citadel was impossible, but if they did go as fast as possible, everyone would be nearly spent by the time they reached it. And Sunny had a feeling that slaying the guardian of the gateway would demand more than a little effort, even from a team as powerful as this one. So, going slowly and spending a few days restoring their reserves seemed like a more prudent decision. Single quote. Let's go with this plan, then. In any case, their advance could only be called slow when compared to the speed of their transcendent forms. It was not like saints actually lacked speed as humans. Beckoning for the team to follow, Sunny chose a path and broke into a moderate sprint. Soon, the lake on the shore disappeared behind the scarlet foliage, and the jungle enveloped them like a hungry veil. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1883, in his element. 1,385 words. It took them 4 days to reach the designated area, which was a bit longer than Sunny had expected. His estimations had not accounted for the torrential flood that drowned the hollows, turning the vast subterranean jungle into a darkly beautiful land of abundant rivers, deep lakes, and overgrown vermilion islands. Great pillars of pale light poured from above here and there, illuminating the wet foliage and the glistening surface of flowing water. The flooding had caused the entire ecosystem of the hollows to come alive. Many weaker nightmare creatures were forced to flee their dens and lairs because of the flooding, migrating to elevated ground in search of safety. There were fearsome predators lurking in the water, having waited a long time for the chance to hunt and gorge themselves once again. However, the migrating abominations were easy prey for the stronger horrors who ruled the highlands, and many ended up devoured anyway. The hollows were always a cruel place, but for these last few days, they had become a scene of unimaginable carnage. Rivers of blood were being spilled under the shroud of scarlet leaves, and terrible wails resounded from the darkness without end. The 14 saints made their way south. Sunny guided them through the jungle with utmost caution, but it was impossible to stay safe in this vibrant hell. Every now and then, they had to wet their blades with blood. The abominations that attacked them were powerful, fierce, numerous, and, worst of all, devilishly cunning. They were all old predators who had survived the unforgiving cruelty of the world above, and then spent countless years fighting for the right to exist in the twilight below. Still, the carriers of the nightmare spell were much more terrifying beasts. None of the 14 saints was weak, and together, they were a force that even the dreadful dwellers of the hollows had to be wary of. The conquest force killed countless corrupted nightmare creatures and more than a few great ones, as well, moving south with constant speed. As long as they did not encounter a cursed abomination, the saints were more than capable of contending with the perils of the ancient jungle. It was not all bad, either. Although the journey was full of peril and danger, the transcendent champions were slowly restoring their reserves of essence. That was especially true for Sunny. The surface of Godgrave was eternally bathed in bright sunlight, but here in the hollows, deep darkness reigned. Surrounded by shadows, he was in his source element, and could therefore absorb spirit essence from the air. They did not sleep for the first 3 days, but then cleared a small ruin and camped there to rest and prepare themselves for the assault on the citadel. By then, the storm had passed, and the great waterfalls flowing into the hollows from the surface had run dry. The air was humid and hazy, permeated by sweltering heat. The resting saints had dismissed the outer layers of their armor, making Sunny feel quite a bit of envy. He was regretful at the fact that Serpent wasn't a titan yet, otherwise, he could have given it a command to assume the form of the winter beast, and solve the heat problem once and for all. At least Sunny was mature enough now not to get flustered at the sight of so many gorgeous people wearing the minimum amount of clothing needed to preserve the dignity of their flawless bodies. Or rather, there was only one body he was interested in here. To his mild surprise, the mood among the saints was not tense at all. Instead, most were at ease, joking and laughing quietly as they shared food and water. A dire battle awaited them tomorrow, but these were the best warriors of the sword domain. They had braved harrowing nightmares and the perils of the dream realm to attain transcendence, so facing death was nothing new to them. Sir Jest was in the middle of telling a story, gesturing with his cane to illustrate the most important points. When I contracted the nightmare spell, my mother thought that I was simply being lazy and didn't want to go to school. Going to school was a big privilege back then, so needless to say, she was angry. That was how I ended up with a sore butt just before the first nightmare. My mom might not have been an awakened, but she really knew how to give a good beating. He chuckled with a wistful expression. Well, anyway, when I returned from the nightmare and told people about battling demons in a magical world and possessing supernatural powers, they were very impressed. So impressed, in fact, that they sent me to a mental asylum. That's where I was when the nightmare creatures went on a rampage across the world. Mind you, kids, nobody even knew what nightmare creatures were back then, let alone how to kill one. In fact, we weren't calling them nightmare creatures yet. Instead, people still called them the infected, out of habit. The beautiful saint who had been the least tolerant of the old man's jokes, Saint Ali, was looking at him with a hint of admiration. Uncle Jest, wait, but shouldn't the nightmare creatures have appeared before the first sleepers? How come nobody believed you? Her question was innocent enough, but it prompted Sir Rivalin to ask another. And there should have been millions of people inexplicably falling asleep back then. Why would your mother think that you were simply being lazy? Roan added with a smile. Didn't they send you to a mental asylum long before you became a sleeper, though? That is what you told the last time. Saint Jest looked at them in outrage. What do you even know, brats? Stop ruining my story. Sunny smiled behind the mask. He would have loved to stay and listen to the stories about the first generation, no matter how unreliable the narrator was, but he had to concentrate on scouting the path to the citadel. So, he left the saints to rest and wandered outside, sending 2 of his shadows south. Unlike the other members of the conquest force, he was tense. Both because the creature guarding the citadel was truly terrifying, and because of another reason. I've made a mistake. Back when Mordred invaded the sword domain, Sunny had been too hasty. He answered Cassie's call and arrived at the main camp of the sword army not knowing that his orders would change. Instead of raiding Song's supply lines, he was here in the hollows, preparing to help Anvil expand his domain. The problem was that the Lord of Shadows was here in all his glory. All 4 shadows that comprised this persona of his were here present. Which meant that there was none left in the nameless temple. Seishan and Deathsinger were currently in the process of conquering a citadel of their own, far west. Beastmaster was protecting the stronghold of the Song army and slowly cleansing the western reach of the Collarbone Plain. Lightslayer had never shown herself after the War Council, so he had no idea where she was. The Queen of Worms was aware that the Lord of Shadows had allied himself to valor. It wasn't hard to deduce that he would be used to disrupt their supply lines. Was Revel leading a small force of elite warriors to repel the supposed raid party? Or had she planned to assault the Nameless Temple itself? If so, it could be troublesome. Sunny's citadel was not defenseless, even if he wasn't there personally. Nightmare was protecting it. More importantly, it had the Guardian, the invisible being that no mere saint could sense, let alone destroy. And Sunny himself was much closer to the southern edge of the Breastbone Reach now than he had been before. He could return to the Nameless Temple relatively quickly, if need be. Better yet, he could travel to the waking world and step back into the Great Hall of the Nameless Temple in mere minutes. But still, Sunny was uneasy. I'll send a shadow back right after we conquer the citadel. Just in case. Losing the Nameless Temple was not an option, so he had to be careful. Frowning behind the mask, he turned his gaze south. Tomorrow, they would face the Guardian of the Old Ruin and challenge it in a battle. And after that, the nature of the war in Godgrave would irrevocably change. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1884, Scarlet Garden. 1,125 words. They set out in the morning, which wasn't any different from the day in Godgrave. The jungle, which had been teeming with nightmare creatures before, gradually became quiet and eerily empty as they moved further south, making the saints tense with its sudden tranquility. Even the plants, which were as predatory as the beasts in the Scarlet Jungle, remained still. That was because the conquest force was entering the land which belonged to the master of the Old Ruin, the creature they were meant to defeat. As they moved, Saint just happened to catch up with Sunny, who was leading the party. The old man was using his cane to swat away branches and vines, looking annoyed because of the heat and humidity. That guardian we're supposed to kill, what kind of creature was it again? Sunny turned his head briefly, giving Saint just an impassive look. I do not know. Although I explored the hollows casually, I never failed to avoid getting too close to this place. All I can say is that the guardian of the citadel is a great nightmare creature of a higher class, a terror, perhaps. Maybe even a titan. The old man chewed his lips. A great terror, really? Gods, the world is changing. It used to be that the existence of such beings was merely a theory. In fact, I remember mocking a bunch of academics viciously for suggesting that something this unreasonable exists. And here I am, on my way to battle 1. Who's the fool now, huh? Sunny smiled behind the mask. I'd say that we are all fools, for choosing to face such a creature voluntarily. He paused for a moment, then added in his usual cold tone. Still, what's wrong with being a fool? Saint just gave him a surprised look, then laughed. Exactly, I couldn't have put it better myself. What a poignant sentiment. Now, we just need to work on your delivery. Soon enough, the canopy of the jungle parted, and they found themselves on the shore of a vast lake. Dozens of rivers joined to form it, and even though the storm had already passed, the lake was still full and deep. At the center of the lake, a tall structure rose from the water. It looked both like a beautiful temple and a grand castle. However, that castle was unlike any other that Sunny had seen. Its walls were made out of pale wood instead of stone, not out of boards or logs, though. Instead, it was as if countless white trees had grown and fused into a seamless whole to form the shape of a towering structure. The entirety of it was one great keep that resembled a pagoda, with layers of tiled roofs, deep eaves, and triangular gables. The crimson tiles of the sloped roofs were worn and faded, but they must have been vividly scarlet once, just like the canopy of the jungle. The white temple was overgrown with vermilion moss, with vines and tree branches protruding from the gaping holes in its broken roofs and empty windows. As such, it almost looked like a vertical garden that rested in the middle of the lake. Sunny studied it with unease, but also with a sense of curiosity. He wondered what purpose that beautiful structure had served once, before the civilization that thrived in the hollows once was destroyed. Was it a sacred place where people came to worship? A stronghold to protect them from the perils of the shattered world? A logistical hub where the ships sailing to the far reaches of the hollows came to trade? Considering how many rivers connected to the lake, the latter would make sense. Or maybe all three of his theories were true, and the garden temple served many purposes while it was tended to by the ancient people. In any case, Sunny was pretty sure that Godgrave had been a part of Sun God's realm once. As such, the civilization of the hollows would have been infected by the nightmare spell, and destroyed as a consequence, just like the civilization of the Twilight Sea. He had witnessed some of what these people had been capable of in the ruins of condemnation. Although they had not possessed the technology and war machines of the waking world, the war god's realm, they were in many ways no less advanced than them, even superior in some regards, judging by the ingenious sorcery used to create the Asaurus. Such a civilization had fallen, and now, nightmare creatures ruled over its ruins. Whatever sacredness the garden castle had once contained was gone, replaced by vile corruption. And the abomination whose lair it had become would be a terrible one, without a doubt. Sunny sighed and extended his shadow sense forward. Something was hiding there, behind the pale wooden walls. He could feel the eerie threat of it, but not much else. Single quote ... Damnation, he would have really preferred if it hadn't rained, and they could reach the citadel by walking. He was tired of diving into perilous lakes. There's no point in wasting time. Let's go. The saints prepared for battle. Before too long, Saint Roan assumed his transcendent form. A beautiful lion with white fur and amber eyes suddenly appeared on the shore of the lake, the vital spots on his mighty body protected in an intricate armor. Turning his enormous head, the giant beast lowered one wing and allowed the rest of them to climb onto his wide back. The only exceptions were Neffy's, who summoned her wings, and Sunny, who turned into a crow. The white lion let out a low, reverberating growl and pushed himself off the ground. A small hurricane was stirred by his wings, and he soared into the air, flying above the dark waters of the lake in the direction of the citadel. Sunny and Neffy's followed. To his surprise, they reached the distant temple safely. The lake remained still, as if there were no swarms of dreadful abominations hiding in its depths. In fact, Sunny could not sense any movement in the water at all. And yet, he could swear that it smelled faintly of blood. It almost felt like someone was watching him, as well. They landed on the steps that led to the gates of the ruined citadel. The saints jumped to the ground, and Roan dismissed his transformation. Neffy's took the lead and ventured forward with tense caution, holding her sword at the ready. No one spoke, afraid to inform the enemy of their arrival. They had just passed the gate and entered the echoing interior of the garden temple when Sunny finally sensed it. Not a shadow, but a movement of all the shadows, as if a source of light was barreling toward them with terrible speed. Then, there was a flash, and an arrow that seemed to be woven of moonlight brushed past Neffy's, piercing the chest of one of the saints. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1885-1885, Fortune Favors the Bold. 1,175 words. The arrow was aimed at Neff's head, but despite how fast it flew, she still managed to dodge it. The arrowhead left a long cut on her cheek, then pierced the chest of a saint who stood behind her. Shot from elevation, that was the first thought that crossed Sunny's mind, who had subconsciously traced the arrow's trajectory. Then, for a few moments, everything moved too fast for him to think. The wounded saint let out a stifled yelp and started to fall, blood splattering on the wooden floor. His armor should have been robust enough to if not deflect, then at least dissipate the force of the arrow so that it did not pierce too deeply. However, somehow, the moonlight arrow seemed to ignore the durability of the enchanted metal and the resilience of transcendent flesh, killing him on the spot. Just like that, a saint died. Ambush. Before anyone else could react, Sunny called upon the shadows and summoned an impenetrable wall in front of them. Almost instantly, two more ethereal arrows struck it, the impacts producing thunderous bangs. That wall of shadows quaked and cracked. Neffy's was already moving. Strangely enough, she wasn't lunging into the darkness to shorten the distance between her and the hidden archer. Instead, she was spinning around, searching for something beyond the gates of the castle. The thin cut on her cheek was yet to fill with blood, glowing softly with ethereal, pale light. Shield wall. Her sword was pointing to the outside. A split second after Sunny's wall materialized, Sir Ryvalin had already answered her call. The air behind them shimmered, and an invisible force field manifested itself in the gateway of the citadel. Its faint contours resembled a grid of ghostly, interlocked shields. But before the shields closed, two more arrows, these ones made out of wood and steel, not moonlight, slid into the swiftly narrowing gaps, striking two more saints in the back. One struck the thin gap between the edge of a man's breastplate and his helmet, piercing his neck. The other hit the crack between the front half of a cuirass and the back half, slithering its way through the victim's ribs. The level of accuracy needed to perform such shots was unimaginable. The first saint was killed instantly, but the second survived despite the heavy injury. Still, he was temporarily rendered powerless. Unless a potent healer spent time treating his wound, he would not be participating in the battle. Finally, the two bodies fell to the floor. The moonlight arrow dimmed and dissolved into nothingness, leaving a haunting afterglow in its wake. The cut on Neff's cheek swelled with blood. The conquest team, reduced to 12 members in an instant, was now protected from all sides by the barrier of shadows and Saint Ryvalin's invisible aegis. For a moment, nothing happened. They possessed a devastating amount of power, but surrounded and not knowing where to aim it, the champions of the sword domain found themselves in an awkward position. Sunny was holding the serpentine odachi, ready to act. Neffy's was standing still, a deep scowl on her face. There was something off about her, but he could not immediately tell what. Saint Ali, the stern woman who had chastised Jest of Dagonet for his jokes, had knocked an arrow on the string of her bow. The old man himself had twisted the handle of his cane, revealing it to be a hidden sword. Golden arcs of electricity were dancing around Roan's ironclad figure, illuminating his handsome, somber face. Ryvalin of Aegis Rose was kneeling near the wounded saint, protecting the man with his shield. Single quote ... Why can't I sense anything? Sunny felt grim apprehension at his failure to detect the enemies in advance. By now, it was clear that what had attacked them was no nightmare creature. No, they were humans, transcendent champions of song. His eyes widened slightly, and a crooked smile twisted his lips behind the mask. How daring. Everyone expected the leaders of the Song army, which had been losing the war at first, to concentrate all their forces on conquering the citadel on the western edge of the dead god's collarbone. After all, it was quite close to their camp. And they had. However, it seemed that they had gone after the citadel in the northern reach of the titanic skeleton's breastbone as well, sending a small team to infiltrate it in secret and ambush the sword army's conquest force. A bold strategy, especially considering how hard it would have been for a handful of saints to reach this far into the hollows without the support of an army. But, did they really hope to survive a battle against Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan and the Lord of Shadows? Boldness did not always pay off. Sunny would have expected Neffys to heal the wounded saint, but instead, she raised her sword and said evenly. Reveal yourself. For a moment, he was stunned by the childishness of her demand. Why would the enemy laying in the ambush reveal their well-hidden position and give up the advantage? He would certainly never respond to her call. However, perhaps, he did not understand something about the world. Because in the next moment, he finally sensed the shadows moving again as something massive flew at them from the darkness of the ancient temple. An enormous creature soared above the wooden floor and then plummeted down, crashing into the wall of shadows with a deafening boom. The barrier finally crumbled, and Sunny saw the shape of the dead thing as it sprawled motionlessly on the floor. It was a towering, vaguely humanoid abomination wrapped in a billowing dark robe. Elements of intricate silver armor covered its long arms and slender torso, and 6 pairs of beautiful gray wings extended from its back, laying on the floor in a broken, bloodied mess. It must have been great and harrowing once. But now, it was dead. The winged giant had not leapt at the barrier of shadows. It was simply tossed at it by someone's powerful hand, discarded like a sack of dead flesh. Sunny's expression darkened. This is the guardian of the citadel. There were no moonlight arrows flying at them from somewhere above. Instead, there was the sound of steps. Then, a slender silhouette walked out of the darkness, piercing the 12 saints with a cold and arrogant look. She was a breathtaking woman with raven black hair and eyes that seemed to be cut from pure obsidian. Her slender body was encased in a suit of dark leather armor, and she wielded a curved sword akin to a tachi, its pommel wrapped in a black silk cord. With her alabaster skin, exquisite beauty, and cold expression, she was undeniably stunning, but, more than that, her presence was vast and oppressive, like the lightless expanse of a boundless, dark ocean. The woman met Neff's gaze and spoke loudly. I am Revel, the Light Slayer. Then, her alluring lips twisted slightly into a semblance of a dark, joyless smile. She pointed her sword forward and said, her voice full of aloof coldness. Quote ... Welcome to the Song domain. And as the words left her mouth, the corpse of the great terror suddenly stirred. The bodies of the 2 slain saints stirred, as well, reaching toward their former comrades with murderous, dead hands. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1886, Dark Dancer. 1,251 words. Damn it, Lightslayer had already taken the Citadel. And, therefore, Kisong's domain had already descended on Godgrave. There were a couple more conclusions Sunny made in the split moment before Revel's words resounded in the darkness of the ancient castle and the corpses came alive, but there was not much time to contemplate. Since Revel was here, then the first arrow must have been shot by Moonveil. The two from behind had to be Silent Stalker. Who else was here? 3 saints, no matter whether they were the queen's daughters, were not enough to take on the conquest force of the Sword Army, even with the element of surprise on their side. Unless Kisong was here personally, he struggled to understand what their plan was. And she couldn't be here in person, for the simple reason that only 2 of the 14 saints had died, not all of them. The corpses of the 2 slain champions came alive, lunging at their former comrades. They did not accomplish much, though, as soon as they had stirred, Neff's sword beheaded one, while the other was gruesomely dismembered by Saint Jest's cane sword. It happened in a heartbeat, so swift that Sunny did not even notice the thin blade move. The corpse of the Great Terror was blasted back by a blinding bolt of lightning that Roan seemed to have sent flying from his sword. The creature was delayed, but not destroyed. The rest of the sword saints all exploded with motion, dispersing as they summoned the power of their aspects or assumed their transcendent forms. Suddenly, the area in front of the castle gates felt very overcrowded. Sunny noticed Saint Ryvalan, in his heavily armored rhino form, ramming into the wooden gates of the ancient stronghold and barreling straight through them, on his way to challenge Silent Stalker. Saint Ali's transcendent form was that of a towering, graceful centaur. Pushing herself into a leap with 4 hooves, she simultaneously let an arrow loose. He did not waste much time watching, though. His target was Revel. Before Ali's arrow could strike, Sunny already stepped through the shadows while lashing out with his Odachi. There was a heavy feeling in his chest. If his last conclusion was correct, then this would be his only chance to end the battle easily. Sadly, Lightslayer was too swift, and too skilled. Dancing away with an easy step, she deflected his blow with her sharp two despite the sudden and unpredictable nature of his attack. She also dodged Ali's arrow with the same motion. The Lord of Shadows, I presume. Her husky voice remained calm. Sunny cursed inwardly. In the next moment, a deafening howl seemed to shatter the world, and a bestial silhouette leapt from somewhere above, landing between the saints of the sword domain. A light smile twisted Revel's lips. Quote. You're mine. With that, a tide of pure darkness suddenly drowned everything around them, true, elemental darkness. It suffocated Sunny's shadow sense, turned him blind, and at the same time cut him off from his source element. A split second later, he felt space itself become twisted around him, and suddenly, the clangor of battle grew distant. It was as if he was transported somewhere else in the castle, separating him from the rest of the conquest force. He didn't know whether that was some memory Revel used, a power of another song saint, or a component of the Lake Citadel. However, he knew that wherever he was, there was someone else there with him. True darkness was the natural enemy of shadows. With how unique and varied aspects were, Sunny knew that he would run into and awakened with affinity to it sooner or later. He also guessed what was happening after failing to sense the ambush and see Revel until she stepped in front of the saints of the sword domain. Why did it have to be one of Kisong's daughters, of all people? What did darkness even have to do with the lineage of Beast God, which the princesses of Song all seemed to share despite not being related to the queen by blood? Luckily, he wasn't defenseless against elemental darkness, either. Sunny released his Odachi and let it fall to the ground. Before it did, Serpent abandoned the soul weapon form and turned into a nightmare creature that resembled an enormous firefly, one of the corrupted abominations Sunny had killed a long time ago, in the burned forest. Darkness might have been the natural enemy of shadows, but it feared light. Serpent's body ignited with brilliant radiance, chasing the darkness away. Instantly, Sunny could see that he was standing in the middle of a vast, overgrown hall. Roots and scarlet vines grew through the cracked walls, the bulging floor, and the broken ceiling, making it seem like the thick of the jungle. Lightslayer was standing a few meters away, looking at him with the same aloof expression. Her darkness had retreated, but it was not vanquished. Instead, it flowed around them like a dark cloud, suffocating the light produced by Serpent. For now, there seemed to be a fragile balance between the two elements, with neither being able to destroy the other. Sunny smiled behind his mask as Saint and Fiend rose from his shadows. You didn't really think that would work, did you? Revel studied Saint for a few moments, then nodded. No, I didn't. With that, 2 figures suddenly stepped out from behind her. Sunny's heart grew cold. Standing on both sides of Revel, the Lightslayer, the first of Kisong's daughters to reach transcendence, were 2 perfect copies of her. They were both beautiful, clad in dark leather armor, with raven black hair and obsidian eyes, dark, cold, and breathtaking. Suddenly, there were 3 of Revel in front of him, or 1 Revel in her 2 incarnations. It was as if Sunny was looking at his own reflection. His eyes widened slightly. Reflection. In the next moment, the reflections unleashed 2 tides of darkness of their own, and suddenly, the light was overpowered. On the stone steps outside the ancient citadel, several saints were battling the elusive Silent Stalker. Beyond the gates, the rest of them were entangled in a ferocious fight against 3 bestial monsters. One of them was Lonesome Howl, another of Kisong's daughters. The other 2 were Mordred's reflections. The corpse of the dead Great Terror was also there, damaged but unrelenting. Deeper in the hall, Saint Jest of Dagonet was facing a towering gargoyle. The creature's noble face, which seemed to be carved from grey stone, bore a distant and somber expression. The old man grinned. The Saint of Sorrow, huh? The gargoyle lowered its head slightly. Saint Jest shook his head dejectedly. Goodness, that girl Ravensong just had to send the dullest man in the world to fight against me. How mean. And somewhere else, on the highest floor of the majestic castle, Neffes was surrounded by 3 delicate young women. Each of them had enchanting features, white hair, and beautiful eyes that seemed to glimmer with the afterglow of pale moonlight. Neff's cheek was still cut, the left side of her face painted with blood. She touched the cut briefly and looked at her fingers, frowning at the sight of blood. Quote. Are you Princess Moonveil? All 3 of the young women smiled. However, only one spoke. Indeed, however, the pale radiance of her eyes slowly dimmed, turning them into 2 gaping windows into an abyssal, lightless void. Suddenly, the hall seemed colder, darker, and full of echoing emptiness. I am also called the Black Moon. That name, I think, suits me better. Nefis looked at her fingers again. There was no radiance beneath her skin. The blade of her sword remained dull, devoid of incandescent light. Her wound wasn't healing. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1887, Never Before. 1017 words. A terrible battle was raging on the grounds of the mystical castle, making the citadel groan and quake. Its ancient walls were cracking, and crimson tiles were raining from the sloped roofs, falling into the surging waters of the deep lake. The dim twilight of the hollows was torn apart by flashes of blinding light. On the edge of the foaming water, a taciturn woman in a black hunting attire was calmly drawing her bow as an enormous rhino was barreling at her down the stone stairs, shattering the weathered steps into dust as he charged. Unshaken, the woman silently released the wet string. It shot forward, leaving a string-shaped cloud of water droplets behind. The twisting arrow pierced the humid air and unerringly struck the rhino's right eye just moments before the giant beast rammed its horn through her chest. The beast was cunning, though. It shut one of his eyes just before the arrow hit. The arrowhead spent most of its destructive force to penetrate the heavy eyelid, damaging the rhino's eye, but failing to kill him on the spot. His furious bellow shook the world as blood flowed down its snout. However, before the rhino could impale the huntress on his horn, she finally moved. In the next moment, a giant black panther leapt on the charging giant, tore the tough hide on his neck and back with her claws, and soared into the air. Landing on the wall of the castle, the panther ran up its surface, then spun and pushed herself into another jump in a blink of an eye. Splinters of wood flew in all directions, and a black blur shot toward the ground, where two more saints had just emerged from the broken gates. A powerful tremor shook the entire citadel, and a devastating shockwave rolled from the darkness inside, pulverizing the debris of the gates into fine dust. The clash between Shield Wall and Silent Stalker would have been a harrowing sight for many. After all, it wasn't often that two saints fought each other, or at least it had not been before the Domain War. But today, it was just a minor spectacle happening on the fringes of the true battle. Inside the castle, a hell that humanity had never witnessed before was blossoming in all its dreadful, murderous glory. 7 transcendent champions of the Sword Domain had clashed with Lonesome Howl of the Song Clan and the Saint of Sorrow, aided by 2 reflections sent by Mordred, the Prince of Nothing. This many human transcendents had never fought before. The violent forces released by the clash of the saints had wrecked the interior of the ancient citadel, turning it into a scene of utter destruction. It might have withstood the fall of the civilization that had built it, the ruthless reality of the hollows, and thousands of years of desolation, but it was slowly coming undone under the obliterating carnage of the bloody battle. The wooden walls were cracking. The floor was on the verge of collapsing. The ceiling of the grand hall was crumbling, supported only by the vines and the roots of the trees that had permeated the sacred castle over the countless years. Lonesome Howl's transcendent form was that of a giant, monstrous wolf. Her fur was black like the night sky, and her bestial eyes were burning with frenzied red flame. Terrifying fangs were glistening in her enormous maw, each taller than an adult man. They were already painted scarlet by fresh blood. The Princess of Song herself had clashed with a noble lion, the two of them entangled into a devastating hurricane of white and black. Bolts of lightning were dancing in the air, and steaming blood was spilling on the shattered floor, flowing into the bowels of the ancient citadel. The 2 reflections had assumed the forms of terrifying black wolves, as well. Only, unlike Lonesome Howl, who was a transcendent beast, both of them were supreme ones. They lacked the will and ingenuity of humans, but were much stronger. More than that, both of them possessed the divine lineage of beast god, just like the Princess of Song did, and therefore, the Saints of Swords could not overpower the reflections despite their numerical advantage. And worst of all, the corpse of the great terror slain by the Song sisters was moving, as well, risen by malevolent will, indifferent to pain, and nearly indestructible. The bodies of 2 saints that had been killed in the ambush were moving too. The one dismembered by Jest of Dagonet was struggling weakly on the ground, unable to rise. The one beheaded by Changing Star's sword, however, stood up slowly, blood flowing down his chest from his severed neck. A moment later, he lunged at the nearest human, sinking his fingers into their flesh. Startled and momentarily immobilized, the grabbed saint activated one of his aspect abilities to sever the dead man's arms. However, he did not receive a chance to. Because of the delay, he failed to evade in time, and the paw of a frenzied wolf crashed into him, ripping open his armor, chest, and throat. The bloodied corpse fell to the ground. A few moments later, though, it moved, slowly rising back up. Saint Jest observed the harrowing scene with a wry expression. Turning back to the towering gargoyle he had been fighting, the old man smiled. How vexing. Not only is my aspect useless against you, but you are even protecting the she-wolf pup against me. And that stone body of yours refuses to be cut. Ha, if that is not irony, then I don't know what is. Then, his smile slowly turned dark, sinister, and eerily chilling. But you know, Sorrow's son. Something moved beneath Jest's clothes, and his form suddenly started to change, ripping them apart. His voice had changed, as well, growing deep and inhuman. The funny thing is, that only makes me want to cut you open more. There was a deafening crash somewhere above them, and the citadel shook once again, this time much more violently than before. A section of its outer walls collapsed, revealing the interior of several overgrown floors. A tide of darkness spilled from one of them, followed by 2 falling figures. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1888, A Neat Trick. 1462 words. Sunny was troubled, not only because he was facing Rebel the Light Slayer and 2 reflections, separated from the rest of the group and having no clue how Nefis was doing, but also because the familiar voice in his head was silent. Cassie. There was no answer. Either the Song sisters had a way to isolate those who entered the citadel from the outside world, be it because of the citadel itself, a mysterious facet of the Queen's domain, or some other means, or something else was happening on the surface, not allowing Cassie to split her attention. In any case, at that moment, Sunny realized that he had grown both accustomed and reliant on having the blind seer be his invisible companion. Her silence made him feel uneasy, but there was no time to dwell on that. Because Rebel was already attacking. The true darkness summoned by her and the two reflections had overpowered the light emanating from Serpent, drowning the overgrown hall once again. The giant firefly's body grew dim and bleak, its radiance snuffed out. Even the infernal glow of Fiend's fire was extinguished. Sunny was blind once again, he just barely managed to manifest a sword from the shadows before they were consumed by the darkness. He took a step back and moved his odachi. In the next moment, a violent impact reverberated through his bones, and he felt the sharp blade being blocked by his own. Twisting it into a bind, Sunny calmly shifted his weight and delivered a crushing forward kick. There was the sound of soft soles scraping against wood, as if someone had leapt back, and his kick struck nothing but air. Almost at the same time, he heard an irritated growl, and a long jet of red flame momentarily pushed the darkness away, revealing the silhouettes of the fighters. Saint had moved to protect Serpent from the deadly attack launched by one of the reflections. Just as the hall became briefly enveloped in a dim red glow, a sharp sword landed on her shield, sending a powerful shockwave rolling outward and tearing the ancient roots apart. Fiend had been weakened by true darkness, as well. The jet of flame he spat failed to catch the second reflection, and it leapt into the air, delivering a flying kick to his wide chest. Another shockwave cracked the floor, and the steel giant staggered back. Both reflections looked like the darkly beautiful Princess Rebel, but Rebel herself was standing in front of Sunny, just a few meters away. As both of them ignored the shockwaves and the light of Fiend's flame died out, her cold voice resounded in the darkness. Quote. Neat trick, she sounded, both impressed by and indifferent to the fact that he had managed to deflect her first attack despite being blinded by the darkness. A moment later, her voice drowned in the deafening cacophony of his shadows battling Mordred's reflections. Crap, Sunny shifted his stance and defended his side. There was another impact, and although he prevented Rebel's blade from biting into his armor, its tip still scraped against the onyx mantle, pushing him back and almost throwing him off balance. The reason Sunny was able to defend himself against the Light Slayer was simple. It was a combination of his experience in shadow dance, as well as the threefold augmentation of his shadows. He might not have had the time to glean the true essence of her battle style, but he knew enough to predict where she would attack from, and how. More or less, she was too swift and powerful to be a mere saint, which meant that her aspect was granting her some kind of augmentation of her own. Still, Rebel's sword was very similar to a tachi, and Sunny knew how to wield one very well. Her aspect, meanwhile, seemed to allow her impossible freedom of movement within the darkness, a trait reminiscent of the Black Knight of the ruined cathedral, whom Sunny had killed many years ago, as well as his own shadow step, in a way. In fact, Sunny and Rebel even looked somewhat alike. It was not that their features were that similar, there were plenty of pale people with raven hair and dark eyes in the world. It was just that they shared a certain bleak style. After all, shadows could easily be mistaken for true darkness, and vice versa. That was why Sunny could tell how she would try to kill him, to a degree. He simply defended against what he himself would do. It had worked until now, but how much longer would it preserve his life? Without shadow sense, he could not peer into Rebel's intentions with shadow dance. Without sight, he couldn't see what she was doing. She could betray his expectations and deliver a subpar attack just to throw off his predictions. She could gain an edge over him by simply being patient. She could even neglect him entirely and move to dispatch one of his shadows from behind first. Damn it, Sunny had not felt so powerless in a long time. The citadel groaned and quaked around them. He clashed with Light Slayer a few more times, barely managing to avoid death in the barrage of insidious, lethal attacks. Her swordsmanship was stellar, and her mastery of combat was fearsome. He blocked or deflected some blows and weakened the impact of the rest. Rebel's sword rattled his body and left scars on the surface of the onyx mantle, but his armor held. The sharp blade did slide into its cracks a couple of times, causing him tortuous pain, but dealing little damage. That's one vile enchantment. Rebel's sword seemed to infect everything it touched with a plague of potent poisons, causing unbearable pain, paralysis, wasting, and necrosis all at the same time. Bloodweave devoured them hungrily, preventing any of the poisons from spreading to his heart. A cold scoff came from the darkness. Quote. Are you even human? I can't smell your blood at all. Sunny smiled crookedly behind his mask. Human? No, I am just a shadow. Shadows don't really bleed. Despite his smile, he was grim. Surviving Rebel's onslaught was useless, the initiative was fully on her side, and his shadows were being tied down by Mordred's reflections. At least one of them had to be supreme, it seemed, otherwise, Saint would have destroyed her enemy already. If this went on, he was going to lose. And then, he would die. Well, not really, at least one of his shadows would be destroyed, leaving Sunny weakened in an incarnation short. But he would most likely survive. Even if all four of the shadows were killed, Sunny's soul would not collapse. After all, it was fortified by soul weave. A normal human soul would crumble and dissipate if its integrity was violated too severely, but he was different. As long as at least a shred of Sunny's soul remained, it would be able to one day restore itself. However, what about the rest of the saints of the conquest force? What about Roan? What about Nephis? He needed to think of something. A tactical shift, a new strategy. Sunny gritted his teeth. Then, he gave his shadows a mental command. A moment later, Fiend turned around, rushed blindly at the wall of the overgrown hall, and collided with it at terrible speed. The great weight of the towering devil and his supreme power caused the entire citadel to quake. An entire section of the castle's wall collapsed, and Fiend, as well as the reflection pursuing him, tumbled outside, falling into the distant lake. In the chaos, Serpent scurried toward Saint and leapt into the air, turning into a serpentine odachi. Saint dismissed her dark blade and grasped the hilt of the odachi with an unshaken fist. And Sunny released the hold on his avatar, allowing the Lord of Shadows to turn into one. The true darkness consumed the wild shadows, but it could not consume Sunny's own, just like he could not command or manifest the shadows of living beings. If his true body was here, he would not have been able to assume an intangible form, since there were no shadows for him to dive into. But the Lord of Shadows was a manifested avatar, therefore, his natural form was that of a shadow, to begin with. So, Sunny was able to abandon the physical form without losing control of the incarnation. He had become a shadow in the depths of a sea of darkness. For a moment, there were 4 shadows, Hadi and his 3 companions, drowning in that sea. It felt eerie and unpleasant, as though something was gnawing at Sunny's very soul. However, he could still control the avatar. So, he did something that he had never tried before. Followed by the other 3 shadows, he crawled across the floor in the direction where Saint was fighting against the reflection. And wrapped himself around her body, fusing with it like any other of his shadows would. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1889, Heart of Stone. 1121 words. True darkness was Sunny's natural enemy. However, to Saint, it was a weapon, because she had been born in the underworld, where darkness reigned. Heart of Darkness attribute description. A vestige of an ancient darkness dwells in this shadow's heart, granting her tenebrous powers. Mantle of Darkness ability description. Darkness embraces this shadow. When surrounded by darkness, and true darkness more so, her swiftness and might will increase. Her wounds will be healed, and her heart will grow fuller. Blade of Darkness ability description. The true darkness dwelling in this shadow's heart can be summoned in the form of a fearsome weapon, as long as the shadow has mastered the use of that weapon. The Blade of Darkness can slay those of flesh and those of spirit. It never dulls, never falters, and never breaks. Alternatively, the darkness can be summoned to augment a mundane weapon. When Revel summoned the tide of elemental darkness, Sunny's powers were suppressed. Fiend and Serpent were weakened, as well, but Saint only grew stronger. There were not one, but three sources of true darkness around the graceful stone knight, the Light Slayer and two reflections who had mirrored her aspect. Therefore, Saint's heart was overflowing with power. Her body was nourished by the darkness, growing stronger, faster, and more enduring. Most importantly of all, she wasn't blinded by the darkness, instead, her perception had only become sharper. That was why Sunny had abandoned his usual ways. In most battles, he himself played the role of the main blade of the Shadow cohort, while the Shadows supported him, it was his task to deliver the fatal blow. But in the sea of elemental darkness, Saint was the best and only option. The rest of them were not only an inferior choice, but also a liability, so, Sunny had chosen to remove himself from the battle, betting everything on Saint. The taciturn knight was already empowered by the darkness. Now, three of his shadows had bestowed their blessings upon her. And, lastly, Sunny did something that he had never done before. Turning into a shadow, he wrapped himself around her stone-like body, hoping to add the fourth blessing to the other three. Surprisingly, it worked. Sunny felt himself, fusing with Saint, like his shadows had done in the past. It was a strange and indescribable feeling, not unpleasant, though. Rather, it felt natural and even a little euphoric, as if he was doing something that he had always been meant to do. Not that he could have, before becoming a saint. Even now, Sunny did not know if something like that would have been possible if he attempted the fusion with his original body instead of a shadow incarnation. Suddenly, he found himself split between two conscious states. One of them was that of himself. He was aware of his existence and identity, and although he could not quite sense the bounds of his intangible form, he knew that it was there. If he wished, he could move away from Saint, regaining his independence. The other state, however, he would have gasped if he possessed a mouth to do so. Sunny had become one with the graceful stone knight. He was not in control of her body, but he shared her perception of the world. He could feel the coolness of the intricate onyx armor where it touched his stone-like skin, the subdued depth of the great power dwelling in his flawless body, the warmth of the divine flame that burned in his chest like an eternal engine, the flow of ruby dust in his veins. He could also hear everything Saint heard, which was more than even a transcendent human could, and see everything she saw. His field of vision was somewhat obstructed by the narrow slit of the visor of his helmet, but still surprisingly wide. Everything seemed different from how Sunny remembered it, not only because Saint's eyes were not at all like his, but also because she was much taller than any human, and her point of view was much higher. Sunny could also feel the more esoteric parts of her perception, the mass of darkness that dwelled in his heart, the flow of it around him, and other things there which had no names in the human language. It was probably what Cassie experienced when she used her ascended ability and shared all senses with another being. Saint was much more similar to a human than Sunny would have expected. However, at the same time, the structure of her body and her senses were entirely alien, and would have made him dizzy if not for the fact that Sunny had already become accustomed to inhuman perspectives through Shadow Dance and his extensive use of Shadow Shell. Only, this way, he was submerged into the alien point of view much deeper, further, and more comprehensively than ever before. It was quite a revelation. In any case, it was exhilarating. Sunny's own body was a well-oiled machine tempered in countless battles to be a perfect vessel for him, a pinnacle of athletic achievement. It was responsive, strong, nimble, enduring, properly conditioned, and most of all transcendent. However, Saint's physicality was something different. She was a masterpiece created by the demon of choice, after all. Her being was more solid, monolithic, and purposeful. It was a work of art as much as it was a living thing, and now, its power was further enhanced both by the darkness and by the shadows. Sunny could also sense faint echoes of Saint's unshakable will. He could feel it, her calmness, her cold confidence, her pride. A hint of recognition she felt while facing Revel, because Revel was a beast spawn, and Saint had battled others of her kin in the Great War of old. How strange. Sunny could not read Saint's thoughts, but he did understand something about her. It was that the memories of her past life were not entirely gone. However, they weren't entirely there, either, not quite erased, but dim and faint, like a distant dream. A dream that someone else had dreamt, perhaps, before she was a shadow. It was a mercy, no doubt, considering that most of those memories were tainted by the madness of corruption. As a shadow, Saint gripped the hilt of the soul serpent. The black odachi rippled and shifted its form, turning into a heavy straight sword. Then, a stream of darkness flowed from under her gauntlet, enveloping the sharp blade and fusing with the Stygian steel. She turned her head and faced her two enemies, Princess Revel of the Great Clan Song and the abominable creature that mirrored her existence. Then, Saint stared them down with cold indifference, calmly raised her sword, and struck it twice against the rim of her shield. Sharing her senses, Sunny trembled with excitement. Single quote. I think I understand why she does it now. Honestly, it felt rather cool. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1890, Dark Tide. 1153 words. Now that Sunny could see through Saint's eyes, the ravaged hall of the ancient citadel was revealed to him once again. It had changed drastically in a short span of time. The outer wall was partially missing, torn open by Fiend's charge. Splinters and debris littered the cracked floor. The scarlet vines and the roots of the trees that had protruded from the ceiling were decimated, filling the air with a sweet fragrance while they bled viscous, and undoubtedly toxic, sap. Everything was drowning in darkness. Before, Sunny had always seen darkness like a billowing cloud of nothingness, an impenetrable black barrier that was uniform and featureless, obscuring the world from his senses. However, now, he saw it in a new light, or rather, the opposite of light. To Saint's eyes, darkness was rich and full of nuance. It flowed all around them, its fluid torrents creating beautiful patterns in the air. Moving, ebbing, changing, almost like a living creature. The dark splendor of that scene was subtle and breathtaking. Sadly, Sunny had no time to enjoy the beauty of darkness because Lightslayer was not wasting even a moment. To his surprise, Rebel herself was like a part of the elemental darkness she had unleashed. When she moved, her body seemed to become one with the flow of it, dissolving into ethereal dark liquid before coalescing back into a tangible form. Because of that, she could travel to any point in the hall with such tremendous speed that it almost seemed instantaneous. The reflection, which mirrored her appearance perfectly, was the same. A movement aspect ability, or a partial transformation, Sunny did not know. A split second later, Saint was attacked from both sides. Rebel was far too strong and powerful for a transcendent beast, which meant that at least one of the abilities granted her a physical augmentation, quite similar to Saint's own mantle of darkness. Although it was hard to judge, Sunny suspected that the extent of that augmentation was greater than even Effie's own potent physical enhancement. Effie's dormant ability was universal, though, while Rebel seemed to only work within the bounds of true darkness. So, there was some kind of balance to her unreasonably powerful aspect, at least. Of course, another of her abilities allowed her to summon a flood of elemental darkness to anywhere she was. That was quite a problem. Rebel attacked from the left, while the reflection attacked from the right. Both strikes were insidious, devastating, and potent. However, Saint was undeterred. Blocking one blow with her shield and deflecting another with her sword, she easily avoided the sharp blades and took a small step while shifting her weight. Simultaneously, she bent the elbow of her sword arm and rotated her wrist, binding Rebel's sword and pulling her closer. Although Saint faced two powerful enemies alone, her own augmented power was no less fearsome than theirs. On top of that, she was much taller than both of them, and possessed much greater mass. As for her skill, she wasn't called a battle master without reason. Battle master attribute description: born on the battlefield, the Onyx Saint is proficient in all forms of combat. Her actions, while small and frugal, allowed her to create a little distance between herself and the reflection while simultaneously drawing closer to Rebel. With their swords still entangled in a bind, she ruthlessly struck with the rim of her shield, aiming to crack open Rebel's skull. Lightslayer was forced to disengage. Dissolving into a torrent of fluid darkness, she instantly moved several meters back. At the same time, the reflection used the opportunity to deliver a blow to Saint's momentarily unprotected side. But the graceful knight was already bringing her shield back, pushing the enemy's blade down with its rim. The sharp two scraped fruitlessly against the side of her greave. The whole clash took less than a heartbeat. And in the next dozen seconds, countless clashes like that happened in an unceasing succession, turning the dark hall of the ancient castle into a scene of chilling destruction. The thunderous sounds of clashing steel fused into a deafening litany. Powerful shockwaves spread in all directions, decimating what little tendrils of the scarlet infestation there were left. The ceiling crumbled, and the floor collapsed. The citadel had obviously been built from mystical materials, considering that it withstood the passage of time and countless disasters that must have befallen it in the hollows, and yet, it could not withstand the violent forces unleashed by the battle. Sunny was in awe. He had never had a chance to experience someone else's battle skill so clearly, so vividly, and so intimately. And it wasn't just anyone's skill, at that, it was the sublime technique of Saint herself, who was one of the most fearsome warriors he had ever met. Measured, calculated, and insidiously lethal. Solid, grounded, and explosively destructive. It was both a joy and a privilege, to be exposed to such excellence without any barriers. To not only observe how Saint fought, but also feel and experience it as if her body was his own, as was her will. Granted, the actual situation was quite dire. Saint plummeted through the broken floor and landed heavily on the wooden surface of the level below, which cracked slightly under her prodigious weight. Splinters and debris rained down, and darkness flowed from above, swiftly drowning everything around. Her intricate onyx armor was battered, its surface covered by cracks in a few places. There was some ruby dust scattered across the polished surface, as well. She had received several wounds. Luckily, her wounds were able to heal faster when surrounded by true darkness, and since Rebel and her reflections had generously provided copious amounts of the rare element, those shallow cuts were already healed. Her two enemies followed, coalescing from the torrents of darkness and immediately resuming their assault. Neither side had a decisive advantage. While Saint was being pressed by Rebel in the reflection, she was like an indomitable wall of stone like metal. Their attacks shattered against her shield and armor, while her own blade was a lethal threat. Sadly, Saint wasn't able to harm either of her adversaries in turn. For the moment, the furious battle had reached a fragile stalemate. A few moments later, both Lightslayer and the reflection disengaged, their raven black hair flying in the wind. Rebel paused for a moment and looked at Saint, a harsh expression settling on her beautiful face. The Princess of Song remained silent for a second, then said in a low tone. A creature of darkness, just where did that man find you? Sunny did not have to answer, and Saint wasn't going to, either. She stared down at Rebel with her usual indifference, then raised her sword slightly, preparing to attack. However, at that moment, it seemed as if Lightslayer had come to a decision. She smiled coldly, and in the next moment, the surrounding darkness enveloped her like a mantle. At the same time, the entire citadel suddenly shook, and a deafening sound of splintering would reach them from somewhere high above. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1891-1891, Negative Power. 1043 words. Earlier, on the highest floor of the ancient citadel, Nefis was standing in the middle of a blooming garden. All around her, heavy branches leaned under the weight of scarlet flowers, and a sweet fragrance permeated the air. 3 women surrounded her. One of them was Moonveil, the Princess of Song. The other 2 were most likely reflections created by Mordred, the estranged son of the King of Swords. Drops of blood were falling from the cut on her cheek. Nefis looked at her fingers, which were smeared in blood, with a frown. They prepared well. The current situation was troubling enough, but what dismayed her more was how thoroughly the daughters of Kisong seemed to be informed about Godgrave and the movements of the Sword Army. Venturing into the hollows should not have been an easy task, otherwise, she would not have needed an army of awakened soldiers to carve a path through the Scarlet Jungle. She could have simply led a team of saints on a clandestine excursion. But she had not. That was because while saints could brave the perils of the hollows, they could not do it for long. Sooner or later, they would meet something that they could not defeat or escape from, and even if they didn't, their essence would run out, leaving them stranded in the heart of the ancient jungle. Then, they would die. Even with a guide like the Lord of Shadows, her own forces had only dared to descend into the hollows after reaching the vicinity of the second rib, and that was already a much more dangerous plan than the initial one. Knowing where exactly the citadels were located was supposed to be an advantage of the sword domain. However, Lightslayer and her sisters had reached this citadel first, and without an army. Gods only knew how they had managed that, but was it because of the beast lineage? Or something else entirely? Worse than that, they seemed to know too much about the champions of the Sword Army. Song definitely had spies among the warriors of valor, but were they that capable? Or was it all due to Death Singer, the Blood Oracle? After all, although the future could not be glimpsed anymore, the same could not be said about the present. Or was it all the fault of the Prince of Nothing? Had he done more than just fight his way to the Nameless Temple when visiting the Lord of Shadows before the war? Nefis did not know, but she did know that the Sword Army, her army, had failed to outmaneuver the enemy. Now, her saints were being slaughtered down below. The Lord of Shadows was fighting Dark Dancer Revel, whose powers seemed to directly counter his. And she herself was cornered by Moonveil, somehow robbed of her powers. The situation was dire. Not only had Song managed to take control of the citadel, but they could very well deal a fatal blow to the Sword Army by eliminating 14 of its saints, including 2 of its strongest champions, herself and Sunny. Sunny, the image of him bleeding on Revel's sword flashed in Nef's mind. He did not really bleed, but still. The corner of her mouth curved downward, and her gaze grew cold. She looked at Moonveil and said in an even tone, "Your power is to negate the aspects of others." The Princess of Song just smiled silently. What a potent ability. Nefis strained against the imperceptible barrier that prevented her from summoning her flames, but it was all for naught. It was as if her aspect did not exist at all, or rather, was subdued. She did feel a sense of resistance, but the force of suppression was too great to overcome. Even her memories seemed to be weakened. Perhaps that was why the moonlight arrow had pierced the armor of Saint Sagramore so easily. Perhaps if Moonveil was alone, Nefis could have broken through. Her aspect was of the divine rank, after all, and she was of divine lineage. Her soul was that of a titan. But the power of 2 reflections seemed to have been added to the Hayas, making it nearly indestructible. Lightslayer's power directly countered that of the Lord of Shadows. The Saint of Sorrow could prevent Sir Jess from playing with the minds of Kisong's daughters. And Nefis herself was countered by Moonveil, or rather, Moonveil was a natural counter to any awakened. That delicate woman, with her slender build and soft features, was probably the most dreadful foe any awakened could face. There had to be some limitations to her power, certainly. Otherwise, she would not have transported Nefis away from the rest of the saints, she would have simply negated all their powers, turning them defenseless. Nefis looked at her bloodied fingers once again. The arrow, she had only discovered that her aspect was sealed after the moonlight arrow cut her cheek, and some of its radiance seemed to linger in the cut. Nefis remained motionless for a moment, then turned her gaze back to Moonveil. "You said that the name Black Moon suits you better." The Princess of Song smiled softly. Indeed, Nefis took a deep sigh and circulated her essence. Her aspect was sealed, but her essence could still move. Therefore, the situation was not too dire. It could still be salvaged. Because she had noticed that Moonveil, Black Moon, was not using any of her aspect abilities either. So, suppressing someone else's powers must have come at the cost of suppressing her own. Which meant that Nefis was still a transcendent titan facing 3 transcendent beasts. Although her body was still that of a human, she was stronger and faster than most other saints. She would not lose to anyone in a conquest of pure physicality and skill. No, those reflections could have been mirroring a transcendent being, but she could feel that they were much more powerful than Moonveil herself. Supreme beasts, then, it was still not impossible for her to win. And even if it had been impossible, she would win somehow, anyway, because defeat was not an option. "Thank you for telling me, Black Moon." Saying that, Nefis dashed toward the daughter of Kisong without wasting another breath. And as she did, she burned her essence and spoke the names, channeling them into a crude phrase. In that phrase, the name of Black Moon was woven together with the name of destruction. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1892, Purity of Steel. 1034 words. Moonveil was armed with a saber. When Nefis attacked, her own sword, the Kinslayer, fell on it like a bolt of silver lightning. She had activated one of its enchantments, infusing the somber blade with elemental damage, and, at the same time, called upon the Nameless Sun and the Testament of Malice. The former gifted the mirror sword with the ability to damage souls, while the latter augmented its edge with a corrosive quality, not too potent but cumulative. Nefis had activated the enchantments of her armor, as well, those were mostly defensive in nature, supporting her body in its lunge. The more enchantments she used, the more of her essence would be drained. But without the demanding expenditure of her divine aspect, essence was the only thing that Nefis had at her disposal, there was no point in trying to conserve it. All her memories were augmented by the Crown of Dawn, which she had worn since the Forgotten Shore. And yet, the suppressive force of Moonveil and her reflections was so powerful that the memories still felt weak and impotent. It was as if her armor was made of paper, and her sword was made from rusty steel. The Kinslayer still held, but Nefis had a feeling that she would have to request another suit of armor from the enchanters of Clan Valor after the battle was over. Sadly, they could not craft her a new body. Despite Moonveil's soft appearance, she was a skilled fighter. Nefis would not have expected anything less from a Princess of Song. Additionally, her delicate body seemed to possess fierce, bestial strength. She deflected the Kinslayer easily, shifting her weight and placing her saber at an angle that would both channel and dissipate the force of the impact. Moonveil's expression was calm, however, it changed the instant the two blades met. Nefis had barely started to construct the phrase, but it was already starting to shape the world. The blade of the saber was chipped deeply and almost shattered, while Moonveil's bones almost snapped. The Queen's daughter reeled back with a stifled hiss, and looked at her opponent with a stunned expression. Neffy's had no time to enjoy her shock. The two reflections were already upon her. There was a swarm of sparks swirling around her arm. The memory she was trying to summon only took a few short seconds to manifest. However, in a battle like this one, a few seconds could become an eternity. The world exploded into a whirlwind of violence. Neffy's was strong and swift, but fighting against 3 enemies was a losing affair. Neither Moonveil nor the reflections were weak, and they had the priceless advantage of being able to attack her simultaneously from all directions, working together to mangle her body and end her life. All Neffy's had was her swordsmanship, but that was what she knew best. Everything seemed to disappear into the melodious song of steel. Her mind was cleansed of all unnecessary thoughts, entering a state of absolute, transcendent concentration. A million observations, conclusions, and calculations were being conceived in it at the same time. Neffy's knew her every muscle, every tendon, every bone, every nerve. Her essence flowed and raged, enhancing her body just at the right time, and in just the right amount. The length of her sword, the tensile strength of its silvery blade. The multitude of forces affecting what each impact did, and how it was resolved. The movements of her enemies, and those of her own, all of it was like a complicated dance that followed a beautiful logic, and one who understood that logic could set the pace and cadence of the dance. Above it all was another, much more labyrinthine layer. The layer of skill and intent. Neffy's understood them well, too. Granted, her insight was inferior to what Cassie was capable of, and Sunny seemed to be as well. But it was enough to read what the enemy would do, most of the time. So, she held on. Her sword was like a flowing stream of silver metal, moving so fast that it almost seemed to turn into a sphere around her. Her every step, every move were flawlessly calculated and optimal, allowing her to defend against the 3 enemies at the same time. She blocked, deflected, and evaded a suffocating onslaught of blows, preventing Moonveil from making her bleed. For now, it was strange to fight without using her aspect. Neffy's had almost forgotten what it was like to only rely on her trained body and her skill as a swordsman. True, she called upon her powers as scarcely as she could, always attempting to win without resorting to her aspect, but the circumstances rarely allowed it, and even if she managed to hold out, the knowledge that her flames were hers to command was always there. She had expected that having to fight without them, and even without the possibility of summoning them, would be limiting and suffocating. But, in fact, it was liberating. It was almost euphoric, because for the first time in a long, long time, she was free of pain. Such a simple thing, but it changed the feeling of this battle completely. Neffy's should have been tense, somber, and on the verge of despair. She should have been clawing at the chance to turn the situation around. She should have been missing her powers bitterly. But instead, she was relieved. The relief washed over her like a tide, and the simple delight of giving herself completely to the sword put a faint smile on her face. Her smile seemed to surprise Moonveil. The Princess of Song hesitated for a moment, then asked between 2 graceful slashes of her saber. "Why are you smiling, changing star?" Neffy's blocked an attack from one of the reflections, caught another blow on her vambrace and staggered back, feeling a stream of blood flowing into her palm. Her smile did not waver. It's just refreshing to be powerless, for once. With that, she released the hilt of her sword with one hand and outstretched her bloodied palm outward. At that moment, the swirling sparks finally manifested into a memory. That memory was a torch of black wood, a massive ghostly blue flame burning in a silver cage on its top. The blue flames reflected in the placid depth of her calm, gray eyes. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1893, Child of Darkness. 1049 words. The garden temple standing in the middle of the dark lake shuddered, and for a moment, the dim twilight of the hollows was illuminated by a brilliant blaze of cold light. Powerful torrents of ghostly blue flame shot from the overgrown windows on the higher floor of the castle, extending dozens of meters in all directions like rays of a fiery star. The vines and branches covering the embrasures were instantly reduced to ash. For a split second, the world seemed frozen. Then, a net of brilliant cracks revealed itself on the ancient walls, and the entire top of the castle disappeared in the annihilating radiance of a violent explosion. A vast flower of blue flame blossomed above the dark lake. A cloud of burning splinters was shot outward like shrapnel, and a deafening thunder rolled across the surging water like a roar. The immense spire of the castle tilted slowly, collapsing into the flames, and then plummeted down from a great height. As the billowing mass of flames rose into the air, the trees and vines permeating the devastated upper floors of the citadel caught fire. The fire enveloped them hungrily, already spreading down. Far below, Saint stood her ground as the entire structure of the castle quaked. In front of her, Lightslayer was enveloped by a whirlpool of darkness. Her lithe body was obscured by the dark torrent, as if she had become one with it. And then, something moved in the darkness. The darkness took shape, and suddenly, Saint had to raise her head to look her enemy in the eye. Rebel had retained most of her human features. It was just that her beauty had become even more breathtaking. Her height had increased, as well, reaching almost 4 meters. Her raven hair seemed to have grown longer, and 2 obsidian horns were protruding from her head, curving slightly. 2 black, bat-like wings grew from her back, each crowned with a sharp obsidian spike. With her flawless alabaster skin and tenebrous eyes, she was like a beautiful demon of darkness, or a fallen angel, perhaps. A moment later, her hypnotic gaze flashed with sudden intensity, and she lunged forward. Her curved sword had increased in size, as well, turning into a semblance of an odachi, or whatever the equivalent of an odachi for a do sword was. Her reflection was already enveloped in a whirlpool of darkness, as well. Saint silently dashed forward to meet the attack. Rebel's sword collided with her shield, almost causing her arm to buckle. The taciturn knight stubbornly withstood the terrifying force of the impact, but it was still dreadful enough to send her staggering back a couple of steps. However, at the same moment, one of Rebel's wings shot forward like a scorpion's tail, and the sharp obsidian spike, or a talon, perhaps, flashed above the rim of the round shield, piercing Saint's armor in her chest. It wasn't easy to break the onyx armor of the underworld, but Lightslayer's wing did so easily. The wing retreated as fast as it had struck, preventing Saint from slashing it with her sword. But the other one was already descending to sting her from the other side. A stream of ruby dust flowed from the gruesome wound on her chest, painting the onyx armor red. Saint calmly moved her shield to deflect the obsidian talon. The blow pushed her back once again, and a split second later, Rebel spread her first wing as it retreated, slashing at the shadow with its edge. The edge of her wing was sharper than a sword. Saint blocked it with her sword, but a deep scratch was left on her gauntlet. Revel's sword was already flying to slide into the visor of her helmet. Her ability to use her weapon and her wings to create a seamless flood of dreadful attacks was both strange and mesmerizing, elegant like a dance and lethal like death's own embrace. Each movement flowed effortlessly into another, creating a dark and morbid spectacle. Behind them, the reflection had already finished its transformation. The demonic creatures attacked Saint simultaneously, unleashing an onslaught of attacks so terrifying that any other transcendent devil would have been annihilated in a moment. But the graceful stone knight facing them was not just any devil. She was one of the stone saints, children of the underworld. Empowered by the blessing of shadows, she was far too fearsome to be easily defeated. More than that, while Revel's aspect countered that of her master, Saint herself thrived in the elemental darkness called forth by the Princess of Song. The dark hall was soon ruined by a hurricane of onyx and steel. The three powerful creatures fighting a lethal battle under the collapsed ceiling of the ancient chamber moved with astonishing speed, the fury of their fight so tremendous that the mystical wood around them groaned and trembled, and the darkness itself seemed to cower in fright. Saint remained as cold and indifferent as always, her ruby eyes shining with crimson flames. Her battered shield had resisted countless blows, and her dark blade had tasted the blood of the enemy on a few occasions. Sadly, all the wounds she had managed to deliver Revel in her reflection were shallow and insignificant. Her own armor, meanwhile, was terribly shredded by now, breached in a dozen places, and smeared in ruby dust. However, surrounded by true darkness, Saint simply would not succumb to the terrible wounds. Instead, they were healing with startling speed. The gash on her chest had already closed, and the rest of them were not far behind. Still, she could not continue in this manner for much longer. Albeit slowly, her enemies were gaining the upper hand. The longer this battle continued, the weaker she would grow, and the greater their advantage would become. The hall was slowly filling with the smell of smoke. Making a decision, Saint strained her tattered body and momentarily pushed both creatures of darkness back. None of them moved for a short moment, gathering the strength for the next attack. Saint stared at the beautiful demoness, Revel, silently, and then dropped her battered shield to the ground. Her weapon rippled and elongated, turning into a heavy greatsword. It was as if she was abandoning all pretense of defense in favor of uncompromising offense. In favor of an indomitable will to see her enemies dead no matter the cost. The crimson flames burning behind her cracked visor shone with cold light. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1894, Mutually Assured Salvation. 964 words. Sunny had been a silent companion for Saint, losing himself in the sensations of the furious battle. Revel was strong, too strong, even, in hindsight, he might have become somewhat arrogant after attaining transcendence, which caused him to underestimate the champions of song. Why wouldn't the first saint among the queen's daughters be exceptionally strong? Sure, Revel had always been unassuming, avoiding the spotlight and public attention. There were no tales about her deeds or news about her achievements in recent years. In fact, Sunny did not think that he had ever seen a recording of her appearing in broad daylight. And yet, he should have been more wary of the 7 transcendent sisters, who had been raised by a sovereign and inherited the lineage of beast god. Sunny was still confident that he could defeat each of them in battle, just like he was confident that he could defeat Morgan. If not for the fact that Revel wielded power over elemental darkness as a weapon and was aided by Mordred. That devious bastard, how was he still causing problems for Sunny all the way from the shores of the Stormzia? Luckily, Saint countered Lightslayer's aspect just like it countered Sunny's own. So, he wasn't too worried, until she discarded her shield and shifted her stance. At that moment, Sunny finally sensed a hint of alarm. He remembered that stance. It was a sign that she was abandoning her usual conservative technique in favor of a savage and chillingly lethal one, which was utterly ruthless, both to her enemies and to herself. The darkness was permeated by the smell of smoke. The roar of the explosion they had heard earlier must have been caused by Neffis. She had not detonated her soul cores, it seemed, otherwise, the entire citadel would have been reduced to a pile of rubble. So, the explosion must have been caused by her aspect, the sorcery of names, or both. It was a sign that she was still alive and fighting, at least. However, Sunny was struggling to understand what could have stalled her for so long. He had expected her to deal with the enemy sooner rather than later. It was all up to Saint. Stay safe. His shadow took a step forward, then unexpectedly kicked her round shield with terrible force. The battered shield shot from the cracked floor like a discus, colliding with the reflection and sending it reeling back. The graceful stone knight was already lunging at Revel. Saint ignored the obsidian talons and allowed them to pierce her armor freely. One dislodged her pauldron and tore open her shoulder, the other brushed against the side of her helmet, shattering it into pieces. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and her inhumanly beautiful face was revealed, expressionless and smeared in ruby dust. In the next moment, her dark greatsword collided with Revel's blade, threw it aside, and cleaved into her wing. Lightslayer's body was protected by leather armor, but her wings were not. Augmented by the elemental darkness, the black sword practically severed one of them, forcing Lightslayer to let out a pained groan. Pure darkness flowed from the severed wing instead of blood. But Saint was not done. No, she was only beginning. Not encumbered by the need to defend herself anymore, she had become a harbinger of death. Even if it was mutually assured destruction, her enemies were the ones being destroyed first. Which put them in a difficult situation. Sunny stirred, starting to understand what Saint was doing. She slammed the crossguard of her sword into Revel's chest, pushing her back, then spun to deflect the attack of the reflection. Their weapons clashed, producing a shockwave, and Saint traded another wound with the enemy. She tilted her head to avoid being dealt a fatal blow, and the obsidian talon sank into her shoulder instead. Her ruby eyes flashed with cold contempt. Removing one hand from the hilt of the sword, she grabbed the talon, trapping it in her stone-like flesh to prevent the wing from retreating, and drove the tip of the sword through the reflection's abdomen. At that moment, Revel attacked from behind. For a few moments, the three of them were entangled in a bloody struggle, then disengaged, all bearing terrible wounds. Saint had been mangled more gruesomely than her enemies, but they had not escaped unscathed, either. Sunny felt a sense of bitter rage at how hurt his taciturn shadow was, but at the same time, he wanted to laugh, because he had finally understood Saint's intention. In truth, she wasn't trying to sacrifice herself to kill the enemy, he would not have allowed her to, anyway. Instead, she was betting her life on the fact that the enemy would not allow her to do so, either. Saint was fighting Revel in her reflection, but Revel was only fighting a mere servant of the Lord of Shadows. If she let herself be heavily wounded, or worse yet, killed, the Lord of Shadows would win. In other words, Saint could pursue the strategy of mutually assured destruction to defeat the enemy, but Rebel could not, because all she would be destroying was a minion of the enemy, not the enemy himself. How devious. Had his noble, prideful Saint picked up a few treacherous tricks after following him for all these years? In any case, the battle reached a forced stalemate. The beautiful demon of darkness, Rebel, stared at the battered shadow with a grim expression. After a few moments, she uttered through gritted teeth, quote. Damn it, her mesmerizing voice sounded like the song of the lightless abyss, but Sunny was more interested in the emotion hidden in that one short word. It was anger. What are you going to do now? Sunny wasn't sure what Rebel would do, but he already knew what his next action would be, and had to act fast. So, he allowed himself to be separated from Saint and quietly flowed down her arm. Onto the blade of the Soul Serpent. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1895 Body of Steel. 973 words. Sunny broke his fusion with Saint and glided onto the blade of the Soul Serpent, wrapping himself around the blade of the Serpentine Greatsword. Robbed of his support, the taciturn knight swayed slightly, however, considering how severely injured she was, that sudden sign of weakness did not look out of place. Rebel did not notice anything, assuming that the inhumanly beautiful creature was simply wounded too terribly. Sunny fused with Serpent, and was dazed for a split second. Being one with Saint had already been a strange enough feeling, however, becoming a sword was an entirely alien experience. Sunny had no blood, no eyes, no limbs. His body was rigid and uncompromising, forged for a single purpose, to cut, cleave and carve, severing living beings from the concept of life. Held in the firm hand of his wielder, he was where he was meant to belong. His edge was sharp, his purpose was clear, his resolve was absolute. The difference between everything Sunny was familiar with and this adamant existence was so immense that his mind simply failed to fathom it. He wasn't even sure what part of him came from Serpent, and what part of him came from the sword. There were countless nuances he was failing to comprehend, countless layers of himself he could feel, but not understand. However, even these few short moments were a revelation. While augmenting Saint, Sunny had already guessed that fusing with his shadows could guide him to the next step of shadow dance. But now that he had become one with Serpent in its soul weapon form, he made another guess. His shadows could augment memories, too. So, wouldn't his weaving undergo a tremendous improvement if he studied the memories by fusing with them, as well? Was that the catalyst he had been missing in his quest to forge a soulbound sword? These prospects were both fascinating and tantalizing. Sadly, there was no time to consider them fully, because he was still in the middle of a dire battle, and that battle was about to reach its climax. The short moment of inaction was coming to an end. Rebel and the Reflection were preparing to move despite their wounds. From what Sunny could tell, Lightslayer had made up her mind and chosen a solution to the problem posed by Saint. She was going to sacrifice the Reflection to destroy the servant of the Lord of Shadows, and then deal with the Master herself. At least that was what Sunny would have done. So, he had to prevent that from happening. He regretted not having teeth, because right now would have been a perfect time to grit them. What would a sword with a set of teeth even look like? The sudden thought brushed against his mind, uninvited. It was better not to imagine. Saint, now, he gave her a mental command. Before Rebel and the Reflection moved, Saint shifted slightly. Her shattered armor groaned, and ruby dust spilled into the flowing darkness. She raised both hands above her head, as if preparing to deliver a powerful downward slash. However, instead of it, the graceful shadow leaned forward, and hurled the dark greatsword at Rebel with all her transcendent strength. It was truly a foolish move, really. Not only could Lightslayer easily dodge or deflect the makeshift projectile, but Saint was also leaving herself unarmed and defenseless. A dire mistake in a fight that she was already losing. It was just that, as Rebel moved her Sansudo to swat the dark greatsword to the side, Sunny gave another command. Instantly, the sword rippled and changed shape, expanding into a vaguely human silhouette. That silhouette then swelled, turning into a monstrous figure as it landed heavily on the wooden floor and lunged at the Princess of Song. He had ordered Serpent to assume a new form. Sunny had considered carefully which of the silent shadows dwelling in his soul he would choose. Initially, his mind turned to the most obvious one, the Black Knight of the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, his old nemesis. The Black Knight had been a fearsome and dreadful foe. Best of all, he had commanded true darkness, possessing several potent abilities tied to it. It was by slaying the ruthless guardian of the cathedral that Saint evolved for the first time. Now that they were surrounded by the same element, Serpent could borrow the affinity to it from the Black Knight's shadow by assuming the form of the mass of darkness wearing a set of cursed armor. However, once Sunny contemplated the choice more, he realized that it was a poor one. The Black Knight had seemed formidable once, true, but he was merely a fallen devil. What had been a deadly foe once was now a trivial threat to someone like Sunny, and to Rebel as well. Truthfully, none of the forms Serpent could assume could pose a threat to the Princess of Song, at least not anymore. If they had been the ones to ambush the forces of Song, the shape of the terror of LO-49, Sybil of the Fallen Grace, could have helped Sunny decimate the enemy. If they had been fighting in a vast open space, the shape of the remnant of the Jade Queen could have rained destruction on the enemies from above. But now, none of these shapes could contend against Rebel. She would destroy them easily, not wasting any time. And Sunny desperately needed her to waste it. So, the shape that Serpent had assumed was a creature that resembled a towering, monstrous mix between a human and a wolf. It was tall and covered in thick, wild fur. Its maw was bared in a bestial snarl, revealing terrifying fangs, and each of its claws was like a curved sword. It was the form of Saint Dire Fang, a fallen retainer of the great clan Song, whom Sunny had killed during the Battle of the Black Skull, and whose echo he later lost in the Nightmare Desert. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1896, Divide and Conquer. 1151 words. Serpent pushed himself forward with his powerful legs, while his long arms stretched toward Rebel. Or rather, toward where Rebel had been a moment ago. In the shape of a sword, Serpent had no way to see, hear, or sense. In the shape of Dire Fang, it was blinded by the darkness, and so was Sunny. Of course, they weren't entirely aimless. One of Dire Fang's aspect abilities could tremendously enhance his senses, after all. They were so sharp that Sunny could hear the smallest of sounds, discern a myriad of smells, and even feel the vibrations of the floor intricately enough to pinpoint the movement of his enemies. So, they had a good chance of reaching Revel. Sadly, they also had zero chance of defeating her in a brawl. As someone who had fought Dire Fang, Sunny knew perfectly well what the bestial body of the Savage Saint was capable of, and it fell way short of what Lightslayer could do. Worse still, Dire Fang's awakened ability, which augmented his physical might in proportion to the depth of wrath he felt, was all but useless when used by Serpent. The original Saint had a brutal personality and an eerie measure of control over his emotions, but Serpent was not very wrathful. In fact, Sunny did not know if that shadow of his could even feel anger. Serpent had not inherited the transcendent battle art of the dead saint, either. In short, they would not be able to rip Revel apart with Dire Fang's claws. But they did not need to, luckily, because their goal was different. All they had to do was stall the Princess of Song long enough to give Saint a little room to breathe. And for that purpose, the shape of Dire Fang was perfect. Revel was strong enough, swift enough, and ruthless enough to kill another saint in a moment, especially in the depths of her whirlwind of darkness, after assuming her transcendent form. So, Sunny was not going to compete with her in strength, speed, or skill. Well, technically, he was not going to make Serpent compete. Instead, he was going to hit her with a mental attack. Not the mystical kind, but entirely mundane, which did not make it any less impactful. The fact of the matter was that even someone as powerful as Revel would be momentarily stunned if a person who had died years ago suddenly appeared in front of them. Especially if that person was someone they knew, and knew well, like a loyal retainer who had served their clan for decades. And just as Sunny expected, he heard a shaken whisper in the darkness, almost inaudible if not for the incredible hearing of Serpent's current form. Quote. Fang, Revel might have only lingered for a moment, but that moment was all that Sunny and Serpent needed. Before their bestial body could be pierced by the deadly obsidian talon or cut down by the sharp blade, they reached the enemy. Fighting Revel while blind was not something that Serpent could do, but wrestling her at close distance, that was much easier to achieve. Sunny felt his powerful arms wrap around the body of the beautiful demoness, his claws sinking into her leather armor and piercing her skin. Then, Dire Fang's massive body collided with her, sending them both crashing to the ground. Serpent opened its maw and bit down blindly, aiming for Revel's throat. However, before its sharp fangs could rip it open, two powerful hands caught its jaws like a vice, preventing them from closing. For a moment, the two of them were entangled on the floor. Lightslayer was much stronger, but Serpent managed to hold on, for now. Sunny wasn't sure how much longer it would be able to resist, though. He wasn't sure that Lightslayer's obsidian talon would not pierce his shadow a split second later, either. Her remaining wings seemed to be trapped under her body, but the situation could change swiftly. Serpent was trying to tear open Revel's heart, while Revel was calmly ripping off its lower jaw. Sunny felt harrowing pain, and sensed hot blood flowing down his neck. Behind them, meanwhile, the moment Saint let go of the dark sword, she ignored her debilitating wounds and dashed toward the reflection. The creature hesitated for a short moment, surprised by the sudden appearance of the bestial monster and its immediate lunge at Revel. The reflection was a mere beast, after all, and although the intelligence of these creatures followed a different set of laws than that of nightmare creatures, it did not seem as smart as a human or as the original mirror beast had been. The situation would have been even more desperate if the reflection was a demon, or worse yet, a devil. Then, it would not have been limited to mirroring Revel herself. Instead, it could have mirrored Saint, or even Fiend. In any case, it missed the chance to intercept the graceful stone knight in time. A moment later, Saint attacked it in cold silence. She had not tried to manifest a sword of darkness once again, since that would have taken more time than she had. Instead, she simply used the onyx spikes protruding from the knuckles of her armored gauntlets. Her first blow shattered the damaged blade of the reflection. Saint did not need a sword to kill an enemy. After all, she was a master of all weapons, and that included her own body. She was the one who had taught Fiend hand-to-hand combat, and the student did not surpass the master yet. The reflection finally reacted, moving its wings to finish off the living statue with its obsidian talons. But Saint had fought this demonic form for long enough to learn its strengths and weaknesses. She closed in, coming almost face to face with the beautiful creature. Revel's wings were utterly deadly, but their structure dictated a certain effective range. Once someone was too close to the Princess of Song, hiding behind her body, the lethal talons could not reach them anymore. While Serpent and the true Lightslayer were crashing into the ground, Saint dodged the reflection's claws, calmly caught its second hand between her right arm and her body. And then sent her left hand flying forward. Her aim was the creature's abdomen, which she had pierced with her sword before. There, the armor was broken. The skin of the reflection was cut, as well, and so were the adamantine muscles beneath. Saint looked up at the stolen face of the supreme beast with cold indifference. The crimson flames burning in her eyes flashed menacingly, turning deeper and darker. In the next moment, her armored gauntlet penetrated the terrible wound. Awash in blood and flowing darkness, she mercilessly thrust her arm deep into the body of the creature, bending it at the elbow to reach into its ribcage. Her armored fist closed on what should have been the reflection's heart. In the next moment, there was a quiet, melodious sound. As if an immense pane of glass was shattering somewhere close, but also far away. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1897, above and below. 1,552 words. The top floors of the ancient castle had been destroyed, torn apart by the devastating explosion. The floors below were an inferno of raging flames and billowing smoke. Scorching heat permeated the suffocating darkness, and burning walls were crumbling as they fell down into the surging waters of the distant lake. In that hell, someone coughed hoarsely, and a pile of debris suddenly moved. A delicate woman threw aside a smoldering support beam that weighed several tons and slowly rose to her feet, her beautiful face smeared with ash. At almost the same time, another figure rose from the floor, looking around with cold intensity. It was a young woman with silver hair, wearing a severely damaged suit of lustrous armor. In one hand, she was holding a silver sword. In the other, a broken black torch was dissolving into a whirlwind of white sparks. Neff's ivory skin was just as pristine as it had been before. Moonveil's body, however, was covered in gruesome burns. She let out a pained hiss and staggered slightly, looking at Neffy's with a tortured grimace. Eventually, her lips parted. Quote. You are a shaper. Moonveil's voice was full of barely contained shock. It was commendable that she knew about shaping and managed to recognize it. After all, there were no true practitioners of that extinct sorcery left in modern day, at least none that Neffy's knew of, apart from herself. She took a step in Moonveil's direction, preparing to lunge into an all-out attack. Barely. Time was short. Neffy's had indeed invoked the true name of fire and woven it into a simple phrase to cause the powerful explosion. Her own aspect was suppressed, so she had used the black torch as the source flame. The result had exceeded her expectations, but it was not nearly enough to win the battle. Neffy's had escaped the explosion mostly unscathed, since she was all but immune to all kinds of fire except for her own. The reflections would be relatively fine, as well, they were far too powerful to be destroyed by a mere conflagration. So, she had only a few precious moments to deal with Moonveil. Moonveil, meanwhile, had suffered the most damage, not only because she was a mere transcendent beast, but also because Neffy's was still burning her essence to channel the true name of destruction. Invoking it demanded a lot from the Shaper, but it was worth it for a killer like her. Calling upon destruction did not summon a bolt of lightning from the heavens to smite her enemies, and it did not crush them like a shockwave, either. Instead, the result of invoking the true name was insidious and subtle. Neffy's had not been falsely modest when she answered Moonveil's question. Her mastery of shaping was indeed rudimentary and devoid of nuance. She had fathomed a fair deal of names thanks to Ananke's lessons in her aspect legacy, but the ways she could channel them were crude, and her phrases were primitive. Still, even on her lips, the true name of destruction was a fearsome instrument. If she simply channeled it without much guidance, her attacks would become more destructive than they were supposed to be. If she connected it to an enemy's name, and more so their true name, then the enemy would become cursed, as if a mystical hex had been placed on them. Every cut they received would be deeper, and every blow they endured would bruise more. That was why Moonveil had suffered the most from the explosion. It was as if the world itself was being reshaped to destroy her. Such was the power of shaping, the power to bend the world to one's will. Perhaps it was because Neffy's had been stripped of her aspect, becoming powerless for the first time in many years, that she saw shaping from a new perspective in that moment. Will, as Neffy's attacked, a sudden thought surfaced in her mind. Wasn't that the essence of supremacy, to force one's will upon the world? She was commanding the flames, and she had placed the spell of destruction on Moonveil. Both of those things were bending the world to fit her desires. Of course, she was not achieving that with her own will, instead, she was using the sorcery of names as its conduit. But was there maybe a hint to the path she had to tread in order to attain supremacy in the miraculous power of shaping? Before Neff's sword could even reach Moonveil, there was a booming crash, and one of the reflections tore through a burning wall, its saber slicing the adamantine wood like paper. Neffy's had lost her torch, but they were surrounded by fire now. She was still channeling its true name, so she exerted her will and made the scorching flame swell and descend upon the creature, barring its path. Trying to defeat Moonveil and two supreme beasts was not a safe bet. So, Neffy's had chosen the most promising strategy, to disregard the reflections and aim to eliminate the weakest link, the Princess of Song, at all costs. Still, she wasted a moment of concentration to stall the first reflection. Moonveil used that split second to brandish her blade. She was quite a skilled swordsman herself. Sharp steel bit deeply into Neff's side through the breach in her mangled armor, and scarlet blood flowed like a stream. A normal human would have been stunned by pain after receiving such a gruesome wound. Even a trained, seasoned warrior would have reacted, trying to save themselves or reeling back. At the very least, they would have flinched. But Neffy's did not react at all, as if pain did not matter to her. As if being cut by a sharp blade was nothing. More than that, she indifferently turned her body just a moment before the saber slashed her flesh, not to avoid it, but to make sure that it struck her ribs instead of plunging into her soft abdomen. Because of that, her sword left a bloody mark on Moonveil's body, forcing the Princess of Song to jump back. Not paying any attention to the bloody wound on her side, Neffy's continued her assault. Her face was impassive, and her eyes were calm like two deep lakes. Inside, however, she was a little regretful, because she would not be able to enjoy liberation from pain anymore. Even if being cut by a sharp blade was a mild and meager torment, this wound was only one of many she would have to receive in order to win. As flames spread and Neffy's clashed with Moonveil, eerily indifferent to the excruciating agony and the harm being done to her body, the Princess of Song seemed more and more disturbed. Eventually, she asked, a curious smile twisting her pale lips. Changing Star, what kind of monster are you? Neffy's brought her sword down and said in her usual, even tone. Monster. Her sword whistled as it flashed in the air, missing Moonveil's neck by a mere millimeter. She turned her slash into a perilous thrust in one flawless, flowing motion. I don't remember. I haven't been a monster in a long, long time. Far below, on the shore of the dark lake, Saint Rivalan of Aegis Rose let out a pained cry and rolled down the stone stairs, leaving a bloody trail in his wake. His transcendent form had long crumbled, and he was a mere human once again. One of his eyes was missing, and his golden armor was breached in half a dozen places. Falling into the water, he let out a stifled groan and struggled to stand up. His enemies did not seem to be in a hurry to finish him off, and yet, his death was inevitable. Curses. Sir Rivalan swayed and fell to his knees, his blood mixing with the restless water. He looked up with a stalwart expression. A giant beast that looked like a graceful panther was slowly descending the stone steps. Worse still, two human figures were walking in front of it, each bearing terrible wounds. They were the corpses of two paladins of valor that the daughter of Kisong had already killed, brought back to a perverse semblance of life by the villainous queen. His former peers, comrades, and companions. Sir Rivalan gritted his teeth, knowing that there was no escape. He wasn't really afraid of death, as long as it was for a noble cause. However, becoming one of these things, being used to harm his fellow knights. It seemed too vile. He looked down, at his bloodied reflection in the water, and whispered quietly. Quote. I'll have to make sure that my body is entirely destroyed, then. His voice was weak, but full of resolve. The enemies were drawing near. Before Saint Rivalan could do anything, though, he felt the water grow strangely warm around him, searing, even. Then, it suddenly seethed and surged. A moment later, a dreadful monster rose from the lake right behind him. It was a great fiend forged of black metal, with 4 long arms and infernal flames burning in his malevolent eyes. Rivers of water streamed from his polished, spiked carapace, hissing as they evaporated and turned into clouds of steam. Towering above the kneeling Ryvalan, the fiend looked down at Silent Stalker and the two transcendent corpses. Then, he opened his terrible maw and spat a mouthful of glass shards into the lake. Saint Ryvalan was momentarily befuddled. What? Why did it seem as though the harrowing creature had a disgruntled expression on its ferocious face? And why did it seem as if it had been chewing on glass? Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1898-1898, Chewing on Glass. 1066 words. Inside the ancient citadel, a terrifying battle was drawing close to a grim conclusion. The interior of the Great Hall was devastated, and although smoke had not reached here yet, the dark expanse was permeated by sweltering heat. The shattered floor was awash in blood. The battle had not gone well for the Saints of the Sword Army. Most of them were already dead, only 4 remained, each struggling to stay alive. Saint Roan was battered and bloodied, his white mane painted red. His lightning had been extinguished, and although his enchanted armor, a gift from his daughter to celebrate his transcendence, had served him well, it was now a shredded mess of torn metal, a blow or two away from crumbling into a river of ethereal sparks. Sir Jest was surrounded from all sides. His transcendent form was that of a demonic abomination with goat-like horns and malevolent eyes, his gaze overflowing with terrifying malice. He had fared well against the Saint of Sorrow, dealing grievous wounds to his stone opponent, but as his fellow champions of valor fell one after another, the situation changed for the worse. Saint Ali was severely injured, as well. Her sides were wet with blood, torn apart by terrible claws. Her beautiful face was pale from pain and fatigue, and her powerful bow had long been destroyed. Even her shield was on the verge of breaking apart, while her spear already had several cracks on its long blade. The fourth surviving saint was slumped on the wide back of the transcendent form, barely conscious from losing too much blood. He was the one who had been struck by Silent Stalker's arrow in the ambush. Ironically enough, others were dead, but he still clung to life. Despite that, he was of not much use in the battle. Their enemies, meanwhile, 2 dreadful great wolves were circling Roan, preparing to finish him off. They were Lonesome Hell and one of her reflections, both in much better shape than the winged lion. The second reflection was pursuing Ali, barely kept back by her spear and shield. The corpse of the Great Terror had been destroyed, and so were 2 of the risen saints. However, 3 more had been taken by the Queen of Song. Now, they surrounded Sir Jest, attacking him to assist the Saint of Sorrow. The situation was bleak, and none of the Saints of Swords saw a way out. Even Sir Jest did not seem that amused anymore. His malevolent eyes narrowed, and a deep, inhuman voice resounded in the devastated hall, sending a chill running down the spine of the Saint of Sorrow. How troublesome, how frustrating. At this rate, I won't get to see if your intestines are also made of stone. His monstrous mouth twisted into a snarl. Sir Jest threw one of the living corpses aside and lunged at the stone gargoyle, ignoring dead hands tearing at his flesh. At that moment, however, the great wolf that had been pursuing Ali suddenly spun and leapt at the monstrous satyr, its maw opening to tear the sinister saint apart. Saint Ali swayed and staggered, on the verge of succumbing to her wounds. Lonesome Hell was already lowering her graceful body to the ground, snarling as she prepared to lunge and sink her fangs into Saint Roan's throat. Then, however, there was an eerie sound, and every living being in the ruined hall lingered for a moment, turning their attention to the dark portal of the shattered castle gates. Nothing happened for a split second, and then, a massive silhouette flew from the darkness, crashing into the floor with a pitiful groan. It was an enormous black panther, her sable fur torn apart and soaked in blood. She was still alive, but just barely. Lonesome Hell froze for a split second, and in that split second, an infernal figure of twisted black metal silently appeared from the shadows in the middle of the hall. Fiend did not waste any time before plunging the already chaotic battle into a state of absolute carnage. His 4 hands moved at the same time. The lower pair slashed at 2 transcendent corpses, instantly reducing them to 2 piles of bleeding meat, while the upper pair reached forward and grabbed the head of the lunging reflection. His dagger-like claws seared the thick fur and easily pierced the wolf's skull. A moment later, he squished the supreme beast's head like a rotten pumpkin and tore it apart. Having learned a bitter lesson, Fiend did not try to take a bite out of the deceitfully appetizing reflection. That was not meat. Instead, it was tasteless glass. With his arrival, the flow of the battle instantly changed. Somewhere above, Saint grasped the heart of Revel's reflection and crushed it in her armored fist. There was a sound akin to a mirror being broken, and the dark creature froze, the light of life slowly disappearing from its beautiful eyes. Then, a strange ripple spread across its body, and a net of thin cracks revealed itself on its alabaster skin. A moment later, the reflection shattered into a rain of silver glass. The glass shards scattered on the floor and then dissolved into a stream of light, which was then devoured by the flowing darkness. Saint lowered her hand tiredly. Sunny only knew what had happened after hearing the faint sounds of breaking glass. Fused with Serpent, he was in the middle of a fierce brawl against the true Revel. Both the beautiful demon of darkness and the bestial monster Serpent had turned into her on the floor, their bodies entangled, trying to rip each other to shreds. Lightslayer was winning. There was a disgusting crunch, and a wave of blinding pain sent Sunny into a daze. Dire Fang's lower jaw was now almost torn off, hanging askew on several shreds of mangled flesh, a torrent of blood pouring down on Revel's arms and chest. Serpent shuddered and reeled back, involuntarily weakening its grasp on her body. That gave Lightslayer enough room to push the massive creature away and pull her leg up, placing it between its body and hers. Then, with a powerful kick, she sent the monstrous body of Dire Fang flying back. Still disoriented, Serpent crashed down a dozen meters away, making the floor quake from the force of the impact. Sunny pushed down the excruciating pain and tried to assess the situation. Which wasn't easy to do, considering that he was still blind. Saint had to have destroyed the reflection. So, what was happening now? Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1899-1899, Mirrored Darkness. 1026 words. Sunny knew what was supposed to happen. In fact, it was very simple. The answer was nothing. Mordred's reflections were strange creatures, after all. They were neither dead nor alive, neither divine nor profane. A long time ago, when he killed the mirror beast on Reckoning Island, the spell had announced the kill, but did not whisper anything about his shadow growing stronger. Sunny was banished from the nightmare spell now, but the result would be the same. Killing reflections did not grant him fragments, and no shadow would appear in the silent stillness of his soul. Therefore, Saint was unlikely to receive any reward for slaying the supreme reflection either. Even its darkness was merely a reflection of Revel's own. Now that the living mirror was gone and there was nothing left to reflect it, the false darkness would most likely disappear as well. Which was a real shame. Sunny really felt that Saint deserved to receive a boon after fighting a battle as dreadful as this one had been, especially considering that she had forged her path to transcendence by taking the essence of nightmare creatures wielding powers over true darkness. Sunny had never been clear on how exactly Saint was able to increase her class. He did not know how to help her reach a new rank without the assistance of the spell, either. So, he had hoped that defeating a being of true darkness, even if it was a reflection, would grant her some kind of reward. But it was not meant to be. Or so he thought. Even though Sunny could not see anything, he still felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere of the ancient castle. If he could see, though, he would have witnessed the dark splendor of what was happening around him and Serpent. Saint stood motionlessly, her unshaken hand still making a fist. Glass sand slowly poured from between her fingers, and at the same time, the fluid darkness around her stirred. It flowed like a vast whirlpool around the graceful stone knight, whose ruby eyes continued to burn with cold crimson flames in the surging darkness. The ethereal vortex spun faster and faster, pulling more strands of darkness into its silent torrent. Some distance away, Revel was rising to her feet. Sensing something, she threw a sharp gaze at Saint. Saint met that gaze calmly, no emotion betraying itself on her inhumanly beautiful, flawless onyx face. At that moment, the torrent of darkness came alive, and poured into her body. The darkness entered her chest like a raging flood and was absorbed into her fiery heart. But that was not all. Suddenly, Sunny felt a hint of a faintly familiar, terrifying chill. If he could see, he would have seen the mirrored darkness start to change in the absence of the slain reflection. Some of it dissolved into wisps of an eerie, chilling white mist. He knew that mist all too well. However, Saint was unmoved. Still staring at Revel silently, she remained motionless, and eagerly absorbed the wisps of the white mist, as well. All of it happened in the span of several heartbeats, and by the end of it, the sphere of true darkness enveloping the hall of the ancient citadel had shrunk a bit. It still drowned their surroundings, though, trapping Sunny in its cold embrace. Revel smiled coldly, so full of surprises. As she rose to her feet and looked around in search of her sword, a cold voice suddenly responded from the darkness. Don't be shocked just yet. The voice belonged to Sunny, who had separated himself from Serpent and manifested his avatar into a corporeal form once again. Without the enhanced perception of Direfang's aspect, he suddenly felt deaf and lost. The true darkness enveloped everything around him, making him blind. It was an uncomfortable position to be in, but it had to be done. Serpent was more fragile than Saint and Fiend. It had already received plenty of gruesome wounds, so Sunny silently dismissed the bleeding shadow. Saint, meanwhile, was mangled even more terribly. He would have recalled her into the nurturing haven of his lightless soul, however, it was not time yet. Instead, Sunny spent more of his essence to take control of another incarnation, one of the three shadows that had remained fused with the graceful stone knight, augmenting her battered body. Instantly, he had returned to the previous state of unity with his taciturn shadow. He could see the ruined hall through her eyes, including his own back, which stood between her and Revel. He could also feel how weak and broken her body was. The flowing darkness caressed it softly, helping the terrible wounds heal, but they weren't healing fast enough, and the damage was too dire. Saint was in no condition to continue the fight. There was something else, as well. Something about her had changed, but he couldn't quite tell what it was. It wasn't an evolution to a higher rank, and it wasn't an evolution to a great class, either. However, there was definitely a deep, unfamiliar power taking root both in her body and in her soul, or rather, in the vast shadow that served as her soul. For now, it did not matter. Saint's inability to support him in the battle against Revel did not matter, either. Now that the Princess of Song was without support, Sunny was confident enough to face her alone. Especially because he wasn't blind anymore. Of course, seeing himself from Saint's perspective was a bit strange, as if he was observing himself in the third person. Being robbed of shadow sense left Sunny feeling dazed, too, but he was nothing if not supremely adaptable. Even in this weird state, he could still fight, and win. Defeat was not an option, and honestly enough, he had quite a burning desire to make Revel pay for hurting his shadows. Smiling viciously behind the mask, Sunny looked up at her. Now, first of all, he had to prevent her from reaching her sword. Serpent was gone, after all, and there were no shadows around to manifest into a weapon, so, Sunny was unarmed. If Revel did manage to pick up her sword, or live long enough to dismiss it and summon it back, things could become problematic. Commanding Saint to retreat, Sunny clenched his fists and dashed forward. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1900, Vanquishing Light. 1,379 words. Amidst the flames consuming what remained of the pinnacle of the Garden Temple, Nephis was fighting against Moonveil and her two reflections. Countless wounds were littering her body, and she felt a strange, nearly forgotten feeling of growing weak from losing too much blood. Transcendent bodies were tough, but they weren't indestructible. She had accounted for her miraculous physique when calculating how much punishment her body could take without sacrificing too much of its functionality, and that limit was approaching swiftly. Nevertheless, her expression was calm, and her movements were just as fluid and unrestrained as they had been before. Her hands never wavered on the hilt of her sword. The battle was ruthless and unrelenting. Triumph and defeat were separated only by a thin, brittle line. Moonveil was strong, but Nephis was stronger. Moonveil wielded her saber as if it was an extension of her body, her skill both beautiful and polished to a state of near perfection, but Nephis was a much better swordsman and had a much deeper command over the cadence of battle. Even without her aspect, she could have defeated the proud Princess of Song. But precisely for that reason, there were two supreme reflections aiding Moonveil. And dealing with them was much harder. Someone had evaluated the strength of the sword domain champions very well. Nephis was using shaping to control the surrounding flames and keep the reflections at bay. Sometimes, she managed to slow them down, and sometimes, she failed. When facing two or more enemies at the same time, she followed her perilous strategy, to disregard everything in pursuit of killing Moonveil, even if it meant sacrificing her blood and bone. As a result, the beautiful princess was forced to defend herself without having a chance to launch a counterattack. Her reflections, however, made up for that with a vengeance. Ah, it hurts. Both Neffy's and Moonveil were bloodied, however, Neffy's was bleeding more. Her wounds were more dire, and more plentiful. It was already starting to become a detriment to her strength and mobility, not because she was paralyzed by pain, but simply because her muscles were cut, her tendons were damaged, and her bones were cracked. She had managed to avoid receiving truly debilitating damage, but the harm done by countless small wounds was slowly mounting. Moonveil could see that, as well. Therefore, she grew a little more confident. Neffy's would have smiled if it didn't seem like a lot of effort. Got her. She remembered being a fairly straightforward person, a long time ago. But somehow, over the years, she couldn't quite remember how, Neffy's had come to value deceit and misdirection, even if it was not something she was naturally good at. She must have learned how to use lies to her advantage by quietly observing people around her. If so, she had been blessed with good teachers. Shifting her weight from one leg to another, as if preparing to launch a new strike, Neffy's grimaced and swayed. It looked like her right leg, which had been cut gruesomely by one of the reflections before, finally betrayed her. The reflection itself was a dozen meters away, pushed back by a torrent of flame. The other was just behind Neffy's, since she had just evaded its attack and sidestepped the creature. It would take it a little time to spin around and renew its assault. So, the only one who could use her momentary loss of balance was Moonveil herself. Strangely enough, Neffy's was a good actress. Her act was subtle, but convincing. The grimace she had made was just small enough to look involuntary. The nature of her misstep was reasonable and believable, since her right leg was indeed damaged quite severely. Her eyes even widened slightly, selling the moment of realization more. If Moonveil hesitated, she did not show it. Instead, she decisively lunged into a swift attack, her white hair fluttering in the wind. Neff's gaze instantly turned cold and heavy. Single quote. Too honest, who would have thought that the fearsome princess of song would be a little naive? Abandoning all pretense of weakness, she righted her stance and sent her longsword into a simple thrust. Her attack was simple and unadorned, however, that did not make it any less deadly. Because, even when two transcendent champions fought, the fundamentals of combat still played a significant role in the outcome of the battle. Speed, mass, force, time, movement, and space. In this instance, the fundamental principle that doomed Moonveil was rather obvious, something the importance of which most humans of the walking world learned as children. It was the simple fact that Neff's sword was longer than her elegant saber. And therefore, before Moonveil could behead Neffy's with a decisive slash, the kinslayer pierced her chest, penetrated her heart, snapped her spine, and exited from her back. Blood spilled on the floor. The saber clattered as it fell. The delicate woman stared at Neffy's in disbelief, her beautiful eyes widening in horror. I won. Neffy's had achieved her goal, however, she did not feel any joy or elation. All she felt was regret. Because humanity had lost a powerful saint, one of many that would die in this appalling, senseless war. It was such a waste. But then again, the battle wasn't over yet. She had no time to. Pushing her mangled body as hard as she could, Neffy's reeled back to avoid the reflection saber. The creature moved past her, the sharp blade whistling past her neck. In the next moment, a small hand struck her in the chest, sending Neffy's flying back. She hit the floor a couple dozen meters away and rolled awkwardly, her vision blurring momentarily from the terrible surge of pain. By the time she staggered back to her feet, both reflections were near Moonveil. One was holding her in its arms, while the other was standing between them and Neffy's. She pushed some air into her burning lungs. Now, what happens next depends on the nature of Moonveil's aspect. Either the haze placed on her would disappear with Moonveil's death, unsealing her aspect, or it would not. If it was the former, she would be able to deal with the reflections quite easily. If it was the latter, things would turn really ugly. However, in the next second, something unexpected happened, something Neffy's had not anticipated, even though she should have. Moonveil was dying, but her eyes regained their sharpness for a split second, piercing Neffy's with a heavy gaze. And then, Neffy's felt the seal binding her aspect suddenly fall apart. Moonveil had released it. At the same time, the reflection holding the Princess of Song in its hands shimmered slightly. And changed, assuming a new form. Silver hair, fair skin, and calm gray eyes. A face that could have been beautiful if it was expressive and lively instead of being cold and motionless like a lifeless mask. A lithe and slender body. It was her own face, and her own body. The reflection had mirrored Neffy's. She belatedly understood her mistake. A moment later, a soft radiance enveloped the hands of the reflection, pouring into Moonveil's body. And Moonveil's terrible wounds miraculously healed. Neffy stared at her from a distance, feeling dismayed. What a cheat. The Princess of Song was as good as new. Of course, now that Neffy's had been given back her aspect, her wounds were also healing, and a raging flame was rising in her soul. For a moment, nobody moved. Moonveil was panting heavily, looking at Neffy's with a hint of wariness. Neffy's, meanwhile, smiled a little. On the other hand, that works, as well. Moonveil and her two reflections wore somber expressions as they readied themselves to continue the battle, which would grow infinitely more devastating and terrible now, without a doubt. But Neffy's was about to surprise them, as well. She unleashed the suppressed power of her aspect, assuming the incinerating form of the radiant spirit. At the same time, she called upon the sea of flames surrounding them, wrapping it around herself like a mantle. However, she did not direct all that fiery power at her enemies. Instead, she aimed it at the wooden floor beneath her feet. Surrounded by blinding light and a raging tide of immolating fire, Neffy's fled from the battle and rushed down, piercing one level of the ancient citadel after another like a falling star. Countless layers of mystical wood parted in front of her, crumbling into ash, as she burned a scorching path into the depths of the castle. Lower and lower still, until she plunged into a sea of impenetrable darkness, vanquishing it with her light. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report.